Chapter 1, the villain of the novel, seizing the school bell's weakness from the start. Boss, over there, a female student has shattered a porcelain cup. We asked her to compensate, but she has been crying incessantly. The voice at his side roused Chen Zhuo from a state of disarray. The darkness before him transformed into a mosaic of spots, which gradually sharpened into focus. Rows of shelves materialized in his view, and Chen Zhuo's mind began to clear. Is this the Qingning supermarket of Zhongjiang University? Memories surged within him, unveiling a distinct narrative thread. He was a formidable antagonist who had unexpectedly been reborn. In his previous life, as the chief villain, he had been bound to a wish system, granting him the ability to make a singular wish each day that would benefit himself. As long as his wish did not lead to the collapse of the world order, it was guaranteed to be fulfilled, whether it was immense strength, divine medical skills, invulnerability, or lightning speed. With the system's assistance, he ruthlessly defeated various protagonists on the brink of becoming the ruler of the world. Ultimately, the last destined child, under his machinations, watched in despair as his heroine was stolen away, leading to his tragic demise. Just then, the heavenly Dao's fury erupted, forcing a world reset, plunging him into darkness and erasing his consciousness. I was performing my role as the antagonist perfectly well. If the heavenly Dao cannot handle it, it should refrain from meddling. Chen Zhuo rubbed his temples and turned to the attendant clad in a blue uniform. What did you just say, boss? I previously mentioned that a female student broke a porcelain cup. We asked her to compensate, but she's been crying, the attendant reiterated. Chen Zhuo nodded gently. Understood, I shall attend to it promptly. He recalled the plot if his memory served him right. This was the opening scene of the elite second generation in the city. The girl who shattered the porcelain cup was named Zhang Qiuli, one of the heroines of this tale. As for himself, he was a junior at Zhongjiang University, hailing from a family with a modest fortune. At his family's behest, he participated in a college innovation and entrepreneurship competition. This supermarket was his entrepreneurial endeavor. The incident involving the shattered porcelain cup marked the commencement of his torment at the hands of the protagonist. Armed with this weakness to threaten the heroine, the fated child would inevitably arrive to play the hero. If all went as anticipated, an unexpected turn of events awaited him in 3 days. Clarifying the plot in his mind, he made his way to the supermarket's storage, which also served as a monitoring and security room. Dispersing the other employees, he approached the monitoring room's entrance alone. Pushing the door open, he found a pitiful girl curled up in the corner. Her skin was not particularly fair, bearing a slight wheatish hue, which lent her a natural beauty. Her bangs fell over her forehead, creating a soft and comforting visage. Beneath those bangs lay her delicate and smooth face. However, it was slightly flushed, and her large, watery eyes were veiled with a film of tears, suggesting she had recently wept. So, I hear you have broken something and have no intention of compensating. Chen Zhuo regarded the girl, dressed in a gray baseball jacket, gray knitted sweatpants, and classic black and white canvas shoes, with a cold inquiry. Two will compensate later, Zhang Qiuli replied timidly. Chen Zhuo surveyed her demeanor, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this heroine possessed a unique beauty, a blend of fragility and resilient strength. According to the original narrative, as the minor antagonist, he would threaten Zhang Qiuli here, seeking to provoke some reaction from her. At that moment, the protagonist would burst in, enacting a heroic rescue. The porcelain cup you broke, while slightly more expensive than a standard one, costs only 48 yuan. You cannot afford that, Chen Zhuo deliberately asked, fully aware that Zhang Qiuli could not pay. 5 years prior, Zhang Qiuli's family had suffered a calamity. Her father, having offended the wrong people, fell victim to a scheme, losing all their assets, leaving them burdened with debt. In despair, her father chose to take his own life. Fortunately, she did not inherit any assets, thus avoiding the family's debts. Her mother's debts amounted to only a few $100,000, allowing the mother and daughter to scrape by. However, a year ago, Zhang Qiuli's mother was diagnosed with late-stage cancer. The hope for their family had been utterly extinguished. At that time, Zhang Qiuli had just begun her university journey, reliant on student loans to cover her tuition. Now, she was also tasked with caring for her mother in the hospital. Time and energy were not her primary concerns, but money was a daunting issue. Even the cash rewards from watching advertisements had been thoroughly exhausted. Every cent she possessed required meticulous budgeting. Her ability to withstand financial risks was non-existent, particularly now, as her minimum living allowance would not be dispersed for another 2 days. Her remaining funds were stretched to the limit. She had come to the supermarket to purchase an affordable thermos for her mother, so that even in her absence, her mother could conveniently drink warm water. Just last week, she had found a glass thermos priced at 18.8 yuan, a reasonable expense. In the past few days, she had further reduced her meal budget, saving diligently until she had finally amassed enough to buy the thermos. However, in a moment of carelessness while reaching for it, she accidentally knocked a porcelain cup off the shelf, shattering it to pieces. The cup's price was 48 yuan. Even if she pooled her and her mother's food budget for the next 2 days, it would still fall short of the amount needed for compensation. Noticing Jiang Qiuli's silence, Chen Zhuo repeated his question. You cannot truly be unable to afford this 48 yuan thermos, can you? To say you'll compensate later is merely a ruse to evade payment. Chapter 2, The Prickly Yet Soft Hedgehog Girl. Chen Zhuo observed Jiang Qiuli with keen interest. His intention in posing this painful question was to prevent Jiang Qiuli from becoming defensive. The simplest method to ensure the heroine remained unguarded was to break down her defenses. Years of experience had rendered Jiang Qiuli exceedingly sensitive. The traumatic loss of her father made it difficult for her to trust strangers. Therefore, if he attempted to curry favor from the outset, it would only arouse her suspicion of ulterior motives. Thus, Chen Zhuo maintained an especially frosty tone. Jiang Qiuli simply gazed at him in silence. If you refuse to compensate, do not forget that this is my supermarket. Damaging its property obligates you to make amends, otherwise, I shall be compelled to report you to the university. Chen Zhuo smirked coldly and continued, Isn't that right? Jiang Qiuli, a sophomore from the public administration class 3. Jiang Qiuli's eyes widened in shock. Unconsciously, she attempted to retreat, only to find herself pressed against the solid wall behind her, with no escape. Fear spread within her. To truly have no money. Can I pay you a portion now? Pay a portion first? Hand over the money, and we can discuss the rest later. Chen Zhuo contemplated for a moment, then opened his phone to display the payment code. Jiang Qiuli also retrieved her phone, an aging Apple model from 5 years prior. The plastic case had yellowed, adorned with several cartoon stickers. Payment received, 19.52 yuan. Upon scanning the payment code, the notification chimed. Chen Zhuo paused momentarily, realizing it was not 19 yuan or 20, but precisely 19 yuan and 52 cents. He looked at Jiang Qiuli, who stood by the wall, casting a timid glance in his direction. The female protagonist truly evokes a sense of sympathy. Had it not been for the knowledge that the main character was soon to arrive, Chen Zhuo would have been compelled to tenderly care for her. Stealing his emotions, he coldly asserted, This is all there is. My porcelain cup is worth 48. You wouldn't want to compensate for the rest, would you? If you refuse to pay, I shall have no choice but to report you to the school. Chen Zhuo's tone had morphed into a threat. At this juncture, Jiang Qiuli finally reacted, and her response was fervent. She dashed towards the door. However, with his robust physique standing by the entrance, how could Chen Zhuo allow Jiang Qiuli to escape? Caught off guard by her sudden movement, Chen Zhuo managed to seize the collar of her shirt at the last moment. It was evident that he had underestimated Jiang Qiuli's tenacity. Even with her clothing held fast, she exerted all her strength to flee. In her attempt, her baseball jacket was pulled up from beneath, akin to shedding a sweater, and the gray jacket fell into Chen Zhuo's grasp. Jiang Qiuli, left in only a pure white short-sleeve shirt that was rather snug, rendered Chen Zhuo momentarily speechless. What a figure! He exclaimed in surprise. Wowo! Jiang Qiuli collapsed to the floor, weeping. An employee passing by in the corridor noticed the scene but feigned ignorance and walked away. In this day and age, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary involvement. Yet, this young boss was indeed indulging in a whimsical game. Being a second-generation rich kid certainly has its perks. If you refuse to reimburse me, why do you play the victim? Chen Zhuo approached, speaking as he grasped Jiang Qiuli's delicate hand. Ah, how delightful! Jiang Qiuli recoiled as if struck by lightning. No, please. Return my clothes. I can certainly return your clothing, but only if you divulge your true circumstances. I need to ascertain whether you genuinely cannot afford to compensate. Chen Zhuo regarded Jiang Qiuli with keen interest. Moments ago, when he had yanked her shirt away, he had caught a whiff of a gentle fragrance, subtle and pleasant, distinctly not that of any perfume. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Qiuli's natural scent, it indicated her cleanliness and tidiness. Otherwise, such a fragrance would not linger. To his astonishment, the tag on the collar of the gray baseball jacket bore the words Zhongjiang University, accompanied by the university's emblem. Chen Zhuo's memory recalled this garment. It was the uniform purchased during the military training for freshmen the previous year. It had only been worn once during the formation march, and thereafter, it had largely been forgotten. Jiang Qiuli raised her arm to wipe away her tears, yet they continued to flow unabated. After a brief respite, 2 more streams cascaded down her cheeks. Her emotions surged once more, and through her sobs, she uttered, My mother has cancer. I wanted to buy her an inexpensive thermos. I'd barely eaten these past few days just to save enough for it, but I accidentally broke the porcelain cup. I have no way out. No way out. As she spoke, Jiang Chili crouched down, burying her head in her knees, tears streaming down uncontrollably, repeating the phrase no way out. Her world had crumbled. She could not comprehend why her life was so fraught with despair. Why was it so difficult to lead a normal existence? Chen Zhuo observed the distraught Jiang Chili, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His objective had been achieved. Jiang Qiuli's plight had encased her in a thick shell, impenetrable to those around her. Chen Zhuo's intention was to shatter that shell, and now it lay in ruins. He retrieved a pack of tissues from a nearby shelf, extracted one, and crouched down, gently lifting her chin to meet his gaze. Enough now, why do you seem so fragile? Speak up when in distress. There are still many kind-hearted souls in this world, myself included, he stated, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes and her cheeks with another tissue. Her reddened eyes, imbued with a tender innocence, stirred something within Chen Zhuo. Damn it, must the author portray the female lead as so wretched? Which man could possibly endure this? Though he internally lamented the author's choices, his actions remained steadfast as he leaned closer, inhaling the delightful scent. No, please. Jiang Chili, regaining her senses, instinctively buried her head back into her knees, yet the strength in her neck was no match for Chen Zhuo's muscular frame. She could not budge an inch, only twisting side to side in a futile attempt to escape his grasp. This scene was witnessed by the intrigued employee, who pretended to retrace his steps. Goodness! Is the boss about to do something reckless? This scenario, reminiscent of a film, startled him into rushing to another employee, claiming a stomach ailment and requesting leave to see a doctor. All right, I shall help you dry your tears. Why not appreciate the kindness being offered? Put your jacket back on before you catch a chill, Chen Zhuo said, fearing that Jiang Chili might strain her neck. He released her, then retrieved the baseball jacket tucked under his arm and draped it over her shoulders. Feeling the warmth of the jacket, Jiang Chili began to regain her composure. She slowly stood, cautiously fastening the 2 buttons that had come undone. I am sorry, she murmured weakly to Chen Zhuo. Chapter 3, Owing Money, I Demand Interest. Forgive me? While I empathize with your plight, damage incurred must be compensated. If I do not pursue this matter, how can I maintain my business reputation? A faint smile played upon Chen Zhuo's lips. What system, what child of fortune? I need neither. I can seize the heroine for myself. This is the true essence of a villain, not a mere puppet of the system. I will act just once, you fortunate ones. Take heed. I have no money to compensate. I can write you an IOU. An IOU? That too must be repaid. Given your current circumstances, can you truly repay it? In a few days, I'll receive my subsidy and then I can pay you back. You've already diverted next month's funds. How will you cover that shortfall? By merely eating less? Chen Zhuo paused for a moment, observing the pitiful expression on Jiang Choli's face, and continued. Here's what we can do. My supermarket is part of a student entrepreneurship project. The school offers a rent reduction, provided we employ work-study students. You could take that position, and I can fulfill my obligations to the school. Jiang Chili lifted her head, looking conflicted as she gazed at Chen Zhuo. Wah? You would refuse a job offer? Such a response is quite disrespectful. Chen Zhuo frowned. Jiang Chili shook her head and softly replied, No, it's not that. My mother is in the hospital and needs care. I don't have time for work. As a student from a disadvantaged background, the school had indeed arranged work-study positions for her. After a few days of juggling classes, hospital visits, and work, she faced constant scheduling conflicts. Ultimately, she had chosen to resign from her work-study position. Surely you have weekends free? Chen Zhuo pondered aloud. Yes, Jiang Chili nodded. Then how about this? My supermarket requires weekly trash collection. If you come every Saturday to help, I will pay you 100 for each session, and you can manage the waste yourself. This expense is indeed necessary. Operating a business in a university, customers come in waves, making it impractical to hire a dedicated cleaning staff. Typically, everyone rotates the responsibility. And whoever volunteers earns an extra 100, along with a collection of cardboard boxes. Ah! Jiang Chili momentarily froze, then shook her head vehemently. You refuse even this? Chen Zhuo's patience began to wane. Though the heroine's demeanor invited sympathy, her peculiar character proved troublesome. He is a grand villain, not a lovesick protagonist. No, no. It's just that the pay seems excessive. I can't accept such a high wage. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Zhang Qiuli would feel this way. In his previous life, he had utilized the system to claim all the heroines, gaining a semblance of understanding about each one. However, with so many heroines, his knowledge remained superficial. This time, he must delve deeper. How obedient. Chen Zhuo couldn't resist pinching Zhang Qiuli's cheek. In his past life, he had wished for medical knowledge to save Zhang Qiuli's mother. And her gratitude had drawn her into his embrace, slowly blossoming into affection. Thus, he realized he hadn't comprehended the initial heroine well enough. Ah! The unexpected sensation caused Zhang Qiuli to instinctively retreat, only to find herself pressed against the cold wall behind her. With no escape. She could do nothing but endure Chen Zhuo's playful gesture. Ah, what's this? You can't repay me now, this is the interest I collect. Chen Zhuo shrugged nonchalantly. Realizing what had just transpired, Zhang Qiuli's face flushed crimson. Her sun-kissed skin, combined with her rosy cheeks, resembled a tempting apple, evoking a desire to draw near and take a bite. Fine, fine. After much contemplation, Zhang Qiuli finally nodded, her face still burning with embarrassment. Now, that's the spirit. Chen Zhuo nodded in satisfaction, continuing, owing money is no concern, we can negotiate the amount and duration of the debt. Just look at those female university students in the news, they'll provide any photo for a loan. If you truly find yourself in dire need, you may come to me for assistance. Zhang Qiuli's face grew even redder, unable to meet Chen Zhuo's gaze. She turned her head away and whispered, rogue. Rogue? Chen Zhuo bristled at the insult. He is a grand villain, such words are a slight against him. He extended his hand. A gust of wind brushing past Zhang Qiuli's ear, followed by the sound of his palm striking the wall beside her. By the time Zhang Qiuli comprehended what had occurred, she could already sense Chen Zhuo's presence looming before her. He braced himself against the wall, effectively trapping her between him and the cold surface behind her. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Chen Zhuo, a third-year public administration student, your senior. When we meet henceforth, remember to address me as senior. Zhang Qiuli's mouth snapped shut, as if glued together. Yet this time, she made no attempt to resist. Chen Zhuo, indifferent to her discomfort, noted the time on his watch with a smirk. If he recalled correctly, there were 20 minutes remaining. In 20 minutes, the destined child of fortune, Yi Fei, would arrive to enact a heroic rescue. Thus, he had to secure Zhang Qiuli's cooperation within that time frame. As Chen Zhuo remained silent against the wall, Zhang Qiuli, who wished to vanish into thin air, finally cracked. She shifted left, attempting to escape. If you dare leave, I will demand immediate compensation, Chen Zhuo warned coldly, mentally lamenting the tardiness of the protagonist. His arms were growing weary. Zhang Qiuli faltered, her resolve crumbling. Didn't you just say I had repaid the interest? Zhang Qiuli's tone was soft, laced with defiance, evoking a sense of tenderness. Indeed. I mentioned that could be considered interest, but I never stated it encompassed all of it, it is merely a fraction. Zhang Qiuli found herself speechless. How shameless. Enough. I was merely jesting. In truth, I wish to assist you. If you leave, how shall I locate you again? Seeing Zhang Qiuli no longer attempting to flee, Chen Zhuo resumed his earnest demeanor. Moreover, my offer to lend you money does not require you to provide me with photos, that was merely an illustration. What I meant is, if the interest is agreeable, you may seek my help should you find yourself in need. I possess no remarkable qualities but a penchant for aiding my female classmates, no, I mean all my peers. Is that so? Zhang Qiuli felt a nagging suspicion about the man before her, yet her urgent need for money overshadowed her doubts. If Chen Zhuo's words bore truth, he could alleviate her pressing crisis. In times of extreme hardship, people often cling to even the most absurd glimmers of hope. Of course it's true. I too have faced my share of life's adversities. At one point, I had over 20 men seeking to harm me. I narrowly escaped their clutches to achieve what I have today. Visions of the numerous fortunate ones flickered through Chen Zhuo's mind, and a fleeting sorrow shadowed his gaze. Are you referring to bullying? Zhang Qiuli, sensing his melancholy, inquired earnestly. Yes, bullying. You cannot fathom it, they were a dozen strong, while I stood alone.
with a cadre of women relying on my protection. Then you must be incredibly strong.
Jiang Qiuli recalled her own past, feeling a subtle resonance with Chen Zhuo. Thus, I am inclined to assist you, for in you, I perceive a reflection of my former self. Rest assured, the recompense I seek is not merely of a photographic nature. Rather, you may offer your labor or tangible items. If this is the case, then I express my gratitude. Such is the nature of humanity. Once one's heart categorizes another into the fold of kinship, all prior transgressions are effortlessly overlooked. At this moment, Jiang Qiuli has chosen to disregard Chen Zhuo's previous flirtations, even developing a faint affection for him. Observing Jiang Qiuli's demeanor, Chen Zhuo comprehends that his initial task has been accomplished. Now, it is time to witness a miracle. The system has emerged, I am ready to make my wish. Chapter 4. Ah, so urgent, is it? Please state your wish, a voice from the system echoed in Chen Zhuo's mind, and he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system was still operational. My wish is to slumber for an hour under normal circumstances. Ding! The system has detected that this wish is within the realm of possibility and is being realized. The realization of your wish will require some time, please wait. Your rival protagonist, Yi Fei, will receive a 5-fold critical reward. Chen Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? It seemed that this life-s system was different from the last. Are you implying that my wish can be critically realized by the child of fate? Indeed. The system will automatically detect the rival protagonist at the time of your wish, and that protagonist will randomly receive the critical reward of your wish. If the system fails to detect a rival protagonist, it will randomly select from all present protagonists. Moreover, if you incite feelings of anger or frustration in the rival protagonist, the system will reduce the cooldown time for your next wish based on the intensity of those emotions. Before Chen Zhuo could voice any thoughts, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him and succumbed to unconsciousness. With all his strength, he endeavored to maintain a final shred of awareness, leaning towards Jiang Qiuli. Jiang Qiuli stood waiting for Chen Zhuo to speak when she suddenly noticed a dark figure collapsing towards her. Instinctively, she reached out and caught the shadowy form. Oh dear! So heavy! Once a person loses consciousness, they no longer possess any strength. Their weight is as it is. Therefore, lifting a fainted individual is significantly more challenging than handling a conscious one. Jiang Qiuli, with her frail body due to prolonged malnutrition, could not withstand the weight of the unconscious Chen Zhuo. She failed to support him and fell to the ground. Chen Zhuo landed atop her. It was only when Jiang Qiuli sat on the floor that she realized it was Chen Zhuo who had fallen upon her. She felt a surge of anger. You rogue! But there was no response this time. Chen Zhuo lay on her lap, eyes closed, utterly motionless. What's wrong with you? Realizing something was amiss, Jiang Qiuli's speech quickened. Chen Zhuo still did not respond. Hey, wake up, don't scare me. Jiang Qiuli was now thoroughly panicked. How could her day be so unfortunate? She shook Chen Zhuo's arm repeatedly, but to no avail. Help, help! She cried out desperately. The store staff, hearing the commotion, rushed inside. What's going on? How did you make the boss faint? Upon entering and witnessing the scene in the monitoring room, the staff immediately deemed Jiang Qiuli a suspect. After all, Chen Zhuo, the boss, was merely a junior in college, in the prime of his life. It was inconceivable that he could faint so suddenly. No, it wasn't me. He fainted on his own. He fainted on his own. Jiang Qiuli repeated, tears welling in her eyes. Her mother was still in the hospital waiting for her care. If this man added to her troubles, she would be finished. Now is not the time to assign blame. Quick, call an ambulance. Another employee instructed Jiang Qiuli. Do you know first aid? First aid knowledge? Jiang Qiuli had indeed learned it before and even obtained a certification, but years had passed, and she had long forgotten. In a panic, she desperately recalled what she could. Artificial respiration, right, artificial respiration. Remembering something, she inhaled deeply and pressed her mouth against Chen Zhuo's. Meanwhile, not far from a police station, the protagonist of the book Top Tier Second Generation in the city, Yi Fei, was en route with 2 police officers. He too had been reborn. Learning from the lessons of his past life, he resolved not to act recklessly this time, opting instead for wisdom. He aimed to have the police apprehend the villain threatening the female lead. "Are you sure all of this is real?" the two police officers queried, following closely behind Yi Fei. "Rest assured, it is absolutely real. I am a university student at Zhongjiang University. Would I report a false alarm?" Yi Fei responded, quickening his pace. "Hurry, if we arrive late, that lecherous supermarket owner named Chen Zhuo will have his way." The mere thought of Chen Zhuo and Zhang Qiuli being together filled him with unease, prompting him to pick up speed until he was nearly running. Seeing Yi Fei in such a hurry, the police officers dared not lag behind, urging him to be cautious. "Watch out. This is the back street of the school. There are many alleys and complicated traffic, don't get hit." "It's fine. I know this place well," Yi Fei began to reply when suddenly a wave of dizziness struck him. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he completely lost consciousness, collapsing without warning. At that moment, he stood at a fork in the road, and a small pickup truck laden with goods was preparing to pass. The driver, despite trying to brake, was a moment too late. Although the truck had slowed down, it still struck Yi Fei, the impact sending him flying over 3 meters. "Quick, call for an ambulance." The two police officers exchanged glances, shocked that their worst fears had come to pass. "You stay here and wait for the traffic police to arrive, I'll head to Qingning supermarket." Briefly instructing one another, the two split up. A branch of Zhongjiang City First Hospital was conveniently located next to Zhongjiang University, so the ambulance soon arrived at the entrance of Qingning supermarket. Medical personnel hurriedly exited the ambulance, stretcher in hand. "There's another task, someone's had an accident on the back street," shouted the ambulance driver. "Ignore that, let us complete our assigned task first. There will be others to handle it over there." When the medical staff arrived at the scene of Qingning supermarket, Zhang Qiuli was still performing artificial respiration on Chen Zhuo, her lips nearly swollen from the effort. Step aside, step aside." 3 medical personnel squeezed in, first using their instruments to conduct a basic examination on Chen Zhuo. Why are there no issues with any of the data? Is the instrument malfunctioning? The 3 medical staff exchanged bewildered glances before turning to Zhang Qiuli. "Did he exhibit any symptoms just now?" Zhang Qiuli shook her head. No, he just fainted." "Why are you giving him artificial respiration?" Isn't artificial respiration part of first aid?" Zhang Qiuli replied softly, lowering her head. As far as she remembered, it was something like that. "Well, performing artificial respiration isn't harmful, did you do CPR?" Zhang Qiuli shook her head vigorously. "No. That's good, let us not dwell on it. We'll take him to the hospital for more thorough examinations," the lead doctor concluded, then turned to the others. "Who among you will accompany us to sign documents and settle the payment?" Hearing that they needed to sign and pay, the 2 employees looked at Zhang Qiuli, pointing at her in unison. "She was with our boss, he fainted because of her." Chapter 5, An Unexpected Development. Zhang Qiuli wished to deny it, yet the statement held a semblance of truth. Chen Zhuo had indeed collapsed while alone with her. "Very well, you shall accompany us to the hospital," she was informed. And thus, in a haze of confusion, Zhang Qiuli found herself aboard an ambulance, en route to the First People's Hospital of Zhongjiang City. 45 minutes later, the results of Chen Zhuo's comprehensive medical examinations emerged. The emergency physician, observing the entirely normal indicators, was left bewildered. "This cannot be right?" Zhang Qiuli rushed forward upon seeing the doctor exit. "Doctor, how is he? Is he all right?" The doctor shook his head. "The test results are fine. Yet the patient remains in a state of unconsciousness. We suspect a potential issue with his brain. Please settle the examination fees so we can proceed with further neurological assessments." Zhang Qiuli stood momentarily stunned, at a loss for words, and weakly replied, "Doctor, I have no money." "You have no money? Then think of a solution. We have already covered the initial examinations, but a complete neurological evaluation will cost approximately 3,000 yuan. We cannot advance any further funds. Here is the payment slip. You must find a way to pay." With that, the doctor returned to the emergency room. Zhang Qiuli remained frozen in place, her mind racing. She could not even afford to compensate for the 48 yuan porcelain bottle she had broken. How could she possibly manage several thousand yuan for medical expenses? What to do? A profound sense of helplessness washed over her.
Perhaps she could apply for a loan?
As someone from a financially disadvantaged background, she was eligible for loans, even low-interest ones. She had borrowed a small amount before for her mother's medical expenses. However, low interest did not equate to no interest, both principal and interest needed to be repaid. Even at a reduced rate, it represented a substantial sum for her at present. Thus, she preferred to avoid loans if at all possible. Yet, in this dire situation, it appeared to be her only option. Having made up her mind, she approached a young doctor who had just exited the emergency room, handing him the payment slip.
Could you please proceed with the examinations first and allow me to defer the payment? I will secure a loan immediately and repay you.
Zhang Qiuli spoke rapidly, her previously delicate demeanor vanishing in an instant. The young doctor furrowed his brow, instinctively preparing to refuse. Such requests were all too common in hospitals. It was not that the hospital could not front the few thousand yuan, rather, there were countless instances where family members initially expressed good intentions, only to later abandon the patient, making it impossible to track them down.
The outstanding medical fees would then burden the entire department.
Before the young doctor could voice his refusal, Zhang Qiuli produced her student ID and identification card.
This is my student ID and ID card. I am a student at Zhongjiang University. Please believe me.
Afterward, she retrieved a stamped A4 paper from her inner pocket.
This is my proof of financial hardship. You can verify it.
This time, the young doctor hesitated, taking the various documents from Zhang Qiuli.
All right, I will request approval from the director, but I cannot guarantee anything. Thank you, thank you.
The young doctor returned to the emergency room with Zhang Qiuli's materials and presented them to the director, explaining the situation.
Just then, an hour had elapsed.
Chen Zhuo, lying on the hospital bed, opened his eyes.
Director, that female student is truly pitiable.
And I have verified that this patient's condition is not her fault. She performed CPR on site, but due to improper technique, her mouth is now swollen.
Indeed.
And with her proof of poverty, being a student at Zhongjiang University, let us grant her this concession.
Do not disclose this to anyone,
but inform her quietly to expedite her loan application. The director adjusted his glasses and spoke softly, we have a critically injured patient from a car accident arriving shortly. Prepare for resuscitation. Though their voices were low, Chen Zhuo, lying in the adjacent bed, overheard everything.
What? Zhang Qiuli performed CPR on me, leaving her mouth swollen? And she is seeking a loan for my treatment?
This frail girl, who cannot even afford to replace a 48 yuan porcelain cup, is willing to take out a loan for my care.
How intriguing.
Chen Zhuo had not anticipated that a mere wish of his would yield such an outcome. In his previous life, Zhang Qiuli had been driven solely by gratitude, sacrificing herself to repay a debt of gratitude. This time, however, it seemed the true Zhang Qiuli lay beneath that outer shell. He had resolved to claim this heroine for himself.
In an instant, he sat upright in his hospital bed.
Wait! The sudden exclamation startled both the director and the young doctor, who turned to see him with wide eyes.
No, how is he awake? The young doctor rushed forward to inquire, are you experiencing any discomfort? Discomfort? No, I feel perfectly well.
I merely took a nap, Chen Zhuo feigned ignorance.
A nap?
The director stood as well, he had never encountered a case quite like Chen Zhuo's. Even in deep sleep, one would typically awaken upon arrival by ambulance and subsequent examinations.
Is he pretending?
The heart rate monitor shows no abnormal fluctuations, and less trained, one would not exhibit such stable readings while asleep.
What on earth is happening? Are you truly experiencing no discomfort? The director pressed.
Chen Zhuo shook his head.
No, I can leave now, right? He hopped down from the bed, bouncing twice.
You, the director, having practiced medicine for years, had seen many peculiar cases, but Chen Zhuo's was unlike any he had encountered before.
You likely require further examination.
We have yet to ascertain the cause of your unconsciousness. It would be best to determine the issue.
Never mind, I feel fine at the moment. Besides, you conducted preliminary tests, and the results were fine, correct? Correct. Then that settles it. I'm leaving.
Chen Zhuo waved dismissively, striding toward the exit while humming a tune. At that moment, urgent sounds of wheels rolling and floor scraping echoed from the corridor.
A car accident patient is arriving.
Several doctors and nurses rushed into the emergency room,
pushing a stretcher. The individual on the stretcher was none other than Yi Fei.
His arm was secured in a brace, his clothing covered in dust. A gash marred his face, and a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth. As the stretcher brushed past him, Chen Zhuo cast a curious glance.
This face seemed familiar. Is that not Yi Fei?
But wait, I only wished for an hour of unconsciousness, even if he had sustained a critical hit. He should have merely slept for 5 hours.
How did he end up like this? Chapter 6. Are you suggesting that he is a good person? Hurry. We performed basic first aid over there, and he is no longer in life-threatening danger. Understood, quickly transfer him to the hospital bed.
The doctors in the emergency room busied themselves.
Alas, Chen Zhuo.
If you are not going to provide further treatment, take these items outside, and also make sure to settle the outstanding fees promptly. He received various identification documents of Jiang Qiuli from the young doctor's hands.
With a sense of bewilderment, Chen Zhuo exited the emergency room. Could it be that this system offers other benefits besides the critical hit rewards for the fortunate? After leaving the emergency room,
Chen Zhuo glanced at the documents in his hand.
Surprisingly, Jiang Qiuli's unedited ID photo appeared slightly more appealing than in reality.
It was not merely attractive. It radiated a youthful vitality. This photograph must have been taken before her mother was diagnosed with cancer.
December 23rd, next month will mark Jiang Qiuli's birthday.
As Chen Zhuo walked, he pondered deeply. At that moment, Jiang Qiuli stood beside a uniformed police officer who was taking notes while conducting an inquiry. She was unaware that Chen Zhuo had already emerged. Are you implying that Chen Zhuo did not threaten you and is, in fact, willing to assist you with your work-related issues, that he is a good person?
Yes.
He is unconscious inside, so you need not withhold anything from me, speak honestly.
It's exactly as you say.
The officer glanced at Jiang Qiuli, noting her fragile demeanor, which did not suggest deceit.
Does this mean that the individual named Yi Fei falsely reported the incident?
At that moment, both parties were in trouble, making it futile to assign blame.
The officer sighed and continued his questioning. So, can you explain how he fainted? Jiang Qiuli shook her head. I do not know. I was speaking with him,
and suddenly he just collapsed.
Are you covering the medical expenses? The officer inquired, putting away his pen with curiosity. Yes. Do you have the funds?
I will go take out a loan shortly.
Jiang Qiuli's response surprised the officer, who was accustomed to dealing with various trivial matters.
However, he intended to say something but was interrupted by a male voice from behind.
I heard you are taking out a loan for my treatment?
Jiang Qiuli felt the voice was somewhat familiar and looked up to see Chen Zhuo's handsome face approaching.
You are awake? Jiang Qiuli exclaimed in surprise and delight. Chen Zhuo nodded, speaking in a calm tone.
Your willingness to take out a loan for my medical treatment is truly touching. You need not cover the examination costs. After a brief pause, he shifted his tone, adding, however, while I am now standing, the doctors have not identified any issues. If complications arise later, you shall bear the responsibility.
Ha! Jiang Qiuli was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. The officer standing nearby interjected, Hello, you must be Chen Zhuo. According to our investigation,
we cannot yet ascertain that this young lady caused your fainting.
Yet you cannot prove otherwise.
Chen Zhuo quickly retorted, clearly recalling that there was no surveillance in the monitoring room. Therefore, the truth was beyond the reach of these officers. The officer was momentarily at a loss for words.
Realizing Chen Zhuo had a valid point,
Chen Zhuo continued, Rest assured, I do not intend to extort anyone. If I had that intention, I would have demanded the examination fees from her already. He offered a diplomatic approach, allowing the officers an exit from the situation.
The officer thought for a moment,
and his reasoning seemed sound. Jiang Qiuli had stated that Chen Zhuo intended to help her find a job, indicating he was a good person.
Moreover,
a third-year university student who started a supermarket business was unlikely to be a bad individual. Suddenly, the officer considered a possibility. Chen Zhuo and Jiang Qiuli seemed to have developed mutual feelings. He realized he was merely a third wheel in this situation. The reasoning skills he had learned in school led him to this conclusion. Fine, since neither of you has any objections, I will not intervene further, should any issues arise.
You may come to see me again.
Acknowledging his role, the officer bid farewell and departed. Chen Zhuo handed the identification documents back to Jiang Qiuli, expressing, "You truly are a foolish girl, capable of the most absurd actions. Only you would think of taking out a loan for my medical treatment." Jiang Qiuli looked into Chen Zhuo's eyes and softly replied, I cannot delay your treatment. Chen Zhuo felt somewhat awkward. The more he contemplated her words,
the more they seemed off.
Well, I feel no discomfort at present. It was likely just a brief lapse in consciousness.
By the way, do you know who was just brought in? Chapter 7. What a coincidence.
Chen Zhuo shifted the focus of the conversation to Yifei. Jiang Qiuli was a student in Class 3 of Public Administration, and Yifei was the class leader of the same class. They would have many opportunities to interact in the future. Therefore, he devised a plan to tarnish Yifei's image in Jiang Qiuli's eyes.
Who? Jiang Qiuli was taken aback. If I am not mistaken, it should be Yifei from the second year. Do you know him?
Chen Zhuo pretended to be clueless.
Who are you talking about? Upon hearing Yifei's name, Jiang Qiuli's eyes widened. Oh, the Yifei from the second year, right?
I think he is the class leader of some class.
I have a vague impression of him.
Chen Zhuo continued his act of feigned ignorance.
He is our class leader.
What is wrong? It seems he has fallen from a height or been hit by a car. There are evident external injuries, Chen Zhuo replied seriously, then continued.
Since he is your class leader, shall we inquire about his condition?
All right. This time, Jiang Qiuli did not refuse. Yifei, known for his fortuitous charm, was notoriously a sycophant, always seeking to please the girls in class. Thus, he maintained a relatively favorable image among all the female students. Chen Zhuo led Jiang Qiuli to the entrance of the emergency room and inquired with the medical staff at the door.
How is the condition of the patient who just went in? Whom? You just came out. What is your relation to him?
We are his classmates. Then please wait outside for a moment.
We need to conduct further examinations.
His other injuries are not too severe. We just haven't figured out why he remains unconscious.
There may be a cranial injury.
All right. Chen Zhuo sighed, what a pity. It's unfortunate that his injuries are not too serious.
Sigh.
Let us go sit over there and wait. He pointed to a row of chairs against the wall.
Jiang Qiuli obediently nodded.
The two sat on the hospital chairs.
And time swiftly passed.
Sitting next to Chen Zhuo, Jiang Qiuli eventually grew weary. The day's ups and downs had drained her emotionally, and she had been holding on. Now, sitting there, fatigue washed over her, and her eyelids began to droop. Finally unable to resist, her head leaned against the wall, and she fell asleep. However, the smooth wall was not a reliable support, and within minutes, her head had tilted onto Chen Zhuo's shoulder. He turned to observe her face. Her breathing was steady, and her bangs fluttered gently with each breath. She appeared enchanting. Sleep well, for when the time comes, the antagonist shall collect interest, Chen Zhuo mused silently, allowing her to rest on his shoulder undisturbed. 40 minutes later, a young doctor called out to Chen Zhuo as he emerged.
Jiang Qiuli was too exhausted to awaken even with someone approaching. Are you a classmate of Yifei?
Yes. His external injuries from the accident are manageable. He has a dislocated arm and a few ribs that are mildly fractured.
After simple realignment and stabilization, he should recover with rest.
The young doctor continued, however.
There is one issue, he has not regained consciousness, much like you, though you did not undergo a cranial examination.
He did, and we found no issues. Chen Zhuo felt a sense of regret.
So there truly is no problem?
After speaking with Chen Zhuo, the young doctor took a list to find Yifei's family. Upon discovering it was a traffic accident case, he noted that the family had yet to arrive, only the perpetrator and the insurance company were present. The young doctor instructed the nurse to summon the relevant parties for signatures. When the police arrived with the perpetrator and the insurance representatives, Chen Zhuo was taken aback. The perpetrator turned out to be an employee from his supermarket. This female employee, 48 years old, was muscular and had previously worked in construction before delivering supplies to the cafeteria. Chen Zhuo's supermarket employed her to ensure fresh fruits were delivered daily, allowing her to work 2 jobs simultaneously. Chen Zhuo had not anticipated that the one who struck Yifei would be one of his own employees. "Boss, what are you doing here?" the female employee exclaimed upon seeing Yifei seated in the chair. "You hit my classmate," Chen Zhuo explained casually. The female employee quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't expect him to suddenly faint in the middle of the road, and I couldn't stop the car in time." Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right, you did well." Chapter 8, Yifei Awakens, The Sky Has Fallen. Ah. The female employee stood in stunned silence. She was aware that the post-2000 generation was quite distinct, yet her boss from that generation was remarkably exceptional. She had hit someone with her car. And her boss said she handled it splendidly? Chen Zhuo realized he had inadvertently spoken his mind and quickly explained. "What I meant to convey is that you managed the situation admirably. The car is insured, so you should follow the usual procedure. I will coordinate regarding the supermarket's goods." "All right, thank you, boss." After the female employee departed, Jiang Qiuli also regained consciousness. Rubbing her eyes to clear her mind, she suddenly became aware that she was leaning against Chen Zhuo's shoulder. Hastily, she moved her head away and softly muttered, "I'm sorry, I was just so tired." Chen Zhuo patted his shoulder. "You know, it actually hurt a bit from leaning on me for an hour." "Ah, it's quite sore. Could you help me with a massage later?" Okay, Jiang Qiuli nodded meekly, feeling a bit guilty. "By the way, you mentioned your mother has cancer. Is she hospitalized in this facility?" Chen Zhuo asked, feigning ignorance. "Yes," she replied. "Are you planning to bring her some food?" Jiang Qiuli glanced at the time and shook her head. "Not yet, it's not time. Even if it's not time, you could go rest there. If you'd like, I can take you." Jiang Qiuli shook her head again. "No, she thinks I'm in class right now. If I go, she will ask a lot of questions and worry. You are indeed quite thoughtful. Let us wait here for a while longer." Another hour passed. The insurance company, the female employee, and the hospital reached an agreement. All necessary documents were signed, and Yifei was to be transferred to a general ward to await awakening. During this time, please refrain from delivering goods from the supermarket. Stay here to look after my classmate, I will ensure you receive your salary. Chen Zhuo instructed the female employee on their way to the orthopedic ward. "But the car's insurance." Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. "Insurance can handle the financial matters, but we must sincerely care for the victim." "Understood." Jiang Qiuli followed Chen Zhuo, her admiration for him growing. This senior truly was a good person. Upon arriving at the ward, they found that due to the new facility, there were not many patients, and ample space was available. The nurses promptly arranged a vacant 3-person room for Yifei, placing him alone. The nurses efficiently settled Yifei into the bed and connected him to the necessary equipment. "If you need anything, just call us," they instructed. According to medical advice, Yifei did not require any special treatment. After providing their instructions, the nurses departed. The insurance representatives organized the documents and left as well. The police concluded their investigation and exited. Only the female employee, Chen Zhuo, Jiang Qiuli, and Yifei remained. The police had notified the school, and Yifei's family would soon arrive. During this interim, please take good care of him, Chen Zhuo instructed the middle-aged female employee. Understood. After speaking, Chen Zhuo prepared to leave with Jiang Qiuli. However, just before turning around, he noticed the 2 empty beds beside them. He paused, glancing at the time. It had been over 3 hours since he made his wish. Yifei had suffered a 5-fold impact, which meant he would awaken in just over an hour. Wouldn't it be a pity to waste such an opportunity? How long until you need to bring food to your mother? Jiang Qiuli checked the time. 2 hours. Perfect. There are 2 empty beds nearby, I'll rest here for a bit.
Would you like to lie down? Zhang Qiuli instinctively wanted to decline, but she was indeed exhausted. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Then let us rest for a while.
Chen Zhuo lay down on the middle bed, while Zhang Qiuli took the outer bed.
They began to rest.
Over an hour later, Chen Zhuo opened his eyes, feeling invigorated from the nap. He turned to the left. Yi Fei had not yet awakened. Then he looked to the right and saw that Zhang Qiuli was no longer on the outer bed.
Instead,
she had found a chair and was sitting beside Yi Fei's bed, her large eyes gazing blankly at Chen Zhuo.
Did you sleep well?
Yes. Chen Zhuo rubbed his eyes and attempted to sit up. However, halfway through, he grasped his right shoulder with his left hand and lay back down. His face contorted in pain.
Oh dear, my shoulder really is sore from your leaning on it.
Seeing Chen Zhuo's expression of discomfort, Zhang Qiuli promptly stood up and extended her hands to massage his shoulders.
I apologize, I truly didn't mean to, she said.
Feeling the pressure of Zhang Qiuli's hands on his shoulder, Chen Zhuo replied contentedly, yes, that is it, just like that.
Much better.
At that moment, 5 hours had passed. Yi Fei opened his eyes, instinctively trying to rise, but the pain from his fractured bones prevented him from standing.
What is happening? Wasn't I about to confront that villain Chen Zhuo with 2 police officers? Where am I now?
Yi Fei struggled to recall the events, finally remembering his sudden collapse and the truck rushing towards him.
Did I just get into an accident?
Just then, he heard a faint, familiar female voice.
Is that Zhang Qiuli?
With all his might, he turned his head to the side. There lay Chen Zhuo on the adjacent bed, while Zhang Qiuli stood beside him, dutifully massaging his shoulders. In that moment, Yi Fei felt as though the sky had fallen.
What are you two doing?
Yi Fei's emotional turmoil caused his heart rate to spike, triggering alarms on the monitoring equipment.
The female employee seated beside him quickly sprang up to summon a doctor. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo sat up, observing Yi Fei's agonized expression. Ah, Yi Fei, you're awake,
he said to Zhang Qiuli.
All right, he is awake now. It seems he is fine. You should go bring food to your mother. My shoulder feels much better after your massage. Okay, Zhang Qiuli nodded obediently.
Then she turned to Yi Fei, saying, Class monitor, please take care of yourself.
We've consulted the doctor, and it's nothing serious, you just need to rest. Yi Fei wished to speak,
but the numerous fractured ribs made it impossible.
Each attempt to talk sent sharp pains through his chest, rendering him voiceless. Yi Fei. Zhang Qiuli and I will take our leave now. We'll visit you again. Ding.
The system detects that the fated child Yi Fei is seething with anger.
Your next wish time will be reduced by 6 hours. Chen Zhuo rose from the bed, bidding Yi Fei farewell. He then took Zhang Qiuli's hand and started towards the exit. Hey!
Zhang Qiuli instinctively tried to pull away, but Chen Zhuo held on too tightly for her to escape. Once outside the ward, Chen Zhuo finally released her hand.
Let us go visit your mother. Ah! Zhang Qiuli's mouth fell open in surprise. Are you really coming?
Chen Zhuo shot her an exasperated glance.
Of course. Since I'm here, I must pay her a visit. After all, you are my employee. No. That is not right.
Zhang Qiuli shook her head vigorously.
Why not? Because I can't introduce you to my mother. Alas, what is this situation?
You may simply state that I am the class monitor, representing our class to visit the lady.
Is that permissible? Of course, it is. Let us proceed. Yet, I still feel unprepared.
Chen Zhuo turned to face the resolute Zhang Qiuli, shaking his head.
This female protagonist is indeed quite challenging. Since a gentle approach has proven ineffective, it seems a more forceful tactic is necessary.
He stepped before Zhang Qiuli and, with a cold smirk, proclaimed, Should you refuse? I shall shatter your porcelain vase and inform the lady about your debts. Zhang Qiuli found herself in a state of panic. Her mother was aware of their precarious financial situation, yet she remained oblivious to the extent of their troubles. Zhang Qiuli had been deceiving her mother, assuring her that they still possessed funds and urging her not to worry. The mere thought of Chen Zhuo revealing this matter sent chills down her spine.
What repercussions might ensue?
She dared not contemplate.
Chapter 9, The Sincere Protagonist Must Be Acquired. Zhang Qiuli was indeed as delicate as water. Tears welled up in her eyes, shimmering at the corners.
Her tearful, pitiful visage tugged at one's heartstrings. Chen Zhuo hastily extended his hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of Zhang Qiuli's eyes.
All right, why do you cry the moment I say something?
I'm not a bad person, I'm merely going to see your mother.
Rest assured, I won't say anything inappropriate.
I promise, it's just a visit, and I won't utter a word that shouldn't be said. Zhang Qiuli gazed at Chen Zhuo's earnest expression and shook her head.
What? Am I not allowed to go even after I've promised?
The reason Chen Zhuo insisted on visiting Zhang Qiuli's mother was that if he missed today,
her mother would pass away.
At that moment, Zhang Qiuli would be left with an irreparable scar in her heart, potentially altering her temperament forever.
Once more,
Zhang Qiuli shook her head, softly saying, "No, it's just that.
I'm sorry. I'm too sensitive. Thank you for visiting my mother.
But she might be in a bad state and could frighten you." Chen Zhuo took hold of Zhang Qiuli's gentle hand.
It's all right. Let us head to the cafeteria.
Huh?
Why are we going to the cafeteria?
Zhang Qiuli did not withdraw her hand, merely asking in confusion. Chen Zhuo turned to glance at her.
Well, you need to bring food to your mother. If we don't go to the cafeteria, what will you eat? Zhang Qiuli's face flushed crimson once more.
She had her own method of preparing food. In her mother's hospital room, she had hidden an electric cooker, along with rice, eggs, and vegetables. Although the hospital explicitly prohibited personal use, the staff understood Zhang Qiuli's circumstances and turned a blind eye. As for going to the cafeteria, I don't have any money. Don't worry, I'll treat you. Besides, since I'm visiting your mother, it's only right to buy some food.
Zhang Qiuli shook her head. No, I can't accept it. Consider it a debt I owe you.
Chen Zhuo looked at the seemingly fragile yet incredibly stubborn protagonist and sighed inwardly. There's a saying, not taking advantage of a good deal makes one a fool. Especially in this day and age, where one is often expected to treat their date to a meal.
Even a low-end restaurant might be looked down upon. Girls like Zhang Qiuli were becoming increasingly rare. Fine, consider it a debt.
I'll keep track of it, and when I get my salary,
I'll deduct it from what I owe you. Zhang Qiuli nodded in agreement. The hospital cafeteria was located at the intersection of the inpatient and outpatient departments.
Similar to a university cafeteria, it was divided into various stalls to prevent monopolization, ensuring both price and quality. The prices were fair, not overly cheap or expensive.
Within a hospital, it was considered quite reasonable.
Chen Zhuo led Zhang Qiuli to a stall selling small dishes. "Auntie, I'd like a portion of oil-braised prawns. A serving of braised pork, and one." Just then, Chen Zhuo felt someone tugging at his clothing. Turning around, he saw it was Zhang Qiuli.
"What's wrong?"
Zhang Qiuli glanced at Chen Zhuo shyly and said softly, "My mother can't eat these things." Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes at her.
"Of course I know. I ordered these for myself because I'm hungry. By the way, what do you want to eat?"
Zhang Qiuli lowered her head, wishing to find a hole to hide in.
I'm not eating. I'm not hungry. Your stomach is already growling, and you still claim you're not hungry? I really am not hungry. I ate last night. And it's not mealtime yet. Zhang Qiuli lifted her head, speaking with determination. Chen Zhuo sighed. Fine, you order, and I won't make you pay. Consider it my treat.
Zhang Qiuli still shook her head.
No, I insist on treating you. You treating me? Do you have any money? Just put it on the tab. Observing Zhang Qiuli's nervousness, with her lips trembling, Chen Zhuo couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I'll keep track of it.
He turned to the aunt at the stall and continued, also, 1 braised pig's trotter, 1 tomato with eggs, and a stir-fried vegetable. Chen Zhuo paused for a moment and added, and 2 bowls of rice. The lady at the stall swiftly packed the meals.
That'll be 58 yuan.
Please pay here. Chen Zhuo scanned the payment and received the neatly packaged dishes. Zhang Qiuli stood behind him, nervously rubbing her small hands, remaining motionless.
Come on, why aren't you moving? Chen Zhuo asked in confusion. This is a lot. Can you finish it all?
Jiang Qiuli stood there, dazed.
Chen Zhuo was taken aback. What? Do you feel sorry for me? Jiang Qiuli nodded rapidly.
Chen Zhuo nearly burst into laughter. This protagonist was indeed sincere. Although she seemed aloof at first, once familiar.
She could speak her mind.
Well, I don't care. You said you treat me, and I eat a lot. Chen Zhuo shrugged and sat down at the nearest table, picking up his chopsticks to dig in. Jiang Qiuli took a seat across from him. The small bowls of food were neatly arranged before Chen Zhuo, who eagerly devoured his meal.
He was genuinely hungry. This tastes quite good. After a few bites,
Chen Zhuo looked up to find a pair of sparkling eyes fixed on him. Jiang Qiuli's throat moved as she repeatedly swallowed. Feigning a look of disdain, Chen Zhuo remarked,
You staring at me like that makes it hard for me to eat. Jiang Qiuli's head instantly drooped.
She muttered softly, I won't look anymore. Chen Zhuo placed another bowl of rice in front of Jiang Qiuli. All right, if you just sit there across from me, I feel pressured and can't eat.
You must eat too.
Jiang Qiuli raised her head, wanting to refuse, but upon meeting Chen Zhuo's gaze, she lowered it again.
If you don't eat.
When we see your mother later, I might. This time, Jiang Qiuli acted swiftly. Before Chen Zhuo could finish, she picked up her chopsticks.
With a quivering voice, she declared,
I'll eat. Just don't tell my mom about this.
I'll listen to you.
Chen Zhuo nodded in satisfaction, picking up his own chopsticks. And said, I hadn't finished my sentence. I was going to say, if you don't eat, I'll tell your mother that you're starving.
Jiang Qiuli,
keeping her head down, cast a small upward glance at Chen Zhuo.
Her eyes seemed to convey, do you think I would believe you?
Seeing that Chen Zhuo hadn't noticed her subtle gesture, she quickly returned to her normal demeanor and began to eat heartily.
This meal was incredibly satisfying for Jiang Qiuli.
It had been a long time since she had enjoyed such delicious dishes. Chen Zhuo had intended for Jiang Qiuli to share the meal and had ordered enough for two. Yet with her ravenous appetite, he found himself still hungry. It seemed Jiang Qiuli had been starved not only physically but also psychologically.
Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Qiuli glanced at Chen Zhuo, wishing to disappear into a crack. She truly couldn't contain herself just now. Chen Zhuo surely didn't think she was a glutton. Did he?
I'm sorry, Jiang Qiuli blurted out, her face full of shame, but was interrupted by Chen Zhuo.
I knew this place would be delicious as soon as I walked in. What do you think? Not bad, right? Jiang Qiuli was momentarily stunned.
She hadn't expected Chen Zhuo to say that. At a loss for words, she meekly replied, yes, it's quite good.
Chen Zhuo nodded. It's really tasty.
Thank you for treating me to such delightful food. I will remember this favor and treat you next time. Now, let us go, your mother is still waiting for you.
Huh? Jiang Qiuli was taken aback once more.
She couldn't shake the feeling that this man was trying to play some trick on her.
Yet she couldn't pinpoint what felt off. What is happening? Wait, Aunt hasn't seen you yet, it's time to hurry. Oh.
Jiang Qiuli thought of her mother and swiftly began to tidy the cleanliness of the table. She neatly arranged the plates and bowls. Then quickly used a paper towel to wipe away the shrimp shells and other greasy debris from the surface. Her movements were both adept and meticulous,
prompting Chen Zhuo to nod in approval. This protagonist must be secured. Chapter 10, A Slight Touch, and It's Unbearable? The oncology department is on the 12th floor. The elevator ascends slowly, confined to a cramped space occupied solely by Jiang Qiuli and Chen Zhuo. How much is this bowl of noodles? Jiang Qiuli inquired timidly.
After finishing their meal at the cafeteria, Chen Zhuo had sought out a stand specializing in noodles, ordering a simple bowl of egg white soup noodles.
It was free.
I told the vendor it was my birthday today, and she gifted it to me. You're lying, I saw you use the payment code. Jiang Qiuli shook her head,
expressing her disbelief. All right, it's 7 yuan.
Chen Zhuo extended his hand, playfully caressing Jiang Qiuli's delicate face.
How can the female protagonist be so innocently charming? According to her character, she should be aloof.
The moment Chen Zhuo's hand made contact with Jiang Qiuli's cheek, she instinctively stepped back 2 paces and murmured, okay.
Then I owe you 65. Also, could you refrain from touching me suddenly?
I'm not accustomed to it.
It's alright, after a while. You'll get used to it.
Jiang Qiuli almost blurted out the term rascal, but the memory of what transpired in the supermarket warehouse held her back.
Ding. Fortunately, at that moment, the elevator doors opened. Let us go, which room is Auntie in?
Chen Zhuo said while taking Jiang Qiuli's hand and leading her out of the elevator.
At the entrance, two nurses in white uniforms were waiting for the lift.
Hey!
Qiuli, you're quite late today.
Given her unique family circumstances and striking appearance, Jiang Qiuli visited her mother daily. Thus, the doctors and nurses in the oncology department recognized her.
I was held up a bit. The two nurses then turned their attention to Chen Zhuo. Oh. Is this your boyfriend? Quite handsome. It would lift Auntie's spirits to see him in her ward. The nurses thought nothing of it.
Especially since Chen Zhuo was still holding Jiang Qiuli's hand.
What else could it be but a romantic relationship?
Jiang Qiuli's face flushed instantly. She hurriedly pulled her hand away from Chen Zhuo's grasp. No, it's not like that, she was about to clarify when the nurses interrupted her.
All right. We were young once too. Make the most of it. We have to go now.
They exchanged knowing glances, conveying an understanding that only those in the know would grasp.
Jiang Qiuli wished to explain further, but the elevator doors began to close.
She turned to Chen Zhuo, her cheeks tinted with crimson, pleading.
Could you please help me explain to them later? Just tell them we're not in that kind of relationship.
Chen Zhuo observed her anxious demeanor, bemused.
He shrugged. What? Can't my looks qualify me as your boyfriend? No, that is not it. I mean, we're not actually in a romantic relationship.
Jiang Qiuli had rarely interacted with others in recent years. She spoke infrequently, let alone faced Chen Zhuo's teasing. Her face turned beet red.
Well,
if I'm to explain, I can't do it for free, there must be compensation.
How about this, give me a kiss, and I'll help you out.
Chen Zhuo held the bowl of noodles in one hand, pointing to his cheek with the other. Jiang Qiuli, embarrassed, stomped her foot and ran away.
Chen Zhuo shook his head, following after her. This female lead, how is it that I barely make a move, and she's already overwhelmed? Jiang Qiuli's mother's room was at the end of the corridor, a triple room.
This was a new facility, and most of the top oncologists were seldom present here,
resulting in fewer patients.
Though labeled a triple room, it housed only Jiang Qiuli's mother.
When we go in, please don't say anything out of turn. I beg you.
As they approached the door, Jiang Qiuli grasped Chen Zhuo's hand, pleading earnestly. Rest assured, I keep my word, I won't disclose that matter.
Great.
Also, just say you're the class monitor. Jiang Qiuli nervously rubbed her small hands together.
Of course. Chen Zhuo couldn't help but think of the real class monitor. Yi Fei, who was currently downstairs receiving treatment.
If that fellow knew Chen Zhuo was impersonating him to meet Jiang Qiuli's mother, he would surely be furious.
Alas. He won't find out. Chen Zhuo sighed inwardly. You mustn't deceive me.
Jiang Qiuli's eyes widened, fixating on Chen Zhuo's gaze.
I would never deceive you. If I did, I'd be a little puppy.
Observing her innocent eyes, Chen Zhuo spoke with a calm demeanor.
All right. Jiang Qiuli nodded vigorously. Half a minute later.
At the end of the corridor, the door to room 026 swung open.
Mom, I'm here. Jiang Qiuli entered with a joyous tone.
This was a lesson she had learned online. Cancer patients often succumb to their own fears, so maintaining a positive mindset was crucial.
To uplift her mother's spirits.
She entered the ward with a smile, regardless of her own feelings or the challenges faced.
Qiuli, come sit here and rest for a bit.
A woman in a purple woolen hat lay half reclined on the hospital bed, appearing frail.
Auntie Jiang, you must be hungry, I've brought you egg noodles. At that moment,
Chen Zhuo, who had followed her in, spoke in a steady, soothing tone. Since her father's passing, Jiang Qiuli had changed her surname to match her mother's. The woman on the bed slowly lifted her head.
Qiuli, who is this?
Before Jiang Qiuli could respond, Chen Zhuo introduced himself.
Auntie Jiang, I'm Chen Zhuo,
the monitor of Jiang Qiuli's class. Hearing this, Jiang Qiuli sighed with relief. Thankfully, Chen Zhuo hadn't deceived her.
As he spoke,
He placed the bowl of egg noodles on the nearby cabinet and continued, I'm also Jiang Qiuli's boyfriend. I came in a hurry for my first visit and didn't bring anything. I feel quite embarrassed.
Jiang Qiuli froze, rendered speechless. You claim to be Qiuli's boyfriend? Jiang Qiuli's mother was momentarily taken aback.
She had planned to spend her remaining time with her daughter, preparing to confront the reality of her condition that night.
Chen Zhuo's sudden presence disrupted her plans entirely. Yes, auntie.
Qiuli mentioned it was too exhausting for her to take care of you alone.
So she asked me to come along.
This is the egg noodle dish we prepared together. Please try it and let us know how it tastes.
For added nutrition. Qiuli even included eggs and vegetables.
As he spoke, Chen Zhuo set up the small dining table beside the bed and placed the bowl of noodles on it.
Thank you.
Jiang Qiuli's mother regained her composure, taking the chopsticks that Chen Zhuo offered, tears glistening in her eyes, though quickly concealed by her movements.
Jiang Qiuli, still standing in a daze, remained unaware of this detail.
Chen Zhuo, however, caught it with a subtle smile. He understood that his intention had been fulfilled. Jiang Qiuli's mother would undoubtedly find stability in the days to come, no longer contemplating despair.
After all, how could she leave knowing her daughter's future was still uncertain? Chapter 11, the protagonist fails to resolve the situation, yet seeks approval from her mother-in-law? Mom, please don't listen to his nonsense.
I am not. Jiang Qiuli's eyes brimmed with tears, her urgency to explain palpable. However, before she could complete her sentence, her mother interrupted.
What do you mean you are not?
The very fact that you brought him here indicates that your relationship is rather significant.
As a mother,
I have experienced much. Some matters should not be hastily judged.
We must gain a comprehensive understanding before forming conclusions.
Jiang Qiuli's mother sat up a little straighter, her words infused with renewed vigor. All right, you may step outside. I wish to have a private conversation with him. Jiang Qiuli glanced at her mother and then at Chen Zhuo, hesitating to move.
Be obedient, step outside.
I assure you, I will not harm you. Despite her mother's frail appearance, reduced to skin and bones, her tone remained gentle and graceful.
Fine. Reluctantly, Jiang Qiuli exited,
closing the door to the hospital room behind her.
Jiang Qiuli's mother turned her attention to Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo, is it?
Yes, auntie, he replied. I am rather fragile at the moment and cannot ascertain how much time I have left. The questions I am about to pose may seem rather mundane.
I hope you can understand.
Jiang Qiuli's mother endeavored to uplift her lips into a semblance of a smile.
From what I observe of Qiuli's reaction,
it appears you two have not progressed to that level yet. My daughter has been sheltered since childhood. The upheaval in our family has transformed her disposition. It is challenging for her to converse with strangers.
Could you enlighten me on how you managed to convince her to bring you here?
A flicker of curiosity sparked in Jiang Qiuli's mother's weary gaze. Chen Zhuo refrained from directly answering. Auntie, in truth, I am not the class monitor of Jiang Qiuli's class.
I am a senior, currently in my 3rd year.
He recounted the incident at the supermarket involving Jiang Qiuli's desire to purchase a thermos, accidentally breaking a porcelain vase, and her subsequent financial struggles to cover the medical expenses. Of course, he omitted certain details. Jiang Qiuli is an exceptional girl, yet I perceive a formidable barrier surrounding her. She seems intent on excluding all strangers from her world. If this continues, she may develop psychological issues. I aspire to help her emerge from this state and experience a more vibrant life. Chen Zhuo spoke earnestly, revealing his innermost thoughts. In his previous life, he had forcibly conquered Jiang Qiuli through sheer strength. Reflecting on it now, the obedient protagonist was merely another facade Jiang Qiuli had donned. In this life, his advantages had shifted, allowing him to genuinely discover the real Jiang Qiuli. Chen Zhuo found himself increasingly intrigued by her.
Jiang Qiuli's mother had originally prepared a multitude of inquiries.
She believed her time was limited and wished to assist her daughter in navigating this final hurdle, fulfilling a personal wish. However, Chen Zhuo's heartfelt words rendered her previous questions trivial. Sincerity proved to be the ultimate weapon. His authenticity acted as a universal answer, addressing all her concerns. She awarded him full marks on her metaphorical exam, 100%. This man before her seemed to understand her daughter even better than she did herself. Auntie, whether Jiang Qiuli and I end up together requires time to reveal, yet rest assured, I shall exert every effort to lift her from the shadows.
Chen Zhuo's tone was sincere and genuine. Jiang Qiuli's mother nodded in affirmation.
You do not appear to be merely a third-year student. In terms of social conduct,
you surpass many adults I know.
I find it difficult to see through you. She sighed, her gaze drifting into uncertainty. I cannot predict whether the future holds fortune or misfortune.
Auntie, it is not as complicated as it seems.
I simply believe that sincerity is the universal key to human interaction, which is why I can speak so freely.
Chen Zhuo's tone was resolute.
So much so that he convinced even himself.
What's sincerity?
Throughout history, sincerity has never retained, only cleverness wins hearts.
Jiang Qiuli's mother, having endured numerous life's tribulations,
was not easily swayed.
She nodded.
True feelings resonate with true feelings.
Since you have been so forthright, I shall not conceal anything from you. My time is limited.
Before I depart, I wish to see Qiuli find the one who truly loves her.
Jiang Qiuli's mother paused before continuing. From our brief interaction, you seem a decent child. So I will assist in fostering your connection.
However, you must understand that Qiuli is my daughter.
Should anything go awry, I will ensure she distances herself from you. Even from Zhong.
Observing the frail woman lying in bed, her complexion pale yet serious, Chen Zhuo sighed inwardly.
The heart of a parent is indeed pitiable. Alas! He was cast as the villain. Was he truly a villain in the realm of pure love? Moreover, had he not intervened, Jiang Qiuli's life would veer toward tragedy after tonight.
He merely yearned to rescue a few more protagonists and offer them warmth. What fault lay in that? Though his thoughts wandered, his expression remained earnest.
Auntie, rest assured, I will meet your expectations.
As he spoke, he glanced toward the door, where a pair of lively eyes peered through the glass, intently observing the unfolding scene. Chen Zhuo unfolded a pair of disposable chopsticks and handed them to Jiang Qiuli's mother.
Please eat, it will grow cold soon.
Jiang Qiuli's mother, noticing Chen Zhuo's gaze, caught sight of Jiang Qiuli hiding behind the door. She accepted the chopsticks and gestured toward the entrance. Chen Zhuo cleared his throat, causing Jiang Qiuli to quickly retract her head.
All right, come in.
I have finished my conversation with Auntie. As the door opened, Jiang Qiuli stepped inside, her demeanor awkward.
Qiuli, come here, I have something to discuss with you.
Jiang Qiuli's mother, while speaking, reclined slightly, her earlier exchange having drained her considerable energy. Now, her voice had diminished significantly.
Mom, don't speak just yet. Eat the noodles, there's an egg in here, it's delicious.
Jiang Qiuli hurried forward,
grasping the chopsticks and lifting the bowl to feed her mother. Not so fast, listen to me first. I am all right.
Jiang Qiuli's mother softly urged, Qiuli, my illness is grave, and I do not know how much longer I have. Therefore, I wish to see you find the one who truly loves you before I depart. Jiang Qiuli's eyes brimmed with tears as she set down the bowl and grasped her mother's hand.
Mom, what are you saying?
You will surely recover. Jiang Qiuli's mother extended her other hand to gently wipe the tears from her daughter's eyes.
Be good, listen to me.
I do not wish to leave.
But some matters cannot be wished away.
If you heed my words and resolve one of life's most significant issues, it will bring me joy.
And that will be beneficial for my treatment, will it not? Jiang Qiuli nodded obediently. Chapter 12, The Kitten at Chen Zhuo's Mercy in the Late Autumn of Zhongjiang.
The night air carried a slight chill. Beneath the dim glow of streetlights, a young man and woman strolled leisurely along the lakeside path. I suggested we take a taxi back to school. Why must we walk? Chen Zhuo rubbed his cheeks and quickened his pace.
I owe you 65 already.
If I borrow more, I won't be able to repay it, Jiang Qiuli replied innocently.
You treat me to dinner. And I'll cover the cab fare for both of us, isn't that agreeable?
Chen Zhuo often struggled to comprehend the obstinacy of this female protagonist.
No.
That is not necessary, Jiang Qiuli shook her head and continued, walking back is a perfect way to exercise.
I always do this.
She added, besides, the taxi fare is over 10 yuan, and I need to watch many advertisements just to earn that back. Chen Zhuo halted momentarily, incredulous as he glanced at Zhang Qiuli,
who walked beside him.
He never anticipated such a response.
Was it due to her mother's admonishment earlier, or perhaps because they were alone on this path? Did Zhang Qiuli feel emboldened to voice her true thoughts? How much can you possibly earn from watching ads?
Chen Zhuo initially intended to insist on taking a taxi. But sensing Zhang Qiuli's shift in demeanor, he altered his plans. The warm, yellow light illuminated the quiet path they traversed together. And it didn't seem so bad after all.
He inquired casually, not much, really.
At first, I could earn a few dimes from watching a few ads.
But now it's only a cent, and it's not sustainable.
Zhang Qiuli responded earnestly. But if you accumulated little by little, you could save quite a bit.
Chen Zhuo remarked.
That is true, but I can't withdraw until I reach 20 yuan, then I can cash out 10. Zhang Qiuli maintained her serious tone.
However,
I've downloaded many platforms, and cumulatively, I can earn about 1 yuan and 3 cents a day. A few days ago, I bought a dozen eggs. And the remaining money is for a thermos for my mother. She continued, her voice tinged with excitement, and I'm almost at 20, I can withdraw 10 soon. The glimmer in her eyes indicated her anticipation for that 10 yuan had been long awaited. Chen Zhuo felt a pang of sympathy. He reached out, clasping her small, swinging hand. Your hands are so cold. Here, put them in my pocket, it's warm there.
Ah!
Zhang Qiuli froze, startled, and quickly withdrew her hand.
No, it's fine. Thank you, I'm not cold. Not cold? Your hands are icy. Be obedient and put them in.
He teased, if you refuse, I'll have to tell your mother.
Remember, she wants us to get along.
As he spoke, he reclaimed her clenched right hand. And you promised beside the hospital bed. Zhang Qiuli bit her teeth together. But this time, she did not retract her hand. That's better, open your hand, interlace your fingers.
It's warmer this way. No, if I do.
I'll tell Auntie when I visit the hospital next time. Feeling her hand loosen in his pocket, Chen Zhuo triumphantly curled his fingers around hers.
The night was dark, obscuring any blush that might have crept onto Zhang Qiuli's face.
What he did see was her head bowed, as if she wished to hide within her clothing. After walking for over 10 minutes, the trembling in Chen Zhuo's pocket finally subsided.
All right, let us switch hands.
Zhang Qiuli resembled a kitten at Chen Zhuo's mercy, flustered yet unable to escape. After swapping hands, she glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching before she timidly asked.
You promised not to say anything to my mother, right?
I didn't mention anything about breaking things or not having money for compensation. I merely told her I'm your boyfriend. The nurse said so too, Auntie would surely be delighted to know you have such a handsome boyfriend.
I'm only concerned for Auntie's health, Chen Zhuo asserted unabashedly.
What he said was not entirely unfounded. Zhang Qiuli's mother had indeed appeared in better spirits.
Moreover,
he had inadvertently saved her life, though Zhang Qiuli remained unaware of this.
All right, fine.
Zhang Qiuli acquiesced with a slight nod.
After another 10 minutes, they arrived at the gates of Zhongjiang University.
It was now past 9 o'clock. In summer, the campus would be bustling with activity, but tonight, the cold wind deterred even the most resilient students. Most were nestled in their dormitories, playing games, with only a few brave souls emerging from the library or study rooms.
The campus felt tranquil.
Zhang Qiuli had withdrawn her hand at the school gate. This time, even if Chen Zhuo threatened her with her mother, she wouldn't comply.
Chen Zhuo recognized that further insistence would only lead her to tears, so he relented. If you want tea, let me warm your hands.
At least allow me to escort you to your dorm, he said as they walked. Zhang Qiuli tucked her hands into her jacket pockets,
fearful that he might snatch them again. She longed to retort, was that warming your hands?
You were just cracking walnuts. Chen Zhuo halted and observed Zhang Qiuli retreating slightly from him, saying lightly, at this distance, onlookers might think we are strangers.
Could you come a bit closer? Otherwise, I might just have to take your hand again.
Zhang Qiuli, frightened, moved a meter closer to him, nodding gently.
Chen Zhuo frowned. What does that mean? Do you consent to my holding your hand, or do you agree to let me take you to your dorm?
I'll go to the dorm, she murmured. her cheeks nearly buried in her clothing.
Let us proceed.
8 minutes later, Zhang Qiuli dashed into the dormitory building like a startled deer. Chen Zhuo observed the building number on the exterior wall and silently noted, Building 31, May 1. Turning around, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Having not checked it for a while, he found several notifications, most of which were irrelevant group messages. After a cursory glance, he deemed them unimportant. Reflecting on the day's events, he recalled Yi Fei, still in the hospital, and the attentive female staff member caring for him. My apologies for neglecting you while I engaged with the female protagonist. He located the staff member's WeChat ID and sent her a message, instructing her to take good care of Yi Fei, adhering strictly to the doctor's orders. He emphasized the need for Yi Fei to avoid unnecessary movement and suggested prolonging his hospital stay until he was fully recovered.
The insurance won't cover it. I'll make up the difference.
After dispatching the message, Chen Zhuo sighed.
How is it that I, the villain, managed to be so admirable?
Just as he was about to put his phone away, a message from the class group caught his attention. Dear classmates, due to the heavy workload of our advisor, and in an effort to set a good example for the younger students, we are currently recruiting class assistants from the first and second years for the third year.
A monthly stipend of 400 yuan will be provided.
If interested, please message me privately.
Chapter 13, The university is vast, yet a shirt cannot contain it. Chen Zhuo. Are you certain you want to become a class assistant? You are currently participating in the provincial entrepreneurship competition and have a supermarket at school to manage, aren't you? The female counselor, whose avatar features Cherry Maruko, expressed her curiosity after seeing Chen Zhuo's private message.
Indeed, teacher. The supermarket is now running smoothly and does not require my presence. Furthermore, I find little enjoyment in attending classes, rather than wandering aimlessly.
I would prefer to assist my juniors.
Very well, please come to my office tomorrow afternoon.
According to protocol, we need to conduct a simple assessment and registration.
Understood.
Time swiftly passed. The following afternoon, Chen Zhuo arrived punctually at the counselor's office door. The counselor, named Li Yeye, was renowned as a beautiful counselor in the School of Public Administration.
Although she held the title of counselor, she was merely 23 years old, having just graduated from her senior year. As an alumnus of Zhongjiang University, her qualifications were deemed insufficient for the position of a counselor.
However, she had been an exemplary student council officer, excelling in her duties. Following the recommendation of the school leadership,
she applied for the counselor position and successfully replaced the former junior year counselor who was on maternity leave.
Knock, knock, knock. Chen Zhuo rapped on the office door. Come in, came a sweet voice from within. Indeed, it was sweet.
During her freshman year, Li Yeye had been famous for her charming demeanor. Over the years and through the requirements of her role as a counselor, she had to adopt a serious and stern demeanor. Yet, the inherent sweetness in her nature was not something she could alter at will. This blend of characteristics resulted in her current manner of speaking,
which could be described as both regal and endearing.
As Chen Zhuo pushed the door open, he entered to find a woman seated behind the desk, adorned in a white shirt and black-rimmed glasses. Li Yeye had a quintessential oval face, her complexion fair and delicate, and her large eyes behind the glasses conveyed a subtle sense of distance, as if she were deliberately maintaining a boundary. Most notably, her white shirt strained against its buttons, epitomizing the idea that the university was vast, yet a shirt could not contain it.
Chen Zhuo, you've arrived.
Come, take a seat, Li Yeye gestured, pulling out a chair beside her desk. Though I may not be punctual for classes, I am quite timely in other matters. Chen Zhuo replied with a grin as he took his seat.
Li Yeye shot him a sidelong glance.
I am now a counselor, not a student council officer.
Please be mindful of your language.
Understood. According to the original narrative, Li Yeye was indeed one of the protagonists. When Chen Zhuo was a freshman, she was a senior. They had met due to some conflicts within the student council.
In the original storyline, the fortunate protagonist Yi Fei pursued Li Yeye after winning over Zhang Qiuli. However, in the past life, Chen Zhuo had wished to acquire the entire Zhongjiang University outright. Consequently,
the narrative involving Counselor Li was altered, as she would not wish to jeopardize her job. This time around, he intended to approach things differently.
How is your supermarket faring? I noticed it appeared to be doing well when I passed by recently. However, I heard from teacher Wang, a sophomore, that a student was struck by one of your supermarket's employees yesterday? Chen Zhuo let out a sigh. Yes, the student's name is Yifei, the class leader of the sophomore public administration class 3. He is currently hospitalized, and I am uncertain of the circumstances. He fainted in the middle of the road. But fortunately, it is not serious.
I have instructed the female staff member to look after him, and he will not be discharged until he has fully recovered.
I will cover all expenses that are not compensated by insurance. Li Yeye nodded in approval. You have handled this well.
Ensure you manage the situation on his end. After all, we are all classmates. With your considerate approach, he is unlikely to pursue the matter further.
Chen Zhuo sighed once more.
I am not concerned about whether he pursues it or not. What troubles me is that he is the class leader of Public Administration Class 3. His studies must be exceptional, and this incident has interrupted his academic time. I feel quite guilty about it. His expression was animated, and his tone conveyed genuine sentiment.
If given the chance, he could easily outperform those young heartthrobs on screen.
He continued, however, now that the situation has unfolded, there is little I can do.
Last night, I noticed your message in the group about seeking a class assistant. Given that Yifei is the class leader and currently hospitalized, many matters in his class remain unaddressed.
I thought I could step in as the class assistant to alleviate his burdens. A look of deep appreciation flickered in Li Yeye's eyes. She reached out to pat Chen Zhuo on the shoulder and said sweetly, I did not expect that despite your lackluster attitude towards studies,
you would be so considerate regarding other matters.
Your thoughtfulness truly touches me. So, it is settled, you shall be the class assistant for Public Administration Class 3. Chen Zhuo's gaze lingered on Li Yeye, noticing the strain on her shirt buttons due to her movements. He nearly lost control of himself.
This female lead was simply captivating.
At that moment, a thought struck him. The system stipulated that wishes could be granted every 24 hours.
Due to Yifei's anger,
the cooldown had been shortened by 6 hours.
Calculating the time, it was now available.
He glanced at the system, and indeed, the cooldown for wishing had concluded. What should he wish for?
Perhaps he could repeat yesterday's wish, having Li Yeye fall into his arms?
Chen Zhuo stroked his chin, pondering.
It was not an unfeasible idea.
But he was uncertain of her weight. A more straightforward wish would also benefit Yifei, which was not ideal. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon the chair beneath him. And he conceived a brilliant wish. System, I wish to fall from a height of 45 centimeters.
Ding.
Wish verification successful. This wish can be fulfilled. Wish is being realized, please wait. Your rival protagonist will receive double critical hit rewards, falling from a height of 90 centimeters.
Why are you stroking your chin?
Bai Yi inquired, puzzled. Nothing, just a little itch, Chen Zhuo replied nonchalantly.
Crack. Just then,
a mechanical sound echoed from beneath him as the chair collapsed, causing him to tumble to the ground. Falling from a height of 45 centimeters, unless landing face first,
would not result in any significant injury. Moreover, Chen Zhuo had already braced himself for the fall. He landed squarely on the floor. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Though the impact was not as forceful as a massage from a spa attendant, Chen Zhuo wore an exaggerated expression of pain.
Li Yeye sprang to her feet, revealing her black pencil skirt and the nude stockings beneath.
The sound of her high heels striking the floor echoed hurriedly.
She rushed to Chen Zhuo's side and crouched down, urgently asking, Are you all right?
Seated on the ground, Chen Zhuo felt a rush of fragrant air. Before him was a pleasing sight of white.
He touched his backside and,
with a pained expression, replied, It's nothing serious, just a little bruise on my behind from the chair, it hurts.
Li Yeye quickly moved behind Chen Zhuo.
Where?
Let me take a look. Chapter 14, Do not disturb me with your useless noises. Li Yeye remained oblivious to Chen Zhuo's pretense as she meticulously inspected the junction between his trousers and skin for any sign of injury. Following Chen Zhuo's indication,
she focused her gaze on the left side of his waist, slightly lower, where one typically receives an injection for a sore backside.
However, there were no visible bruises. Li Yeye furrowed her brow, a look of perplexity crossing her face. Is that so? Yet it hurts. It must be an internal injury. An internal injury?
By today's standards, that implies a nerve has been compressed.
Li Yeye nodded, somewhat understanding. I have some Yunnan Baiyao, let me spray a bit for you.
She rose from her chair, returning to her desk, and retrieved a canister of the medicine from her drawer, offering it to Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo took the Yunnan Baiyao and attempted to spray it backward but found it ineffective.
I can't see it, I can't reach the spot. I'll do it for you, Li Yeye said without hesitation, taking the canister from him and spraying the area where Chen Zhuo indicated pain.
She then grabbed a few cotton swabs to ensure an even application.
Chen Zhuo sighed inwardly. What's going on? Why are there cotton swabs in this office? Is it better now? Much improved. Thank you.
You're a far more competent counselor than the others at school. When it comes time for the school's selection of the most beautiful counselor, I'll rally my classmates to vote for you. Chen Zhuo remarked while rubbing his backside,
his demeanor appearing genuine. Really?
Li Yeye turned to look at Chen Zhuo, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She was aware that the counselor selection event involved student voting. And the outcome was far more consequential than just the title of most beautiful, not to mention, if she were to win, she would receive an additional stipend of 200 yuan each month, money that could significantly enhance her meals.
Furthermore,
although she had been appointed as a counselor at Zhongjiang University under special circumstances, she was still on a contract basis.
To transition into a permanent position, she needed to be exceptionally outstanding.
The title of most beautiful counselor was a vital asset.
Chen Zhuo nodded. Of course, it's true. However, about my skipping classes, Li Yeye,
recalling her earlier excitement, shot him a disapproving glance and replied coolly, as your counselor, I will certainly intervene if I discover you are skipping classes.
Chen Zhuo coughed. So, if you are unaware, you won't intervene? I never said that.
Now, come here and sign this.
Once you sign, I still need to take you to meet with the other counselors. As she spoke, Li Yeye wrote down Public Administration Class 3 on the form.
The process for becoming a class assistant was quite straightforward, if it weren't for the 400 yuan stipend. They wouldn't even need to go through this formal procedure, the two teachers involved would simply be informed.
At that moment, at the first hospital of Zhongjiang,
within the orthopedic ward, Yifei's injuries were not severe enough to warrant surgery.
After realignment,
all that was needed was a period of rest to allow the swelling in his arm to subside and for the slightly fractured rib to heal. This was, indeed, good news for Yifei, who was considered a hidden gem of the Yi family, a treasured scion. Regardless of the severity of the injury, it was a matter of great concern.
The previous afternoon, upon receiving news of Yifei's hospitalization due to injury, Wang,
the family steward responsible for all matters concerning the Yi family in Zhongjiang, hurried over and reported the incident to the family. Yifei's identity and existence were closely guarded secrets within the Yi family, only a select few at the top were privy to this information.
Upon hearing the news,
the upper echelon of the Yi family initially feared that they had been targeted by a rival clan.
However, after reviewing Yifei's medical report, they reconsidered their stance.
After deliberation, they decided, for safety's sake, to transfer Yifei to the family's private hospital for recovery, ensuring both security and the best medical care available. Thus, at this moment, Yifei was being transferred from his hospital bed to a stretcher for the ambulance. The ambulance stretcher was designed for convenience and was foldable. The patient would first be placed on the stretcher, which could then be elevated, revealing 4 wheels beneath for easy transport. Once Yifei was positioned on the stretcher,
the transport staff worked together to lift it.
Let us go, Wang instructed, leading the group as they pushed Yifei toward the exit of the ward.
The medical personnel involved were all elite members of the Yi family's private hospital, executing their tasks with efficiency.
A female staff member called out from behind, "Hey!
Do you need me to come over?"
Unbeknownst to her, these were all members of the Yi family, and she was unaware of Yifei's noble lineage.
Mistakenly believing Wang to be a relative.
"No, just handle the hospital paperwork," Wang replied coldly, following the group out of the room. Just as the stretcher was being wheeled into the corridor, Yifei heard a metallic snap beneath him. The stretcher was at a height of precisely 90 centimeters. With a loud clatter, 2 screws from one side of the stretcher's supports came loose. Without that support, the stretcher tilted sharply. And before Yi Fei could comprehend what was happening, he tumbled off, landing heavily on the ground.
At this height, it wasn't excessively dangerous. Children might merely cry after a fall from such a distance.
However, given that Yi Fei's ribs were still fractured and his arm freshly set, the impact sent him into a fit of anguish. The pain from the previous day surged back, bringing tears to his eyes.
Ah, it hurts.
You useless lot.
This is unbearable. A doctor on duty, hearing the commotion, rushed out. What's happening? A nurse nearby reported. They insisted on transferring him.
And just now the stretcher malfunctioned, causing the patient to fall. The doctor frowned upon seeing Yi Fei wailing on the floor.
This isn't our hospital's personnel or equipment, is it?
The nurse shook her head. The doctor sighed in relief, then approached Wang.
What on earth happened with your patient? Even if you wanted to transfer him, couldn't you have found a proper hospital? With such a lackadaisical attitude. What's the point of transferring him?
Wang, taken aback, never anticipated such a mishap. If the master of the household found out, their positions would be in jeopardy.
All right. You all may leave. We will handle this. The attending physician took out his phone, starting to call for assistance. After the call, he crouched down to assess Yi Fei's injuries. Ah, could you be gentler? This is excruciating.
Yi Fei grimaced in pain, cursing under his breath. The young attending physician,
unaccustomed to such treatment, grew increasingly frustrated. Not only would he face repercussions for this incident, but he was also being berated. The more he thought about it,
the angrier he became, causing his examination to become more vigorous.
Enough with your cries. Get him ready for the X-ray. Ding.
The system has detected the anger of the fated child, Yi Fei.
Cooldown time for wishes has been reduced by 3 hours. Chapter 15. What do you want my socks for? To sell them.
The female shop assistant in the hospital room was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. It took her quite some time to come to her senses before she hurriedly called Chen Zhuo.
After a prolonged wait, Chen Zhuo's phone rang in the office.
Upon checking, he saw it was the shop assistant.
He informed Li Yeye and then answered the call. What?
You say his family members have come to transfer him.
And the stretcher overturned during transit?
Chen Zhuo struggled to suppress a smile, feigning concern.
I hope his injuries haven't worsened due to this incident? They are currently taking him for an examination?
Alright, make sure you clarify everything there, otherwise, you will be held responsible for any harm caused.
Also, inform me immediately after the examination, regardless of whether the news is good or bad. After hanging up, Li Yeye asked with concern, what happened? Chen Zhuo sighed. Isn't it that sophomore class monitor, Li Fei?
His relatives are causing a ruckus at the hospital, leading to someone being dropped and suffering further injuries. Li Yeye furrowed her brows in response and advised, things have become complicated, you must handle this carefully.
If anything proves too challenging, just let me know. And I'll offer my suggestions. Here's my number, if I don't respond on QQ, just give me a call. Okay. After saving Li Yeye's number, Chen Zhuo glanced at the time.
Given the situation at the hospital, I have 2 classes this afternoon and might not be able to attend.
Could you grant me leave? I'll inform my teachers.
Li Yeye glanced at him, hesitated for 2 seconds, and ultimately wrote a leave note and stamped it.
All right.
Spend 5 minutes with me to meet the sophomore counselor Wang next door, and then you can head to the hospital. Li Yeye stood up, prepared to step out.
But then sat back down. Could you fetch the shoes behind the door for me?
I need to change, these shoes are uncomfortable.
Her tone was casual. As if it were nothing.
Chen Zhuo turned to look behind the door, where a pair of brown leather shoes rested, with white socks stuffed inside. Chen Zhuo was momentarily dumbfounded.
Wait, is this right?
No, this isn't right at all. He approached the door, picked up the brown shoes, and was met with no foul odor. In fact, a subtle fragrance of leather wafted up, perhaps due to their newness or Li Yeye's meticulous care.
What are you dawdling for? Bring them here.
Li Yeye questioned,
puzzled. Clearing his throat, Chen Zhuo asked with a serious expression, Li Dao, do you have athlete's foot? Why do these shoes have such a scent? Li Yaya's face flushed instantly.
She took the small shoes from Chen Zhuo and leaned in to sniff them.
What scent?
There is no smell at all. After several attempts to detect an odor, she leaned even closer, certain her shoes bore no scent, otherwise she wouldn't have asked Chen Zhuo to fetch them. However, Chen Zhuo's conviction sparked a hint of self-doubt in her.
Really?
Maybe I misjudged. Chen Zhuo could not suppress a chuckle.
Li Yeye paused, registering the smile on his face. Aha, are you trying to trick me?
Flustered, she impulsively tossed the 2 pairs of white socks from the shoes at Chen Zhuo's face.
Chen Zhuo reacted swiftly,
catching the socks with precision and naturally stowing them in his pocket.
What are you doing?
Li Yeye exclaimed, flustered.
Li Dao, you threw the socks to me. Didn't you want me to dispose of them? Were you intending to throw them at my face? Confronted with a flustered Li Yeye, Chen Zhuo resumed his serious demeanor.
Li Yeye hesitated, her lips parting to retort but then closing again. Chen Zhuo's question was a double-edged sword. They were in the counselor's office, she was the counselor. And he was her student.
A young female counselor throwing her worn socks at a male student?
If this news got out, she wouldn't even need to wait for her promotion, she could start looking for a new job the next day. She cleared her throat softly. I intended for you to throw them away, but now I've changed my mind, I want to wear them.
Hurry, give them back to me.
Chen Zhuo glanced at her feet and innocently inquired, aren't you wearing nude stockings? Just put on the shoes directly, why wear an extra layer of white socks?
Isn't that akin to taking off your pants to fart?
Looking at Chen Zhuo's earnest expression, Li Yeye mentally labeled him as a straightforward guy.
She explained. You don't understand, it's a fashion choice.
Return my socks quickly, I have things to attend to. Chen Zhuo shrugged and turned towards the door.
Too troublesome. I'm in a hurry. Just wear them as they are. Li Yeye, watching his retreating figure, grew anxious.
Return my socks immediately, or I'll deduct your credits. Chen Zhuo stood his ground. If you deduct my credits, I'll spread the news about you throwing your socks at my face in the office. Li Yeye was momentarily at a loss, realizing he had her by the throat, and couldn't retort. She had to shift her approach.
What do you want my socks for? Do you have a psychological issue? I can help you schedule an appointment with the counselor.
Chen Zhuo halted, turned his head, and softly uttered, to sell them then, without looking back, he exited the office.
Li Yeye was left speechless.
She slipped on the small leather shoes, donned her blazer, and hurried after him. Running to catch up, she whispered, what happened today must not be disclosed.
Then, she knocked on the door of the adjacent office, adjusted her attire,
and resumed her earlier composure.
Wang Lasher, I've brought the class assistant I found for you.
The office door swung open, revealing a woman in her 30s.
The sophomore counselor for public administration. Li Yeye pointed to Chen Zhuo and introduced, this is Chen Zhuo, a junior in public administration.
He is participating in the entrepreneurship competition. And the supermarket next to our school cafeteria is his venture. Pulling Chen Zhuo closer, she continued.
Wasn't there an incident involving the class monitor of public administration class 3 at his supermarket?
He feels guilty and wishes to assist as a class assistant for class 3, temporarily taking on the monitor's duties.
Wang Lasher regarded Chen Zhuo with approval, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent.
A young man with such responsibility will surely excel as the class assistant. Let us arrange a time for me to introduce him to the students of class 3. As she spoke, she sifted through a pile of documents beside her,
retrieving the course schedule for class 3.
University courses vary widely, with each student having a different schedule, but core classes remain consistent within a class.
She glanced at the schedule.
Class 3 is currently in session, but they don't have core classes in the last 2 periods this afternoon.
Well, let us skip that and plan for evening self-study. Do you have time then? I'll take you to meet everyone. I'm available. Then it's settled.
We'll meet at 7 p.m. tonight in classroom 2304 of Building 14.
Chapter 16, Too many people is not allowed, but few is acceptable?
Counselor Wang issued a notification in the class group of Public Administration Class 3, specifically tagging Jiang Qiuli.
This evening, an introduction of the class assistant is scheduled. So please finish your tasks early and join us. Over the years, students' recreational activities have proliferated, prompting the need to ensure academic quality and prevent excessive indulgence in leisure. It remains unclear when it began, but first and second year students at Zhongjiang University have been required to attend evening self-study sessions.
Due to her obligation to care for her mother, Jiang Qiuli, after consulting with the counselor, was permitted to arrive late or even skip these sessions. As for her academic performance, Jiang Qiuli maintained a commendable GPA, alleviating any concerns from her counselor. Upon exiting the office building, Li Yayat and Chen Zhuo exchanged hurried words. "You should hurry to the hospital, I have other matters to attend to," she urged before departing.
"If anything becomes problematic, feel free to call me.
Although I may not have a solution, I can offer some suggestions." With that, she jogged towards the school gate, her black skirt swaying with her movements.
"What long legs?"
Chen Zhuo marveled, only for Li Yaya to pause, turning back.
"Wait, did you hear that?"
she asked, puzzled.
Chen Zhuo was taken aback. "Is that so? You can hear me?" Li Yaya quipped, "Isn't your backside sore? Why does it seem fine now?" Isn't it thanks to your Yunnan Baiyao working wonders?" he replied,
before she urged him to go about his business as she headed to the hospital. His destination was the teaching building 15.
Was he going to visit Yifei? Certainly not.
Nevertheless, he did intend to go to the hospital. He had just seen the class schedule from teacher Wang and noted that Jiang Qiuli's class was currently in session in building 15.
Checking the time,
he realized there were only 10 minutes until class would end.
10 minutes later, the bell rang.
Chen Zhuo stood at the classroom door, scanning the crowd for Jiang Qiuli.
Within 3 seconds, he spotted her in the front corner, entirely alone.
This is how university classes often unfold. The last few rows are fiercely contested, while the front rows are shunned. Moreover, Jiang Qiuli was perceived as an aloof girl who rarely spoke, further deterring anyone from sitting next to her.
"All right, class. Today's lesson has concluded.
Please ensure you complete the assigned homework diligently. I remind you that for the final exams, you needn't consult me for guidelines.
Original questions will be included in these assignments."
That's all, class dismissed. Most students carried little more than a textbook, a pen, and, of course, their all-important mobile phones. Many of their textbooks were still new, yet they had not fallen behind in their gaming rankings. Leaving class was simple for them, they simply took their books and departed. In contrast, Jiang Qiuli carried a modest pink canvas backpack adorned with a single yellow zipper.
She methodically packed her textbooks, notebooks, and pens into her bag. Once finished,
she retrieved her phone, unlocking it to check a message. Someone had tagged her. Upon opening it, she discovered a message from her counselor. She needed to attend evening self-study and prepare dinner for her mother beforehand. With a murmured acknowledgement, she shouldered her bag and headed towards the classroom door.
Oh dear.
As she exited, she abruptly collided with something.
"I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to,"
she exclaimed, lowering her head in apology. Suddenly, she felt her wrist grasped, and a familiar voice resonated above her.
"It's all right, it's me."
Confused, she looked up to see Chen Zhuo's familiar face. She quickly pulled her wrist free from his grasp, timidly stating, "There are too many people."
Chen Zhuo was taken aback. "Are you implying that it's acceptable if there are fewer people?"
"Oh dear." Jiang Qiuli lightly stomped her foot and darted away.
"Wait for me."
Chen Zhuo hastily pursued her, leaving the other students in the corridor astonished.
"Wait, did Jiang Qiuli just start dating?" one exclaimed. "No way, my eyes must be deceiving me."
"We're in our second year, and I've never exchanged a word with her."
"You say she's dating?" "Impossible."
"If she truly is, I'll stock 3 boxes of tissues in my dorm." The classmates witnessing this scene, regardless of gender, were incredulous. Jiang Qiuli's eccentric demeanor had led her to abstain from any class activities since her first year, aside from military training at the beginning of the semester. When girls attempted to befriend her, they received only brief responses such as aha or okay. As for the boys, out of a total of 15, Only 5 had exchanged more than 5 sentences with her.
But wait, do you know that guy?
He seems familiar, but I can't place him.
If Zhang Qiuli truly had a romantic partner, he must be extraordinary.
Everyone turned their attention to the direction Zhang Qiuli and Chen Zhuo had vanished, bubbling with curiosity.
Outside the teaching building, the bustle of students was palpable, as it coincided with the end of class.
However, it was still early afternoon, and mealtime had yet to arrive. Most students were merely transitioning to another classroom, while others without classes were heading back to their dormitories. The path to the cafeteria was relatively empty. And Zhang Qiuli paused in a quieter area.
Why were you running?
You looked at me as if you had seen a ghost.
There were too many people.
Zhang Qiuli's complexion was decidedly unnatural, her heart racing with anxiety. At that moment, her emotions were akin to a shattered spice container, tumultuous and complex.
Amidst this turmoil, shyness and worry prevailed.
With so many people around, Chen Zhuo had held her hand. Surely, her classmates had witnessed it.
Enough about that. I need to discuss something with you. Chen Zhuo, sensing her unease, shifted the topic.
With a girl like Zhang Qiuli, one must tread carefully and take gradual steps. Hearing that Chen Zhuo had ceased teasing her eased Zhang Qiuli's tension somewhat. She lifted her head and asked softly, What is it?
Didn't you agree yesterday to help me organize the warehouse and tidy up at my supermarket?
Today, I'll take you through the work details. But Zhang Qiuli recalled her counselor's message and her ailing mother in the hospital. She needed to rush there.
But what? This is part of your responsibilities. Besides, my time is limited, I can't always be available to explain the job to you. If you choose not to come, I'll have to ask a random employee to show you.
Zhang Qiuli hesitated, nervously rubbing her left thumb with her right fingers before finally nodding.
I'll go.
Compared to an unfamiliar staff member, she felt more at ease with Chen Zhuo. At worst, she could request a leave from her counselor later and skip the evening study session. After all, it was merely a class assistant position. And it held no significant importance for her.
Let us go.
The two made their way towards the supermarket adjacent to the cafeteria.
As they walked,
Chen Zhuo suddenly noticed something amiss. Zhang Qiuli's gait seemed off, her right foot lagged slightly behind her left. He distinctly recalled that this was not the case yesterday.
What's wrong with your foot? Chen Zhuo inquired, frowning.
Zhang Qiuli answered timidly, nothing, just a blister.
A blister?
Chen Zhuo scrutinized her feet, and to his surprise, he noticed the absence of socks where her canvas shoes met her pants.
With a tone of reproach, he said, What is going on?
Wearing high-top canvas shoes without proper socks will surely cause blisters. He gestured towards a nearby bench.
All right.
Please take a seat while I fetch you a new pair of socks.
Chapter 17 Well, who taught you to play like this?
Chen Zhuo's tone was exceedingly serious. This was a demeanor Zhang Qiuli had never encountered before. Even when she had accidentally broken a porcelain cup and lacked the means to compensate, Chen Zhuo's tone had remained indifferent, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Yet this time, his sternness resembled a military command, instilling a sense of fear in Zhang Qiuli, rendering her unable to retort and prompting her to obediently sit down. Today, Zhang Qiuli wore a pair of pink high-top canvas shoes, though the fabric had faded slightly, resembling denim that had been intentionally bleached. Nevertheless, they were pristine. Chen Zhuo reached out, untying the laces of her right shoe, and slowly loosened the laces before carefully removing the shoe from her foot. Zhang Qiuli buried her face in her backpack and remained silent, sensing that any resistance would provoke this man to adopt a more forceful approach. High-top canvas shoes were already difficult to remove, and Chen Zhuo, wary of causing Zhang Qiuli any discomfort, took his time. After considerable effort, he finally got the shoe off.
At that moment, his brow furrowed even deeper. What's the matter? Why aren't you wearing socks?
Chen Zhuo assumed she was wearing low-cut socks that were simply not visible, but upon closer inspection, Zhang Qiuli's feet were bare, revealing only her delicate, rosy toes. She glanced around, noting that the path was deserted, and let out a sigh of relief.
My socks are missing, I left them out to dry. Missing?
Where did you leave them? Just below the dormitory. I intended for them to sunbathe, but I might have returned too late yesterday, and the wind blew them away.
Blown away by the wind? Well, never mind, I just happen to have a pair of socks here for you. With that,
Chen Zhuo pulled a pair of white socks from his pocket, locating the right one and preparing to put it on Zhang Qiuli's foot.
I can do it myself.
Zhang Qiuli quickly snatched the socks from Chen Zhuo's hand, putting them on in a flash. The pair of socks, worn over stockings, were quite loose and slipped on effortlessly.
Chen Zhuo sighed inwardly, thinking how swift the heroine's actions were. All right, put on the other one as well.
He stood up and handed her the sock for her left foot. Zhang Qiuli nodded obediently and began to remove her shoe. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked,
"How come you have a pair of white socks on you?"
With his hands in his pockets, Chen Zhuo replied nonchalantly, "These are for resale, I bought them for stock."
For resale? How much for a pair?
Just add it to my debt, Zhang Qiuli said weakly.
How much for a pair, you ask? Well,
the actual price for such white socks is around 5 yuan. However, considering Li Ye's beauty and the fact that the shoes have not been washed, if they come with a photo of her, they could fetch 300 to 500 at market price.
Ahem, these are samples given to me for free.
So just wear them. While putting on the socks, Zhang Qiuli shook her head.
No, it doesn't work that way. Samples still cost money. Chen Zhuo sighed internally. Why was she so calculative? Can't you just accept them? Don't you see that these socks have been worn? They've been modeled. If you don't want them, I'll just throw them away. Don't.
The cotton feels wonderful, they are clearly good socks.
When I have money, I will buy a pair.
At this point, Zhang Qiuli had already put on her shoes and was now tying the laces.
Buy a pair? Then I'll have to check if Li Ye has any left.
After Zhang Qiuli finished tying her shoes, she followed Chen Zhuo to the supermarket's warehouse.
What will my tasks be?
Zhang Qiuli asked seriously as she surveyed the familiar warehouse.
Do you see those labels on the shelves?
Check to ensure that the goods match the labels, and clear away any packaging that has fallen on the ground.
Make sure everything is organized. And that's all. Zhang Qiuli fell silent. Why aren't you speaking? Chen Zhuo asked, furrowing his brow.
I will do it well, she assured him.
Chen Zhuo nodded and continued.
You can handle the cardboard boxes, you may sell them to recyclers. Just ensure the warehouse is tidy.
All right. After leaving the warehouse, Chen Zhuo approached the front desk and retrieved a set of keys from a drawer. He then inquired of the desk staff. One person has been absent these past few days, can you manage?
We can manage, but the workload is a bit heavy.
And sometimes we can't keep up with restocking.
I'll see if I can arrange for another person to help.
You all carry on. I'm taking the keys for the electric bike. With that, he walked over to Zhang Qiuli. Let us go, we're heading to the hospital.
Zhang Qiuli shook her head vigorously.
No, it's fine, I can go by myself.
The previous day's encounter with Chen Zhuo in front of her mother had frightened her. She was uncertain of what kind of enchantment he had cast over her mother and feared that another visit would result in her being married off directly. I have business at the hospital, so it's convenient to go together. Yesterday, Yi Fei, who was injured, has fallen again and is at the hospital.
I need to check on him. Okay, fine. Zhang Qiuli nodded in acquiescence. Let us go through the back entrance. Following Chen Zhuo,
Zhang Qiuli arrived at the rear of the supermarket, where a small grove lay beyond, separated by a 3-meter-wide path.
Cars were parked along the roadside, along with several electric bikes. Chen Zhuo inserted the key into the ignition of a white electric bike.
Let us go, I'll take you to the hospital.
Ha? Are you planning to walk again?
Yes. Stop talking nonsense, get on the bike quickly, or I'll tell your mother that you're not cooperating with me. Faced with Chen Zhuo's intimidating demeanor, Zhang Qiuli silently mounted the back seat of the electric bike. This particular model was the lightest electric bicycle, equipped with a small rear seat. Though compact, Chen Zhuo had upgraded its battery, making it perfectly capable of a round trip to the hospital.
Let us go.
Chen Zhuo twisted the throttle and headed toward the hospital.
The main road the ambulance had taken yesterday was somewhat distant, today.
Riding the electric bike allowed them to pass through the tunnel beneath the railway, shortening the journey significantly. Furthermore, this narrow path was devoid of large vehicles, primarily accommodating small electric bikes, allowing Chen Zhuo to ride swiftly. Zhang Qiuli, seated behind, gripped his clothing tightly in fear, not loosening her hold throughout the ride. "You're ruining my clothes," Chen Zhuo remarked, pointing at his own attire. "You were going too fast, I was scared."
"Can you ride?" Zhang Qiuli nodded.
"Then when we return, you can ride, and I'll sit behind you."
"All right."
Zhang Qiuli agreed without hesitation. She truly felt intimidated by Chen Zhuo's riding.
Chen Zhuo took out his phone to check the time.
It was still early, according to the school schedule. There were still 15 minutes until the end of the third period.
"Isn't it too early for your aunt to have dinner?"
Zhang Qiuli shook her head.
"No. Eating early will make me hungry later."
"Then let us go check on Yifei together, after all, he is your class monitor." After considering his words, Zhang Qiuli realized they made sense and agreed.
Chapter 18, Unbearable. Absolutely unbearable.
In the hospital room, Yifei lay on the bed, his face contorted in anguish. "Based on your x-rays, your rib fractures have worsened. We need to discuss whether to proceed with surgery or opt for conservative treatment before making a decision." The doctor placed the x-rays on the bedside cabinet and left with a displeased expression.
Due to this incident, he was certain that a written reprimand was unavoidable, and thus,
he had no kindness to spare for Yifei. After exiting the room, he turned to the head nurse passing by. "Please keep a close watch on this patient.
There seems to be some issues."
The head nurse nodded seriously. "Rest assured, he has been placed on the watch list. He has been quite vocal all day, and several patients have lodged complaints."
At this moment, Yifei glared angrily at Butler Wang.
If it weren't for Wang's insistence on transferring him to another hospital, this unfortunate event would not have occurred. Under normal circumstances, he would have been discharged after a week of rest. Now, however, surgery loomed as a possibility.
Alas! This is a directive from above, I am merely following orders. Who could have foreseen such an outcome?
Butler Wang lamented, his frustration palpable. Yifei was exasperated by the situation. As a favored child of fortune, he could not comprehend how his luck had plummeted so drastically. In his previous life, although he had suffered at the hands of Chen Zhuo, there was a semblance of fair competition, as he could still see Chen.
In this life, he was confined to a hospital bed, utterly immobile. How could he not feel despondent?
Butler Wang observed Yifei's grim countenance and refrained from speaking. He understood that any words at this juncture would only exacerbate Yifei's fury.
"Speak up." Yifei's pent-up frustration demanded an outlet. Noticing Wang's silence,
he turned his gaze to the nearby female attendant. "And you rotund pig. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up here. All these subsequent troubles would never have arisen." The female attendant shot him a cold glare. Had it not been for her last shred of reason, she might have thrown him to the ground again.
"Could you lower your voice?
There are other patients in adjacent rooms trying to rest." A nurse standing at the door interjected sternly. They had grown weary of Yifei's self-important demeanor, which made them feel as if they owed him something. Just as Yifei prepared to retort, he noticed a familiar figure emerging from behind the nurse.
"Thank you for bringing us here, nurse. Please carry on with your duties."
"We will ensure he behaves," Chen Zhuo said politely and gently to the nurse.
The nurse nodded and turned to leave,
but paused for a moment to look at Yifei. "You should learn from your friend here. Despite being human, how can the disparity be so great?" With that, she departed. Yifei lay in bed, his eyes blazing with indignation. How could the nurse claim that he, a favored child of fortune,
was inferior to the villain Chen Zhuo? Such an affront. Unbearable. Absolutely unbearable.
He resolved that once he regained mobility, he would lodge a complaint against that female nurse. "Yifei, you ought to listen to the doctors while in the hospital, instead of daydreaming about private clinics. Come on, you're a college student.
Can't you exhibit a modicum of intelligence?"
Chen Zhuo reproached him seriously.
"Mind your own business.
What I choose to do is of no concern to you.
Just wait. Once I am out of here, I will settle accounts with you. Your pathetic supermarket and Zhang Qiuli will inevitably be mine."
Yifei, already fuming,
could hardly contain his irritation, unleashing his pent-up frustration and anger towards Chen Zhuo.
However, as a favored child of fortune, he was not devoid of intellect. His actions were calculated. He wanted Chen Zhuo to strike him. In his previous life, when Chen Zhuo attacked him, he had failed to mobilize the full strength of the Yi family immediately, which led him down a path of despair. This time, he could not afford to repeat that mistake. He aimed for a decisive blow. Yet, given his current circumstances, he could not rally the entire force of the Yi family. He needed Chen Zhuo to act first. As soon as Chen Zhuo made a move, he would have Butler Wang report to the family. At that point, Chen Zhuo would be doomed. With this thought, a smile crept onto his lips, and the pain in his body seemed to diminish momentarily. He closed his eyes, quietly awaiting Chen Zhuo's inevitable strike. He was confident that, based on his previous understanding of Chen Zhuo, he would not hold back. Let us go. I didn't expect him to be like this. However, what he anticipated was not the punch from Chen Zhuo, but rather the icy voice of Zhang Qiuli. Yi Fei's eyes flew open. He suddenly noticed that a girl had appeared beside Chen Zhuo, clad in a gray jacket, wide-leg jeans, and pink canvas shoes. No, Qiuli. Let me explain. Yi Fei exclaimed, springing up from his bed in agitation. He was utterly bewildered. When had Zhang Qiuli arrived? Yet, Zhang Qiuli ignored him. This time, she took Chen Zhuo's hand, as if fleeing from a trash heap, and dashed toward the exit. Damn it! Yi Fei felt as if his teeth might shatter from the pressure. Ding! Detecting the favored child of fortune, Yi Fei, gritting his teeth. Cooldown period for wish reduced by 5 hours. Young Master Yi, please lie down quickly, we don't want your fractures to worsen, Butler Wang urged. Noticing Yi Fei's demeanor. Get lost. Yi Fei slammed his fist down on the bed, producing a sound akin to a pig being slaughtered. The on-duty doctor, who was busy writing a report, hurried over. What is going on? Butler Wang remained silent, while the female attendant recounted Yi Fei's actions of sitting up and pounding the bed. Damn it! Now it was the doctor's turn to curse. He hadn't even finished his previous report when yet another incident occurred. If Yi Fei continued to linger here, he might as well dedicate himself solely to writing reports. At that moment, the attending physician, who had just completed surgery and was checking on the patients, entered the room. What is happening? The attending physician inquired. Looking at the on-duty doctor, who helplessly responded, Doctor, I recommend a psychological evaluation for this patient. Not far from the elevator. In the stairwell marked as an emergency exit, Zhang Qiuli crouched on the floor, sobbing. What is wrong? You don't need to feel this upset over his insults. Chen Zhuo observed Zhang Qiuli, who had buried her head in her knees, perplexed. Although he had orchestrated her visit to provoke Yi Fei, he had not anticipated the outcome would leave her in tears. Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's question, Zhang Qiuli stood up and wiped her tears with her sleeve. In a soft voice, she replied, I'm sorry, I just thought of some unpleasant things. Chapter 19 Nothing, I thought of something joyous. Bad things? Can you share them with me? Perhaps I can help you see things more clearly. Chen Zhuo's smile faded, and he grew serious. He recognized that this was an excellent opportunity to delve into Zhang Qiuli's heart. If handled adeptly, their relationship could ascend to unprecedented heights. Zhang Qiuli hesitated for a moment before speaking. It's nothing much, I always thought that class leader Yi Fei was a good person. But I didn't expect he could be so detestable behind our backs. Zhang Qiuli paused briefly before continuing. People like him are the worst. My father was deceived by such a person, leading to the ruin of our family. If my mother hadn't faced such immense pressure, perhaps she wouldn't have developed cancer. As she spoke, Zhang Qiuli wiped away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. Over the years, she had lost track of the life she and her mother lived. Once, she had been a carefree little princess, radiating smiles to everyone she encountered. What is there to be upset about? Upon discovering Yi Fei's true colors, you should feel relieved, at least now you won't fall for his tricks again. Chen Zhuo earnestly analyzed the situation for Zhang Qiuli. He finally understood the pivotal role that close friends played in those melodramatic events. His current position was akin to that of a good friend. The favored son, Yi Fei? Today, he must tarnish Yi Fei's image in Zhang Qiuli's eyes.
Furthermore, while you claim society is filled with such people, it is indeed a diverse world. There are two-faced individuals like Yifei, as well as straightforward individuals like myself. Jiang Qiuli looked up, gazing blankly at Chen Zhuo. After a few seconds of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. This man before her was undeniably straightforward. Brazenly straightforward. And also shamelessly straightforward. What kind of gaze is that? Chen Zhuo asked nonchalantly. Jiang Qiuli burst into laughter. It's nothing, I just thought of something happy. Something happy? What is it?
Chen Zhuo furrowed his brows, failing to comprehend.
I want to tell you.
If you refuse to tell me, don't blame me for informing your mother. At the entrance of the hospital cafeteria, after failing to obtain an answer despite numerous inquiries, Chen Zhuo unleashed his trump card.
Jiang Qiuli halted in her tracks, looking at Chen Zhuo.
It's nothing much, I just believe you are indeed a straightforward person, someone who does as they please and speaks their mind.
Thank you for everything these past couple of days. Although Jiang Qiuli was typically reticent, she had once been an academic achiever.
Such verbal artistry was not beyond her capabilities. She cleverly rephrased her thoughts, transforming the notions of negativity and shamelessness into something entirely different.
Really? Chen Zhuo, of course, did not detect the underlying meaning in Jiang Qiuli's words.
He felt elated. Her ability to express such sentiments indicated that their relationship had indeed progressed.
Your words bring me joy. As a reward, I shall treat you to dinner tonight. Without waiting for Jiang Qiuli's objection,
Chen Zhuo approached the stall where they had dined on small dishes the previous day. He ordered a steamed egg, beef stir-fried with sweet peppers, corn with ham and peas, and a large dish of steamed base, accompanied by 3 bowls of mixed grain rice.
Auntie, I'll take care of it.
Holding the packed meals, Chen Zhuo stepped beside Jiang Qiuli and said casually,
Let us go, we should buy some fruit for Auntie too.
Jiang Qiuli stood still, not moving.
What's wrong? Chen Zhuo turned to inquire.
Jiang Qiuli pointed at the bag Chen Zhuo was holding, remaining silent. You see, I haven't had dinner yet, and neither have you.
I bought enough for 3 people. Jiang Qiuli shook her head.
Charge it to my account.
That amounts to over 80 yuan, can you afford that?
Chen Zhuo sighed and continued. You treated me to dinner yesterday, and I promised to return the favor. Consider this meal my treat to you.
No way. Today's meal is pricier than yesterday's.
I'll pay you back when I earn some money.
Earn money? How do you plan to earn money? Chen Zhuo's eyes twinkled as a brilliant idea struck him.
You can come to my place and help organize the warehouse.
I'll pay you 100 yuan each time, once a week. How many meals can you buy with that? Jiang Qiuli lowered her head.
Chen Zhuo had pointed out a stark reality she couldn't ignore. Her answer was simple, no money. Observing Jiang Qiuli's bowed head, Chen Zhuo continued.
However,
I do have a method that could enable you to earn more and repay your debts.
What is it?
Jiang Qiuli quickly raised her head, her eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at Chen Zhuo.
What else could it be? There are only a few ways to make money. And you can only choose that one.
Chen Zhuo shrugged. Jiang Qiuli's face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head again. Nervously, she stared at the ground,
murmuring 2 words. Scoundrel.
Chen Zhuo reached out, lifting her chin and compelling her to meet his gaze.
What did you just say?
Jiang Qiuli pressed her lips tightly together, turning her head to the left, unwilling to meet Chen Zhuo's eyes.
Chen Zhuo persisted, I suggested you work at my supermarket. How does that make me a scoundrel?
Ah. Jiang Qiuli was taken aback, mechanically turning her head back to stare into Chen Zhuo's eyes.
What do you mean by ah? Do you think I meant something else?
Jiang Qiuli bit her lip softly, her eyelashes fluttering, her face a picture of shyness.
No.
I meant to say that I previously mentioned I needed to care for my mother and wouldn't have time for part-time work. She quickly attempted to shift the topic.
Chen Zhuo nodded. I understand, but today I devised a solution to your dilemma. What is it? I'll lend you my electric bike. You can take care of your mother and return in 40 minutes. That should suffice, right? Jiang Qiuli's eyes lit up instantly. She nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with joy. I can do that. Great, now you can rest easy, let us go buy some fruit. Yes.
As Jiang Qiuli admired Chen Zhuo's handsome face, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass door, illuminating him.
He looked striking.
Jiang Qiuli suddenly realized that since Chen Zhuo entered her life, her world had once again brimmed with hope. After walking a few steps alongside him, Jiang Qiuli paused.
Let us add the fruit to my tab. No, the last time I visited Auntie, I didn't bring anything. So this time I should buy some fruit as a courtesy.
Such matters shouldn't be calculated so meticulously, if necessary.
Next time you can come to my house and bring some fruit for my mother.
After pondering, Jiang Qiuli found Chen Zhuo's reasoning sound.
She nodded. All right, I understand.
Chen Zhuo led Jiang Qiuli to scour the fruit shop adjacent to the cafeteria. The hospital cafeteria was genuinely considerate, and the fruit shop was equally generous. The prices of the fruits were noticeably higher than outside, yet the quality was decent. Chen Zhuo was not concerned about the price, he selected several nutrient-rich options from memory,
taking a little of each.
However, Jiang Qiuli stood behind him with a bag, intending to discreetly return the more expensive fruits to their places while he was distracted. Chen Zhuo only realized something was amiss when he noticed the weight felt off.
Sighing,
he lamented the challenges of being the antagonist while trying to win over the female lead. Observing the meagerly filled fruit basket, he grabbed the cheapest apples and bananas to fill it.
Then he turned to Jiang Qiuli and asked, "Is this acceptable?" Jiang Qiuli nodded. The total amounted to 46 yuan.
After settling the payment, Chen Zhuo accompanied Jiang Qiuli to the 12th floor of the inpatient department via the elevator.
Chapter 20, Rest Assured in the Hospital. Our class's new assistant is truly exceptional.
In the hospital room at the end of the corridor, 2 nurses were changing the dressings for Jiang Qiuli's mother. These 2 nurses were the same ones who had encountered Chen Zhuo at the elevator the previous day.
"Ma'am, your daughter's boyfriend is quite handsome,"
one nurse remarked with a smile. "Look at us, working in the hospital every day, so busy that we hardly have the chance to meet charming men." Although they were unaware of the full circumstances, they understood that saying something uplifting could brighten the somber atmosphere of the oncology department. This reflected a commendable spirit of professionalism beyond their nursing duties.
Upon hearing these words, a smile graced Jiang Qiuli's mother's face. Indeed.
Although her daughter and Chen Zhuo were not yet in a romantic relationship, she believed that if Chen Zhuo's behavior yesterday was genuine, it was only a matter of time before they fell in love. When the moment arrived, she would feel assured handing her daughter over to him,
having withstood the test of time.
"Ma'am, Qiuli and I have come to see you," Chen Zhuo's calm voice resonated at the door.
"You're here. Come in, come in."
Compared to yesterday, Jiang Qiuli's mother appeared significantly better.
The 2 nurses finished tidying up their supplies and prepared to leave.
"Thank you for taking care of her," Chen Zhuo said as they crossed paths. Expressing gratitude and compliments is one of the simplest gestures one can offer, devoid of any cost. Yet it conveys respect and uplifts the spirits of the recipient. Chen Zhuo was well aware of this.
No need to thank us. Qiuli, you've brought your boyfriend to see your mother again.
Yesterday, after your boyfriend visited, your mother seemed much improved.
If you come more often,
I believe she'll recover swiftly. The nurses, unfamiliar with Chen Zhuo, offered a brief response but engaged in more conversation with Jiang Qiuli. Initially, Jiang Qiuli intended to retort, but upon hearing the nurses attribute her mother's improvement to Chen Zhuo's presence, she held back her words, smiling in gratitude.
"Thank you.
There's no need for thanks.
Just spend quality time with your mother.
She has been waiting for you all day." As Jiang Qiuli turned around, she noticed that Chen Zhuo had already set up a small table for dining, neatly arranging the food he had brought.
"Ma'am, Qiuli and I haven't had dinner yet.
Qiuli bought some food for us to share. This is steamed base, this is steamed egg. And this is beef stir-fried with bell peppers. None of these dishes are overly rich but are nutritious.
Qiuli said you should nourish your body well.
A healthy body will lead to a quicker recovery." These words flowed effortlessly from Chen Zhuo, embodying the fundamental concern for patients. Jiang Qiuli's mother could not hold back the tears at this moment. Unlike Jiang Qiuli, who had always been emotional and had cried often even after her family's turmoil, Her mother was a formidable woman, a true matriarch who had weathered many storms alongside her husband. She had never shed a tear. Even when her husband took his own life, leaving behind a mountain of debt. Yet now, confronted with Chen Zhuo's simplest expressions of care, she found herself unable to contain her emotions. Chen Zhuo brought a touch of warmth and sunlight into their previously icy existence.
Mom, why are you crying? Chen Zhuo, busy arranging the dishes, had not noticed.
Jiang Qiuli, observing from the side, quickly stepped forward.
And no, it's nothing. I'm just a bit worried. You're in school. How can you afford all this food? Did Chen Zhuo pay for it? Jiang Qiuli's mother, far more mature than her daughter, swiftly redirected the conversation.
Jiang Qiuli hesitated, touching her fingers nervously.
No, it's not that. Mom, I found a job, and now I have a salary.
Really? I told you last time to continue working hard to improve your life.
I can manage here at the hospital. You just won't listen. Have you finally come to your senses? Jiang Qiuli's mother was delighted.
Her daughter was finally on the right path, pursuing her new life. As for herself, she felt like a burden, waiting to see how fate would unfold.
Jiang Qiuli shook her head. No, my boss provided me with an electric bike.
So I can quickly come to the hospital in the morning and afternoon without it taking too long. I can balance classes, work, and visiting the hospital.
Jiang Qiuli's mother paused, contemplating. She wanted to advise her daughter against coming.
But she understood that such advice would only increase her daughter's stress and would likely fall on deaf ears. After a moment, she said, "Your boss is quite kind."
Jiang Qiuli nodded.
Yes, he is. There was an unspoken thought lingering in her mind. Sometimes he could be a bit unreasonable. As Chen Zhuo set the tableware, he felt a surge of joy. His relationship with the protagonist had genuinely progressed to a new level. It seemed he would need to frequent the hospital more often.
Let us eat. I also bought some fruit. Ma'am, please have a bite. The atmosphere in the hospital room was harmonious. Meanwhile, in the orthopedic ward,
Yi Fan was undergoing a psychological evaluation. The patient exhibited no apparent symptoms of mental illness, however, his emotions were quite unstable. Perhaps the recent accident had caused some psychological distress, and with proper guidance, he should be fine.
Once the psychologist left, another group entered the room.
It was Yi Fei's counselor, Teacher Wang, along with several class representatives from the Public Administration Class 3. As the class monitor had been involved in such an incident, it was both a personal and professional obligation for her to check on him.
Yi Fei, I heard from the doctor that you've been emotionally unstable in the hospital and even fell to the ground. I understand this accident has been difficult for you.
But you need to remain rational, you will recover soon. Upon seeing his counselor and classmates, Yi Fei immediately resumed his obedient student demeanor. Maintaining a good image in the eyes of his peers and teachers was crucial. It would provide him a chance to explain himself to Jiang Qiuli.
Moreover,
despite the unfortunate incident with Jiang Qiuli, he still had another goal in mind: the beautiful new counselor, Li Yeye, who had recently joined in their third year. Compared to the unadorned and distant Jiang Qiuli, who hardly knew anyone, Li Yeye possessed a captivating charm. Teacher, I was simply in so much pain and distress. Which is why my emotions got a bit out of hand.
Seeing you all come to visit has lifted my spirits considerably. Yi Fei forced a smile, uttering insincere words. That's good to hear.
Teacher Wang placed the fruit she had brought on the table and continued, You need not worry about school matters.
I have informed your classmates and all your teachers about your situation. It's perfectly fine if you miss classes. She paused briefly before adding, by the way.
Regarding your public administration class 3, you need not concern yourself. The college is mindful of our counselor's workloads and has chosen an excellent senior to assist us.
He will handle the class affairs for you, and when you're discharged and able to resume your studies, he will hand everything back to you. Chapter 21, It's All a Scheme. New class assistant? Is it a male? Yi Fei furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Teacher Wang, what is the name of the new class assistant? I would like to see if I recognize him. Ah. Teacher Wang waved his hand dismissively.
You are truly a commendable class leader, still worrying about class matters in such a state. Just focus on resting well in the hospital, there is no need to fret. But Yi Fei attempted to continue, but was interrupted by Teacher Wang.
Alright, we've taken time out of our schedules to visit you. Seeing you in good spirits reassures us. Take care of your health, and we'll take our leave. With that, Teacher Wang rose and headed towards the door, followed by several classmates who bid farewell to Yi Fei. Brother Yi, just focus on your recovery. Don't worry. If we manage to obtain the exam scope for the final, we will be sure to send it to you first, they said as they exited the ward. In Jiang Qiuli's mother's hospital room, warmth enveloped the atmosphere.
Jiang Qiuli and her mother had not shared a meal together like a family for quite some time. The dishes had been devoured with remarkable enthusiasm, leaving only the fish bones of the steamed bass behind. Even Jiang Qiuli's mother, who had a diminished appetite due to her illness, surprisingly finished a small bowl of rice and a generous amount of vegetables. She gazed at Jiang Qiuli and Chen Zhuo, her heart filled with joy.
Mom, don't eat too much.
Your stomach is small, and overeating could be harmful, Jiang Qiuli advised. It was the first time she had urged her mother to eat less, and she couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. I know, it's simply that the food is delicious. I'll buy similar dishes tomorrow. But you must control your portions, neither too much nor too little, Jiang Qiuli replied with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, sparkling like a constellation, leaving Chen Zhuo mesmerized. This was the first time he had witnessed such a radiant smile from Jiang Qiuli, reminiscent of a princess from a fairy tale.
That's not appropriate. You may have found a job, but how much can a part-time position pay?
You shouldn't spend recklessly, Jiang Qiuli's mother interjected hastily, regretting her previous words. Jiang Qiuli hesitated but nodded.
I understand. Rest assured, I am well aware of my finances. That's good to hear. After tidying up, Jiang Qiuli bid farewell to her mother.
Mom, I have matters to attend to during evening study, so I'll head out first.
Go on.
Be careful with Chen Zhuo on the way. After descending from the hospital, Jiang Qiuli walked alongside Chen Zhuo, rather than trailing behind him as she usually did.
I'm
sorry for not mentioning to my mom that the boss is you or that you paid for the meal. Chen Zhuo paused, turning to face Jiang Qiuli.
I almost forgot you didn't mention it. Why didn't you tell your mother the truth?
He was genuinely curious. But he understood that someone as sincere as Jiang Qiuli must have her reasons for withholding the information. I was afraid my mom would misunderstand.
Misunderstand what? Jiang Qiuli looked up into Chen Zhuo's eyes, remaining silent.
Chen Zhuo pressed, please, speak up.
What is there to misunderstand?
Jiang Qiuli bit her lip and whispered.
Misunderstand that you are supporting me.
Her voice was barely audible, like a whisper of a mosquito. However, with so few people around, Chen Zhuo heard her clearly.
Ha ha ha.
Chen Zhuo found himself both amused and bewildered. He had expected a profound rationale, but it turned out to be this.
Oh, don't laugh. Let us hurry back to school.
Jiang Qiuli stood frozen, flustered, unsure of why she had such thoughts.
Let us go, but don't ever think like that again. Not to mention whether I would ever make such a request, but to support you with a few dozen yuan worth of dishes and a part-time cashier job? That would make anyone laugh. Chen Zhuo chuckled as he walked ahead, struggling to contain his amusement. As they exited the hospital and approached the staff dormitory, Chen Zhuo parked his electric scooter there.
Throughout the journey, Jiang Qiuli remained blushing and kept her head down, wishing to vanish into the ground.
Stop laughing. I was just scared. Alright, I'll stop laughing.
Come on, we need to get back to school, evening study is about to start.
And I have things to do,
Chen Zhuo said, pulling out the key to the scooter and handing it to Jiang Qiuli.
You find my writing too fast? Well, then you can write it back. Jiang Qiuli nodded, taking the key. Wait, have you ridden an electric scooter lately? Noticing her anxious demeanor, Chen Zhuo asked, No. But I used to ride often.
Before my mother was diagnosed with cancer, we had an electric scooter at home, but it broke down after I started college.
Alright. You go ahead, I'll sit behind.
The scooter was compact, and Jiang Qiuli easily pushed it out from the shed.
She sat down and inserted the key.
Chen Zhuo stretched out his leg and settled onto the rear seat, then naturally wrapped his arms around Jiang Qiuli.
At that moment, Zhang Qiuli felt an electric shock surge through her, leaving her breathless. Let us go. Why aren't you moving?
It was Chen Zhuo's reminder that finally snapped her back to reality.
Why are you holding me? Zhang Qiuli exclaimed in alarm. Chen Zhuo wore an innocent expression. The scooter is too small. If I don't hold on to you, what if you fall off? Didn't you hold onto my shirt when we came here?
His tone was serious, causing Zhang Qiuli to question if she had overthought the situation.
Gradually, she calmed down and said, Then can't you just hold onto my shirt?
Chen Zhuo chuckled.
Have you ever seen a man riding a woman's electric scooter while holding onto her shirt? If someone saw us, they'd think I was up to something. Zhang Qiuli considered this and conceded, Well, that is true. But it's still not right. You can't hold me. I feel uncomfortable.
After pondering for a moment, Chen Zhuo released his hold.
That is fine, but I need to find a place to rest my hands. Or I might fall off. He paused before continuing, How about I rest my hands on your legs? With that,
he effortlessly placed his hands on the side of Zhang Qiuli's thigh.
She glanced down, feeling a bit awkward.
But it was far more comfortable than having him embrace her waist. Moreover, she was wearing wide-leg jeans, making it seem less inappropriate.
All right, but you mustn't move around. Not a problem.
The electric scooter glided smoothly along the path, with Chen Zhuo sitting behind, unable to suppress a grin. Indeed, human nature often finds a compromise. He proposed to hold Zhang Qiuli's waist first, and when she objected, he then suggested resting his hands on her legs, which she accepted.
Chapter 22, The Luckiest Son of a Lickspittle, This is Our Big Brother. In classroom 2304 of the 14th Teaching Building at Zhongjiang University,
the students of Class 3 in Public Administration gradually assembled. This class comprised 58 students, with 38 females and 20 males, presenting a near 1:2 gender ratio.
Where is Zhang Qiuli? Is she skipping evening study sessions today as well? The vice class leader, Yi Huiqing,
counted the number of students present and noted that one was still missing.
Li Ping, have you seen her in the dormitory?
The girl named Li Ping shook her head. She hasn't returned since her afternoon classes. We haven't seen her since then.
All right.
Yi Huiqing nodded, opened Zhang Qiuli's profile, and sent her a private message. Then she stepped to the front of the classroom and said, Everyone, please settle down.
Our class leader, Yi Fei, encountered an unfortunate incident yesterday and is currently hospitalized.
Several of us class officers visited him this afternoon, and he is in good spirits, so there is no need for concern.
Upon hearing this news, the girls in the audience expressed surprise and concern. The class leader is in trouble?
No wonder he hasn't shown up all day.
One lamented.
It's such a pity. Our counselor mentioned that we were supposed to have a team-building activity this month.
I was about to suggest it to him.
It seems our plans for this month's team-building are dashed. Perhaps we should just sleep in our dorms instead. While the girls engaged in fervent whispers, the boys seated at the back remained engrossed in their phones, seemingly oblivious. It wasn't that they lacked camaraderie, rather, they viewed Yi Fei as merely a pathetic sycophant. To them, being class leader was simply a means to infiltrate the female circle and ingratiate himself. Whenever there were class matters, only a third of the boys were tasked with involvement. Activities were prioritized based on the girls' needs, sacrificing the collective interests of the boys to win the affection of the females.
Hearing the announcement,
their lack of enthusiastic responses was already a sign of their consideration for class solidarity. Yi Huiqing continued, during Yi Fei's hospitalization,
the relevant class affairs will be handled by our newly appointed class assistant. The counselor will be bringing the assistant over shortly.
So please be mindful of the image of Class 3 in public administration. After she finished speaking, Yi Huiqing prepared to step down from the podium.
A girl seated in the front raised her hand and inquired, Will the new class assistant also be in charge of this month's team building activity?
Yi Huiqing nodded. According to plan, we were supposed to arrange a team building event this month. However, with class leader Yi Fei hospitalized, I am uncertain whether the event will proceed as scheduled.
If it does, then yes.
At this point, the boys at the back, who had been preoccupied with their phones, finally lifted their gazes from the screen.
Hey! I heard the new class assistant is also a guy. Do you think he'll be a sycophant like Yi Fei?
A roommate beside him shook her head and replied softly, I don't know if he is a sycophant, but he must be better than Yi Fei.
After all, anyone who can stoop to Yi Fei's level is indeed extraordinary.
Indeed, for the sake of management. There were 2 life committee members in Class 3, 1 male and 1 female. The speaker was Zhao Jin, the male life committee member. He cleared his throat and said, Ahem, alright everyone, let us keep it low-key, put away our phones, and make a good impression on our new class assistant.
With the final exams approaching,
and since he is a junior, he should be able to help us with the exam scope.
Initially, the boys remained unmoved by the earlier announcements.
But upon hearing the last remark, they promptly stowed their phones into their pockets and took out their books.
This was indeed a display of foresight. Outside the teaching building, Zhang Qiuli arrived on her electric bike, accompanied by Chen Zhuo. Hurry up, we're running out of time,
Zhang Qiuli urged as she parked the bike and encouraged Chen Zhuo to get off. Chen Zhuo reluctantly released his grip and alighted, curious to ask,
Why are you in such a rush?
Being late to evening study in College 1T have any serious consequences? As she shifted her pink backpack from her front to her back, Zhang Qiuli explained, But if I arrive late, everyone will stare at me, and it'll be embarrassing. With that, she dashed towards the teaching building. Chen Zhuo watched her retreating figure and scratched his nose,
reflecting on how this seemingly aloof girl appeared quite different in his presence.
Chen Zhuo, you're here. At that moment, a female voice called out behind him.
It was their sophomore counselor, Teacher Wang.
Teacher Wang, it's time. I can't keep the students waiting, Chen Zhuo replied with a tone that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Possessing a quality that is rare among ordinary university students, a unique demeanor cultivated through the ups and downs of life. Teacher Wang nodded appreciatively. No wonder you've managed to run such a large supermarket at such a young age.
Come on.
The students of Class 3 are fortunate to have you as their class assistant.
2 minutes later, Teacher Wang appeared at the classroom door.
The classroom was still somewhat noisy.
But upon her entrance, both boys and girls instinctively quieted down. Is everyone here?
Vice class leader Yi Huiqing nodded. We're all here, teacher. Teacher Wang scanned the classroom and spotted Zhang Qiuli sitting in the back corner. She nodded slightly before announcing, All right, everyone. Please welcome our new class assistant for Class 3 in Public Administration, the outstanding junior, Chen Zhuo. Thunderous applause erupted in the classroom.
However, in the corner, a girl stared wide-eyed, as if struck by lightning, fixated on the entrance. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Chen Zhuo walked in with steady, confident strides.
His handsome features and the aura that set him apart from ordinary university students immediately sparked cheers from the girls seated in front.
Ah!
As Chen Zhuo reached the podium, the cheers gradually subsided.
It seems everyone is quite welcoming of our new class assistant.
Now, let us invite Chen Zhuo to introduce himself.
Seeing the warm reception,
Teacher Wang felt delighted. It was essential for Chen Zhuo to be well liked by the students, as it would facilitate her future work as a counselor. Chen Zhuo nodded gently and began his introduction.
Hello everyone, my name is Chen Zhuo, and I am a junior majoring in public administration.
I don't often participate in student activities, so you might not know me well.
However,
I have another identity. I am the owner of the Qingning Comprehensive Supermarket located next to the cafeteria. The supermarket, prominently situated beside the cafeteria, was a place where it was nearly impossible for any student on the main campus of Zhongjiang University not to have made a purchase. All the students widened their eyes in surprise, realizing the new class assistant held such a status. Chen Zhuo continued, Since I am here to be your class assistant,
I'd like to offer you all a little benefit.
I announce that all students of Class 3 in Public Administration will enjoy a 10% discount on fruits and snacks purchased at my supermarket.
Awesome! Our class assistant is amazing.
Long live the class assistant.
Dad! You are my dad.
This time, the entire class erupted in cheers. The girls in front cheered more conservatively, while the boys at the back, especially those who often enjoyed abstract humor, cheerfully shouted Dad in unison.
Chapter 23, Dear Foster Father.
Please allow me to bow before you. In the supermarket, the profit margin for fruits can reach as high as 58%, while snacks yield a margin of 30%. However, a high profit margin does not necessarily equate to substantial profits. Particularly with fruits, their short shelf life poses a risk if they do not sell. One could incur losses rather than gains. In his previous life as a villain, Chen Zhuo had wished for extraordinary powers, neglecting the management of small enterprises like supermarkets.
Nevertheless, that does not imply he lacks business acumen. By offering a 10% discount to classmates, he ensures that when they have cravings for snacks or fruits,
they will undoubtedly prioritize his supermarket. This is a clever marketing strategy, which also fosters camaraderie and solidifies his status within the public administration class 3.
It is a dual benefit. Alright, everyone, quiet down.
Our new class assistant has a monthly stipend of only 400 yuan.
Given the current atmosphere,
even that may not suffice to subsidize you all.
Counselor Wang chuckled nearby. Observing the situation, it was evident that Li Yaya had not misjudged Chen Zhuo. He was indeed exceptional.
Yet, she pondered why Chen Zhuo chose to be the assistant.
Surely, it wasn't he merely for the stipend, was it? Could it be related to class leader Yifei's injury sustained at his supermarket? Wow! Senior Chen Zhuo is so kind.
At this moment, everyone willingly stowed away their phones.
Focusing intently on Chen Zhuo,
he continued, I am sure many of you are curious as to why I chose to serve as the assistant without monetary motivation. The reason is that I am here for your class leader, Yifei. He was injured in my supermarket yesterday.
While I could easily cover his medical expenses.
Upon learning of his role as the leader of Class 3, I immediately recognized the responsibilities he bears.
With him hospitalized, he cannot manage the class.
And since I have the time, I am here to assist him in fulfilling that duty. I hope everyone will cooperate with my efforts in the time to come.
Chen Zhuo's tone was earnest and sincere, eliciting thunderous applause from his classmates. In a corner, Jiang Qiuli also joined in the clapping. Hey! Look, even Jiang Qiuli is applauding. A boy in the other corner whispered.
You should know she never claps.
You don't understand. She's moved by our new assistant's noble character. And can you stop watching your little movie here? Look at our new assistant, and then at yourself.
I won't watch anymore, I'll save it for later in the dorm.
The boy chuckled and put his phone away. Well, it seems everyone is quite welcoming to our new assistant. I shall take my leave now.
And you all should engage with him. Counselor Wang smiled, indicating her responsibilities extended beyond just this class. As she turned to depart, Vice Class Leader Yi Huiqing stood up.
Teacher Wang. There is one more matter. Our class's planned team-building activity was originally under Class Leader Yifei's charge, but with his hospitalization, should we still proceed? Teacher Wang pondered for a moment, glancing at Chen Zhuo.
That would be up to Chen Zhuo, as he is now acting as class leader.
If he agrees, a simple plan will suffice. All right.
After Teacher Wang exited, the classroom buzzed with excitement as students engaged in discussions.
Chen Zhuo cleared his throat, and silence fell over the room. You mentioned that there was a planned team-building activity?
Yes. Class leader Yifei had it set for this Friday afternoon. And we have no classes then, plus the weather looks promising.
Chen Zhuo checked the weather on his phone.
The forecast for Friday and the surrounding days appeared favorable, pleasant temperatures and sunshine.
However, temperatures would soon plummet, making these days the last glorious moments of autumn. Unsuitable for outdoor activities thereafter. Suddenly, Chen Zhuo realized this was an exceptional opportunity. If he invited Jiang Qiuli to join, she would likely decline. However,
by organizing an outing under the guise of a team-building event, it would be difficult for her to refuse.
What activities did you originally plan for the team building? He inquired. We were going to play games at the playground. Chen Zhuo nodded and addressed everyone. How many of you wish to play games at the playground?
Not a single boy in the back raised his hand, while about a dozen girls in the front did, yet they were not the majority.
This outcome was anticipated by Chen Zhuo.
During freshman year, many would have participated in playground games, but now, as sophomores, the novelty of university life had worn off. And interest had waned.
Since everyone seems uninterested in the playground, let's consider an alternative.
There is a newly opened villa party venue at Bihue Lake Park nearby, where one can fish, cook, and enjoy a home theater with a PS5, among other activities.
How about we go this Saturday? What do you all think?
Chen Zhuo casually proposed this idea. The villa party venue was indeed a fabrication, but there was a villa there, his own.
A reward from his family for his admission to Zhongjiang University.
He had never stayed there, but a management company maintained it, ensuring it was in good condition for use.
If he didn't utilize it a few times a year, the management fee would be wasted. Wow. Is that true? I want to go. Count me in.
This time, regardless of gender, every student raised their hands, except for Jiang Qiuli, which was anticipated by Chen Zhuo.
All right, everyone, please calm down.
One more thing, I will cover the costs for the villa party venue, but you all will need to take care of the fruits, drinks, and snacks.
As my assistant stipend cannot accommodate that.
Chen Zhuo stated this in the most nonchalant tone, igniting a wave of enthusiasm among the students. The girls seated in front gazed at Chen Zhuo's handsome visage, their eyes sparkling with admiration. What a remarkable class assistant.
The boys in the back, emboldened by the absence of Counselor Wang, let their excitement show. Thank you, my benefactor. Dear foster father, please accept my bow.
Their expressions were filled with gratitude,
reminiscing how difficult life had been during Yi Fei's tenure as class leader. Enough, enough.
Thankfully, he is now hospitalized. I hope he stays there for a few months. Chen Zhuo cleared his throat, signaling for silence once more. However, the fruits, beverages, and snacks required for the party will need to be covered by you all,
as my assistant's stipend cannot stretch that far. No problem.
With the exception of Jiang Qiuli, every student beamed with radiant smiles.
All right, let us commence our studies.
With that, he exited the classroom.
Take care, foster father.
After leaving the classroom, Chen Zhuo approached Counselor Wang, who was just exiting a nearby classroom.
Counselor Wang. May I trouble you for a favor? Could you please call Jiang Qiuli out for me? Chapter 24, Shrimp and Pork Heart. Yi Fei is infuriated. Why call Jiang Qiuli out?
Teacher Wang gazed at Chen Zhuo with a hint of confusion. Jiang Qiuli came from a challenging background and was the student she paid the most attention to in class, otherwise she wouldn't have taken the risk of allowing her to skip evening study sessions.
Chen Zhuo, a junior,
was meeting the students of Class 3 for the first time and could not possibly know Jiang Qiuli. I am aware of Jiang Qiuli's difficulties, Chen Zhuo stated earnestly. I have opened a supermarket at the school, and after discussing it with her, I offered her a part-time job there so she could earn some money to improve her situation.
Teacher Wang's eyes widened in surprise.
She hadn't anticipated that Chen Zhuo,
a newly appointed class assistant, would consider such matters. Moreover, his plan remarkably addressed Jiang Qiuli's issues. All right. I will go and bring her out for you. 3 minutes later,
Teacher Wang emerged from the classroom with Jiang Qiuli. In the classroom, the boys seated at the back suddenly recalled something.
Wait, do you remember? This afternoon,
the person who called Jiang Qiuli out at the classroom door was our new class assistant, Chen Zhuo. The back row buzzed with excitement, as curiosity often stirred amongst students. At the end of the corridor, beside the vending machine, Teacher Wang brought Jiang Qiuli before Chen Zhuo.
Qiuli, I heard from classmate Chen Zhuo that you will be working part-time at his supermarket?
Jiang Qiuli, clutching her pink canvas backpack, nodded nervously. Classmate Chen Zhuo is helping alleviate some of your difficulties, so you must do well at his supermarket and not disappoint his trust in you.
Jiang Qiuli nodded earnestly. All right, I'll leave you two to talk.
I have other matters to attend to, Teacher Wang said with a smile before heading off.
University teachers do not intervene in students' romantic affairs.
Moreover, Chen Zhuo's ability to manage a large supermarket at the school indicated his well-off background. If Jiang Qiuli and Chen Zhuo developed a relationship, it could indeed be beneficial for her.
Wait, Teacher Wang, I have one more thing.
Teacher Wang turned, puzzled,
to look at Chen Zhuo. What is it? Regarding Jiang Qiuli's work schedule, she also needs to care for her mother in the hospital, so her time is tight.
She may be late for some classes, and she won't be able to attend evening study sessions. I wanted to mention, Teacher Wang waved her hand to interrupt Chen Zhuo. She can skip evening study sessions, I can approve that. However, for other courses, I can only speak to the professional course teachers.
The rest, you'll need to handle yourselves. All right. Thank you, teacher.
The moon hung large in the night sky. It was the time for evening study. And the first and second year students were in classrooms. Meanwhile, some third and fourth year students were in the library, some playing games in their dorms, and others just beginning their nightlife. The path to the cafeteria remained quiet, illuminated by the bright white moonlight.
Thank you for helping me. Zhang Qiuli spoke first this time. Is that all you have to say?
Chen Zhuo smiled, his lips curving in the moonlight. I'll treat you to dinner with the money I earn, Zhang Qiuli offered softly, her voice barely a whisper. Chen Zhuo shook his head.
That won't do. What do you want then?
Zhang Qiuli turned to look at Chen Zhuo, her eyes fluttering.
I want you to give me a kiss. Chen Zhuo cheekily pointed to his cheek. Absolutely not.
Zhang Qiuli shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum.
If you refuse, I will tell your mother at the hospital. Chen Zhuo teased.
Ha? Zhang Qiuli paused, then whispered, My mother wouldn't agree either. Chen Zhuo awkwardly scratched his head.
I was just joking. How about this, you agree to join me for team building this Saturday?
Zhang Qiuli shook her head again.
That's not an unreasonable request, and yet you refuse?
There are too many people, I'm too shy, she replied earnestly. Chen Zhuo looked at her serious expression, almost unable to contain his laughter. It turned out the reason for her cool demeanor was her shyness.
What is there to be shy about? Everyone is going out to have fun. This is a rare memory of university life.
Otherwise, when you graduate and reminisce about your college days, what will you have to recall? Zhang Qiuli paused for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she said softly, But I have to work on Saturday, I won't have time to go. I'll give you a day off, a paid leave.
Zhang Qiuli shook her head.
No, I want to be treated like the other employees, I don't want any special treatment. Seeing her stubbornness, Chen Zhuo sighed inwardly.
In this day and age, how can there still be girls like you?
Then how about this, I plan to start a membership system at the supermarket. Members will enjoy a 10% discount on snacks and fruits. Upon reaching a certain amount, they will also receive delivery service.
You will be responsible for managing the details.
Ha?
Zhang Qiuli touched her head, somewhat bewildered. Chen Zhuo continued, Didn't I mention in class that our classmates will receive a 10% discount?
They will be the first batch of members. If they come to the supermarket to shop on Saturday, you will handle the counting and deliver the items to them. As Chen Zhuo spoke, he stroked his chin, contemplating deeper implications.
This approach, aside from charming Zhang Qiuli, was indeed a feasible business plan.
It was akin to a campus version of community group buying, enhanced by delivery services to the dormitories. If the process could be streamlined, the subsequent income could be substantial. Chen Zhuo led Zhang Qiuli toward the supermarket.
Meanwhile, in the first hospital of Zhongjiang City, Yi Fei lay on the bed, veins bulging.
His eyes ablaze with fury as he stared at his phone screen.
The screen displayed the group chat for Class 3 of Public Administration,
where Vice Class Leader Yi Huiqing had sent 3 consecutive videos and tagged him.
Class Leader, don't worry about being in the hospital.
Our new class assistant has arranged everything for us. Also, for the upcoming team building, the new class assistant is treating us to a villa party. Other class committee members chimed in, just focus on recovering in the hospital.
Even though you can't come, I'll record videos for you,
so you can experience it from the hospital.
To this, Yi Fei could only utter one phrase, I feel like crap. Lying in bed.
Yi Fei felt as if he might faint from rage.
He hadn't expected that the new class assistant would be his arch-nemesis, Chen Zhuo. In just 2 days,
Chen Zhuo, as the antagonist, had snatched away the heroine, whom he believed was destined for him. But the heroine was indeed the object of contention between the protagonist and the antagonist.
That was somewhat reasonable. However,
now Chen Zhuo had also taken away the class leader position he had painstakingly cultivated.
Was this fair?
Yi Fei felt as if he might spit blood from his frustration. He fought against his discomfort and continued to read the messages in the group.
The class assistant is treating us to a villa party.
This must cost at least 1,000, and we can't do anything else.
From now on, I'll only shop at his supermarket. He is giving us a 10% discount, so it would be embarrassing not to go.
By the way, for the villa party on Saturday,
let us buy fruits and snacks from his supermarket.
Right now, we have over 3,000 in class funds, if we take out a little over 1,000. We can stock up for Saturday.
How does that sound? I agree. Me too. Then, the vice class leader tagged Yifei again.
Class leader. Since you're in the hospital now, just let me manage the class funds.
We need to buy fruits and snacks on Saturday.
Yifei stared at the barrage of messages, his hands trembling as he held his phone. Just then, another message popped up at the bottom.
It is indeed a moment of great amusement to witness the unfortunate Yifei hospitalized.
Observing our new class assistant in juxtaposition with him brings to mind the trials we have endured in the past. I sincerely hope he remains in the hospital for an extended period, ideally until the following year, thereby necessitating his repetition of the grade.
Foolish old Wang.
You have mistakenly sent this to the wrong group. In a fit of frustration, Yifei could no longer contain himself and forcefully hurled his phone away. The device collided violently with the wall, shattering into countless pieces, producing a resounding crash. At that moment, two nurses passing by the ward glanced inside, sighed,
and shook their heads, murmuring to one another, "What has caused this individual to relapse again?" Ding!
The presence of the fated child in a fit of rage has been detected. The cooldown period for wishes has been reduced by 12 hours.
Chapter 25, Playing with the Fate's Chosen One, as simple as crushing an ant. What has happened to Yifei?
A middle-aged man dressed in a grey long robe stood by the door, his brow furrowed as he observed the scene within the hospital room. His name was Yi Fengcheng. The Yi family, being one of the foremost families in the Xia kingdom, possessed wealth and power, elements that ordinary people pursue throughout their lives, which were of no consequence to them.
After acquiring wealth and authority, the only concern that remains is health. Hence, 30 years ago,
the previous head of the Yi family established a special branch dedicated to studying medicine, focused on treating the sick and injured members of the family. Yi Fengcheng was one of the technical backbones of this team. From a young age, he had ascended the mountains to learn medicine from a reclusive hermit, experiencing the myriad herbs. Utilizing traditional Chinese medicine had become his singular skill over the years. After his master passed away,
he emerged as the strongest practitioner in the Xia kingdom, adept in the art of herbal medicine. "Manager Wang, what transpired here?" he coldly inquired as he entered the hospital room.
Manager Wang, seated beside the bed, startled at the sight of Yi Fengcheng.
Why are you here?" "The family is concerned about Yifei's condition, and I was instructed to intervene."
"You lot are utterly incompetent," Yi Fengcheng scolded softly,
turning his gaze to the bedridden Yifei. "Xiaofei, could you perhaps maintain your composure? Do refrain from causing alarm in a hospital."
If outsiders were to learn of this, it would tarnish the Yi family's reputation.
Yifei glanced up at Yi Fengcheng.
In his previous life, this uncle, who had mastered the art of traditional medicine, was ultimately overwhelmed by Chen Zhuo's medical skills, leading to a shattered conviction. He succumbed to madness, concocting poisons that resulted in the demise of over 300 members of the Yi family.
"Sixth uncle, do you know Chen Zhuo?" Yifei inquired,
recalling the events of his past life.
"Chen Zhuo? Who is that?
Have you suffered a blow to the head?"
Yi Fengcheng responded, genuinely scrutinizing Yifei's expression. "Nothing significant."
"Oh, I must have misremembered," Yifei replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Given the current circumstances, he was the only one who had been reincarnated.
Indeed. The chosen one was exceptional.
Since fate had granted him a chance for vengeance, he would tread carefully this time.
"Sixth uncle, my injuries are not severe.
Merely a slight fracture of the rib and knock, knock, knock." As Yifei was speaking, a knock resounded at the door. All three individuals in the room turned to look. A figure that Yifei would never forget, even in ashes, stood smiling at the doorway.
"Yifei.
Although your behavior today was quite rude, considering this incident occurred in my supermarket, I cannot leave you unattended in the hospital. Please, voice any requests you may have,"
he said nonchalantly. "Who is this?" Chen Zhuo asked, his face a mask of confusion as he regarded Yi Fengcheng. In the previous life,
Yi Fengcheng had poisoned the entire Yi family single-handedly, so Chen Zhuo certainly had not forgotten him.
After dropping Jiang Qiuli off at her dormitory,
Chen Zhuo had hurried to the hospital, hoping to expedite the refresh of his wishes by causing some trouble for Yifei. He did not anticipate this unexpected twist.
"Hello?
I am Yi Fengcheng,
a relative of Yi Fei. You mentioned that Yi Fei was injured in your supermarket? Yi Fengcheng inquired politely. Indeed, thus I must take responsibility. Whatever treatment plan your family desires, feel free to propose it. I will cover all medical expenses, you need not worry, Chen Zhuo stated with utmost sincerity, completely concealing his identity as a reincarnated antagonist. Even Yi Fei was perplexed. This was not how Chen Zhuo had acted in his former life. Yi Fengcheng nodded. Initially intending to expel Chen Zhuo to protect the family's secrets, he felt reluctant to do so given Chen Zhuo's earnestness. Thank you, Yi Fengcheng replied, refraining from further comments as he retrieved a gauze package from his pocket. Yi Fei's brow furrowed as he opened his mouth to expel Chen Zhuo. But before he could voice his thoughts, he anxiously glanced toward the door, fearing Jiang Qiuli might be lurking outside. Upon confirming the absence of anyone at the door, he sighed in relief. Looking again at Chen Zhuo, he swallowed his words. No, he realized. The previous failures were due to his impulsiveness, spurred by the vengeance of his former life. Now, he must embody the wisdom of a fortunate son, avoiding rash decisions and planning his next moves carefully. What were you about to say? Yi Fengcheng noticed Yi Fei's hesitation and inquired curiously. Nothing, I merely wish to ask if there are suitable treatment methods for my condition. I only have a minor rib fracture and a dislocated arm, which has already been reset, Yi Fei replied calmly. Of course, I have brought you some medicine. Apply it to your injured areas to expedite recovery. If all goes well, after one night, you should be able to leave the hospital by tomorrow, Yi Fengcheng asserted confidently. In his eyes, Yi Fei's injuries were trivial. Were it not for the head of the family's request, he would not have come. That's excellent news. Yi Fei exhaled deeply. What he needed most was to be discharged from the hospital. Only then could he reclaim his position as class monitor, clarify matters with Jiang Qiuli, and rescue her from Chen Zhuo's clutches, ultimately inflicting torment upon Chen Zhuo until his demise. Really? The doctors here were preparing for surgery. Can your medicine truly have such an effect? Chen Zhuo questioned, skepticism evident in his expression. As a leading figure in the field of traditional medicine, Yi Fengcheng could hardly tolerate doubts cast upon his skills. Doctors? What do they know? A bunch of novices. What I possess is not mere ordinary gauze. It contains, forget it, you wouldn't comprehend. Just know that, according to modern medical terminology, it can accelerate cellular regeneration at the injury site, hastening healing. Upon hearing Yi Fengcheng's explanation, Chen Zhuo's expression shifted from skepticism to astonishment. Is that true? If so, that would be remarkable. If your medicine achieves such results, it would undoubtedly be a source of pride for the Xia kingdom. Observing the change in Chen Zhuo's demeanor, Yi Fengcheng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Regardless of the stature of the individual, there is always a way to flatter them. Some thrive in sports, others in gambling. For Yi Fengcheng, the greatest fulfillment came from the acknowledgement and admiration of his medical expertise. He smiled as he elaborated, the ingredients I have are many that you have never encountered. And the efficacy is beyond your imagination. Today, you shall witness a medical miracle. He then turned to Yi Fei. The contents within are a powder I prepared. I will moisten it and apply it to your injuries. The medicinal components will penetrate your pores and enter your body, where you will experience a warming sensation. Subsequently, these ingredients will stimulate cellular metabolism in the injured areas, accelerating their division. You may feel a slight itch, but by tomorrow morning, everything will return to normal. Yi Fei's eyes sparkled with hope upon hearing Yi Fengcheng's explanation. He desperately needed this miraculous medicine. Sixth uncle, please apply it now. All right, I will fetch some water. Chen Zhuo, his smile broader than Yi Fei's, instructed before stepping out of the hospital room. Once outside, he could no longer contain his grin. He had not anticipated such a rewarding visit to the hospital. It was time to begin making wishes. Glimpsing at the system, Yi Fei noted that his recent emotional outbursts had reduced the cooldown time by several hours. The cooldown period had now concluded. System, come forth. I wish to make a wish. My desire is to make my body 100 times more sensitive to the effects of medication. Ding. 100 times exceeds the limits of your wish, please reduce the multiplier. Then, 80 times. Please reduce the multiplier. 50 times. Finally,
when Chen Zhuo settled on 5 times, the wish was granted. Chapter 26, No comparison, no harm, congratulations.
In the next 24 hours,
you will be 5 times more sensitive to the effects of the medication. The child of fortune, Yi Fei, will experience 100-fold sensitivity to the medication over the next 24 hours. Goodness gracious, 100-fold.
Can the child of fortune withstand it?
Chen Zhuo muttered softly, his hands unceasing in their work. Soon, he returned to the ward with a glass of water. Here, water.
Yi Fengcheng nodded,
accepting the cup from Chen Zhuo and gesturing for Butler Wang to assist in removing Yi Fei's clothing. He submerged the gauze containing the medicinal powder into the water and began administering the medication to Yi Fei. Chen Zhuo stood by,
unable to suppress a smile at Yi Fei's eager expression.
Yi Fengcheng's movements were swift and fluid, exuding a sense of mastery.
This miraculous medicine, surely you did not concoct it yourself? Your adeptness in application suggests a certain grandeur.
Such charisma is not easily feigned.
Chen Zhuo, with nothing better to do, indulged in flattery.
Yi Fengcheng listened, quite pleased, though he refrained from showing it.
Some matters are best left unguessed and unasked, simply observe quietly from the side. Chen Zhuo, puzzled, inquired, is it true that if this medicine is so remarkable, applying more would expedite his recovery?
Yi Fengcheng nodded.
In theory, yes.
As long as his body can absorb more, he will heal more swiftly. The ideal dosage is one that matches precisely with his body's absorption capacity.
Chen Zhuo pondered.
Given Yi Fei's robust physique, he likely possesses strong absorption abilities.
If you apply more, he might recover within an hour.
Yi Fengcheng smiled but said nothing.
Yet,
he quickened the pace of his application. Yi Fei, lying in bed, remained silent. Although he found Chen Zhuo rather irksome, he could not deny the truth in his words. He resolved to settle the score with Chen Zhuo once he recovered.
Before long, Yi Fei's arms and chest were coated with a glossy black ointment. Does this ointment not require bandaging?
What if it falls off? Chen Zhuo furrowed his brow in concern.
If the powder easily dislodges, would not his promise be in vain?
Yi Fengcheng laughed heartily. Young man, you are quite thorough in your considerations.
This is the extraordinary quality of my medicinal powder.
Before its effects are fully realized, it clings to the skin like a leech, impervious to removal, until its efficacy is entirely expended, at which point it will simply fall away. Chen Zhuo's eyes sparkled, and he gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Your medicine is truly remarkable.
As Yi Fei lay there, the application of the ointment brought a refreshing sensation, akin to peppermint. Cool as ice.
He assumed it was a special reaction of the miraculous medicine and paid it no mind. Gradually, the coolness dissipated, replaced by warmth, akin to a plaster. And this warmth continued to intensify.
Yi Fei gritted his teeth, remaining silent.
Yi Fengcheng had already explained that the miraculous medicine penetrates the skin, and one would eventually experience a burning sensation.
The current warmth indicated the medicine was entering his body. But why was the temperature still rising? 3 minutes later,
Yi Fei could no longer endure it. He felt as though someone was pouring boiling water onto his injured area.
Ah! Sixth uncle, this is unbearable. Why is your medicine so hot? Quickly, take it away.
Yi Fengcheng furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure evident. His medicine had never encountered issues before.
How could Yi Fei question him?
However, since Yi Fei was a key figure in the family, he cautiously retrieved a thermometer and checked the application site.
38.9 degrees. Although this exceeded normal body temperature, the medicine was designed to generate heat.
38.9 degrees is quite normal. The temperature will soon. Yi Fengcheng's frown deepened.
But why are you complaining about 39 degrees? Can you not withstand such a temperature? What? Yi Fei was bewildered. Just moments ago,
his injured area felt as if doused in boiling water. Now, it felt like enduring a searing iron pressing against him. The pain was excruciating.
He could easily drink water at 39 degrees, yet this ointment, only 39 degrees?
Chen Zhuo observed Yi Fei's discomfort and speculated aloud. Perhaps the medicine's effects are too potent, and Yifei's body is absorbing it exceptionally well, thus intensifying his experience compared to an average person.
In this light,
he should recover swiftly. Yi Fengcheng nodded in agreement. His objective assessment revealed no issues with the medicine. Therefore, it must be a matter of Yifei's subjective perception.
After hearing Chen Zhuo's explanation, Yifei ceased his protests to remove the ointment. He clenched his jaw. As the child of fortune, what is a little pain?
Surviving this trial, he would still reign as the strongest in this world. 10 minutes later, the searing sensation finally subsided.
Yifei was drenched in sweat, the blanket having long since fallen to the floor.
The bed sheets were twisted and crumpled beneath his grip. Yi Fengcheng observed with disdain.
How could you make an application of medicine resemble childbirth? Is it truly that painful?
Yifei panted heavily, unable to respond. It was not that he wished to argue.
He simply lacked the strength to do so.
He vowed childbirth could not possibly be this agonizing. Fortunately, all of this would soon come to an end. He would recover swiftly. With this thought, Yifei exhaled deeply. Then, he experienced a sudden convulsion. It felt as if he were dreaming of falling from a cliff. An unbearable itch, akin to a swarm of ants gnawing at his ribs, spread to his arms.
Itch, unbearably itchy, intensely so.
The sensation of itching can be far more severe than pain. When a person experiences skin itchiness, they often resort to scratching, even to the point of breaking the skin and drawing blood. This is using pain to suppress itchiness. If it is painful enough, the itching will cease. Yifei reached out, attempting to claw at the ointment on his chest.
However, it clung to him as if bonded by superglue, utterly immovable.
Thus, he resorted to scratching. Yi Fengcheng, witnessing this, quickly approached and restrained his hands. The adhesive properties of the ointment were strong, but being a paste formed from powder and water, it could not withstand such relentless scratching.
Quickly, help me bind his hands.
Yi Fengcheng called to Chen Zhuo.
Absolutely.
Chen Zhuo responded promptly. Seizing the rope used for fruit baskets and securing Yifei's hands to the bedside rails, wrapping it several times to render him immobile.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Yifei's hands were restrained, his eyes wide with fury, his body racked with unrelenting itchiness, leaving him in greater distress. What tormented him further was that the sixth uncle Yi Fengcheng, who had previously caused him such misery, was now collaborating with Chen Zhuo to bind him to the hospital bed.
Ding!
Detecting the child of fortune, Yifei is distressed, internally vexed and overwhelmed.
Desire cooldown time reduced by 16 hours.
Chapter 27, The Great Disgrace. Bind his legs as well, Yi Fengcheng said with evident irritation. He was a man who placed immense value on family honor. Had it not been for the fact that outsiders were unaware of Yifei's status as a scion of the Yi family, he would have long since resorted to sedating him,
shouting in the hospital like some hysterical woman.
Yifei remained oblivious to his sixth uncle's thoughts.
Had he known, he would have unhesitatingly opted for sedation.
At that moment, he felt as though countless ants were crawling over his bones. The itching so intense that tears streamed down his face.
Uncle, there are no more ropes. I will fetch some restraint straps from the nurse, Chen Zhuo said, turning to leave the ward.
For the medical staff in the inpatient department, mornings were the busiest, while evenings were typically quiet aside from routine monitoring. Only 2 nurses and 1 doctor were on duty at night. Chen Zhuo first approached the doctor's office, where he requested a restraint strap from the on-duty physician.
Ironically,
the doctor on night shift was the very one who had reprimanded Yifei earlier. Normally, the issuance of restraint straps required a joint assessment by both doctor and nurse. However, upon learning that Chen Zhuo was a family member of Yifei, he promptly complied with the request, even advising Chen Zhuo to keep a close eye on him. If anything else happens, we'll have no choice but to transfer him to the psychiatric ward.
Chen Zhuo readily agreed, rest assured. I will keep him from moving this time.
Meanwhile, back in the ward, as Chen Zhuo departed, Yifei, desperately suppressing the unbearable itching, trembled as he implored Yi Fengcheng. Uncle, please don't fall for his tricks.
I have been reborn.
In my previous life, we were both played cruelly by him. And you even poisoned the entire Yi family. Hurry, help me get these ropes off. Though Yifei spoke the truth, it sounded like sheer nonsense to Yi Fengcheng. Little Fei, I am your sixth uncle, not a child.
Must you concoct such childish tales? And if you cannot endure this minor itch, how can you ever hope to be the head of the Yi family? Yi Fengcheng was filled with disappointment. He had personally formulated the medication and knew its effects well.
While individual tolerances varied, the itchiness it produced was merely a sign of healing.
How could Yi Fei, groomed as the next family leader, be so feeble? Yi Fengcheng resolved to report this incident upon their return, advocating for a re-evaluation of Yi Fei's capabilities. The Yi family could not be allowed to fall into the hands of someone like him. Uncle, why don't you believe me? Everything I say is true. And this medicine is truly unbearable.
Yi Fei cried, tears streaming down his face. He could not comprehend how things had devolved into such a state. I concocted the medicine. How could I be unaware of its effects?
No, uncle, it truly itches.
Humph, are you questioning my medical skills? Endure it, the more it itches, the quicker you heal. Yi Fengcheng retorted sharply, his pride wounded by Yi Fei's insinuation. His expertise was his pride, and the thought of anyone doubting it infuriated him.
Just then, Chen Zhuo re-entered the ward, holding the white restraint straps.
All right, young brother, please assist me in binding him. Yi Fengcheng stood, his tone polite.
Of course. I'm not adept at this.
You are the divine doctor, you direct, and I shall execute. Unintentionally, Chen Zhuo flattered Yi Fengcheng, who basked in the praise. At that moment, he felt even more convinced of Yi Fei's ineptitude.
Comparing Chen Zhuo with Yi Fei was disheartening. Steward Wang, you too, lend a hand.
Yi Fei gazed at the three men surrounding him, his heart sinking. Coupled with the relentless itching, he screamed in desperation, Uncle, you must believe me.
Let me go. Let me go.
However, Yi Fengcheng paid him no mind, meticulously binding the straps. Soon, Yi Fei's legs, arms, waist, chest, and neck were all secured to the hospital bed,
rendering him utterly immobile. Ding!
Detected that the fated child Yi Fei is in despair, wish cooldown time reduced by 4 hours.
Just moments ago,
Yi Fei had contributed 16 hours to the cooldown reduction, and now with the additional 4 hours, it meant that in just 3 hours,
Chen Zhuo would be able to make a wish.
Observing Yi Fei, who lay in anguish, Chen Zhuo felt quite satisfied. It seemed that he needed to make more wishes that could evoke such results, allowing for more wishes in a limited time frame. The idea of empowering the protagonist was rather intriguing.
Get out! All of you, get out!
Though Yi Fei's body was restrained, his mouth remained free. Unable to move, he shouted even louder, his cries echoing through the orthopedic ward. Many family members of patients emerged to witness the commotion. Initially, they intended to scold him. But upon seeing Yi Fei's state, their anger transformed into pity. I wondered why the shouting was so loud, turns out he is deranged.
Can a few straps truly hold him down?
This person seems seriously unwell. Just then, doctors and nurses began to crowd in.
What is going on?
Other patients need their rest, keep the noise down.
Doctor, let me out. Let me out.
Yi Fei, now completely irrational from the unbearable itching, saw the doctors as a lifeline. While a typical patient might have some effect with such pleas, in the eyes of the medical staff, Yi Fei was no ordinary patient. His requests were promptly disregarded.
The doctor turned to Chen Zhuo. What is the situation? I mentioned he was emotionally agitated, so we brought in the restraint straps.
Now that he has secured, he can't move, and he is only shouting louder. Chen Zhuo summarized the events succinctly.
In just a few sentences,
he painted a vivid picture of Yi Fei's mental instability. The doctor looked back at Yi Fei, who was now a mess of tears, mucus,
and saliva, a sight that would be unusual even for a typical psychiatric patient.
Wait here, I'll request an urgent consultation. The doctor recognized that the situation was serious and sought to involve other departments.
Yet, he hadn't even reached the door when Yi Fengcheng intercepted him. Yi Fei's current state, surrounded by onlookers, was already humiliating enough. If an external consultation were to be requested, the news would spread. And should Yi Fei's identity be revealed, such scandalous details could surface, tarnishing the Yi family's reputation.
Wait, no need. Chapter 28, found you.
The contrast female protagonist Yi Fengcheng felt a bit humiliated.
It is worth noting that even members of the 4 prominent families of Zhongzheng would have to queue for his medical attention.
Today,
he was unexpectedly confronted by a mere junior doctor, which left him rather displeased.
had it not been for the fear of escalating the situation and exposing Yifei's identity, he would have already erupted in anger. Doctor, as you can see, this patient's condition is rather unique.
Please consult with others first and do not worry about us. Chen Zhuo assessed the current situation and ushered the doctor out, closing the ward door behind him.
Uncle, do you have any medication left unused? Before the hospital doctors arrive, you should administer it to Yifei.
With your medical expertise, the group of doctors will surely be astonished when they arrive, Yi Fengcheng nodded. Aware that time was of the essence. It's nothing, the medication I applied won't provoke such a severe reaction. His current state could very well stem from his overly developed sensory nerves. Thus, we simply need to soothe his nerves, he said. Retrieving a porcelain vial from his pocket and pouring out a small red pill.
This is a sleep aid I developed myself.
A single pill can induce a deep slumber for at least 3 hours, while an average person may sleep for up to 12 hours. Chen Zhuo mentally calculated the time. 3 hours multiplied by 100 would amount to 300 hours, or 12 days.
Quite impressive.
Yi Fengcheng approached the bedside, offering the pill to Yifei, who swallowed it without hesitation. He clearly observed that the pill was handed directly from his sixth uncle to him, without any interference.
Particularly from Chen Zhuo. There was certainly no issue. And indeed, it proved true.
He soon felt an overwhelming drowsiness, and despite wanting to say something, he closed his eyes instead. The ward fell silent. Yi Fengcheng let out a long breath. If all went well, by the time Yifei awoke, his fractured injury would be nearly healed.
You're truly a miraculous doctor,
Chen Zhuo praised, giving a thumbs up. Yi Fengcheng waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a sedative.
Nothing to boast about.
When the opportunity arises, I shall show you what a true miracle worker is. Observing Chen Zhuo, he found himself increasingly at ease,
his demeanor softening considerably.
Of course. When the chance presents itself, I will certainly pay homage to your medical skills.
If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, as I have classes tomorrow. Very well. Upon exiting the hospital, Chen Zhuo hummed a tune. If all went according to plan,
Yifei would not emerge for at least 10 days, granting him ample time to cultivate his relationship with Zhang Qiuli. When Yifei was discharged, the world could crumble.
Ding!
Detected that the fated child Yifei is in great distress, cooldown time for wishes reduced by 3 hours.
At that moment, a notification sound echoed in his mind. What was happening? Yifei was under anesthesia, how could there still be a reward?
Could it be? Chen Zhuo pondered a possibility. There exists a specific medical term known as anesthetic awakening, wherein a patient regains consciousness during surgery but remains unable to move, yet can perceive their bodily suffering. This meant that all sensory neurons were awake, while the motor neurons remained in a state of unconsciousness. Various factors could lead to this condition, either due to the anesthetic or the patient's physical condition. Chen Zhuo was unaware of the cause in Yifei's case, but he knew that Yifei was now trapped in endless itching and agony. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of sorrow washed over him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. The following day, Chen Zhuo took a leave of absence from school. He had a significant matter to attend to: his family's arranged marriage.
Indeed.
Even a wealthy second-generation heir like him was subject to such arrangements. Furthermore, the more affluent the family, the more necessary such matchmaking became, albeit with a more refined title: alliances. For a family like the Chens, compatibility was paramount when it came to marriage. While casual dating was permissible, all unions were orchestrated by the family.
In the narrative's backdrop,
the Chen family was not a super-wealthy clan. Their business was quite traditional, primarily operating a large chain of supermarkets called Qinji.
In his previous life,
Chen Zhuo's wish-granting system was so powerful that he deemed such minor enterprises beneath his notice. However, in this life, the system had undergone changes,
compelling him to utilize all available resources.
Jiang Fengxian, a high-end venue occupying the best riverside view in Zhongjiang, was hosting a social gathering for the elite families today, aiming to foster connections among the younger generation.
It was far preferable to forced family arrangements.
Chen Zhuo parked his Audi A6 and handed the keys to the doorman. He gazed at the establishment, adorned with traditional Chinese garden aesthetics, feeling a sense of nostalgia.
If all went well, he might encounter some familiar faces today. Mr. Chen. We have prepared a private room for you. Please, follow me.
At that moment, a stunning woman clad in a blue qipao approached.
Her makeup was exquisite,
devoid of any hint of a worldly demeanor, instead exuding an air of elegance. In any other venue, she would undoubtedly be the star attraction, yet at Zhang Fengxian, she was merely a standard service staff member. Under her guidance, Chen Zhuo ascended to a beautifully decorated room on the third floor.
Mr. Chen. You may summon me for any service by pressing this button.
To your right, you'll find the materials prepared for you, she said, serving tea before gracefully exiting and carefully closing the door behind her. Chen Zhuo took a sip of the tea, Westlake Longjing,
quite invigorating, and then opened the cabinet to his right.
Inside, he found a tablet containing profiles of all the women attending the gathering,
each man present also receiving a corresponding profile of the women.
He quickly swiped through the pages, pausing at the 8th.
Shui Qingya, CEO of Hongfeng Technology.
A simple introduction accompanied by a professional photo, reminiscent of an employee badge. In the image, she wore a sleek black business suit, simple yet harmonious. The tailored outfit fit her figure perfectly, accentuating her slender waist, with a skirt just grazing her knees, complemented by elegant black high heels.
Found you, the contrast female protagonist. Chen Zhuo couldn't help but smile. Shui Qingya was one of the female leads in the novel My Extraordinary Entrepreneurial Life. In his previous life, the Shui family had been utterly subdued by Chen Zhuo, turning the entire clan into his subordinates. Shui Qingya transitioned from a formidable CEO to his personal secretary,
revealing a stark contrast to her aloof exterior in private.
Chapter 29, The Deception Begins. Is the Child of Destiny Nantong?
Among the myriad female protagonists,
Shui Qingya left the most profound impression on Chen Zhuo.
The reason is quite simple: a woman of stark contrasts is the most intriguing.
As the afternoon tea hour approached,
the elite matchmaking event commenced, and attendees emerged from their chambers to gather in the adjacent banquet hall. Chen Zhuo, hands tucked into his pockets, aimlessly wandered about,
failing to catch sight of Shui Qingya.
Given the vastness of Zhongjiang, encompassing several neighboring cities, the number of guests attending this social gathering was limited and familiar. Most individuals in the banquet hall were acquainted, some even intimately so, engaged in animated discussions within their respective circles.
However, due to their familiarity,
there was an undercurrent of disdain among them. The men conversed about sports, bars, clubs, and business, while the women discussed celebrities, travel, luxury goods, and cosmetic enhancements. All were waiting, the women for the young master of the prominent Shui family, Shui Yang, a quintessential domineering CEO. And the men for the illustrious young lady of the Shui family, Shui Qingya, a strikingly beautiful and aloof CEO. Securing her favor could save their families 2 decades of arduous endeavors. Each sought the optimal outcome from this tea gathering, dismissing all else as trivial.
Hey, Brother Chen. You're here too.
A male voice called out from behind as Chen Zhuo contemplated the afternoon refreshments.
Turning around,
he recognized a man who was a head shorter than him. This man, Ning Hao, hailed from the Ning family of Zhongjiang, known not for commerce but for martial arts. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, in a previous life, he had been recruited by Chen Zhuo as his top enforcer.
The high society matchmaking event also marked the beginning of the plot. The protagonist of my rebellious entrepreneurial journey, Wang Yan,
was a feng shui master who had spent over a decade training under his mentor in the mountains. Recently, at his mentor's behest, he descended to the world below to gain experience and earn some money for his mentor's indulgence.
The title's implication of rebellion was indeed profound. His mentor,
well connected in the world below, had arranged for him to first visit the Shui family in Zhongjiang.
Ning Hao's presence at Zhang Fengxian was not for matchmaking. The Ning family,
having received a commission from the Shui family, had sent him to protect Wang Yan.
However, as Ning Hao was male, Wang Yan found him uninteresting. A month later,
the Ning family dispatched Ning Shui, Ning Hao's alluring sister and another protagonist, to guard Wang Yan.
But that was a story for another time. What brings you here? Also for matchmaking? Chen Zhuo inquired knowingly. Ning Hao shook his head and laughed heartily. No, I lack the qualifications for that. Then what are you here for? Family secrets cannot disclose.
Chen Zhuo picked up a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice from a nearby table and handed it to Ning Hao, taking one for himself as well.
Let me guess, it's related to the Shui family, isn't it? Ning Hao's hand froze midair, holding the glass. How did you know?
With a slight smile,
Chen Zhuo replied, of course, I know. I also know about Wang Yan. Upon hearing Wang Yan's name from Chen Zhuo, Ning Hao's eyes widened in disbelief.
These were confidential matters of their family. Recognizing Ning Hao's reaction, Chen Zhuo sipped his orange juice and casually remarked, do not doubt your brother Chen's capabilities.
I am aware of all matters, great and small, in Zhongjiang. Moreover, I know that Wang Yan is gay.
You should tread carefully while guarding him.
He has a penchant for your type. What?
The revelation struck Ning Hao like a bombshell.
He was an exceedingly straight man, and the thought of being pursued by a gay man repulsed him.
Had Chen Zhuo disclosed this information earlier, he would have dismissed it outright.
However, given that Chen Zhuo knew Wang Yan's name, the subsequent information seemed plausible.
Furthermore, their relationship was amicable. Chen Zhuo would not intentionally harm him.
Panic set in as Ning Hao exclaimed, Brother Chen, what should I do?
I do not wish to be targeted by him.
Chen Zhuo shrugged. What can I do? This arrangement is between your Ning family and the Shui family. Our Chen family is merely a small clan, we cannot assist you. However, I can offer some analysis. Today's gathering is a matchmaking event.
Your family sent you to meet Wang Yan, so you must consider. Chen Zhuo trailed off,
leaving ample room for Ning Hao's imagination.
Ning Hao stood frozen, grappling with the implications. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall shifted as excitement rippled through the crowd. From the entrances of the banquet hall, 3 figures appeared. On the left, dressed in a blue suit, was Shui Yang, on the right, in a beige skirt suit was Shui Qingya, and trailing behind Shui Qingya was a man clad in a black suit, wearing sunglasses with an air of pretentiousness. Chen Zhuo patted Ning Hao on the shoulder and pointed at the man in black.
Do you see? That is Wang Yan.
Notice his high white socks peeking out beneath his trousers.
I assure you, gay men often favor such attire. Really?
Ning Hao held on to a sliver of hope,
unable to believe he would encounter such absurdity.
Chen Zhuo, with his hands in his pockets, continued his ruse earnestly.
You doubt me? You can search for confirmation on your phone.
Ning Hao, pulling out his phone, quickly searched for the information. The truth dawned upon him, Chen Zhuo was indeed correct.
All is lost.
He lamented, despair washing over him. At the forefront of the hall stood Shui Qingya, Shui Yang, and Wang Yan.
Their relationships intricately woven yet fraught with rivalry.
Although both Shui Yang and Shui Qingya belonged to the Shui family, they were fierce competitors. Shui Yang sought to persuade Shui Qingya to abandon her career and marry, allowing him to monopolize the family resources.
Wang Yan, as the favored child of destiny, naturally played the sycophant to the aloof Shui Qingya.
Yet, the narrative was just unfolding, and Shui Qingya held little affection for him, compelling him to pursue her relentlessly while maintaining distance. Apologies for our tardiness, we had to change outfits.
Let us commence the gathering. Everyone relax, Shui Yang proclaimed,
raising his glass to assert his status. Shui Qingya also lifted her glass in acknowledgement but remained silent, disinterested in the gathering, attending solely due to familial pressure.
Meanwhile,
Wang Yan, standing beside her, raised his glass with a smile, his gaze fixated on Chen Zhuo and Ning Hao. As the child of destiny and a reborn individual, Wang Yan harbored memories of a previous life where Ning Hao had served as his bodyguard.
However, finding him uninteresting due to his masculinity, Wang Yan had dismissed him. Subsequently,
Ning Hao inexplicably became Chen Zhuo's subordinate, acquiring extraordinary prowess that even the will of heaven could not match.
In the end,
Ning Hao had personally dealt with Wang Yan's demise. Now, with the opportunity for rebirth bestowed upon him, Wang Yan was determined to reclaim everything Chen Zhuo had taken from him, particularly the formidable enforcer, Ning Hao.
In this new life,
he intended to bring Ning Hao under his command and make Chen Zhuo experience the taste of defeat at Ning Hao's hands.
Chapter 30, For your sister's sake.
I have decided to stand by you. Chen Zhuo sensed Wang Yan's gaze upon him and responded with a faint smile. He then playfully patted Ning Hao, teasingly stating, Look.
The moment Wang Yan arrives, he fixates on you. My dear brother, I genuinely worry for you. Ning Hao, reminded by Chen Zhuo, quickly glanced towards the stage and met Wang Yan's penetrating stare.
As a straightforward man, he was utterly unaccustomed to such situations and immediately panicked.
It's over, it's over. Shan Gu. You cannot turn a blind eye to my plight.
My lifelong happiness cannot be jeopardized by such a man. Feigning contemplation, Chen Zhuo replied casually. Since you trust me so much, from now on, you must confide in me about everything that occurs when you are near him.
I will guide you on how to navigate it.
Well, but it concerns my family.
Ning Hao hesitated.
Chen Zhuo quickly interjected, brother, family is family.
And you are you. You must live for yourself.
Besides, your family is willing to send you into the clutches of such a loathsome person for their own interests.
Why are you still considering them?
For Chen Zhuo, sowing discord was as effortless as drinking water.
Ning Hao hesitated.
Yet he still could not bring himself to agree immediately. The Ning family, being a lineage steeped in martial traditions, instilled in him deeply rooted beliefs. Growing up in such an environment, family held significant importance to him.
All right, this matter doesn't concern me. If you are unwilling, then let it be. Wait. Shan Gu. Allow me to ponder it a bit more. Take your time to think it through, and let me know once you've made up your mind. Alas,
I truly do not wish to see my good brother fall into such an abyss. Chen Zhuo sighed dramatically, feigning heartfelt concern.
For Ning Hao,
the bond shared among brothers surpassed all else. Chen Zhuo's words touched him deeply.
Chen Gu, this matter is too significant. Please allow me some time to reflect. Rest assured.
Regardless of the outcome, I will introduce my cousin Ning Shuai to you. Images of Ning Shuai's alluring figure danced in Chen Zhuo's mind as he patted Ning Hao's shoulder.
Good brother, I am committed to assisting you with this. Take your time to consider it.
With that, Chen Zhuo turned his attention back to the stage. Realizing that the story he had concocted earlier had not sufficiently impacted Ning Hao, he needed to amplify the dosage. Observing the wineglass in Ning Hao's hand, a smile crept upon his lips.
System, I wish to make a wish.
My desire is to elevate the secretion of dopamine in my body by 100-fold after consuming alcohol.
Dopamine is a regulatory hormone within the human body,
primarily responsible for the brain's emotional state, conveying signals of excitement and inducing happiness.
The more it is secreted, the more exhilarated one becomes. In moderation.
It is a beneficial mechanism, but once it is excessively secreted, ding. The multiplier exceeds the desired range by 100-fold, please reduce the multiplier.
90-fold. Please reduce the multiplier. 60-fold.
Finally, when Chen Zhuo proposed a 20-fold increase, the wish was granted successfully.
Ding.
Congratulations, after consuming alcohol,
your dopamine secretion level will increase 20-fold.
Note, the permanent damage to your body caused by hormones will be repaired by the system.
Ding. The fortunate son,
Wang Yan, will receive a tenfold critical hit reward. After drinking alcohol, his dopamine secretion level will increase 200-fold. Let us raise our glasses in toast to the success of our gathering. Shui Yang exuded leadership as he downed a glass of red wine in one gulp. The others followed suit, raising their glasses in unison, and the atmosphere turned jubilant. Shui Qingya furrowed her brows but reluctantly took a sip from her glass. She disapproved of her cousin's calculating demeanor. However, being in a public setting, she could not expose the internal conflicts within the Shui family.
Standing beside Shui Qingya,
Wang Yan noticed her bringing the glass to her lips and promptly followed suit, drinking while casting a smug glance at Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo's response was merely a smile.
Shen good, drink up.
The wine prepared for today is quite good, though I still prefer white wine, Ning Hao remarked as he took a sip. Ning Hao embodied the essence of a martial artist, forthright and straightforward, a genuinely innocent soul.
When properly utilized, he could undoubtedly be a formidable warrior. Otherwise, in his previous life,
Chen Zhuo would not have had such an extraordinary system and would not have taken Ning Hao under his wing without needing subordinates.
I am currently abstaining from alcohol. I am drinking orange juice.
Chen Zhuo lifted his glass of orange juice and drained it.
Abstaining from alcohol? Why forsake something so delightful?
Because excessive drinking leads one to act upon their true desires, But for individuals like us, some actions must remain unexecuted, Chen Zhuo replied blandly.
Ning Hao appeared contemplative.
Ning Hao, greetings, I am Wang Yan. A male voice interrupted his thoughts.
Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yan had descended from the stage,
holding a wineglass as he greeted Ning Hao. Snapping back to reality, Ning Hao was startled to see Wang Yan approach, causing him to instinctively take 2 steps back.
Why you, hello. Wang Yan patted Ning Hao's shoulder amiably. Why are you so nervous? Your family has already informed me. Rest assured. You will enjoy the finest treatment while you are here.
In his previous life, Wang Yan had coldly disregarded Ning Hao, ultimately pushing him towards Chen Zhuo's side. Thus, in this life, he aimed to treat Ning Hao well, ensuring he felt the warmth of his presence. However, unbeknownst to him, Ning Hao, having been successfully brainwashed by Chen Zhuo, had already labeled him as a potential suitor. The more Wang Yan exerted his charm, the more apprehensive Ning Hao became. This stalwart man was now thoroughly intimidated by Wang Yan, retreating further.
Wang Yan, perplexed by Ning Hao's terror-stricken expression, wondered what he had said wrong.
Without dwelling on it further, he redirected his gaze to Chen Zhuo, the primary target of his focus. In my previous life, you toyed with me mercilessly, but thankfully,
fate has granted me a second chance.
In this life, I shall show you why the flowers bloom so vibrantly.
Hello, we seem somewhat familiar,
he said with a smile directed at Chen Zhuo.
Is that so?
I do not believe we have met, Chen Zhuo responded with genuine bewilderment, appearing entirely sincere.
Perhaps I am mistaken. Come, allow me to toast to you. Wang Yan raised his glass.
This toast signified the commencement of the second round of their battle. He felt an exhilarating thrill, an unfamiliar sensation of rapid heartbeat that he had never experienced before. Chen Zhuo chuckled, gesturing to the juice cup in his hand.
I apologize, but I do not consume alcohol.
My tolerance is quite poor, and drinking often leads to a loss of composure. Not to worry, I shall drink.
While you enjoy your juice. There will always be disparities between individuals, Wang Yan remarked before downing his glass of wine in one swift motion.
It is crucial to note that alcohol stimulates dopamine secretion, which accounts for why many individuals become increasingly boisterous after drinking, and why some lose their composure.
When one is exhilarated, they become capable of anything. Chapter 31, I just had a drink, and my home was burgled. With a beaming smile,
Chen Zhuo downed the orange juice and remarked, truly commendable for a practitioner, your capacity for alcohol is remarkable, reminiscent of the venerable Ji Gong.
However,
Ji Gong favored white liquor, red wine seems to lack a certain essence.
After finishing his glass of red wine, Wang Yan felt his heartbeat accelerate. And the world around him took on a surreal quality. Yet, a sliver of rationality remained within him. Though he could not fathom Chen Zhuo's reasoning, he was acutely aware that the nefarious Chen Zhuo's words were untrustworthy. Just as he contemplated shaking his head in refusal, he noticed Chen Zhuo pulling Ning Hao over. To be candid, my brother here has a fondness for white liquor, he was just lamenting that red wine lacks excitement. Why not join him for a couple of drinks? Wang Yan hesitated.
Sharing a drink with Ning Hao presented an excellent opportunity to forge a bond.
After a moment's indecision,
he stepped forward and placed his glass on a nearby table, retrieving a bottle of Maotai.
Ning Hao looked at Chen Zhuo, bewildered.
Chen Zhuo offered him a reassuring glance and patted his shoulder.
You and Wang Yan should enjoy your drinks. Afterward, many of your questions will be answered. I shall leave you to it. As Wang Yan observed Chen Zhuo's retreating figure, he found himself perplexed. With the villainous Chen Zhuo departing and leaving Ning Hao behind for a drink, was this not an opportunity for him? Could it be that, in this reborn world, Chen Zhuo's intellect had diminished? Wang Yan could not comprehend this but chose not to dwell on it.
The situation was clear, Ning Hao's presence was his chance to win him over.
Come, brother, let us dispense with idle chatter, the conversation lies within the drink.
He opened the bottle and poured 2 glasses, handing one to Ning Hao. Though Ning Hao longed to decline, he recalled Chen Zhuo's words. He stifled his nausea and accepted the glass. They began to drink. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo had approached Xue Qingya, offering her a glass of cola. Though Xue Qingya was not fond of alcohol, she had a penchant for cola. Her favorite pastime involved spending solitary evenings engrossed in video games. indulging in fried chicken and burgers, all while savoring her beloved cola.
Delightful.
Of course, this little hobby remained a secret to everyone except for Chen Zhuo.
In a previous life,
after recruiting Shui Qingya as his secretary, Chen Zhuo had stumbled upon her seated in an esports chair, blissfully munching on a hamburger with a silly grin. Who could have imagined that behind the facade of a cold, formidable woman lay such a hidden passion? Chen Zhuo extended the cola, but Shui Qingya did not accept it. She was pursued by countless admirers. To her, Chen Zhuo was merely another sycophant with ulterior motives. "I'm sorry, I do not add friends." Chen Zhuo chuckled lightly and replied, "I did not propose friendship, I merely wished to invite you for a drink of cola."
Wouldn't you agree, Flower Fruit Mountain's flamboyant mother monkey?
This name was Shui Qingya's universally recognized gaming ID, which had made Chen Zhuo laugh heartily upon first encountering it. This time, Shui Qingya acted swiftly. Snatching the cola from Chen Zhuo's hand within a second, her eyes wide with disbelief.
How did you know?"
Coughing lightly, Chen Zhuo sidestepped her question.
"What do you say? Care to share a drink of cola with me?" Yes." After a brief hesitation, Shui Qingya downed the entire glass of cola, prompting gasps of astonishment from onlookers nearby. What just happened? I couldn't even exchange a word with Shui Qingya, yet she drank his cola? And in one gulp. Giving him such face, who is he?
You're overthinking it, I know him. His name is Chen Zhuo, from the Chen family, the one associated with the large supermarket, Chenji.
His family isn't wealthier than mine, why would Shui Qingya drink his cola? I overheard him mention monkeys, do you think Shui Qingya has a fondness for monkeys? Well, you certainly resemble one. Speak, how did you know? After finishing the cola, Shui Qingya quietly inquired. Chen Zhuo smiled subtly. I didn't claim you drank it.
I merely wondered how we could keep it discreet with everyone watching.
If I divulged the secret, it would be common knowledge, wouldn't it? All right.
Let us add each other as friends, and you can message me. Shui Qingya felt a surge of panic. If her secret leaked, it would tarnish her image. And Shui Yang would undoubtedly exploit the situation. She was at a loss as to how this information had escaped. She had taken every measure to keep it concealed.
Utilizing someone else's name for her gaming account. How could Chen Zhuo possibly know?
Very well, Chen Zhuo nodded in agreement.
Shui Qingya promptly retrieved her phone, displaying her contact QR code.
Chen Zhuo produced his phone as well, scanning to add her.
Done.
The earlier discussions among the crowd fell silent. Particularly among the men who had previously faced rejection from Shui Qingya.
3 minutes and 28 seconds, he took only 3 minutes and 28 seconds to have Shui Qingya voluntarily add him as a friend? I can't believe it.
Now that they had exchanged contact details, it was evident that he and Shui Qingya were not familiar prior to this moment.
In those 3 minutes, amidst cola and contact exchanges, what manner of sorcery was this Chen Zhuo employing to woo women? Meanwhile,
two individuals remained oblivious to the surrounding chatter, Ning Hao and Wang Yan. Wang Yan, once known for his impressive drinking capacity, now found himself inebriated and disoriented. Each glance at Ning Hao's face appeared as a double vision, the environment around him blurred into obscurity. His hand trembled as he held the bottle, pouring with little regard for accuracy. Yet, rather than succumbing to drunkenness, an expression of exhilaration and anticipation adorned his face. Drink, let us continue. Today is a day for joy, let us indulge. He exclaimed while filling Ning Hao's glass, entirely unaware that his home had been robbed.
Chapter 32, the entire venue stunned by the enchanting dance of the prodigy Shuigo. It seems everyone is feeling a bit restrained.
Why not propose that we host a dance party on site to dispel the awkward atmosphere? Chen Zhuo called out loudly to Shui Yang, who was not far off,
having bypassed Shui Qingya.
The Shui family is a top-tier family in Zhongjiang, while Chen's family has only recently gained entry into the upper echelons of society.
Shui Yang knew Chen Zhuo's name but was not familiar with him personally. Under normal circumstances, he would not bother to pay attention to Chen Zhuo. However, the situation was different now. Having witnessed the earlier interaction, he realized that Chen Zhuo had already taken the first step with his cousin, Shui Qingya. If this could lead to a successful match in Shui Qingya's marriage, it would be a significant event indeed. Thus, he regarded Chen Zhuo with newfound favor. Indeed.
That is a splendid suggestion, let us proceed with it, Shui Yang stated, taking the microphone from a nearby staff member.
Ladies and gentlemen, to enhance communication among us, I will now play some music. You may invite your preferred partners to join you in a social dance.
Of course, participation is not mandatory, feel free to enjoy yourselves. After delivering his message, Shui Yang exchanged a few words with the staff. Before he could turn back, a throng of women approached him, eager to dance.
Meanwhile, Shui Qingya coldly inquired, "Are you well acquainted with him?" She contemplated a troubling possibility. Could it be that Shui Yang had uncovered her secret and disclosed it to Chen Zhuo? If that were the case, she would be utterly finished. Chen Zhuo shrugged. Not at all. That was the first sentence I've ever exchanged with him since birth. Your cousin can be rather pretentious, I'm not fond of him. Ah? Shui Qingya's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated such a response from Chen Zhuo. It was well known that the young elites of high society never failed to fawn over Shui Yang. The man before her dared to voice such an opinion about him in this setting. The irony was that she shared the same sentiment. Wait. There are too many people here. Even if it's true, you shouldn't say it aloud. What if someone overhears? Shui Qingya's voice was laced with concern as she regained her composure. I understand, he is quite petty and holds grudges. However, that is irrelevant. I'm merely here to invite you to dance. Now, Shui Qingya, may I have the honor of dancing with you? Chen Zhuo asked with a subtle smile, exuding elegance. Shui Qingya stared at Chen Zhuo, feeling bewildered. She could not quite comprehend it. This man named Chen Zhuo felt entirely different from the sycophants she had encountered before. Exuding a most pleasant aura. Just then, the 12 speakers in the banquet hall erupted with music, sweet and lively melodies. The large screen at the front displayed the title of the music along with the corresponding dance, Jitterbug Romantic Interlude. The music's elegant yet sweet tone effortlessly set the rhythm for the gathering. The staff responsible for the music, Zhang Fengxian, ranked among the top 5 in Zhongjiang, demonstrating a professional selection. Consequently, the atmosphere quickly transformed into one of joy, filled with laughter. However, it was not the jubilance Chen Zhuo had envisioned. All eyes in the banquet hall turned toward a singular direction, the one where Wang Yan was located. One must acknowledge that the art of music lies in its capacity to evoke emotions through notes. Scientifically, many musical rhythms can induce feelings of joy. As music stimulates the secretion of hormones in the human body, leading to sensations of pleasure and happiness. For an ordinary person, the hormonal response elicited by music may be negligible. Yet, Wang Yan's own hormonal levels were already surging, leaving him in a euphoric state. As the cheerful music reached his ears, his body instinctively began to sway to the rhythm, movements growing increasingly exaggerated until he embraced Ning Hao's neck. The atmosphere was charged with palpable energy. The wealthy young men and women present cheered at the scene, pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Many attendees were regulars at bars and had witnessed such spectacles before. However, today was a formal social gathering arranged by their elders. The stark contrast of this scene was exhilarating. Ning Hao, caught in Wang Yan's embrace, found himself at a loss for words. He finally understood the meaning behind Chen Zhuo's earlier ambiguous statement. It seemed Chen Zhuo had spoken the truth, Wang Yan was indeed gay. He exerted all his strength to push Wang Yan away, hastily retreating. If Wang Yan continued to dance upon him, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. With Ning Hao no longer supporting him, Wang Yan targeted the crowd ahead. After taking a sip of his drink, he charged into the throng. His expression was one of unrestrained ecstasy, akin to a reveler indulging in playful antics with princesses. The crucial detail was that his target was not a group of women but rather a cluster of men. The group of affluent young men, who had been laughing and enjoying the spectacle moments before, scattered in fear as Wang Yan barreled toward them. Security! Get him out of here! One of them shouted. Damn it! I thought I was already having enough fun, I never expected this family-arranged gathering to be wilder than my usual escapades. At this moment, the aloof and composed CEO, Shui Qingya, standing beside Chen Zhuo, could not stifle a laugh. However, it was merely a fleeting moment before she regained her icy demeanor. Aside from Chen Zhuo, no one noticed the fleeting smile that had graced her face. You have a lovely smile, why do you choose to appear so aloof? Chen Zhuo inquired softly, his tone casual.
Shui Qingya shot him a glance, replying quietly, "In this world, one is often bound by circumstances."
Hearing her response, Chen Zhuo's lips curled into a faint smile. He recognized that he had managed to pry open a crack in the heavy door of Shui Qingya's heart.
"Oh, I understand, it's akin to having a gambling-addicted father, ailing mother, and a studious younger brother," he replied.
Shui Qingya looked puzzled. A gambling-addicted father? What does that mean?
"It describes a certain state of life."
"Nevertheless, you have yet to answer me. Will you dance with me?"
"Don't be too quick to refuse."
"Surely. You wouldn't want others to learn of your nickname, the flirtatious monkey of Flower Fruit Mountain, would you?"
Chen Zhuo's smile was more difficult to suppress than an uncontrollable laugh.
This tactic was invariably effective. Fine. I accept." Shui Qingya gritted her teeth and nodded.
For the sake of her reputation, she was willing to take the plunge.
Of course, as one of Zhongjiang's leading businesswomen, her considerations were far from simplistic.
If she were easily manipulated by Chen Zhuo, she would not have attained her current stature.
Reputation was one aspect, moreover.
Her family had sent her to this social gathering to address her matrimonial concerns.
The family's ideal match was none other than the fortune-teller, Wang Yan. Wang Yan, as the focal point of attention, possessed commendable looks.
Although Shui Qingya initially harbored no aversion to her family's arrangement,
her feelings shifted dramatically upon witnessing Wang Yan's wild antics.
If she were to marry Wang Yan, her future would be irrevocably tarnished.
Thus, she felt compelled to provide her family elders with a satisfactory explanation at this social event.
Chen Zhuo was indeed a favorable option.
Chapter 33, The Joy of Social Dance. One must dance. Ahem, could you please stop pretending, biting your lip and nodding in a coy manner, as if you were a pure-hearted college girl?
Chen Zhuo offered no mercy, directly exposing Shui Qingya's fade. "You mean," Shui Qingya stammered, her pretense unmasked by Chen Zhuo's discerning gaze. This was not the narrative she anticipated. Her usual strategy was infallible with other men. She was well aware that men were often captivated by a woman's feigned reluctance, igniting their desire to conquer. Yet, why had it failed with Chen Zhuo today? What she did not realize was that Chen Zhuo, having been reborn, possessed an understanding of her that surpassed even her own knowledge. For instance, he could identify a small mole behind her, which she herself was oblivious to, merely by observing her figure in the fitted dress. As her schemes were laid bare, her cheeks flushed, leaving her flustered. It had been ages since she felt such nervousness. "Even if it were true, you mustn't speak it aloud." After a prolonged moment of tension, she managed to utter these words.
Chen Zhuo chuckled, parting his lips to utter just 3 words, "defensive breach."
It was at this moment that Shui Qingya recognized that her once proud social skills had succumbed before Chen Zhuo.
"Let us not discuss this any longer. Come, let us dance."
Accepting her defeat in the face of Chen Zhuo, she hastily shifted the conversation.
Meanwhile, the frenzied Wang Yan was escorted away by security personnel.
The young masters present sighed in relief, feeling the misfortune of the spectacle that had suddenly turned upon them.
"What manner of person is this at today's social gathering?"
Someone murmured, "Just ignore it, you didn't see he was brought by the Shui family."
With this reminder, they collectively dismissed the incident as if it had never transpired. These young masters, raised in a world of intrigue and deception, may lack certain abilities. Yet they possessed a keen sense of timing. Though everyone feigned ignorance, Wang Yan's outburst had undeniably enlivened the atmosphere.
Those who had been rebuffed by Shui Qingya and Shui Yang began inviting their second choices to dance. The first melody, romantic interlude, had concluded.
Now, the second waltz, Waltz of Love, began to play. "Come, let us dance."
Chen Zhuo grasped Shui Qingya's hand and strode confidently toward the center.
In contrast to Jiang Qiuli's bashful demeanor, Shui Qingya had grown up under the spotlight of a prominent family, always shining brightly in the eyes of others.
While ordinary individuals were preoccupied with financial concerns from a young age, she had never known such worries, fostering her extroverted and cheerful personality.
However,
the burdens of corporate affairs and familial strife had rendered her increasingly aloof over the years. Feeling the warmth of Chen Zhuo's hand, she offered no resistance, willingly following him to the ballroom's heart. It was then that Chen Zhuo faced an awkward realization: he seemed to lack the ability to dance the waltz. Not knowing how to dance was inconsequential, he could learn. He scanned the surroundings and noted that everyone appeared to dance differently.
What's wrong? Shui Qingya inquired,
noticing his hesitation.
I can't dance. Shui Qingya replied incredulously, you invite me to dance, yet claim you cannot?
In response to her skepticism, Chen Zhuo remained unfazed.
Calmly asking, can you? She nodded.
I learned waltzing in elementary school, we had specialized dance classes.
Then you can teach me. I learned quickly.
Shui Qingya felt like fleeing. But with the arrow already knocked, she had no choice but to release it. If she were to fall out with Chen Zhuo now,
the gossip among the gathered elite would be unbearable for her family.
Reluctantly, she steeled herself.
Very well. Standing opposite Chen Zhuo,
she extended her left hand to grasp his right, raising it high.
Now, use your left hand to hold my waist.
Such a request was one Chen Zhuo could not decline.
In a mere 0.3
seconds, he wrapped his arm around her waist.
Shui Qingya,
adorned in a tailored professional suit that perfectly complemented her figure, felt his touch, soft and reassuring. She rested her right hand on his shoulder. They stood close together. And Chen Zhuo inhaled the faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her, a delightful sensation.
Ah, the joy of social dance. One must dance.
Shui Qingya felt no discomfort. Generously instructing Chen Zhuo in the art of waltzing. Rise on your toes, lift your skirt, let my hand rest gently upon your shoulder. With graceful steps and shallow breaths.
How sweet the waltz of love.
As the music played, men and women elegantly twirled in harmony. After Shui Qingya demonstrated several foundational movements,
Chen Zhuo began to dance with growing finesse.
Throughout this process, he keenly observed the movements of those around him, integrating their styles into his own. He sensed a transformation within himself. In this life, his capacity to learn seemed enhanced.
Was it akin to a game, where some attributes are diminished while others are amplified to maintain balance?
Chen Zhuo was uncertain. Nevertheless, his dancing improved remarkably.
Initially, Shui Qingya had led, but now
she found herself adapting to his rhythm. Under his guidance, they spun and drew closer.
Shui Qingya, skilled in the dance,
managed to keep pace with Chen Zhuo despite the restrictive nature of her fitted dress. However, she was astonished by his rapid progression,
palpable within the span of a single song. What kind of anomaly was this man named Chen Zhuo?
Shui Qingya pondered, questioning whether his initial clumsiness had been feigned. Yet, she swiftly dismissed that thought. Setting aside the question of whether he could truly mimic such ungracefulness, his motivations were clear, he had no reason to pretend. Thus, the man before her, Chen Zhuo, was genuinely a prodigy in the realm of dance. Oblivious to Shui Qingya's contemplative expressions, Chen Zhuo was entranced by the music.
It was irresistible, warm, and melodious, a perfect harmony. As the piece concluded, Shui Qingya eagerly inquired, is this truly your first time dancing the waltz?
Indeed, to be precise. This is my first experience with any form of dance, Chen Zhuo lamented, wishing he had learned the waltz sooner, so many opportunities had slipped by in his life.
You are remarkable.
If you were to pursue dance formally, you would undoubtedly become a star in the dance world, Shui Qingya remarked sincerely. Chen Zhuo shook his head.
To be honest, I excel at everything, not solely dance.
If I were to dedicate myself to every pursuit, my life would be overwhelmingly busy.
Shui Qingya rolled her eyes dramatically, muttering, you claim to dislike Shui Yang's pretentiousness, yet I find you even more ostentatious.
Chen Zhuo smiled nonchalantly. I speak the truth. Furthermore, your eye rolling is quite distinctive, especially paired with your professional attire.
Go away. Chapter 34, How can there be such a vast disparity among men? Upon uttering that word,
Shui Qingya immediately realized that this was no game, it was a social gathering arranged by her family. In a mere half a second, she adjusted her expression,
reverting to the poised and aloof demeanor of a sophisticated female CEO.
She took a couple of steps towards Chen Zhuo and whispered in a tone audible only to him.
Rogue.
Chen Zhuo shook his head.
I recall you were far less refined in your insults during the game. You. Shui Qingya stamped her foot in a fit of embarrassment and anger.
At that moment, she felt as if Chen Zhuo could see right through her. As if he could discern the color of her underwear.
The thought was utterly terrifying.
A change of strategy was essential.
After a brief contemplation,
she composed herself and asked nonchalantly, "By the way, I still don't know your name. You may call me the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain."
"Get lost."
Although Shui Qingye softly retorted, her heart was not filled with displeasure.
On the contrary,
her interaction with Chen Zhuo rekindled a sense of camaraderie reminiscent of chatting with friends in the game.
Even amidst the barrage of expletives and playful banter,
there was a certain comfort to it.
"All right, I won't tease you any longer. My name is Chen Zhuo, a male university student." "You're still a university student?"
Shui Qingye asked, somewhat astonished.
Chen Zhuo's previous antics, though seemingly childish, had effectively achieved their intended purpose.
With her extensive experience in the business world, she recognized that such a man could be the most formidable and mature of all.
How could someone like him possibly still be in university? Indeed,
he was an unequivocal university student, a third year in public administration at Zhongjiang University. After introducing himself, Chen Zhuo paused briefly before continuing. "I've heard that aloof female CEOs like you often prefer to financially support male university students. I consider myself to be in the top 1% in terms of looks.
Would you be interested?" Shui Qingye's mind became a tangled mess.
Amidst the intricate and deceptive world of business competition, she found herself surprisingly flustered in the face of Chen Zhuo's advances.
I am not the person you think I am."
"Well, we could rephrase it as gaming companionship."
"You play games too? What male university student doesn't play games?
So, what do you think?"
"My rates are quite reasonable."
Shui Qingye felt a flutter of excitement.
Her conversation with Chen Zhuo was refreshingly easygoing.
Since becoming the family's female CEO, she had not experienced such lightheartedness in a long time. Though she had numerous online friends in games, she had virtually no friends in the real world. She yearned for a confidant in reality. However, this was a social gathering, and their murmured conversation was at risk of being overheard by others. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "Please speak a little softer.
Let's chat on our phones when we get back."
"Wow." Chen Zhuo was momentarily taken aback by her response. He had merely made a jest to lighten the mood,
but it seemed she was genuinely considering it.
What a delightful surprise.
"All right, we'll chat privately."
As 8 more songs played, the crowd grew weary of dancing. The atmosphere shifted from a business-oriented tone to one filled with laughter and friendly exchanges about personal interests and lives.
"I'm a bit tired, let us meet again next time."
Shui Qingye bid farewell to Chen Zhuo and hurriedly left the scene.
Chen Zhuo truly was formidable. "Hey, weren't you curious about how I knew that?"
Chen Zhuo's words halted her in her tracks. At this moment, she felt utterly ensnared by him.
"Why?" "There are too many people here." "You wouldn't want everyone to know, would you?"
"If you come to my place, I can explain in detail."
Chen Zhuo, suppressing a smile, observed the curiosity in Shui Qingye's eyes.
You're not keeping your word."
Given Shui Qingye's nature, she wanted to retort with a dismissive "say it or not."
But the significance of Chen Zhuo's secret rendered her unable to utter such a phrase. She was anxious. "Well, I'll share, but this is your request." "Your game." Chen Zhuo raised his voice slightly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shui Qingye instinctively reached to cover his mouth. However, as she extended her right hand, Chen Zhuo seized it with his left. When she reached with her left hand, he captured it with his right.
"Your game, this time."
Chen Zhuo's words were abruptly silenced by an unexpected softness. With both her hands restrained, Shui Qingye, in a moment of desperation, pressed her lips against Chen Zhuo's. His eyes widened in astonishment. The warmth and softness of her lips were electrifying. This was his first kiss since his rebirth, and it had vanished in such a manner. Since it was a first kiss, it must not be squandered. He released her wrists and pulled her waist toward him, embracing her tightly.
Shui Qingye's eyes bulged in shock.
She was oblivious to her own thoughts at that moment. All she wanted was to silence Chen Zhuo and prevent him from revealing the secret.
In her panic,
she had resorted to kissing him. She struggled within his embrace, attempting to break free, but alas, her strength was no match for his, rendering her efforts futile. Their commotion soon drew the attention of everyone present.
The renowned cold female CEO Shui Qingya was kissing a man.
This explosive scene caused everyone to momentarily abandon their activities,
collectively turning their gaze toward the two.
A few of Shui Qingya's devoted admirers, witnessing her struggle, attempted to intervene, but they were swiftly restrained by Shui Yang's associates. The sight of Shui Qingya kissing a man was something he had longed to witness in his dreams. Now that it was unfolding before his eyes,
regardless of whether Shui Qingya was willing, this event was undeniably happening.
He could not allow anyone to disrupt it,
regardless of how Shui Qingya might react later.
The mere fact that this incident could spread was a boon for him.
Chen Zhuo, feeling his lips dry, finally released Shui Qingya.
You can't do this. Tears glistened in the corners of Shui Qingya's eyes as she gazed at him, visibly agitated.
What did I do?
You initiated this kiss, not I, Chen Zhuo replied innocently.
I.
Shui Qingya attempted to articulate her thoughts, but reason urged her to recognize that this was not the appropriate moment. Gritting her teeth, she turned and exited the venue.
Oh my gosh, Chen Zhuo, you truly are remarkable.
After Shui Qingya departed, Ning Hao approached, giving a thumbs up to Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo shook his head.
Get lost. When it comes to being remarkable, Wang Yan is the true champion. Upon hearing Wang Yan's name, Ning Hao instantly became agitated.
The memory of Wang Yan dragging him to dance resurfaced in his mind.
Damn it! Why did Chen Zhuo get to dance with an aloof female CEO while he, Wang Yan, was stuck with a pervert? Why was there such a stark contrast between them as men? Chapter 35, Public Execution, The Child of Fortune has cracked. Zhang Fengxian's medical team was exceptionally skilled. Upon the arrival of Wang Yan, escorted by security personnel,
they immediately discerned that he was not merely intoxicated but suffering from a hormonal imbalance. They promptly drew blood for a hormonal level assessment. Upon witnessing the astronomical levels of dopamine present in Wang Yan's bloodstream, the medical staff was astounded. This man was undoubtedly capable of publishing a paper worthy of SCI recognition. They swiftly administered appropriate treatment to lower his dopamine secretion to a more reasonable range.
Dr. Zhao.
If the issue lies within his internal organs, our intervention would merely alleviate the symptoms without addressing the root cause, and his levels will soon escalate again.
There is no alternative, we must prioritize saving his life.
I have arranged for a helicopter to transport him to the Jiang Province Central Hospital for further treatment.
Understood.
The man nodded, gazing at Wang Yan, who was bound to the bed and exhibiting intense agitation.
After the medication was injected,
the redness on Wang Yan's face began to fade, and his movements gradually diminished.
It's working, Dr. Zhao, it's effective. Increase the dosage.
Wang Yan's organs were not in a state of distress, his excessive dopamine secretion was solely a result of his drinking following Chen Zhuo's wish. As long as he abstained from alcohol, he would encounter no issues. Thus, by reducing his dopamine levels through medication, he could return to normalcy. Under the influence of the drugs, Wang Yan gradually emerged from his previous frenzied state, his mind regaining clarity.
Where am I?
He attempted to massage his temples but realized his hands were restrained, rendering him immobile.
I wasn't attending a social gathering.
I was with Shui Qingya. Dr. Zhao illuminated Wang Yan's eyes with a flashlight and instructed his assistant, alright, release his restraints, he is fine now.
He then addressed Wang Yan, you were indeed at a social gathering, but an unexpected surge of dopamine caused certain incidents. Incidents?
Once freed from his bindings,
Wang Yan lay on the bed, rubbing his temples. I seem to recall drinking with Ning Hao, and then there were many people dancing?
Dancing. Wang Yan struggled to recall the scene, but each attempt resulted in a sharp pain in his head.
Yes, dancing. Dr. Zhao nodded slightly. His gaze toward Wang Yan tinged with sympathy.
If you wish to know precisely what transpired, you may consult your phone. Open any short video application and check the nearby section, you should be able to see.
Short video application? Wang Yan remained somewhat bewildered. Just check your phone.
Though usually stoic, Dr. Zhao could not suppress his amusement this time.
After uttering these words, he turned and exited,
stifling laughter as he moved out of Wang Yan's sight.
Confused, Wang Yan retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened a short video application,
and switched to the local section. The first video appeared, beginning with a line of white text, please watch the VCR. The footage immediately delved into the core of the matter. After drinking, he was seen, flushed and exuberant, pulling Ning Hao into a dance. His body swaying in a classic rhythm, adorned in a suit and white socks, an undeniable favorite among the LGBTQ community. The video concluded with him barreling into a crowd of men.
Good heavens! Wang Yan's composure shattered.
His face flushed anew, breaths quickening, not from dopamine this time, but from indignation.
Observing his reaction, a nearby nurse hastily pressed the alarm button.
Dr. Zhao, something is wrong.
The patient is having another episode.
Wang Yan, filled with pent-up fury, hurled his phone at the nurse. Having spent years honing his skills on the mountain, his aim was impeccable. The phone struck the nurse squarely on the head,
eliciting a sharp pain. Ah!
With the alarm sounding, Jiang Fengxian's medical personnel and the duty manager rushed in.
Upon entering, they found the nurse crouched on the floor,
weeping while clutching her head, beside a shattered phone screen, and a visibly agitated Wang Yan on the bed.
What is going on?
The duty manager approached, assisting the nurse.
Manager Qian, this patient threw his phone at my head.
The nurse replied, tearfully aggrieved. Manager Qian furrowed his brow. Although Jiang Fengxian was a service-oriented establishment, securing prime real estate in the heart of Zhongjiang City signified the owner as formidable power and foresight.
Consequently, the staff would not tolerate any unwarranted mistreatment. Sir, may I inquire if our nurse has offended you in any way?
Manager Qian stepped forward, addressing Wang Yan with a blend of politeness and firmness.
Leave. Wang Yan was too consumed by the images from his phone to acknowledge Manager Qian.
Observing Wang Yan's demeanor, Manager Qian's frown deepened.
However,
as the manager of Jiang Fengxian, his professionalism prevailed.
He refrained from further confrontation with Wang Yan and instead turned to Dr. Zhao. Is the patient's condition stable?
Dr. Zhao shook his head. When the patient arrived, his dopamine levels were exceedingly high, causing heightened reactions to external stimuli. However, following our treatment, he has returned to normal. With this clarification, the situation became clearer, alleviating Manager Qian's concerns. The previous tone of service shifted to one of seriousness.
Wang Yan,
while you are a guest of the Shui family, Jiang Fengxian is not to be trifled with.
Bullying our staff necessitates an explanation. Leave. Wang Yan's eyes blazed crimson.
He could not fathom how, after enduring Chen Zhuo's torment in his past life, he now faced an even harsher reality upon rebirth. Previously, he had suffered physical assaults.
Now, it seemed he was subjected to psychological warfare?
Yet, his interactions with Chen Zhuo had been minimal, and he had merely partaken in drinks with Ning Hao.
Could it be the alcohol that was problematic? In a state of confusion, he was utterly perplexed. Enough is enough.
Since you exhibit such rudeness,
do not blame us for being unkind.
Summon the security team, I will notify the Shui family.
Manager Qian's temper flared, his tone icy. Ding!
Detected protagonist Wang Yan's indignation, the cooldown period for the next wish is reduced by 6 hours. At that moment, Chen Zhuo was outside Jiang Fengxian,
enticing Ning Hao beneath a pavilion.
Brother Chen, as you suggested, I've allocated 400,000 for these videos on Doja, that should suffice, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's more than enough. Chen Zhuo patted Ning Hao's shoulder, visibly pleased. As long as your Doja promotion is substantial, your family members will undoubtedly come across it. Once they realize Wang Yan has issues, your family will be compelled to withdraw your role as his bodyguard for the sake of face.
Wang Yan nodded, giving a thumbs up. Brother Chen, you truly have a way. Chapter 36, Yi Fei Awakens, the King Returns. Brother Chen, I have invested all the money I could borrow immediately into Doja. There shouldn't be any unexpected issues, right? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Hao's heart remained uneasy, prompting him to speak again. Should I borrow some more from my brothers? Just thinking of Wang Yan makes my stomach churn.
Chen Zhuo chuckled, no worries.
If you're still concerned, I can lend you another 100,000. I still have some funds available. Thank you, Brother Chen. Rest assured, I will repay you soon.
The Ning family's assets were modest, unable to compare even with the tail end of the Chen family. However, for Ning Hao, several 100,000 was merely pocket change.
A minor expense. After enduring a tough period, repayment would pose little difficulty.
Chen Zhuo took out his phone and opened the Yinfuzwen video app.
Wang Yan's dance video had garnered 9 contributions, corresponding to 9 videos in total.
Ning Hao had allocated the 40,000 he managed to secure evenly across these 9 videos. 40,000, when spent on professional advertising, constituted a significant sum. Yet, in the realm of everyday short videos, this was akin to a saturated investment. Due to the targeted nature of their efforts, the first video Chen Zhuo encountered on Yinfuzwen was among those 9. Within mere minutes, it had already accumulated over 1,000 likes. Accessing the advertising page, Chen Zhuo invested another 100,000. In total, 500,000 had been injected into this endeavor. These funds were akin to a catalyst, igniting the potential for viral success. Rest easy, the members of your Ning family will undoubtedly see these videos. At this rate, it won't be long before the entire nation is aware. Ning Hao exhaled in relief. That's good to hear. If I were to fall into the hands of such perverts, I would rather perish. Chen Zhuo patted his shoulder. Hey, refrain from speaking of death so casually. If anything changes, notify me immediately, and I will assist you. Alright, thank you, Brother Chen. Once I arrive at Zhongjiang University, I will treat you to a proper meal. No need wait, did you say you're going to Zhongjiang University? Ning Hao nodded. There is a leader at your school planning to introduce a national martial arts class under the athletics department. They approached our Ning family,
and the task was assigned to me. However, my mission was interrupted by Wang Yan's sudden appearance. Chen Zhuo pondered. If Ning Hao truly managed to enroll at Zhongjiang University, it would be a tremendous advantage. In his previous life, he had wished for immense power, but the absence of Ning Hao was inconsequential. However, in this life, such a strategy would be futile, only exacerbating the disparity between him and the destined child of fate. Thus, he required a security personnel by his side. And Ning Hao was an excellent candidate. Should the fated child Yi Fei, in a moment of desperation, seek a physical confrontation with a powerful individual, at least time could be garnered. Very well, I will await you at Zhongjiang University.
Chen Zhuo encouraged, patting Ning Hao's shoulder as he walked out.
Night had fallen. At the first hospital of Zhongjiang City, in the orthopedic ward, Yi Fei abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed. Phew, thankfully nothing went awry.
Standing beside him, Yi Fengcheng sighed in relief, placing the porcelain bowl containing the medicine down. The anesthetic he had concocted had a minimum efficacy of 3 hours.
And a maximum of 10.
Yet, 24 hours had elapsed without any sign of Yi Fei awakening.
Initially,
Yi Fengcheng had presumed that Yi Fei's constitution was particularly sensitive to the drug, thus prolonging his slumber. However, after 24 hours, his patience waned. Yi Fei was the secretly nurtured heir of the Yi family. If anything were to go awry in his treatment, his standing within the family would be compromised. He hastily checked Yi Fei's pulse. Vital signs appeared stable. The pulse indicated that Yi Fei was in a state of extreme tension, not resembling a comatose individual. Hospital doctors conducted modern life monitoring, revealing a heart rate that was alarmingly elevated. A patient maintaining such a high heart rate while in a state of unconsciousness left the medical staff baffled.
They promptly summoned internal medicine specialists for consultation.
Listening to the doctor's assessments, Yi Fengcheng suddenly comprehended the situation. The anesthetic he administered had numbed Yi Fei's body, yet the nervous system remained unaffected. After the doctors departed, he quickly prepared an antidote and administered it to Yi Fei. Get out. Leave me be. Get out. Yi Fei sat up in bed, filled with rage. The torment he had endured over the past 24 hours surpassed any historical torture. Yi Fengcheng frowned at Yi Fei's outburst. Yi Fei, I am here to save you. And this is how you speak to me? Moreover, I am your elder. Had it been in the past, Yi Fei would not have dared to retort against Yi Fengcheng. However, after enduring such inhumane suffering for 24 hours, his composure had shattered. Forget it, Yi Fengcheng, forget the sixth uncle, forget the Yi family. All of you can go to hell. Sixth uncle, if I utter your title again, do you comprehend the torment I have endured due to your medicine? Do you know what I have been through in these past 24 hours? Yi Fei was seething with fury. Yi Fengcheng, having spent time in seclusion with his master on the mountain, was not a fool. Sensing Yifei's anger, he realized that something had indeed gone awry. Yet, he could not divulge the specifics. At least for now, Yifei remained a vital member of the family. If he bore a grudge, it would hinder Yi Fengqing's prospects within the clan. He softened his tone. Little Fei, I understand your discomfort, but discomfort is a part of the healing process. Every medicine has side effects, mine just happens to have more pronounced ones, though its efficacy is commendable. Move about a bit and see if your fractures are healed. Yifei paused, glancing down at his arm. He attempted to lift it and shake it. Astonishingly, there was no pain at all. He quickly stood up, jumping twice, and found that his chest felt perfectly fine. Truly, everything was healed. He could finally return to school, reclaiming all that belonged to him from Chen Zhuo, the rightful possessions of the child of fate. The shadows that had clouded Yifei's face vanished in that instant, replaced by a radiant smile. He leaped off the bed and knelt before Yi Fengqing. Sixth uncle, I was impulsive. I apologize and thank you for treating me. Yi Fengqing had not anticipated that his casual deception would actually yield such remarkable results. He helped Yifei to his feet and calmly replied, It is my duty to treat you, but I also hope you can cultivate your composure and not act so rashly. Some matters require clarity before making judgments. You are the future head of the Yi family, not a child. Yifei rose, nodding solemnly. Yes, I understand. He reflected on his reactions since his rebirth. Fueled by his overwhelming hatred for Chen Zhuo in his past life, he had been overly eager to eliminate him and reclaim everything. Upon reflection, he realized that he had been too impetuous in both action and speech. How could he ever hope to contend with Chen Zhuo like this? As the child of fate and the hope of the narrative, he ought to conduct himself differently. He needed to outsmart Chen Zhuo, seeking vengeance. Thank you, sixth uncle, for your treatment and guidance. Rest assured, I will diligently refine myself at Zhongjiang. Once Yifei had calmed down, he spoke earnestly. Yi Fengqing patted his shoulder. A teachable child, very well. I shall take my leave now. Handle your discharge. With that, Yi Fengqing exited the room, cautious not to reveal too much to Yifei. He had only been gone for 2 minutes when the door to the ward was pushed open once more. A female attendant, assigned here by Chen Zhuo, entered alongside 5 doctors. Xiao Zhao, you mentioned he has yet to awaken, yet his heart rate is surprisingly elevated. How can that be? The 5 doctors conversed as they walked in. The leading doctor had just begun his sentence when he spotted Yifei standing there. Dr. Zhao, who was responsible for orthopedics, was taken aback. No, how is it that you are standing? Chapter 37, Inspecting the Girls' Dormitory? A city that knows how to have fun. Time swiftly passed, and after undergoing a comprehensive examination at the hospital, Yifei was finally permitted to be discharged the following day. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo was in the office of Mr. Wang, the instructor of Class 3 of Public Administration. Mr. Wang, as the class assistant for Public Administration Class 3. I aspire to serve my classmates better by gaining a deeper understanding of them. Therefore, I would like to visit the dormitory while everyone is free from classes. Chen Zhuo stated earnestly, standing beside the desk. Mr. Wang nodded in agreement. Having been impressed by Chen Zhuo's performance during the evening self-study session and his attentive care for the struggling student Jiang Qiuli, he regarded Chen Zhuo as an exceptionally capable and responsible class assistant, hence he held no suspicions regarding Chen Zhuo's intentions. Your idea is commendable, however, there is one issue. You can freely visit the boys' dormitory, but as a rule, you are not permitted in the girls' dormitory, Mr. Wang remarked while sipping his tea. Upon hearing the phrase as a rule, Chen Zhuo sensed an opportunity. I understand, but since there are many girls in our class, if I only visit the boys, it might create discontent among the girls, potentially leading to conflicts within the class. Mr. Wang acknowledged this reasoning. You have a point. In that case, I will write you a note and inform the girls' dormitory. Their dormitory supervisor will accompany you. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be going myself. Excellent. After exiting the administrative building, Chen Zhuo glanced at the supermarket. Although Jiang Qiuli only had 2 classes that morning, she was not at work in the supermarket. Previously, Chen Zhuo had contemplated establishing a membership system at the supermarket by offering discounts to all students in Public Administration Class 3.
deciding to act upon this idea.
He contacted a nearby medium-sized supermarket that evening before bed and obtained the contact information of the system supplier.
By a fortunate coincidence,
the owner of this development company was an alumnus of Zhongjiang University, and his company was located just 2 kilometers from the hospital in an office building.
Thanks to the existing templates, the system Chen Zhuo needed was developed within a day. It just required installation on the cash registers and mobile devices,
along with the procurement of physical membership cards. As Zhang Qiuli was headed to the hospital, Chen Zhuo assigned her the task of picking up the cards.
Checking his watch, he anticipated her return. "Boss, Yi Fei has been discharged. He didn't incur much medical expense, and I truly apologize for causing such a huge mess for the store." While he awaited her return, the robust female employee emerged from the warehouse. "Ha? You say Yi Fei has been discharged?"
Chen Zhuo exclaimed, surprised.
According to his wishes, Yi Fei should have remained hospitalized for at least another 10 days. How could he have been discharged so soon? Wait, he had forgotten about Yi Fengcheng.
The medicine from Yi Fengcheng could keep Yi Fei unconscious for an extended period, but he undoubtedly possessed a remedy to awaken him instantly.
Yes, his fractures have healed completely. He underwent a thorough examination this morning, and he has no remaining health issues, the female employee responded with a light tone. These past few days have certainly frightened me. Well, that's splendid.
If that's the case, we need not concern ourselves with him, Chen Zhuo nodded.
With Yi Fei discharged, he would undoubtedly return to school at the earliest opportunity to seek retribution. What schemes might Yi Fei devise with his intellect?
Chen Zhuo found himself genuinely curious.
"Boss, I'm here to resign." "Resign?" "Yes, there has been a family emergency, so very well."
Given the personal nature of the matter, Chen Zhuo refrained from probing further. He settled her wages and packed a bag of fruit for her to take home. She had indeed been a significant contributor.
"Thank you, boss. If there are any urgent matters in the future, feel free to contact me. I will gladly assist." After exchanging pleasantries, the female employee walked out of the store.
Chen Zhuo lifted his gaze, and his expression sharpened. Beyond the departing employee, he recognized a familiar figure.
"Chen Zhuo. Thank you for taking such good care of me and even visiting me in the hospital."
Yi Fei greeted him with a warm smile.
"Yi Fei. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Your uncle truly is a miracle worker." Chen Zhuo replied, his gaze softening as he smiled in return. "Ha ha. Though the process was somewhat painful, the outcome is certainly positive." "That's wonderful.
I once read a saying, to achieve the extraordinary, one must endure hardships that others do not. If you embrace challenges, you will undoubtedly become someone remarkable," Chen Zhuo encouraged, patting Yi Fei on the shoulder. Yi Fei shrugged off Chen Zhuo's hand.
"You need not worry about that. We have plenty of time ahead.
I came to inform you that Class 3 of Public Administration is holding a class meeting tonight."
"Will you attend as the class assistant?"
"Of course. Since you invited me, I must go," Chen Zhuo replied.
"See you tonight," Yi Fei said,
casting Chen Zhuo a significant glance as he departed. At the class meeting that evening, he intended to reclaim his lost status within the class, especially with the upcoming class team-building event. Chen Zhuo had sought to win hearts by inviting everyone to a villa party. This time, he aimed to regain their allegiance entirely.
What is money, after all? The Yi family had an abundance of it. Not 5 minutes after Yi Fei left, Zhang Qiuli arrived on her electric bike,
stopping outside the supermarket.
"You're here.
Here are the membership cards," she said, parking her bike and retrieving a cardboard box from it. Inside the box were cards of 5 different colors, each adorned with a lime label. Chen Zhuo accepted the box and placed it in a corner, then grabbed a small case from the side. He transferred a stack of cards from the large box into the small case.
"What is this?" Zhang Qiuli asked, somewhat bewildered.
"These are for distributing membership cards to the members of your class."
"Ha? But isn't it class time now?"
Zhang Qiuli checked her phone, noticing the warn screen, and hesitantly remarked, "I know, but I need to visit the dormitory to understand the living conditions of everyone."
"You will accompany me?"
Chen Zhuo replied while organizing the membership cards.
"What?
Jiang Qiuli wanted to decline. The thought of inspecting the dormitory with Chen Zhuo was enough to make her feel awkward.
What do you mean? You are an employee, and I am the employer. This is your job responsibility. If you do not fulfill it well, I might have to terminate your employment. Do not forget, you still owe me money. Chen Zhuo threatened before Jiang Qiuli could voice her refusal. Alright, fine, I'll go, Jiang Qiuli relented weakly. P.S. It seems that starting today, fewer people will be reading, so I wish everyone a joyous New Year's Eve and a Happy New Year in advance. May all your wishes come true. Chapter 38, Winning Hearts, the Child of Fate Driven Mad. Before embarking on their journey,
Chen Zhuo utilized a small cart to transport 2 boxes of apples and 2 cases of canned cola.
This served as the activation gift for new members. If all went smoothly today, he intended to adopt this approach for promoting in various dormitories in the future. Meanwhile, upon returning to his dormitory,
Yifei took out his phone and sent a notice in the class group regarding the evening's meeting.
After tagging all members, a female classmate quickly inquired, "Class monitor, you're doing so well already?"
Yifei responded with a smug meme, followed by a message stating, "It's merely a minor injury, it won't hinder me much. Tonight's meeting is essential since we haven't seen each other in a while. And I wish to reacquaint myself with everyone's recent situations to fulfill my role as class monitor more effectively." After sending that message, he added,
"Thank you all for your support. It's alright, as long as the class monitor is recovering well. Take your time."
There haven't been any significant changes in the class, the vice monitor, Yi Huiqing, chimed in.
Just as Yifei contemplated responding to express his dedication,
another message appeared in the group.
"What the hell, how did that fool Yifei get discharged so quickly? Is there something wrong with the doctor's diagnosis?
I was counting on him to stay in the hospital for half a year and flunk.
Damn it, Lao Wang, you sent that to the wrong group again."
In the adjacent dormitory, a man took a sip of cola and casually remarked, "My good mood after just starting a game has been ruined by this idiot Yifei.
Can't he just stay in the hospital a bit longer?"
The thought of Yifei fawning over that group of girls made him feel nauseous.
"Since you mistakenly sent that message to the class group, just wait and see. Given Yifei's petty nature, it won't just end with making you feel sick," his roommate teased. The man set down his cola, waved dismissively, and burped. "What's there to fear? He's just a class monitor. We now have a class assistant.
In fact, the assistant ranks higher than him."
In the neighboring dormitory, Yifei struggled to suppress his anger. He wished to confront the person known as Lao Wang,
but he recalled Yi Fengcheng's instructions upon his discharge. Regaining his composure, he reminded himself that he was merely an inconsequential college student, unworthy of such wrath. His true target was Chen Zhuo. Feigning ignorance of the previous message, he continued, "Although only a few days have passed, as class monitor, I have been somewhat uneasy.
This evening's study session will be a great opportunity for us to discuss the upcoming team-building event in detail."
No sooner had he sent that message than the seldom active counselor tagged all members.
Yifei's heart leapt with joy.
It seemed his efforts had garnered the counselor's approval. Indeed, he had been meticulous in his dealings with others.
What could Chen Zhuo possibly compare? However,
just as he reveled in his triumph, the counselor issued a notification: new class assistant Chen Zhuo will soon visit the dormitory to meet everyone, including the girls' dormitory. Please be prepared, and all class officers, particularly those in the girls' dormitory, ensure everything runs smoothly.
Understood. Received. No problem.
Several female class officers promptly responded. Yifei was taken aback, his expression faltering as he gazed at the screen. Thankfully, no one could discern his inner turmoil, otherwise he would have felt compelled to jump from the building in embarrassment. He quickly replied, "Noted, Teacher Wang. As class monitor, I will certainly cooperate with our new class assistant." To stand out, Yifei's reply was particularly lengthy, and he was soon rewarded with a response from the counselor.
"Yes, as a sophomore class monitor.
You should learn from this senior in his 3rd year, as he possesses many qualities you urgently require."
Damn it! Yifei felt disheartened. How was it that he, once regarded as an exemplary student leader by several counselors, now found everything changing with Chen Zhuo's arrival?
This only solidified his resolve to outsmart and outmaneuver Chen Zhuo in both intellect and emotional intelligence. He was determined to display the true demeanor of the favored child of fate.
Meanwhile, downstairs at the boys' dormitory,
Chen Zhuo carried half a box of apples and a case of cola as he ascended. Jiang Qiuli followed closely behind, holding a small box containing membership cards.
The dormitory supervisor merely asked a couple of questions before allowing them entry.
While it was challenging for boys to access the girls' dormitory, it was relatively easy for girls to enter the boys' dormitory, often without scrutiny from the supervisor. As Chen Zhuo and Jiang Qiuli reached the stairwell, they spotted several boys jogging down from above, led by the life committee member. "Class assistant, you could have informed us beforehand, we would have helped carry these items." The two boys trailing hurriedly approached to assist Chen Zhuo with the apples and cola. "Heh, it's great that the class assistant is generous. Just think back to the days when we followed Yifei, what a life that was."
Cough, cough, let us not speak too much. Yifei is currently in the dormitory, the life committee member reminded, then turned to take the box from Jiang Qiuli.
"Sister, it feels too awkward for you to carry this, come on, let us help you. We truly apologize for any past grievances." This life committee member, Zhao Jin, was well known for his humorous nature.
The only one who could surpass him was the infamous Lao Wang from the adjacent dormitory.
Zhao Jin was unaware of the full situation and only spoke in jest.
Jiang Qiuli's face flushed instantly.
Typically reserved, she spoke quickly this time, "No, no.
Don't say that. We aren't what you think." Chen Zhuo observed Jiang Qiuli's reaction with delight.
There is a saying, a refusal that is not absolute is, in fact, a complete acceptance. Especially for someone with Jiang Qiuli's temperament, her failure to walk away indicated potential. "Please don't make wild claims. Jiang Qiuli works part-time at my supermarket, she is one of my employees. She is here to distribute membership cards." Chen Zhuo elaborated on the supermarket membership cards.
"All right.
Let us head upstairs.
While checking on everyone, we'll also distribute some benefits." 3 minutes later, cheers erupted from the boys' dormitory. Each person received an apple and a bottle of cola.
While the combined value was trivial, for these bored college students, it was the finest gift imaginable. Soon, the distribution concluded at the boys' dormitory, and Yifei also received an apple and cola.
A broad smile adorned his face. "Thank you, class assistant Chen, for the gifts.
Rest assured, in the future, our class will patronize your supermarket." He endeavored to maintain a normal tone, yet it felt somewhat off. As he watched the smiles on the other boys' faces, his teeth ground in frustration. He had not anticipated that Chen Zhuo could garner such overwhelming support with merely an apple and a bottle of cola. At this rate,
reclaiming his standing in everyone's eyes would only become increasingly challenging. No, he had to strike back.
"All right, with the boys' dormitory done, let us head to the girls' dormitory."
Chen Zhuo instructed Jiang Qiuli, who nodded obediently. Initially anxious before their arrival, her tension eased somewhat after distributing apples alongside Chen Zhuo.
Whether it was the boys' dormitory differing from her expectations or Chen Zhuo's presence, she felt more at ease.
"Wait, let me join you. As class monitor, I should accompany you." Yifei interjected as the two prepared to leave.
The foundational support among the male demographic has increasingly tilted in favor of Chen Zhuo,
leaving no room for error on the female side. He must retaliate.
Chapter 39, A Wish. Once more, it had been some time since the last wish was made at the club.
"Are you coming along?"
"Well, as the class monitor."
"It is indeed your duty to join."
Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment and decided not to decline. Taking Yifei along would serve to tarnish his reputation among the girls.
Upon descending the dormitory stairs, Yifei halted and said, "You all go ahead. I have something to attend to." With that, he mounted his electric bike and departed. He was off to procure supplies. Just moments ago,
Chen Zhuo had ingratiated himself with a mere handful of inexpensive fruits and beverages, which left Yifei quite displeased.
Now, Chen Zhuo was intent on visiting the girls' dormitory.
He could not allow Chen Zhuo to succeed.
Directly interfering?
The counselor had already approved it. And utilizing his position as class monitor to obstruct would only make him appear foolish. Since direct confrontation was not an option, competition was the way forward.
He had an abundance of wealth.
If Chen Zhuo could win favor with apples and cola, then surely he could procure something more extravagant. When the girls compared Chen Zhuo's apples to his premium fruits, the distinction would be evident.
It was simple.
You, as class monitor, are quite amusing. You just rode off without even helping to carry the goods, Chen Zhuo remarked as he pulled the cart, addressing Zhang Qiuli.
At this point,
Zhang Qiuli held a rather negative view of Yi Fei. Nevertheless, Yi Fei was, after all, favored by fortune, blessed by destiny. Thus, she felt compelled to deepen her disdain for him in her heart.
Next time, let us not include him.
He is quite detestable. Zhang Qiuli whispered while assisting Chen Zhuo in steadying the opened box of apples. The words Yi Fei had uttered during their last encounter in the hospital still pierced her heart deeply.
Given the backdrop of that incident, Yi Fei's ostensibly responsible actions now seemed hypocritical in her eyes.
The more he acted this way, the more it reinforced her understanding of that term.
All right.
Let us handle this quietly next time, Chen Zhuo chuckled.
Oh. I can't talk to you anymore. Zhang Qiuli's face flushed once more. However,
it was different from when others were around. When it was just the two of them, her blush was more a sign of shyness than anger.
Upon reaching the girls' dormitory,
the vice-class monitor, Yi Huiqing, and two other girls were engaged in casual conversation with the dormitory supervisor.
Upon spotting Chen Zhuo and Zhang Qiuli, they greeted them warmly. Class assistant, over here.
Here.
They waved enthusiastically.
Auntie, this is our class assistant, sent by our counselor.
He'll be up shortly and will come down soon.
Yi Huiqing was a clever and sweet-tongued girl, well liked by her classmates and on good terms with the dormitory staff.
In the supervisor's eyes, Yi Huiqing was the quintessential well-behaved child, intelligent and considerate.
Thus, the supervisor trusted her words completely. All right, that's a minor issue, but according to protocol, I'll need to make a record, the supervisor replied. Chen Zhuo produced a note from his pocket, stamped by the counselor.
The supervisor glanced at it and nodded.
Good. You may proceed, but I must accompany you since I've never met a male student before. Chen Zhuo retrieved 2 apples from the cart and handed them to the supervisor.
Auntie, please enjoy these apples.
I'll be visiting often, so you'll get to know me better. The supervisor chuckled. Oh, this child is quite thoughtful. She accepted the apples, feeling pleased to receive respect as one of the school's lower-tier staff. Still, she sensed something was amiss in Chen Zhuo's words.
Let us go. We're heading up.
The supervisor placed the apples in her basket and called out to the duty room, Sister Sun, please keep an eye on things here.
I'll be up for a while.
Understood, an elderly woman replied from the duty room, sorting through scrap paper.
As they ascended,
Chen Zhuo turned to lift the apples and cola from the cart, only to find that Zhang Qiuli had already hoisted 2 boxes weighing over 20 pounds. She was walking forward, and upon taking a couple of steps, she collided with Chen Zhuo.
Oh!
Chen Zhuo instinctively reached out to steady her,
taking the boxes from her grasp. This is too heavy, can you manage it alone?
No, it's not too heavy, I can handle it, Zhang Qiuli replied, lowering her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. Chen Zhuo sighed, feeling both exasperated and sympathetic towards her.
A box of apples and a box of cola required considerable strength to lift, and given Zhang Qiuli's frail constitution from prolonged malnutrition,
it was implausible for her to carry them effortlessly.
Oh dear, we forgot this. Come, let us carry them together.
Yi Huiqing and the other girls quickly joined,
realizing the situation.
It wasn't that they were unwilling to help, they were simply unaccustomed to lifting boxes themselves, as it had typically been the responsibility of the boys. Often prompted by Yi Fei, or he would simply take care of it himself. Now, without Yi Fei's presence, they were still adjusting. Under Yi Huiqing's guidance,
Chen Zhuo stepped into the girls' dormitory.
In his previous life, he had entered as well, albeit in a rather crude manner,
having acquired Zhongjian University and visiting as its chairman.
This time, donning the guise of a student. He felt an exhilarating sensation as he absorbed the astonished gazes of the surrounding girls.
Unlike the boys' side,
Yi Huiqing had forewarned the girls to dress appropriately for the arrival of the new class assistant, ensuring they were presentable. Upon learning of Chen Zhuo's visit, the girls had donned their finest outfits, with some even applying full makeup. After all, Chen Zhuo was the man inviting them to a villa party, and it was imperative to make a respectable impression. As Chen Zhuo's voice resonated, the girls emerged from their rooms, lining the corridor to welcome him. Among the 38 girls in Class 3 of Public Administration, 7 were absent, leaving Jiang Qiuli positioning herself behind Chen Zhuo. Thus, 30 girls stood before him. A sight reminiscent of his previous experience at the club. Ahem, there is no need for such formality. I merely dropped by to see everyone and to bring some fruits and refreshments. Chen Zhuo steadied his nerves and spoke. Behind him, Jiang Qiuli anxiously fidgeted with the buttons on her clothing, feeling overwhelmed by the number of eyes upon her. She felt as if she were ensnared in a narrow corner, unable to move. Noticing her rapid breathing, Chen Zhuo turned around, sensing her discomfort. He reached out, taking her soft hand in his. Jiang Qiuli felt as though she had been jolted, her eyes widening in surprise. However, unlike before, her heartbeat gradually slowed, no longer racing as it had. Chen Zhuo appeared almost like a savior, pushing aside the suffocating walls that had confined her. Stay calm, remember to distribute the water. You are here to work, he gently reminded her. The mention of work brought a semblance of tranquility to Jiang Qiuli, who nodded softly in response. Could you please let go of my hand? I need to grab an apple, she murmured. Chen Zhuo complied, and this time, Jiang Qiuli did not forcefully pull away, suggesting a shift in their dynamic. As he gazed at Jiang Qiuli's silhouette, he silently murmured within. System, I wish to make a request. My desire is to be closely surrounded by 20-year-old maidens. Ding. Your wish has been detected and is deemed achievable. The wish is being activated, please be patient. Ding. Your wish will be thrice granted to the fortunate one. Yi Fei. Yi Fei will find himself closely surrounded by 60-year-old maidens. P.S. As long as the universe does not implode, the author will not take a break, and the earth shall not reset, the author remains with you. It is the first day of the Lunar New Year. I extend my early greetings and humbly request a bookshelf, a 5-star review, and a free gift at the end of the chapter. Thank you very much. Chapter 40, The Luckiest Son in Distress. After making his wish, Chen Zhuo stepped forward and spoke. The enthusiasm from everyone was overwhelming. During the last class meeting, I mentioned that in the future, all fruits and snacks at my supermarket would be priced at just 9. Today, I am distributing supermarket membership cards to you all. Additionally, each new member will receive rewards of apples and cola as a token of gratitude for your support. Chen Zhuo's tone was steady and magnetic, exuding the aura of a leader. Such charisma is rarely found in an ordinary male college student. It resembled the demeanor of a domineering CEO from a novel. With striking looks, a wealthy background, generosity, and eloquence, he embodied the ideal partner every girl dreams of. Yay! Thank you, Brother Chen Zhuo. Hey! Brother Chen Zhuo is so nice, let me give you a kiss. One girl, fully made up, seized the moment while collecting her apple to plant a lipstick mark on Chen Zhuo's cheek. Although her charm and beauty could not rival Jiang Qiuli's, she still ranked among the top 20 beauties in the school. Especially with her makeup, she could easily enchant any typical male college student. Everyone, please remain calm. One at a time, Chen Zhuo said, touching his cheek. The invigorating sensation of being surrounded by youthful exuberance was exhilarating. The other girls, noticing that someone had made a move and that Chen Zhuo was unperturbed, eagerly crowded around him. Standing outside, Jiang Qiuli could only watch helplessly, unable to squeeze her way in. Meanwhile, at the base of the dormitory building, in the duty room, Granny Sun, aged 60, was packing cardboard boxes to sell. Once a dormitory supervisor, she had retired and now sought to pass the time by collecting recyclables. Sister Sun, with your retirement salary of several thousand a month, you should travel more. You're practically buried in dirt and dust. A neighboring dorm supervisor, though not yet 60, was also in her 50s. If I had your pension, I would have quit long ago. Alas, our outsourced jobs are different, Granny Sun replied, tying up the last pile of scrap paper. She looked up and said, living means working, idleness is dull. Creating even a little value is worthwhile. Your ideals are commendable. I just hope the students in my dormitory stay out of trouble. Recently, a few girls have started dating and keep calling me to let their boyfriends in at midnight, the gossiping supervisor continued, munching on seeds. Today's students are not like they were in my day, they're increasingly difficult to manage.
However, the exceptional ones remain outstanding. Granny Sun paused briefly before continuing.
Just a while ago, a handsome, polite boy was escorted up by Xiao Zhou.
Where? To the girls' dormitory? Letting male students into the girls' dormitory? The seed-munching supervisor was taken aback. This was a significant issue in their line of work. What's the big deal about a boy entering a girls' dormitory? Why are you so shocked? Wait. Who are you?
Granny Sun, who had initially appeared affable, suddenly turned serious.
Behind the seed-munching supervisor, a figure emerged,
cradling a box of cherries and strawberries. It was none other than Yi Fei, who had ridden his electric bike to the supermarket for supplies. With apples and cola in hand, Chen Zhuo garnered the trust and admiration of numerous boys.
Yet, Yi Fei doubted that such inexpensive offerings could truly win the affection of girls.
Thus, he had procured cherries and strawberries. When he presented these to the girls, he believed they would rally to his side, leaving Chen Zhuo to face the wind alone.
As he envisioned this scenario, Yi Fei felt an overwhelming rush of excitement. However,
just as he was lost in his thoughts, a stern female voice jolted him back to reality, causing him to tremble.
"What are you doing?"
Yi Fei looked up to find it was the dorm supervisor and quickly smiled to explain, "Auntie, I'm the class leader of Public Administration Class 3.
Here to check on the girls and bring them some treats." Granny Sun nodded.
Just as Yi Fei prepared to step inside, she stopped him.
"Hold on. Do you have a note from your instructor?"
Although she hadn't spoken much earlier, she had noted that Chen Zhuo had entered with a note.
Ah? Yi Fei was taken aback.
He had never heard of such a requirement.
"What do you mean? Without a note, you expect to go in? Who will take responsibility if something happens?" The seed-munching supervisor put her seeds away and spoke sternly.
"Management is something I handle with ease," she added,
seasoned in her role. "But I'm really the class leader of Public Administration Class 3. If you don't believe me, I can call the instructor." "Enough. Whether you are or not, without a note, you cannot enter.
Besides, a boy has already gone up, and there are girls from your class waiting for him."
"If you were truly important, wouldn't someone be there to greet you?"
Granny Sun scoffed, her keen eyes seeming to see through everything.
"No. I truly am the class leader. Here is my student ID." Yi Fei exclaimed, bewildered.
He never anticipated that his dream of reaching the pinnacle of life would be thwarted at the very first hurdle, unable even to enter.
"Your student ID is not a pass. You cannot enter without a note. If you want to enter, bring a note, and I'll register you." Granny Sun, having served as a dorm supervisor for many years,
became animated as she spoke of these requirements, showing no hint of her 60 years.
I'll call them."
Yi Fei placed the fruit box on the table, took out his phone, and dialed the vice class leader, Yi Huiqing. At that moment, Yi Huiqing was with a group of girls,
eagerly seeking Chen Zhuo's autograph and a photo.
When the phone rang, she impatiently pulled it from her pocket to answer.
"What is it?" "I need to come to your dormitory. Could you come down to get me?"
Yi Fei began to say, but before he could finish, he heard the girls on the other end of the line squealing in admiration.
"Brother Chen Zhuo, let me. It's my turn. Don't crowd. Brother Chen Zhuo is mine. Zhang Yingying, why is your hand inside Brother Chen Zhuo's shirt?" Then, the line went dead.
Yi Huiqing hung up the phone to avoid losing her spot. Yi Fei stared at his phone screen, dumbfounded. This was not the narrative he had expected.
How could a few apples seemingly achieve what he had longed for in his dreams?
He distinctly remembered Chen Zhuo had brought red Fuji apples, not Apple phones.
Humph. While no one is talking to you, you think someone will come down to fetch you? Today's students will fabricate any lie just to enter the girls' dormitory. The seed-munching supervisor looked at him with disdain.
To be honest, your tactics were outdated 5 years ago.
Save your energy and focus on your studies. Your parents have worked hard to send you to school.
Having overheard the flirtatious chatter on the phone, Yi Fei felt a tumult of anxiety.
Now,
being scolded by the supervisor only deepened his discomfort. Chapter 41, Jealousy and Rivalry. Jiang Qiuli, having lost her will to resist, expressed, "Auntie, I assure you,
I am not deceiving you. I have contacted my counselor."
Yifei searched through the contact list for the counselor's name and initiated a call. After a series of busy signals, he realized no one was answering. Counselor Wang had not accompanied Chen Zhuo, as she was preoccupied with other matters.
At this moment, who had the time to take Yifei's call?
"Hey, kid, after all these years as a dormitory supervisor. This is the first time I've encountered a student who could pretend so well even after being caught," remarked the supervising aunt, her gaze filled with disdain.
She continued.
"But let me tell you, this trick won't work on me.
If you don't leave, I will have to notify the security office."
Faced with the two obstructing dormitory supervisors, Yifei felt utterly helpless. The thought of Chen Zhuo enjoying himself in the girls' dormitory only deepened his frustration.
No! He must find a way in, no matter what.
If he missed this opportunity, tarnishing Chen Zhuo's reputation in the eyes of the girls would become exceedingly difficult.
After some contemplation, he resolved to adopt a different strategy.
If force wouldn't work, perhaps a softer approach would. He opened the box of cherries and strawberries on the table, donned a smile, and assumed a humble demeanor.
"Auntie, I realize my mistake, it was my fault.
To express my apologies, please enjoy some fruit. Never strike a smiling face," he thought, especially since he was still a student.
The two supervisors softened their expressions upon witnessing his sudden change in attitude.
Yet they were also aware of his underlying intentions.
"Don't think this means we will let you in.
Today, under no circumstances can you step foot into the girls' dormitory.
That is the rule." Yifei chuckled, thinking to retreat strategically. "What are you saying?"
"I have fully recognized my error.
I promise not to enter. I only wish to offer you some fruit." The retired supervisor's son exchanged doubtful glances with the snacking supervisor. "You really don't want to go in?"
Yifei raised his hand. "I swear, I absolutely will not go in today, or else I will fail all my final exams."
The prospect of failing to achieve even a passing grade was a matter of great importance for any university student.
By swearing on his finals, Yifei significantly bolstered his credibility.
Now, that is more like it. This is how a university student should behave.
Stop thinking about all those romantic entanglements and remember that acknowledging one's faults is the mark of a good child, added another supervisor. "We're not merely after a bit of fruit, we hope you won't engage in any underhanded tactics and instead focus on your studies."
"Understood, thank you, Auntie."
"I have recognized my mistakes," replied Yifei, as he tore open the packaging and forcibly placed cherries and strawberries into the hands of the two supervisors.
Failing finals? That was trivial.
Even if he did fail, to avoid criticism from his family, Manager Wang would surely find a way to help him pass.
"Hey, son Jie. Is this your grandson?"
We've never met him before. At that moment, 6 more supervisors emerged from a nearby path.
"No, he is a student offering us fruit. Have you all finished your meeting?"
The previously aggressive snacking supervisor now stepped in to defend Yifei.
"Wow, it's rare to find such a good student nowadays.
This young man is quite handsome, he possesses both charm and kindness. Just look at his face, one can tell he excels in his studies." The newly arrived supervisors showered Yifei with compliments. Although he recognized their words as mere politeness, he felt a warm glow from their praises.
Indeed. A change in approach yielded far better results. It seemed he had acted too impulsively before. Following this new pace, he would soon gain entry into the girls' dormitory. With his clever mind, how could Chen Zhuo compete? "Aunties, please have some too. If there's not enough, I can buy more. Let's all enjoy this fruit together."
Having tasted success, Yifei grabbed a handful of cherries and handed them to the new supervisors. The supervisors beamed with delight, showering him with compliments.
"What a wonderful child."
The 8 supervisors, all in their 60s, encircled Yifei, praising him one after another, almost elevating him to the heavens. Yifei felt a swell of pride, attributing this fortune to his good luck. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Chen Zhuo was explaining to the supervising aunt.
"Auntie, you must bear witness, they approached us willingly." The supervising aunt stood there, somewhat bewildered.
Chen Zhuo's words rang true, yet she questioned whether she was dreaming. The handsome young man before her was remarkably composed.
But how could so many girls be so eager to approach him?
"Auntie, please don't disclose this to our counselor." Just then, a girl standing behind Chen Zhuo interjected. Auntie, we only need a signature, nothing untoward happened.
Please don't spread this around. If the counselor hears about it, we won't be allowed to have our class assistant come up. The supervising aunt cleared her throat. Alright, I understand. But can you all keep it down a bit?
If this gets recorded and posted online, it won't be my decision.
Got it, thank you, Auntie.
The girls chorused in gratitude.
Observing the scene before her, the supervising aunt curiously whispered to Chen Zhuo, "How did you manage this?"
"Oh, the troubles of being handsome," Chen Zhuo replied with a resigned smile.
Subsequently,
Chen Zhuo assisted Jiang Qiuli in securing memberships for everyone.
Alright, we shall take our leave now.
If anyone needs anything, feel free to visit my supermarket. Chen Zhuo waved goodbye to the girls, grasping Jiang Qiuli's hand as they prepared to depart. This time, Jiang Qiuli merely paused in surprise, having completely abandoned her resistance. Chen Zhuo's popularity among the girls instilled a sense of urgency within her. The other girls, observing the scene, could no longer remain idle. Unlike the reserved Jiang Qiuli, most of the girls from Class 3 of Public Administration were quite outgoing.
With only one male present, the atmosphere only encouraged their extroverted tendencies.
As Chen Zhuo was about to leave, one girl exclaimed, "Class assistant, this isn't right.
You came to inspect our dormitory. Yet you're leaving right after handling our memberships? Isn't that mixing business with pleasure?" Another fully made-up girl chimed in, "Exactly. If you leave this quickly, all my makeup will be wasted." "What do you mean?" Chen Zhuo replied, perplexed. "Oh, I meant we have prepared for this. Inspection of the girls' dormitory revolves around the very essence of inspection."
The girls spoke in unison, their arguments sounding quite reasonable. Chen Zhuo, somewhat befuddled, turned to the supervising aunt.
The supervising aunt waved her hand. "As long as you don't engage in any violations, I won't interfere with your activities." Just then,
Chen Zhuo felt a tug on his hand. Chapter 42, a gift from a devoted admirer. Jiang Qiuli remained silent, nearly grasping Chen Zhuo's hand.
Chen Zhuo,
feeling the pull on his hand, paused momentarily.
Was Jiang Qiuli feeling jealous?
He turned around, gently patted her small hand, and reassured her, "It's nothing.
I'm merely fulfilling a task assigned by my counselor."
Jiang Qiuli released his hand, nodded softly, and murmured in agreement.
Chen Zhuo then proceeded to enter the adjacent girls' dormitory.
When discussing the boys' and girls' dormitories, many tend to assume that the latter is tidier.
However, the reality is quite the opposite.
Leaving aside those particularly lacking in hygiene, girls possess far more items than boys: clothes, cosmetics, and so forth, rendering their spaces seemingly chaotic.
As the accumulation of belongings increases, so too do the hidden corners of neglect. Even with regular cleaning, achieving absolute cleanliness proves quite challenging.
Nevertheless, upon Chen Zhuo's arrival, several dormitories underwent a brief tidying and cleaning.
Chen Zhuo casually glanced around the various dormitories. "Class assistant, how does our dormitory look? Is it clean?"
A fully made-up girl tugged at Chen Zhuo's arm, playfully. Her name was Zhang Lingling. Despite being only a sophomore, she was a frequent patron of several bars in Zhongjiang City. She had spotted Chen Zhuo at the bar before he became the class assistant. It was then that she first heard the announcement that the entire venues tab was covered by the esteemed Chen Gongzi.
At that moment,
she eagerly sought information and contact details about him from several friends. Unfortunately, her friend request had gone unanswered. Nonetheless, compared to her classmates,
she possessed significantly more knowledge about Chen Zhuo.
If she could win his favor, she could achieve financial freedom for at least the remaining 2 years of university. Thus, she made every effort to charm him.
Chen Zhuo nodded slightly. "It's quite nice, the fragrance is delightful. Is this Dior J'adore?" Zhang Lingling's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed,
the world of the affluent was markedly different. This bottle of perfume had been a gift from a devoted admirer, one she had hesitated to use until today. When Chen Zhuo came to visit,
as expected of the class assistant, how could you recognize it?
Chen Zhuo, noticing the packaging in the nearby trash can,
smiled faintly and replied, "Of course, I know a little about Dior." "Know a little about Dior? You must be quite familiar with it." Zhang Lingling's face radiated admiration.
At that moment, she realized what she would gift Chen Zhuo in the future.
A little knowledge, indeed.
By the way, do refrain from placing worn stockings beneath your pillow. It may lead to fungal infections. With that, Chen Zhuo turned and departed without hesitation. He began to comprehend why Zhang Lingling felt the need to wear perfume. Her natural scent was rather pungent, one that even the most fragrant of perfumes could not mask.
Indeed.
He often expressed his fondness for the scent of stockings paired with long boots on short video platforms. However, that was merely idle talk.
Was this his comeuppance for such frivolous banter?
Zhang Lingling stood frozen, her cheeks flushed to the point that even her makeup could not conceal her embarrassment. Her plans were thwarted, and she was filled with regret. I must sever ties with that devoted admirer, he is hindering my progress. She muttered to herself.
In truth,
she had not always possessed such a pungent scent, it was her admirer who favored the aroma of stockings worn throughout the day. He even offered exorbitant prices for her used stockings, sometimes several hundred per pair, making it an easy source of income. This had become her primary means of sustenance. Yet, as she earned more money, her natural scent only intensified, while his offers continued to escalate. Trapped in this cycle of consumption, she found herself sinking deeper. Upon reaching the final dormitory, situated at the end of the corridor, Chen Zhuo turned to Zhang Qiuli, who had been following closely behind.
This must be your dormitory, right?
The previous dormitories had not contained Zhang Qiuli's bed, so it could only be the last one.
Zhang Qiuli nodded obediently. Her 3 roommates had already opened the door to their dormitory ahead. Upon inspection, Chen Zhuo noted that the dormitory was remarkably clean, far more so than the others.
Though it housed numerous items, everything was meticulously organized. The balcony, directly opposite the door, boasted several white roses basking in the sunlight, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. Despite the uniform layout of the dormitories, upon stepping inside, Chen Zhuo sensed a distinct atmosphere and exquisite, subtle fragrance that invigorated the spirit. With the layout of upper and lower sleeping arrangements, Chen Zhuo immediately identified Zhang Qiuli's bed. Her desk was devoid of clutter.
Save for a few books, there wasn't even a box of skincare products.
The bedding was well worn, likely brought from her high school days.
This dormitory is quite impressive.
I declare it the cleanest, Chen Zhuo remarked after a brief tour, his voice calm. The girls gathered at the door had no objections to his assessment. The evidence was clear, and the disparity between their dormitory and this one was significant.
What is the secret to maintaining such cleanliness in your dormitory? Would you care to share?
Chen Zhuo inquired casually. He was well aware that the cleanliness of this dormitory was primarily due to Zhang Qiuli's efforts. Yet he refrained from saying so, hoping her roommates would acknowledge it instead. This would instill a sense of recognition in Zhang Qiuli, allowing her to open her heart even further.
Zhang Qiuli's 3 roommates exchanged shy glances, one of whom, still clad in her pajamas, spoke up. Initially,
our dormitory was the messiest, but Zhang Qiuli quietly took it upon herself to clean.
Feeling guilty, we eventually joined in, and gradually, it became a habit.
All eyes turned to Zhang Qiuli, who lowered her gaze, nervously clutching the edges of her clothing. Yet beneath her lowered head, a hint of a smile played at the corners of her mouth. Ah, so one person can inspire many, we should all learn from Zhang Qiuli.
Chen Zhuo concluded the impromptu visit with a few formal remarks.
Turning to Zhang Qiuli, he said, let us gather your things and head to the supermarket. As they descended the stairs, Chen Zhuo found himself puzzled. Previously, whenever he made a wish, it would trigger an emotional reward, reducing the cooldown time for his next wish. Today, however, a considerable amount of time had passed since his wish was granted, yet he had received no notification from the system.
Could it be that something had gone awry with Yifei? Or perhaps Yifei had a preference for those in their 60s? Was it possible that they brought him joy instead of emotional distress?
Shaking his head in confusion, he was startled by Zhang Qiuli's stammering voice beside him. She hesitated as they descended the stairs. Chen Zhuo glanced back, noting that no one was following them. Speak freely, I'm all ears.
Zhang Lingling isn't a good person.
Please, don't get too close to her, Zhang Qiuli summoned all her courage to assert, releasing a sigh of relief once her words were spoken.
Chapter 43, The female protagonist is anxious, I shall take responsibility.
Chen Zhuo was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhang Qiuli wished to discuss this matter. Based on his understanding of Zhang Qiuli, this female lead would not easily speak ill of others behind their backs. Are you referring to that girl who called for me to inspect the dormitory while wearing makeup? Chen Zhuo inquired innocently. He was well aware that Zhang Lingling was quite problematic. Not only did he know the plot, but even without that knowledge, his extensive experience with women allowed him to discern certain truths. Yes. Zhang Qiuli nodded. Why? I think she is quite nice, Chen Zhuo continued to feign ignorance. Oh. It's just that she has a boyfriend outside of school. Zhang Qiuli struggled to find the right words, ultimately settling on the least damaging phrase. A boyfriend? It's perfectly normal for college students to date. Besides, I'm not pursuing her, she is not my type. I prefer someone like you, Chen Zhuo said, playfully pinching Zhang Qiuli's cheek. It was soft to the touch, and her face turned crimson. However, this time, she did not get angry or shy away. She merely continued to explain. Ah, no, it's not what you think. It's just that her boyfriend, well, she has many. Zhang Qiuli's voice dwindled to a whisper. Ha 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 ha. Chen Zhuo could not contain his laughter. This master of disguise could no longer maintain his facade. This female lead was truly amusing. Oh, I see now. I understand your meaning. Rest assured, I will keep this secret to myself, Chen Zhuo said, imitating Zhang Qiuli's tone and lowering his voice. Zhang Qiuli paused. What secret? That you confided in me about Zhang Lingling. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone it was you who said it. You Zhang Qiuli wanted to say something but felt that something was amiss, though she couldn't quite articulate it. Wait, wasn't I the one reminding you? Realization dawned on Zhang Qiuli as she observed Chen Zhuo's retreating figure. She hurriedly jogged to his side, her expression one of urgency. Hold on. I was the one reminding you. How did it turn into you keeping it a secret for me? Zhang Qiuli spoke rapidly, her anxiety evident. Chen Zhuo nodded thoughtfully, his expression serious. That is true, I should inform the other boys in our class about this matter, lest they fall for someone unsuitable. At this point, Zhang Qiuli was utterly exasperated. She leaned in to bite Chen Zhuo's arm. It was autumn, and as she extended her head, she realized too late. In a moment of panic, she shifted her target and bit down on Chen Zhuo's cheek instead. Ouch! Chen Zhuo cried out, feeling a sharp sting on his face. Upon hearing his exclamation, Zhang Qiuli quickly released him, her hand moving to touch the imprint left by her teeth. Is everything okay? I didn't mean to, she stammered. Chen Zhuo regarded Zhang Qiuli with a mix of amusement and exasperation. You didn't mean to? Are you suggesting I forced you to bite me? You're just too infuriating. It's one thing to be angry, but you can't bite me. If you point it out, I will correct my behavior. Chen Zhuo touched his cheek. Zhang Qiuli's bite hadn't been particularly hard. The initial pain had faded, leaving little sensation. It's my fault. I'm sorry. The naive Zhang Qiuli was easily swayed by Chen Zhuo's charm and quickly admitted her mistake. Chen Zhuo nodded approvingly. Good, it's the right attitude to have. However, let us be clear, since you bit me, I shall reciprocate. What? Zhang Qiuli instinctively touched her own cheek, glancing at Chen Zhuo, who appeared entirely serious. After a moment of hesitation, she finally leaned her face towards him, closing her eyes with a look of resignation. Go ahead, bite me. Chen Zhuo gazed at her delicate, wheat-colored face, her enticingly soft pink lips. He could even feel Zhang Qiuli's gentle breaths. In this moment, even the most stoic man would falter. And Chen Zhuo was merely a rogue. Biting Zhang Qiuli's cheek? Only a fool would choose that course of action now. Instead, Chen Zhuo leaned in and pressed his lips against Zhang Qiuli's. They were incredibly soft. While she awaited the anticipated pain of a bite, she was instead met with warmth on her lips. Her tightly shut eyes flew open, her round gaze filled with shock. Chen Zhuo acted swiftly, withdrawing after just 3 seconds. Unlike Xue Qingya, who was a dominant figure requiring conquest, Zhang Qiuli's heart was fragile, filled with scars. One must tread carefully in such matters. Only with the right approach could one gently unlock the door to Zhang Qiuli's heart.
A forceful advance would only exacerbate her wounds and unwise endeavor. Of course. There was also a third option, to harm a girl deeply, then redeem oneself through a different means. At that point, she would be utterly compliant. However, the Zhang Qiuli at that time would be far removed from the one in the present. What one gains under such circumstances would ultimately be tasteless.
This was not what Chen Zhuo desired. As an experienced rogue, Chen Zhuo was adept at navigating delicate situations.
3 seconds, nothing more, nothing less.
Once Chen Zhuo drew back,
Zhang Qiuli emerged from her stupor. What are you doing?
This time, Zhang Qiuli was genuinely enraged. This was her first kiss. She had not anticipated being so unexpectedly robbed of it by Chen Zhuo. Naturally, what angered her most was his sudden ambush.
You bit me, so I returned the favor.
It wouldn't be fair otherwise, hence I had to collect some interest, Chen Zhuo replied earnestly.
But why didn't you tell me in advance?
Zhang Qiuli was still irate and felt wronged.
Chen Zhuo shrugged. You didn't give me a heads up when you bit me.
Zhang Qiuli was at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she finally managed to respond.
That's not the same. How is it not the same? Fine.
Let us consider this matter settled, we owe each other nothing.
Not acceptable.
Zhang Qiuli shook her head firmly. Chen Zhuo stroked his chin thoughtfully.
I have a virtue, I respect women. Since you say it isn't settled, I will consider myself indebted to you.
Rest assured, I will take responsibility for you.
Zhang Qiuli's mind raced.
Every word Chen Zhuo spoke was flawless, yet when pieced together, they felt entirely off.
No. How can that be?
I'm not someone who shirks responsibility, you can trust that I will be fully accountable.
Humph.
Zhang Qiuli realized that continuing to engage Chen Zhuo would only lead her deeper into his schemes. With a huff, she turned and descended the stairs. Chen Zhuo stood behind her, observing Zhang Qiuli's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. From her huff, he discerned not anger, but playful reproach. This indicated that he had achieved his goal. His relationship with Zhang Qiuli had progressed further.
A minute later, Chen Zhuo caught up to Zhang Qiuli as they exited the dormitory building.
At that moment, she resembled a pig on New Year's, utterly unreachable. In such situations, it is often the case that women await reassurance or an admission of fault from others, rather than exhibiting true resolve. If handled adeptly, such circumstances can indeed foster a deeper emotional connection between the two parties. All right, I concede, I shall inform you beforehand next time I lean in for a kiss. Chen Zhuo, renowned for his profound sentiment in zhongzhang, is well versed in this art. After acknowledging his mistake, he skillfully provides the other party with a graceful exit. This is the artistry of a cad.
Moreover, you may bite me, but I bear no resentment.
The pain of your bite is quite palpable, as evidenced by the marks on my cheek. The wind howling around Zhang Qiuli's ears was fierce, leaving her uncertain if she had been heard. Nevertheless, whether she was heard or not is inconsequential.
What truly matters is that Yi Fei, standing at the entrance of the dormitory and distributing fruits to the dormitory staff, overheard everything. Chapter 44, Yi Fei feels the weight of the world, ding.
The system has detected that the child of destiny, Yi Fei, is experiencing a loss of emotional control.
Your cooldown time for the next wish has been reduced by 8 hours. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification finally echoed.
Chen Zhuo noticed Yi Fei and approached with a sympathetic smile.
Class leader Yi, why have you only just arrived? We have already completed everything. Yi Fei glared at Chen Zhuo, rage simmering in his eyes.
The words Chen Zhuo had uttered earlier replayed in his mind. Chen Zhuo had kissed Zhang Qiuli, and she had bitten him in return.
What on earth had transpired during his brief absence?
Why did it feel as if the sky was about to collapse?
No.
Chen Zhuo was the villain here, he was the one destined for greatness. How could it be that in this life, without his extraordinary powers,
Chen Zhuo could still outshine him? Why was this happening?
Fortunately, Zhang Qiuli did not exhibit any signs of delight, rather, her expression bore a hint of discomfort.
Otherwise,
Yi Fei would truly feel as though the heavens had fallen upon him. Could it be that Chen Zhuo had forcibly kissed Zhang Qiuli, and in her struggle,
she had bitten him? This chain of events made perfect sense. It had to be so. Yi Fei could not help but admire his own cleverness. Chen Zhuo. How dare you kiss a female student in the girls' dormitory? Prepare to be expelled.
With this newfound reasoning, Yi Fei felt a surge of confidence. The advantage was now his. He intended to seize this opportunity to incite Zhang Jiuli's hatred towards Chen Zhuo, enabling him to exploit the situation.
Chen Zhuo regarded Yi Fei with a bemused expression. Was this truly the caliber of the child of destiny in this generation? Such a splendid opportunity, and all he could muster was that statement? Even if it were true.
To voice it in front of so many people was akin to rubbing salt in a wound. Chen Zhuo then turned his gaze to Zhang Jiuli.
As he had anticipated.
She appeared utterly terrified, her hands fidgeting helplessly, unsure whether to stuff them in her pants pocket or her jacket. She resembled a frightened rabbit, on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Chen Zhuo swiftly approached Zhang Jiuli, grasping her trembling hand. I must say, class leader Yi, you cannot slander others like this.
When did I ever kiss a female student? Are you disregarding Zhang Jiuli's reputation?
While this statement was directed at Yi Fei, it was intended for Zhang Jiuli's ears. After his words, Zhang Jiuli's quaking hands began to steady.
You let go of my hand.
I refuse to engage in this nonsense.
Some matters should be resolved by the dormitory supervisor. With past experiences weighing on him, Yi Fei understood the necessity of composure.
He needed to leverage his intellect to analyze the situation. The nature of his relationship with Zhang Jiuli remained uncertain. However, the dormitory supervisors, who had consumed his fruits, were on his side. He intended to enlist their support against Chen Zhuo.
How did a male student enter the girls' dormitory?
Inquired one of the dormitory supervisors.
Clad in a red windbreaker.
The oldest among them, Granny's son, who had been tidying up boxes when Chen Zhuo arrived, explained the situation.
Oh. So that's how it is. Why hasn't T Xiaozhou come down? Could something have happened?
Upon learning that Chen Zhuo had followed the proper procedures,
the supervisor's tone softened considerably. After many years in their roles, they understood what was their responsibility and what was not. Some matters did not require their intervention.
Only the supervisor who had been snacking on seeds displayed concern. She frowned and asked, that supervisor mentioned needing to check the dormitory and didn't he come down with us? I own the Qingning supermarket beside the cafeteria and am also a junior at the university.
She is a student from my class and an employee at my supermarket. Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's explanation, the supervisors mentally labeled him as an entrepreneurial student, their goodwill toward him rapidly increasing.
Furthermore, he had introduced himself as a class assistant,
sent by the counselor to inspect the girls' dormitory. Wasn't this the epitome of a commendable student? I see, the seed-snacking supervisor nodded, then turned to Zhang Jiuli.
What he said is true, right?
Feel free to speak up, we are here. Zhang Jiuli nodded in agreement. Hey, why is everyone here? Just as Zhang Jiuli was about to affirm, a familiar voice emerged from behind them.
It was the dormitory supervisor named Zhou, who had gone up with them. Seeing that supervisor descend, Yi Fei quickly inquired, Auntie, I am the class leader of Public Administration Class 3.
Has our class assistant caused any trouble upstairs? Trouble? Well,
things were a bit disordered. However, Chen Zhuo did not engage in any inappropriate behavior, he even emphasized the importance of dormitory cleanliness.
Quite responsible, really. Not at all. Where do you get that from? The Zhou supervisor appeared bewildered. Yi Fei felt a pang of embarrassment. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Yet, he distinctly recalled hearing Chen Zhuo mention Zhang Jiuli and the bite marks.
Chen Zhuo indeed bore the marks of teeth. Noticing this detail, Yi Fei reaffirmed his suspicions. He reanalyzed the situation. Chen Zhuo adamantly denied any wrongdoing. Zhang Jiuli stood beside him, while the involved supervisor remained oblivious. The other dormitory supervisors were bound to trust Zhou. None of the factors were in his favor. He could not act impulsively. He decided to retreat strategically and contemplate his next move. He forced a smile onto his face. This may be a misunderstanding. I thought I must have misheard. My sincerest apologies, Class Assistant Chen Zhuo. He even bowed slightly to Chen Zhuo.
Ha! Chen Zhuo paused, taken aback by Yifei's unexpected gesture. This was not what he had anticipated. The child of destiny, Yifei, seemed to have become rather astute. It's nothing, really. Why are you apologizing? You're here treating the dormitory supervisors to fruits while I'm upstairs checking the dormitory environment. This is all in service of our fellow students. Yifei felt a surge of anger at the thought. Why was this happening? Though his heart simmered with discontent, he maintained a smile and humbly replied, Indeed, indeed. On behalf of my fellow students in Public Administration Class 3, thank you. Chen Zhuo nodded, his gaze drifting to the cherries and fruits laid out on the table. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he cleared his throat and said, Class Leader Yi, I must say, I admire you even more. As a class assistant, inspecting students' dormitories is a task anyone could conceive. However, providing fruits to those dormitory supervisors who tirelessly serve our classmates is a rare thought. For instance, I certainly did not think of it. Your consideration is exemplary, a model for us all. Those familiar with Chen Zhuo knew that when he began delivering lofty praises, it typically signaled his intent to ensnare someone. Yifei, as the child of destiny, was not to be underestimated. Though a flicker of pride ignited within him, he remained on high alert. Oh, it's merely a small offering, not worthy of such regard. Yifei replied with modesty. Chen Zhuo continued. I believe this event should be widely publicized. Let everyone know of today's happenings and make you a role model for the entire school. With that, he pulled out his phone and captured 2 photos. Come, everyone, gather beside our class leader Yi, let me take a promotional photo. Chapter 45, The Schemes of Division. The child of destiny sold yet assisting in counting money. The dormitory matrons, having indulged in Yifei's fruits, were exceedingly cooperative, surrounding him like a vibrant bouquet. Yifei found himself utterly bewildered. Wait a moment, Chen Zhuo is the principal antagonist, he is the favored child of destiny, and they should be arch-enemies. Yet, Chen Zhuo now intends to promote him as a role model? Something felt amiss, though he could not articulate what it was. Recalling Chen Zhuo's previous dubious maneuvers, an unsettling feeling crept over him. While he mulled over these thoughts, Chen Zhuo had already taken the photographs. Yifei, encircled by the matrons, looked impeccable. Hold on. Chen Zhuo, you have classes in your 3rd year and errands at the supermarket, you're too busy. I'll handle the promotion myself. Just send me the photos, and I will take care of the rest. Just as Chen Zhuo began to gather his belongings to leave, Yifei called out to him. Clarity struck Yifei, since he was unaware of Chen Zhuo's ulterior motives, he could orchestrate the promotion entirely on his own. If Chen Zhuo could not interfere, he could not create obstacles either. Perfect. Chen Zhuo hesitated for a moment. He had been contemplating how cumbersome it would be to create promotional materials and whom to enlist for assistance, but unexpectedly, Yifei had presented himself as a solution. Such fortuitous circumstances. It was that brief pause that Yifei had noticed. A subtle smile crept upon Yifei's lips. Just as he suspected, there was something amiss. That class leader Yifei, it was my suggestion for this initiative, and now you want me to do it? How troublesome. Though Chen Zhuo longed to acquiesce immediately, he maintained an air of politeness, preserving his image before the matrons. After all, he would be visiting often in the future. Upon hearing this, Yifei's conviction in his suspicion deepened. This was undoubtedly suspicious. It's no trouble at all. You just mentioned that we are all here to serve our classmates. It would be a bit awkward for me to promote myself, but it's no matter. I can help relieve some of the workload for the class assistant. I don't mind any embarrassment, Yifei professed earnestly. The matrons nearby offered their praises. It must be said, as the favored child of destiny, Yifei's intelligence and emotional acumen were quite intact. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Zhuo nodded and patted Yifei on the shoulder. Very well. You shall undertake the promotional work, but you must complete it promptly. Ideally, within today, as the school is about to select the top 10 most inspirational figures on campus. As the class assistant, you must ensure you make the list. After a few courteous exchanges, Chen Zhuo sent the photographs to Yifei before bidding farewell to the matrons and leading Jiang Zhili towards the supermarket.
Yi Fei meticulously checked the photos Chen Zhuo had sent, confirming there were no issues.
Wait, was Chen Zhuo, the villain, having a change of heart? This was unexpected. Regardless, he decided not to dwell on it too much. He needed to find someone to assist him in crafting the promotional materials, ensuring they were of the highest quality to restore his image among his classmates and Zhang Qiuli. Moreover, if he could be selected as one of the top 10 most inspirational figures, it could yield resources from his family. And then Chen Zhuo and the Chen family could brace themselves for financial ruin. After contemplating, Yi Fei distributed the remaining cherries and strawberries to the matrons. He then contacted Butler Wang. Find me the best design company. Every detail of the promotional materials must be flawless, do not concern yourself with the cost. And hurry. I give you half an hour. He had considered all details and did not suspect any underhanded tactics from Chen Zhuo, though a hint of doubt lingered. He could not afford to be overly cautious. With Zhang Qiuli holding such a poor opinion of him and trailing after Chen Zhuo daily, if he failed to act soon, it would only be a matter of time before she fell entirely into Chen Zhuo's embrace. On the way to the supermarket, Zhang Qiuli remained silent, appearing somewhat upset. As the most romantic figure in Zhongjiang, Chen Zhuo had no doubt that winning her over was not a challenge. Zhang Qiuli still followed him to the supermarket without leaving immediately, indicating her anger was not genuine. Even if she were upset, it likely belonged to the realm of romantic dynamics. Don't be angry, I acted impulsively. I apologize. If it happens again, I swear I won't kiss you again. Chen Zhuo said with a sincere expression. Let us not discuss that, I'm not upset for that reason, Zhang Qiuli replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Then what is it? Chen Zhuo mused, astonished that even he, the most romantic figure, could misinterpret a situation, especially with the female lead. Zhang Qiuli hesitated before continuing. It's because of Yi Fei. I genuinely dislike him now. You're promoting him, isn't that deceitful? Zhang Qiuli's response left Chen Zhuo both amused and exasperated. He had not anticipated that his efforts to tarnish Yi Fei's reputation in Zhang Qiuli's eyes would succeed so spectacularly, far exceeding his expectations. Ahem, Qiuli. You mustn't think that way. While what he said in the hospital was somewhat excessive, he did purchase fruit for the matrons today. We must be objective and not dismiss his merits due to past transgressions. Zhang Qiuli paused, contemplating Chen Zhuo's words. What do you think? Does what I say hold merit? I can offer you 9 more arguments just like this. Chen Zhuo wished to present himself as a paragon in Zhang Qiuli's eyes. Seeing her genuinely consider his reasoning, he quickly interjected with a jest, for he had no intention of vindicating Yi Fei. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Zhang Qiuli nodded earnestly. It's good that you understand, but Yi Fei's sudden change today is likely a fade. He is somewhat hypocritical. Having solidified his own image, Chen Zhuo then proceeded to further degrade Yi Fei's character. However, since the matrons enjoyed the fruit, allowing him to promote himself isn't a concern. Let it be. You go about your business at the supermarket, I have matters to attend to. After Zhang Qiuli departed, Chen Zhuo headed towards the administrative building. Glancing at the time, he surmised that Counselor Wang from the Public Management Class 3 had likely concluded his work. He intended to request the best promotional resources for Yi Fei. Of course, this maneuver was not genuinely intended to elevate Yi Fei's status among the students. Rather, it was to sow discord between him and his classmates. Today, he had distributed fruits and beverages, albeit commonplace apples, to the male and female students in the class. When they witnessed that class leader Yi Fei had gifted the matrons cherries and strawberries, the disparity would be stark. The resentment would surely lead Yi Fei to explain himself, unveiling the truth behind the situation. The male students would then comprehend that Yi Fei, the sycophant, had attempted to curry favor with the girls, only to end up ingratiating himself with the matrons instead. At that moment, Yi Fei would become the greatest joke among the boys. Yet, that was not the ultimate outcome. If the promotion succeeded, Yi Fei would merely be ridiculed in class, while his image among the faculty and other students would remain untarnished. The higher he soared, the harder he would fall. The more positively he was portrayed, the more scrutiny he would attract. Eventually, when Chen Zhuo revealed a morsel of Yi Fei's darker secrets, Yi Fei would be utterly finished.
With this thought, Chen Zhuo stifled a laugh. Meanwhile, the favored child of destiny, Yi Fei, was diligently preparing the promotional materials.
Chapter 46. Is this plot correct? This is hardly the aloof campus belle.
After finishing her duties, Counselor Wang from the Public Administration Class 3 returned to her office. Chen Zhuo knocked on the office door and entered, recounting the events that had just transpired.
Teacher Wang, class leader Yi Fei is truly outstanding. He even delivered fruits to the dormitory aunties. Who else could think of such a kind gesture? Teacher Wang nodded in agreement.
This deed is indeed worthy of promotion. Especially since the school is selecting the top 10 people who moved the campus.
I was just lamenting the lack of candidates.
For him,
promoting anyone is merely part of his job. Any complexity would only increase his workload.
Chen Zhuo presented the prepared commendation, assisting him in fulfilling his responsibilities.
He felt quite satisfied.
Chen Zhuo, you are truly a diligent class assistant. If I were the one paying your salary, I would definitely consider a raise.
How about this? When I have some free time, I'll treat you to dinner, Teacher Wang praised, before continuing. By the way, Yi Fei called me earlier. But I missed it.
I summoned him before you arrived, and he should be here shortly.
How about we discuss this together?
Of course. I also have some details to share with him, Chen Zhuo replied with a smile. This time, his smile was genuine, not just polite. A brilliant idea had struck him. Knock, knock, not just then, there was another knock at the office door.
Come in.
Yi Fei pushed the door open and entered. Speak of the devil, Yi Fei. Come sit here, Teacher Wang gestured to the chair beside him.
I've already heard about your commendable actions from Chen Zhuo.
He wishes to promote this as a typical case.
And I wholeheartedly agree. What do you think? I have no objections, Yi Fei nodded, though his expression was one of confusion. He couldn't comprehend why Chen Zhuo seemed intent on genuinely promoting him. Was the antagonist changing roles? Just like in the novels. The current Chen Zhuo was no longer the same as in his past life?
Wait, I still have some questions. At that moment, Chen Zhuo's voice broke in. Yi Fei turned to Chen Zhuo, feeling relieved. He knew Chen Zhuo must have ulterior motives.
Teacher Wang also looked at Chen Zhuo. What questions do you have?
If we want to nominate him for the top 10 people who moved the campus, this deed seems a bit insufficient. I fear it won't make the cut. We must intensify our efforts, Chen Zhuo said, a slight smirk playing on his lips, his expression earnest. Those familiar with Chen Zhuo knew that such a demeanor indicated trouble brewing.
Intensify our efforts? How so?
Yi Fei queried.
Today, he had only delivered fruits to a few dormitory aunties. Others might question this gesture. It would be better to broaden the scope. Perhaps delivering fruits to all the dormitory staff, uncles, and sanitation workers. However, wouldn't that come off as contrived, as if we were doing it deliberately? Teacher Wang nodded.
Then shook his head, puzzled. A gentleman focuses on actions, not intentions. Even if it were intentional, everyone would still receive real fruits.
They couldn't complain. Besides, I've reviewed past selections, and they tend to be rather lenient. Indeed, you make a valid point. It just requires Yi Fei to spend a bit more money. What do you think, Yi Fei? Teacher Wang inquired. Though he was unaware of Yi Fei's exact financial situation, the records indicated his parents were businesspeople. Furthermore, judging by his attire and the electronics he used, it was apparent Yi Fei came from a prosperous background. Thus, he was inclined to agree with this plan. Yi Fei remained silent, deep in thought. He was fervently contemplating whether Chen Zhuo's proposal contained any pitfalls. Was there a financial burden? If you feel it's unfeasible, I won't insist, Teacher Wang said, observing Yi Fei's silence.
No, teacher, it's fine, Yi Fei finally responded.
He couldn't identify any issues with simply buying fruits for the school staff. This transaction wouldn't even go through Chen Zhuo.
As for the cost of the fruits,
his hourly allowance would suffice. Could it be that Chen Zhuo, as the antagonist, intended to swindle him out of that meager sum?
If so, that would be rather pathetic. Compared to his past life, this was a stark contrast. Well, our class assistant Chen Zhuo runs a supermarket at the school. You can purchase the fruits there. I hear they offer a 10% discount, Teacher Wang remarked, displaying his astuteness.
Chen Zhuo had helped him resolve a work-related issue.
And directing Yifei to Chen Zhuo's supermarket was a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Generally, students wouldn't refuse a counselor's suggestion.
Even Yifei, who might have wished to decline,
found himself compelled to agree, if only to spare the counselor's feelings. I'll go buy them right away.
Good, then it's settled. I'll coordinate with the school's promotional resources. After leaving the office, Yifei hurried to the supermarket with great speed, hardly pausing to greet Chen Zhuo. He had initially intended to pull a little trick and purchase from another store.
However, he suddenly remembered that Chen Zhuo was in the administrative building, leaving only Jiang Qiuli at the supermarket.
If he went there, it would provide an excellent opportunity to interact with Jiang Qiuli. Thus, he planned to increase his rapport with her before Chen Zhuo returned. Chen Zhuo watched as Yifei's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This fortunate child was becoming increasingly astute. With a sigh of admiration, he took out his phone and dialed Jiang Qiuli's number.
2 seconds later, the call connected. What's up? Jiang Qiuli's faint voice came through the line. I have an urgent work matter. Please order 3 dishes and a soup from Qinghe Private Kitchen on the 3rd floor of the 5th canteen. I have a business meeting to attend.
There was a moment of silence on the other end.
What's wrong? I don't have any money.
Why didn't you say so? Chen Zhuo chuckled at Jiang Qiuli's shyness. So this is how her aloofness manifests. Just mention my supermarket's name when you go there, the owner knows me. Have him charge it to the supermarket's account. Glancing at his watch, he continued, it's almost time for you to deliver dinner to the aunts.
Order 2 more dishes for them as well.
The food at this private kitchen is quite delectable. Jiang Qiuli instinctively wanted to refuse. But upon hearing that the food was delicious, she swallowed her words. She wanted her mother to enjoy something tasty. Charge it to my account. I'll pay you back when I get my salary.
Alright, I'll keep a tab for you.
Also, inform another staff member to raise the prices of the fruits by 30%.
Huh? Will they really sell at that price?
Of course they will. Some items sell better at a higher price, only then do people perceive them as valuable.
Isn't that foolish? Jiang Qiuli's sudden remark made Chen Zhuo laugh out loud.
This is hardly the aloof campus belle, this is a straightforward girl.
Alright, hurry up. I'll be there soon for dinner. Chen Zhuo instructed before ending the call. By timing it perfectly, Jiang Qiuli should have just left the supermarket when Yifei entered to buy fruits.
Quite flawless. Chen Zhuo, what brings you here? Just as Chen Zhuo was preparing to leave with a smile, he heard a sweet female voice behind him.
Chapter 47, the stockings are quite nice. Could you gift me a few more?
Chen Zhuo turned around, and standing behind him was none other than his own counselor, Li Yaya. Today, she donned a black and beige striped cardigan, paired with a high-waisted black knee-length skirt. On her feet were mid-calf white socks and glossy black loafers, creating a look that balanced professionalism with a touch of softness.
Her distinctive voice, sweet yet gentle, added to her charm,
marking a stark contrast to her previous formal attire of a blouse and skirt.
Chen Zhuo's eyes brightened. Good afternoon, Yu Jia. I came to discuss class promotions with Teacher Wang. Li Yaya nodded lightly. Come to my office, I have something to say. And please, just call me Yu Jia.
This Li Dao makes me sound like an academic heavyweight.
Alright, Yu Jia.
Chen Zhuo followed her into the office. From behind, one might easily mistake her for a freshman.
Once inside,
she naturally took her seat, while Chen Zhuo closed the door with a soft click. However, before she could settle in, she abruptly stood up. Why did you close the door? Chen Zhuo, remembering the previous incident in the office where he had inadvertently created a PowerPoint presentation, felt an absurdity wash over him.
What's wrong with closing the door?
With an expression of feigned innocence, he seemed more like the prey in this interaction.
Fine, you can sit here, Li Yaya said hesitantly, pointing to the chair in front of her desk.
Internally, she urged herself to maintain composure, after all. She was the counselor and he was the student, this was work, and she must not lose her focus. Chen Zhuo casually took his seat and spoke first, Yu Jia. Those white stockings you wore last time were quite lovely.
How about gifting me a few more pairs? At that moment, Li Ye,
who had been reminding herself to remain composed, was instantly reminded of their last encounter in the office. The thought that her stockings had been snatched away by a student sent a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks, though she quickly suppressed it, adopting a stern demeanor.
Let us not discuss that. You seem rather proud of yourself, don't you?
She attempted to project an aura of authority, but her sweet disposition undermined her efforts, leaving Chen Zhuo feeling somewhat bemused, as if they were engaging in a playful role reversal.
Yu Jia, please don't be upset.
I didn't take your stockings for anything nefarious, I only took them to assist a struggling classmate. Chen Zhuo asserted with righteous fervor, showing no sign of guilt.
Helping a struggling classmate? Are you trying to deceive me? Li Ye found it hard to trust Chen Zhuo given his past antics at school. Absolutely not.
If you don't believe me, you can ask Counselor Wang from the second year.
I'm not just a class assistant in public administration class 3. I'm one of their classmates. Really? Of course. That classmate is named Zhang Qiuli.
Her family is in ruins, her father committed suicide, and her mother is gravely ill. She has no socks to wear, only shoes, and her feet are all blistered.
How could I possibly ignore such a situation? Chen Zhuo thumped his chest,
overflowing with a sense of justice.
Li Ye's furrowed brows relaxed.
She was familiar with Zhang Qiuli, a unique student within the department, and several counselors were already aware of her plight. They had agreed to help keep her situation under wraps to prevent bullying.
Normally,
Chen Zhuo should not have known about this, so his words hinted at a degree of truth.
I apologize. If that is the case, I misunderstood you. Li Ye's face flushed with embarrassment.
If what Chen Zhuo said was true, her previous thoughts had been utterly vile. It's all right, doing good deeds often leads to misunderstandings. Chen Zhuo waved dismissively.
By the way, Yu Jia, do you have any spare stockings? I only took one pair last time.
And she hasn't had the chance to change.
If you have any extras, I could take a few more for her. Spare stockings? Li Ye pondered, somewhat perplexed.
For her, stockings had become a consumable item with little left over. I don't have any, but I do have a few pieces of unused clothing.
When the time comes, you can help me deliver them. Let us see if they fit her, if not, you can just discard them, Li Ye contemplated before replying. Not a problem, I'll take care of it. What about the clothes? Where would I keep unused clothes in the office? When I have time,
I'll retrieve them from my apartment and notify you.
Don't trouble yourself so much. I have plenty of free time. Just let me know when you're available. And I'll head to the faculty dormitory, right? After a moment of thought, Li Ye nodded. That works. I'll call you when the time comes. The reason I asked you to come today is to discuss something else.
As she spoke, Li Ye opened a file on her desktop.
Congratulations!
In the innovation and entrepreneurship competition, your supermarket project has advanced past the preliminary round.
However,
your success is largely attributed to the thoroughness of your project proposal and the substantial investment you made, which softened the judges' hearts.
She then opened another document.
Take a look at the other competitors' projects, and then compare them to yours. Innovation and entrepreneurship hinge on the concept of novelty. And your supermarket project lacks any semblance of originality.
You will undoubtedly be eliminated in the next round.
Chen Zhuo stroked his chin, remaining silent. His participation in the competition was an obligation imposed by his family, and the polished project proposal was something he had commissioned from a paper writing service.
Li Ye continued, however. You are the only student under my guidance who has both entered and advanced in this competition. Thus,
I hope you can revise your entrepreneurial plan to make it more innovative, at least to include one aspect that will captivate the judges.
Seeing Li Ye's earnest expression,
Chen Zhuo mentally assessed the situation. He himself did not particularly care about the competition, but for Li Ye, it was a significant part of her professional achievements.
Hence, the balance of power in this situation should favor her.
My counselor's sister, entrepreneurship is no simple feat. The fact that my supermarket can turn a profit is already commendable.
To innovate further could lead to losses. Are you prepared to cover my losses with your salary? Chen Zhuo lamented, sounding genuinely distressed. Come on. Aren't you supposed to be quick-witted? You could think of something. Not interested in brainstorming. My participation in this competition was a familial obligation.
And after advancing past the preliminaries, I have fulfilled my duty. What happens in the finals is of no consequence to me, winning yields no benefits.
Li Yeye gazed at this wealthy young man and sighed inwardly.
In this day and age, with enough money, one could indeed live without a care in the world. Given Chen Zhuo's affluent background, even if the school threatened expulsion, he wouldn't bat an eye.
Yet,
the results of this innovation and entrepreneurship competition were intimately tied to her end-of-year evaluations as a counselor.
A competent counselor should ideally have multiple projects under their wing. If she ended up with a 0, how could she be evaluated favorably or hope for a permanent position?
Determined, she whispered, during your competition period, I will do my utmost to ensure that the professors of your major overlook your absences. Chen Zhuo shook his head.
That won't work. I'm already skipping classes regularly. Chapter 48, is it still called a villain when following the rules?
I'll inform the teachers and have your classes all failed.
Li Yeye declared solemnly. As a counselor, was it not a simple task to manage the students beneath her?
University students, after all, would do anything for a few credits. This statement held true for the vast majority of students, with the sole exception of Chen Zhuo. Failing a retest merely meant that as long as he scored above 60,
he would pass.
Furthermore, if he failed the retest, he could always opt for a course redo.
Ultimately, he would succeed.
Chen Zhuo nonchalantly remarked, if I truly cannot pass,
I can just have my family donate some money to the school. These are trivial matters. Besides, inheriting a family business does not require a diploma.
Chen Zhuo was no paragon of virtue, he was, in fact, a villain.
If adhering to the rules is the case, can one still call him a villain? Li Yeye felt as if she had struck a heavy blow against a cushion.
Her greatest weapon had been effortlessly deflected by Chen Zhuo.
Indeed.
Her threats appeared utterly laughable in the face of absolute wealth. This realization enlightened her to a crucial truth: being forceful was utterly ineffective against Chen Zhuo.
What about me? Am I not exceptional?
Chen Zhuo seemed on the verge of inscribing shameless upon his very visage.
Gritting her teeth, Li Yeye nodded.
She was currently in need of Chen Zhuo's assistance, and for the sake of her bright future, she must lower her head when necessary.
Yes, with a background like yours. Striving for credits, you are indeed remarkable. For the first time, Li Yeye grasped the profound meaning of insincerity.
Her eyes darted around as she continued.
If you manage to secure first place in the finals, what reward would you desire? I will do my utmost to accommodate you within my capabilities. To accommodate to the utmost?
This piqued Chen Zhuo's interest. He stroked his chin, contemplating what demands he might present as a villain.
It was akin to negotiation, requiring a certain finesse. Li Yeye's expenditure in meeting his demands could not surpass the benefits derived from her work.
What shall I propose?
Chen Zhuo scrutinized Li Yeye, and an idea surfaced in his mind.
If I secure first place, I want you to be my secretary for a day, and you must wear black stockings.
A secretary? What would a student like you need a secretary for?
Naturally, for business discussions.
You've urged me to intensify my entrepreneurial efforts, so I must elevate my standing. Li Yeye's initial instinct was to refuse, but as she reconsidered, she acknowledged that this year's innovation and entrepreneurship competition was teeming with talent.
Many accompanied by professors with research projects. Chen Zhuo's supermarket project might not have a stellar chance of winning first place. But he had asserted that only first place warranted such a reward, second place would yield nothing. In light of this reasoning, it seemed feasible.
All right, I accept your terms. It's a deal.
Chen Zhuo slipped his hands into his pockets, oblivious to the notion of competition.
Another female protagonist had taken the bait.
Securing first place in the innovation and entrepreneurship competition was merely a matter of diligence, and his upcoming membership plan for the supermarket would come in handy.
All right.
You may proceed to class, Chen Zhuo shrugged. You just mentioned that during the competition, I need not attend any classes, you would handle it for me. I was referring to core courses. I will do my best to ensure the teachers overlook your absences, she replied. I don't care about that, and besides,
class is nearly over.
If I go now, it would effectively be skipping class. Li Yaya, as a counselor, wished to say something, but with her reliance on Chen Zhuo, coupled with his satisfactory academic performance, she realized he had, in a manner, fulfilled his educational obligations. In university, as long as one achieves the final goal,
the process is not a matter of principle.
With a sigh of resignation, she could only say, then you must ensure you pass the final exam.
Not a problem,
Chen Zhuo assured her. To someone like him, possessing the ability to grant wishes, final exams were no cause for concern.
I just had a brilliant idea for innovation,
Chen Zhuo continued. With the various supermarket models available on the market, innovating on the model itself is quite challenging. However, I can innovate through service.
Intrigued by Chen Zhuo's work-related musings, Li Yaya inquired, what kind of innovation? Speak, and we shall discuss its feasibility.
Feeling the pangs of hunger, Chen Zhuo rubbed his stomach. I am quite famished.
I ordered food from the cafeteria, why don't you join me? We can discuss while we eat. Li Yaya glanced at the time.
It was indeed mealtime, and she was hungry too. Since Chen Zhuo suggested the cafeteria, she saw no issue with it.
Fine, I will treat you. After all, you are still a student, Li Yaya instinctively began to say, but halfway through, she realized that Chen Zhuo was not only a student but also a wealthy heir and the owner of the school supermarket. Could she, earning over 4,000 a month, really afford to treat him? I reserved a table at the Qinghe private kitchen on the 3rd floor of the 5th cafeteria. Though it is slightly cheaper than similar establishments outside, a meal there would still set us back 500 or 600. Are you certain you want to treat me? 500 or 600? How many days of work would that cost? Li Yaya yearned to decline. However, considering her position as a counselor in Chen Zhuo's dismissive attitude, her stubbornness flared. Moreover, she anticipated that Chen Zhuo would likely try to refuse, allowing her to gracefully back down later. It's just 500 or 600. I can afford it, she declared resolutely. All right. Thank you, counselor. Chen Zhuo agreed without hesitation. What? Li Yaya was momentarily stunned. Equally astonished was another individual, Yi Fei, who was in the supermarket purchasing fruit. What? You say these cherries cost 40 yuan per jean? I just bought them for 31 at that supermarket. Yi Fei expressed his dissatisfaction. Coming from a well-off family, the 10 yuan price difference was typically inconsequential to him. Even a discrepancy of 100 yuan was merely a figure. However, knowing that this was Chen Zhuo's supermarket made him irked. Classmate, one cannot make such comparisons. While they are all called cherries, the variety, origin, grade, and freshness differ. Our supermarket sells only the finest fruits. The female clerk, assigned to the evening shift, possessed excellent eloquence and swiftly countered Yi Fei's complaint. Fine, fine. Yi Fei waved his hand, unwilling to waste time on such trivial matters. Where has your other clerk? Jiang Qiuli, gone? He scanned the supermarket but could not spot her. The female clerk, while packing fruit, replied, Why do you ask about her? I am her class monitor. I need to speak with her. Oh, she has finished her shift. I believe she went to the private kitchen on the upper floor of the 5th cafeteria to place an order. Would you like me to call her for you? No need, you continue packing. I will wait here to pick it up. Yi Fei instructed, hastily heading towards the 5th cafeteria. Chapter 49, So? You want me to bear the burden, do you? When Yi Fei arrived at the 5th cafeteria, Jiang Qiuli had already packed her meal and departed. Only Chen Zhuo and Li Yaya were seated in a simple partitioned booth, engaged in cheerful conversation. How's my membership plan? Chen Zhuo inquired after taking a sip of tea. It's excellent. However, that approach will inevitably increase your labor costs, Li Yaya thoughtfully analyzed. No worries. It's just the right opportunity to recruit a group of diligent students to assist those in need, helping them complete their studies and improve their lives. That's a splendid idea. If included in the proposal, it will surely earn a significant boost. The two were thoroughly enjoying their conversation, the atmosphere warm and amicable. Chen Zhuo's humor resonated well with Li Yaya's inner thoughts, making him her kindred spirit. As they chatted, Li Yaya occasionally forgot their teacher-student dynamic. her face lighting up with sweet smiles.
In reality, the age difference between them was merely 2 years, making them contemporaries.
Ding! The destined child of fortune, Yi Fei, grits his teeth. The cooldown period for the next wish is reduced by 8 hours. While the ambience in the booth was harmonious, a thick layer of ice seemed to envelop Yi Fei at the stairwell, exuding an air of chill. If ice could kill, Chen Zhuo would have perished 1,000 times over. Yi Fei had initially intended to disrupt the world Chen Zhuo shared with Jiang Qiuli. To his surprise, upon arrival, he found not Jiang Qiuli but Li Yeye and Chen Zhuo instead. Li Yeye was also the female lead in his narrative. According to the original plot, the entirety of Zhongjiang University was his harem. Naturally, the uniquely charming and stunning Li Yeye was not to escape his grasp. Yet in his previous life, he had barely exchanged a few words with Li Yeye before being metaphorically castrated by Chen Zhuo's actions. He had sought Li Yeye several times thereafter, but by then, she was already pregnant with Chen Zhuo's child. The news had left him enraged for 3 days and nights, mobilizing all his family's resources to confront Chen Zhuo in a decisive battle. Unfortunately, all his machinations posed no threat to Chen Zhuo. Eventually, he had given up. Humph. In the past, you were formidable, but this time, you shall not prevail. I will not allow Li Yeye to bear your child. Yi Fei scoffed to himself. Currently, Jiang Qiuli had already been taken away by Chen Zhuo, and he was devising a plan to bring her back. If Li Yeye allowed Chen Zhuo to act first, the disadvantage would be insurmountable. He had to make a move. Recalling recent events, a strategic map unfolded in Yi Fei's mind. He sought to leverage the situation to his advantage. Chen Zhuo, what a surprise to see you here. Yi Fei approached the booth, donning a smile. Ah. Isn't this Li Yeye, our third-year counselor? Thank you for allowing such an exemplary student as Chen Zhuo to serve as our class assistant. As the class leader of Public Management Class 3, I am immensely grateful. Yi Fei's words were eloquent, and Li Yeye returned to her professional demeanor, responding politely. Hello? Class leader. Just call me Yi Fei. Very well, Yi Fei. Would you like to join us for a meal? Li Yeye extended a courteous invitation. However, her intention was not genuine. Typically, Yi Fei would decline, allowing her to suggest another opportunity in the future. Yi Fei, however, deviated from her expectations entirely, unceremoniously pulling up a chair to sit down. Of course, thank you, teacher. Chen Zhuo watched Yi Fei with interest. This child of fortune seemed to be growing increasingly astute, reminiscent of his former self. Yi Fei, I didn't expect to see you at the cafeteria. Weren't you supposed to be at the supermarket buying fruit? Oh. The staff was packing for me, so I seized the moment to grab a bite. Chen Zhuo nodded, turning to Li Yeye. He recounted Yi Fei's thoughtful gesture of distributing fruit to all the dormitory managers and cleaning staff to enhance publicity. What do you think? Yi Fei is quite exceptional. Isn't he? Li Yeye glanced awkwardly at her phone, remaining silent. A cold smile crept upon Yi Fei's lips. Initially, Chen Zhuo had introduced the idea with a bright demeanor, but as he elaborated, the absurdity became apparent. Distributing fruit for the sake of publicity? Wasn't that merely a facade? This wasn't praise, it was sarcasm. Alright, you want me to shoulder the blame, do you? Oh. I can't say it's solely for publicity, I just want to make use of some family funds to shine a light on others. Yi Fei adjusted his expression and continued, unlike Assistant Chen, who has ventured into entrepreneurship by opening a supermarket, tomorrow our class is having a team building event. And Assistant Chen is graciously hosting us at his villa. This mention was Yi Fei's true objective. He aimed to invite Li Yeye to the gathering, anticipating a possible encounter between Jiang Qiuli and Li Yeye, curious to see how Chen Zhuo would handle it. In his previous life, Chen Zhuo possessed sufficient prowess to maintain the status quo, but now, he only had his silver tongue. Yi Fei was eager to see how Chen Zhuo would navigate the situation, and he planned to add his own embellishments. Perfect. He didn't need to humiliate Chen Zhuo entirely, at the very least, he would reclaim one female lead. By the way, Counselor Li, tomorrow is Saturday. So you likely won't be working, right? Why not join us at the villa?
Our teacher Wang has prior commitments and cannot attend.
Yi Fei looked at Li Yeye with anticipation.
Huh? Li Yeye was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected such an invitation from Yi Fei. Chen Zhuo took another sip of tea, having discerned Yi Fei's intentions. He was playing the role of an observer while waiting to reap the benefits.
A splendid plan indeed. However, as the antagonist, Chen Zhuo was the one capable of making wishes.
Yes, I agree with class leader Yi Fei's suggestion, since the villa is already booked.
Yu Jia, why don't you join us to have some fun? We could really use someone with your leadership experience to help organize things. Chen Zhuo,
fearing Li Yeye might decline, added, and although we are now university students, having a counselor present would ensure safety. For instance, I'm quite afraid of the dark.
At that moment, Yi Fei was inwardly scoffing. What nonsense! You're afraid of what? Having you around is the least safe for Li Yeye.
Though he did not voice these thoughts, he maintained a facade of cheerful agreement. Indeed, having a counselor present is far better than just us students.
Chapter 50, If one sleeps, let them sleep. Well, that settles it. I'll inform your counselor, Wang, at the appropriate time. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yeye finally acquiesced. It's settled then. Let us not miss each other when the time comes. With Li Yeye's agreement,
Yi Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief.
At this point, the last crucial element of his plan was complete.
What remained were merely some finer details to be polished. Chen Zhuo observed Yi Fei's smug expression and felt an urge to laugh. He was eager to witness the splendid expression on Yi Fei's face after his wish was granted. Unfortunately, the moment had not yet arrived. So he had to restrain himself. Yu Jia, the villa I've rented offers a plethora of entertainment options, quite grand indeed.
You must prepare yourself splendidly for the occasion. Li Yeye rolled her eyes at him.
I am your counselor, you don't need to worry about me.
I'm not meddling.
But the girls from Public Administration Class 3 are all exceptionally beautiful.
If you just show up casually, you might easily be overshadowed. Consider this a friendly reminder. Yi Fei interjected.
The class assistant is right, the girls in our class, especially one named Zhang Qiuli, are truly stunning, Chen Zhuo added.
Yi Fei inwardly sneered. The seeds of discord were to be sown from this moment. Today's groundwork would yield spectacular results tomorrow. Li Yeye chose not to respond, and neither did Chen Zhuo, who glanced at his phone and stood up.
Apologies, but I have some matters to attend to. I won't be dining here any longer.
I'll pack some to take with me. Following closely, Li Yeye also rose.
The conversation she had been enjoying with Chen Zhuo had taken an awkward turn with Yi Fei's arrival. With Chen Zhuo leaving, she felt no desire to linger.
I have some work to do as well. I'll pack something to take. Yi Fei stood up too. Since both of you are busy, I won't intrude any longer. Today's meal is on me.
Although Li Yeye did not respond, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed,
Yi Fei was nonetheless satisfied to have separated the two. To ensure everything unfolded flawlessly, he needed to impress Li Yeye a bit before they parted ways.
Treating them to a meal was a splendid starting point for him.
That won't do. I mentioned I'd be treating before coming here, Li Yeye immediately rejected.
After all, I am your counselor, she reiterated.
Ah, come on, Yu Jia, don't compete with our class leader Yi.
Money is the least of his concerns. A few hundred yuan is nothing to him, Chen Zhuo interjected before Yi Fei could respond. The fool is eager to pay, and he must indulge this fool's wishes. Li Yeye initially intended to refuse again, but upon hearing a few hundred yuan, she hesitated for a couple of seconds.
In that brief moment,
Chen Zhuo grasped her hand and led her toward the private dining area.
Hey, just listen to me, let us save time.
If you keep dragging this out and someone records it to share in the group, your status as a counselor will be in jeopardy, Chen Zhuo whispered a subtle threat as they walked.
Li Yeye wanted to assert her authority as a counselor.
Yet the truth was as Chen Zhuo had stated. If any commotion arose in the cafeteria, she would no longer be able to fulfill her role.
Fortunately,
Chen Zhuo did not engage in any outrageous behavior, merely holding her wrist as he guided her forward.
Endure it. Meanwhile, Yi Fei, who was eagerly awaiting Li Yeye's praise, was taken aback. Chen Zhuo had audaciously whisked Li Yeye away from under his nose? This was not right. This was against the rules. Handholding should only occur after a relationship had progressed further, yet Li Yeye didn't seem to resist. Was it possible that women preferred a more direct, slightly rogue approach from men? Yi Fei pondered. Perhaps he too should be more straightforward next time. Regaining his focus, he hurriedly jogged to catch up. By the time he reached them, Chen Zhuo was already ordering. I'll have a stir-fried pig liver, a steamed base, a braised pig trotter, a sauced pork knuckle, and a platter of marinated beef, along with a fruit medley. Chen Zhuo swiftly scanned the menu and listed his desired dishes. All right, you order, he said. Ha! Li Yeye was momentarily stunned. Isn't this more than enough for the three of us? I have quite an appetite, Chen Zhuo replied. Fine, I'll have a spicy stir-fried meat dish, and enough, just one spicy stir-fried meat dish. Chen Zhuo shook his head. One dish, one tea suffice. Add a sauteed shrimp and a stir-fried cauliflower to that. As he spoke, he turned to Yi Fei, who had just caught up. What do you say? Class leader Yi? What on earth is happening? Handholding was one thing, but Chen Zhuo ordering for Li Yeye showing concern. And then expecting Yi Fei to pay, wasn't this just servitude, a mere lackey? Yi Fei gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Indeed. He took several deep breaths to calm himself. Stay composed. Exercise restraint. This current concession was merely a strategy for a better strike later. 10 minutes later. All of Chen Zhuo and Li Yeye's dishes were packed, along with the 3 dishes and a soup Jiang Qiuli had ordered earlier. Chen Zhuo was now carrying 2 hefty bags. Well, class leader Yi, we're off now. Thank you for treating us. By the way, Jiang Qiuli should have packed 2 portions as well, so you'll have to cover that for her too. Don't worry. I'll make sure to promote your generous act, Chen Zhuo remarked as they prepared to leave. This was what one could call a psychological blow. Watching Chen Zhuo and Li Yeye's retreating figures, Yi Fei felt a pang of distress. He felt as if he were the devoted follower, watching his goddess dine with another man while he trailed behind to pick up the tab. A total of 1,348 yuan. Just give 1,340. At that moment, the female attendant entered the amount into the register. To avoid shocking Yi Fei with the price, she added. The dishes ordered by that young man were rather pricey, and he had another girl order 3 dishes and a soup earlier, so get lost. Yi Fei hastily paid and rushed out of the cafeteria. He spotted Chen Zhuo and Li Yeye taking different paths, one heading left and the other right, and felt a measure of relief. At least they were separated. He was not entirely a fool. Chen Zhuo, carrying the food, proceeded to the parking lot, where he drove off in his Audi A6 towards the hospital. Knowing Jiang Qiuli as he did, he was certain she hadn't ordered anything substantial. After having taken advantage of Yi Fei's generosity, he figured it would be fitting to share the spoils with her at the hospital. Entering Jiang Qiuli's mother's hospital room, he found Jiang Qiuli unboxing the takeout. 1 container of tomato and egg soup, and 1 of stir-fried cabbage with a smattering of meat. Just as he had surmised. He placed the food he had brought on the small table, opening each container. The table was hardly sufficient for all the dishes. Chen Zhuo stepped out to borrow a larger table from a nearby nurse and invited the attending doctor and nurses to join them for a meal. There is so much here, even 3 people won't finish it. Why on earth did you bring so many dishes? Jiang Qiuli exclaimed, her eyes wide at the sight of the abundant spread. These must have cost quite a bit. Can I pay you back in installments? Seeing Jiang Qiuli's serious expression, Chen Zhuo chuckled. There is no need for you to pay. But I can't let you bear the cost. Jiang Qiuli blurted out. It wasn't my money either. Ha? Then whose money was it? Jiang Qiuli asked, puzzled. A good Samaritan, he replied. Everyone enjoyed the meal together, their spirits high. Jiang Qiuli's mother, observing the harmonious interaction between Chen Zhuo and her daughter, felt increasingly assured about this prospective son-in-law. That evening, Chen Zhuo returned to the villa he had purchased near the school. Lying on a bed he had never before slept in, he glanced at the time. He summoned the system. System, I wish to make a request.
My desire is to experience high-quality sleep for the next 8 hours.
Chapter 51, The Wisdom of the Child of Fortune, Beep. Wish detection successful. This wish can be realized.
The wish is being fulfilled, please wait.
Your rival.
Protagonist Yifei will receive triple critical hit rewards and enjoy 24 hours of high-quality sleep.
Is it merely triple critical hits?
Yifei, this child of fortune,
certainly lacks the extraordinary luck one would expect. 100-fold critical hit would be splendid. Chen Zhuo sighed in disappointment as he lay on his bed.
He closed his eyes,
preparing to drift off, yet sleep eluded him.
It seemed the system's wish fulfillment required a tad more time. Bored, he picked up his phone and casually browsed through messages.
Why is the class group so lively today?
As the class assistant, Chen Zhuo had joined the Public Management Class 3 group, which typically saw little activity.
Messages usually consisted of acknowledgements.
Today, however, there were over 99 messages, alongside several private chat notifications.
Wait, I seem to have forgotten to inform everyone about tomorrow's villa party.
Chen Zhuo suddenly realized. He opened the class group, ready to announce the plans for the following day, only to find Yifei engaged in fervent conversation.
Everyone, don't worry.
I bumped into the class assistant during dinner at the cafeteria, and I even invited our junior counselor, Li Yeye, to join us.
Li Yeye was renowned as a beauty among the management school counselors.
Most boys in class were aware of her, with a few even possessing her photos on their phones.
Really? Class monitor, you've done a great service for the class.
No, I mean to say, your actions are truly commendable.
Stop it, Brother Zhao, if you can't articulate. Then don't speak. Our class leader is amazing, managing to invite a junior counselor too. Class monitor is impressive. In light of Li Yeye's presence,
even those boys who had previously derided Yifei as a sycophant began to praise him.
Yifei basked in the plethora of compliments flooding the group, feeling quite satisfied. After all, the class assistant's efforts ultimately benefited him. Such is the wisdom of the child of fortune. Chen Zhuo tapped out a message on his phone. Tomorrow, we will gather at the villa entrance. I hope everyone can make it, let us not leave anyone behind. He clicked send. And his appearance stirred even more excitement within the group.
Each member began to chime in, with even the usually silent Jiang Qiuli posting her acknowledgement.
Seizing the moment,
Yifei chimed in, let us not miss each other tomorrow. May we cherish the most unforgettable day of our university lives.
Yifei lay in bed, unable to suppress a grin.
The thought of tomorrow's encounter between Jiang Qiuli and Li Yeye, with Chen Zhuo caught in an awkward situation, thrilled him. The image of the two girls becoming irate while he took advantage of the chaos filled him with excitement, rendering him unable to sleep.
With that, he tagged Jiang Qiuli in the group.
Jiang Qiuli, you must come tomorrow.
Our class is united as one. However, Jiang Qiuli did not respond. At that moment,
she was busy at the supermarket, meticulously counting the items needed for tomorrow's delivery. The class had previously discussed using class funds to procure supplies for their team-building event. After deliberation, the procurement list was prepared and submitted to the supermarket that afternoon.
Xiaojiang, it's not your class tonight, you should head home to rest.
There won't be many customers shortly, and I can handle the counting, a cashier called out from the counter.
It's fine, I have nothing to do at home.
Jiang Qiuli replied, continuing to cross-check items against her list with utmost care. After ensuring everything was in order, she took out her phone and snapped a photo. At that moment, she noticed Yifei's tag in the group chat. She glanced at it briefly before scrolling up, only to click on Chen Zhuo's profile,
intending to send the order list and photos.
However, since they hadn't added each other as friends, she couldn't send the images.
After a moment's thought,
she decided to send a friend request, then returned to the group to share the photos. The items ordered for tomorrow are all packed except for the yogurt, which is still in the refrigerator.
Rest assured, I will deliver everything punctually.
She included a cheerful bunny emoji. After sending her message, the group fell silent for 2 seconds. From her freshman to sophomore year, Jiang Qiuli had only sent one previous message in the group, an acknowledgement. Today, however, she not only sent numerous messages but also an emoji.
Wait, is this still the aloof campus beauty?
Chen Zhuo replied with an okay. yawning as he lay back on his bed. Just moments ago, he had felt so alert, but now drowsiness swept over him. The system's effects were indeed formidable. With a sigh, he accepted Jiang Qiuli's friend request.
Her QQ nickname, Xiang Rugu, didn't seem typical for a female college student. Yet,
Chen Zhuo quickly discerned the origin of her name. Falling to mud and crushed to dust, only the fragrance remains.
These three characters must derive from that poem. Quite intriguing.
Chen Zhuo mused, then opened the class group to send a goodnight message.
Good night, everyone, see you tomorrow.
He closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Just before fully succumbing to sleep, he vaguely heard a system notification. Beep. Detected that the child of fortune, Yi Fei, is fuming. Your next wish cooldown is reduced by 5 hours. Yi Fei glared at his phone screen, his eyes turning crimson. It's not the lack of fortune that troubles me, but the inequality of it. He thought about Jiang Qiuli ignoring him, that was one thing. She had always portrayed a cold demeanor, seldom engaging in the group chat. Yet, after bypassing him, she had the gall to tag Chen Zhuo. The sense of imbalance gnawed at him. It was unbearable, exceedingly unbearable. No, I must endure. Tomorrow, in the chaos, I shall witness how you all turn against each other. Yi Fei took 10 deep breaths to calm himself. Once composed, he yawned. Why am I feeling sleepy? Never mind, I'll sleep first. Tomorrow, I shall show you what it means to be a child of fortune. Before falling asleep, he mimicked Chen Zhuo's playful tone in the group. Heading to sleep now. Since no one has requested leave today, that means everyone will attend. I hope to see you all there on time. After sending this message, he felt a pang of anxiety about Jiang Qiuli possibly not attending. If she chose not to come, his plans would come crashing down. After pondering for a moment, he jokingly added, I hope everyone will keep their promises. To put it bluntly, if you don't show up tomorrow after failing to request leave today, it would be disrespectful to our class. Don't blame me for not selecting you for the next outstanding student evaluation. Chapter 52, This Melon Must Be Eaten. The night swiftly passed. Today was Saturday, and there were no classes. Most students had stayed up late the previous night and wouldn't awaken until noon. The students of Public Administration Class 3 rose early today, eager to attend a lavish party at a nearby villa, and their excitement was palpable. Even before the designated time, someone in the group chat was calling for assembly. The girls unveiled their date outfits and meticulously applied their makeup. Some who rarely adorned themselves sought assistance to enhance their appearance. Meanwhile, the boys had no such attire, they donned classic looks. However, they were queuing for hair washes. A testament to the significance they placed on this class gathering. After a rejuvenating 8 hours of slumber, Chen Zhuo stretched languidly. Ah, how delightful. This was undoubtedly the most comfortable sleep he had ever experienced, surpassing even the times in his past life when surrounded by numerous heroines. Indeed, the system was formidable. Calculating the time, Yi Fei must be enjoying an even more restful slumber. How I wish my wishes could apply to all protagonists simultaneously. If that were the case, I would wish for it daily and soar to great heights. As he dressed, Chen Zhuo mused. Alas, such wishes are unattainable. After wishing, the protagonists who received double critical hits were automatically determined by the system as the opposing protagonists in the given scenario. This rendered his wishes ineffective toward others. Thus, if he continuously wished for Yi Fei to remain asleep, Yi Fei would never awaken, leaving the other protagonists to exact their revenge upon him. Once he completed his morning routine, he headed to a Chinese restaurant in the villa area for a simple breakfast. Ding dong. Just as he was eating, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Ning Hao. Brother Chen, thank you. Following your advice, I invested several 100,000 into buying traffic. Now, the entire Ning family knows that Wang Yan is a pervert. They have agreed to relieve me of my duties as Wang Yan's personal bodyguard, allowing me to follow the original plan and become a physical education teacher at Zhongjiang University. Coincidentally, I have an online romantic interest there. And I was wondering if we could have a meal together sometime? Chen Zhuo quickly skimmed through Ning Hao's message. An online romantic interest? The rest of the plot unfolded as expected, but this particular romantic interest intrigued Chen Zhuo. In his previous life, Ning Hao had become his loyal aide. Yet he had never heard him mention this online partner.
How fascinating.
People are inherently curious, especially those with too much free time. As he savored his dumplings, Chen Zhuo tapped on the keyboard to reply to Ning Hao.
You have an online romantic interest at Zhongjiang University? What is her name? Let us see if I know her.
Ning Hao responded swiftly. Within mere seconds of sending his message, Ning Hao provided a name. Her name is Zhang Lingling. As Chen Zhuo chewed on his dumplings, he froze upon reading those 3 characters. Wait, this name sounds eerily familiar.
Isn't the girl with the foot odor from yesterday's inspection of the girls' dormitory named Zhang Lingling? By heavens!
Chen Zhuo felt as though he had stumbled upon a groundbreaking revelation.
If Zhang Lingling was Ning Hao's online partner, that would make things interesting.
This melon must be savored.
He continued to inquire, is she from Public Administration Class 3? Yes. Brother Chen, how did you know? Do you know her? Well, somewhat familiar, but not too well. It's hard to explain in a few words.
I'll tell you more when I have time.
I have some matters to attend to. So I want to keep you.
Although Chen Zhuo was indeed the antagonist, even a villain must adhere to basic morals.
As the ancients wisely said, better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage.
Primarily, such a riveting plot is rarely witnessed on television. Thus, it was prudent to avoid making certain matters explicit.
Hey! Brother Chen, don't go yet. There is one more thing I need to tell you. What is it? I heard a rumor. Last time, Wang Yan got drunk at the banquet and exposed his true nature, right?
I heard from the Shui family that he is extremely furious now. However, for some reason, he hasn't come looking for me.
It seems he is trying to find you. Looking for me? I understand. Thank you for the information.
Chen Zhuo put away his phone, his brow furrowing. He had merely shared juice with Wang Yan last time. There was no way Wang Yan could know that it was related to him.
So why was Wang Yan seeking him? Could it be that Wang Yan has also been reborn? Or was he angry because Chen Zhuo had forcefully kissed Shui Qingya?
Chen Zhuo found himself perplexed. If it were the former, and all those favored by fortune had been reborn like him, he would be in great trouble. In his past life, he had tormented that group of fortunate souls to the brink of death, inciting the wrath of the heavenly path.
If they too had returned, would they not flay him alive this time around?
As for the latter, that too posed some issues.
Wang Yan was unlike Yi Fei.
Yi Fei was merely a top-tier rich second generation, currently unable to unleash the full strength of his family due to the secrecy of his identity. He was not a cause for concern. Wang Yan, however, was a bona fide feng shui master. Should he resort to sabotage, it would be difficult to guard against.
Never mind. What will be, will be.
I shall navigate the challenges as they arise. For now, I will focus on how to enjoy today's party. Chen Zhuo shook his head and exited the Chinese restaurant. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the lake glistened.
The melodious chirping of birds filled the air. One must admit, life here was quite pleasant.
Upon returning to the villa, Chen Zhuo found that the room he had occupied was already tidied up.
The previous night,
he had informed the villa management to prepare it.
Of course, these services were optional. He could have chosen to deny entry.
Chen Zhuo took out his phone and sent a message to the class group.
I have arrived.
Those who are free can come over early.
He then called his counselor. Li Yaya. Sister Yu, when will you be here? I'm already at the villa.
At that moment, Li Yaya was indulging in a rare lazy morning. There had been so many events recently, and she finally had a day to rest and catch up on sleep. Glancing at the time in the upper left corner of her phone, she noted it was 9:30.
I'll be over shortly.
I have a few things to take care of first.
You all enjoy yourselves. All right. After hanging up,
Li Yaya sat up and caught sight of her disheveled hair and tired expression in the mirror.
Quite unflattering. No, I must tidy myself up.
The reflection jolted her awake. She recalled Chen Zhuo's earlier remark that the girls in Public Administration Class 3 were all exceptionally beautiful. Though reason told her she shouldn't compare herself to students as their counselor, emotions often triumph over logic. Li Yaya quickly got out of bed and rummaged through her wardrobe for her most flattering outfit.
Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo, seated on the villa's sofa, hung up the phone and called Zhang Qiuli. Gather your things, I'll be there to pick you up shortly. What chaos? Is there a chaos for the villain? Only protagonists have chaotic scenarios, you know. To a villain, this is simply a double dating scene. Chapter 53, Next time you ride shotgun.
Remember to wear stockings. The students of Class 3, in a gesture of support and gratitude towards their new class assistant, Chen Zhuo, had procured an array of gifts.
The trunk and back seat of the Audi S6 were brimming with their offerings. Phew, I've counted everything, it should be fine. If there's an issue,
I can bike back, Zhang Qiuli remarked as she tucked away her inventory list. Her recent employment at the supermarket had instigated a slight transformation in her demeanor. While working, she had grown a touch more cheerful, yet reverted to her former self when off duty. I glanced through it as well, all seems well. Let us head to the villa, Chen Zhuo stated nonchalantly.
Ha!
You drive ahead, I'll ride my bike, Zhang Qiuli timidly replied, her shyness resurfacing.
We need to arrange these items in their designated spots.
If I go alone, I won't manage, Chen Zhuo insisted earnestly.
He added, besides, this task falls under your responsibilities, not mine.
All right, I apologize, Zhang Qiuli murmured, lowering her gaze. Get in the car, Chen Zhuo urged, assisting her into the passenger seat. Today, she had traded her classic baseball attire for a loose, pale yellow long-sleeve shirt. She paired it with regular jeans and white canvas sneakers. The shirt featured an embroidered white flower on the chest, embodying the quintessential collegiate look, radiating an aura of innocence.
Did you embroider that flower yourself? Chen Zhuo inquired, fastening his seatbelt while eyeing the floral detail, which bore numerous imperfections and anomaly for mass-produced garments.
Yes,
Zhang Qiuli nodded. The shirt got torn, so I casually stitched a flower on it. It's not great, right? You noticed immediately.
As the car door closed, the interior became a private realm for Chen Zhuo and Zhang Qiuli. She became increasingly chatty. No, your flower possesses a certain charm that machines cannot replicate.
Next time my clothes are torn, I'll ask you to help me embroider.
Sure,
Zhang Qiuli replied readily. The engine roared to life,
and Chen Zhuo drove Zhang Qiuli through the campus. The autumn sun bathed the surroundings in a warm glow, invigorating their spirits. They passed a few weary graduate students burdened with books heading to the library, a quintessential representation of youth.
Yet, the embodiment of youthful exuberance was undoubtedly Zhang Qiuli, sitting in the passenger seat.
In this era, influenced by the surge of short video platforms, many attractive female students had adopted mature styles, imitating trends online, or resorting to various uniform series like JK. Such replicas lacked the authentic essence of youth, a freshness that could not be feigned. Zhang Qiuli, however, oozed that very essence. Ah, this feeling is truly delightful, Chen Zhuo mused, humming a tune as he drove. This sensation starkly contrasted with his previous life, where he faced formidable opponents relentlessly.
Now, he was savoring life. What feeling? Zhang Qiuli inquired curiously.
You'll understand in due time, he replied. As the Audi S6 exited the campus, Zhang Qiuli gazed vacantly at the scenery through the window. Suddenly, she felt a pressure and warmth on her left leg.
Turning her head, she was startled to find a hand resting there. Ah!
She squeaked, resembling a frightened rabbit as she instinctively moved her leg away.
Chen Zhuo, noticing her reaction,
retracted his hand and chuckled softly, My apologies, I thought I was reaching for the gear shift.
My mistake.
Zhang Qiuli, with her sparkling eyes, stared at Chen Zhuo's face, seemingly conveying, You better have genuinely made an error. Chen Zhuo glanced at her irritated expression and continued, I'm still a novice driver. I haven't familiarized myself with this car yet.
Really, it was a mistake.
If you don't believe me, feel free to return the favor. His audacious demeanor could easily cast him as the antagonist in a novel or even a film seeking a villainous lead.
All right, just don't make that mistake again. Zhang Qiuli, convinced by his earnestness, reluctantly agreed.
Observing her innocence, Chen Zhuo felt a tinge of regret. Alas, their fortuitous companion, Yi Fei, was blissfully unaware of this moment, missing an opportunity to reduce his cooldown period. As Chen Zhuo drove on, he furrowed his brow at a red light, feeling something was amiss. What could it be? Watching the congested road ahead, his frown deepened. When the light turned green, he released the brake and drove forward.
Suddenly, he had an epiphany. It was the smoothness he craved. Yes, the smoothness. Two pursuits most favored by men involve leading virtuous women astray or encouraging wayward ones to reform. Both pursuits revolve around a singular concept: contrast, the allure of conquest post-revelation.
Zhang Qiuli's vibrant youthfulness ignited an insatiable desire for conquest within him.
What would she look like if she donned stockings?
The thought took root in Chen Zhuo's mind and spiraled uncontrollably.
However,
he knew Zhang Qiuli would never agree to wear stockings, let alone black ones.
How might he persuade her to do so? This posed a dilemma.
Before he could devise a solution, they arrived at the villa.
Together, Chen Zhuo and Zhang Qiuli unloaded the car, which was filled predominantly with fruits, snacks,
and party supplies like streamers. As they worked, two servants from the villa's management approached.
Mr. Chen, according to your request, we will handle the arrangement of these items.
Please rest assured, we are professionals.
Okay, let you handle it, Chen Zhuo replied, rising. Zhang Qiuli also stood up. Wait a moment, that's not right.
You told me before we came that my job was to arrange these. Zhang Qiuli's protest was cut short by Chen Zhuo.
It's not every day we have help. If someone is willing to assist us, we should accept it.
But they just said they are here for cleaning.
I wasn't aware of their additional services, right?
Chen Zhuo turned to the servants, who, possessing high emotional intelligence, promptly affirmed, "Indeed, miss.
It was our oversight not to clarify the services provided."
All right, I'll help you, Zhang Qiuli conceded, nodding as she bent down to continue her work. The servants exchanged glances with Chen Zhuo, who sighed internally and shook his head. Zhang Qiuli, in her earnestness, was quite naive.
He reached out, grasping her slender arm,
and gently lifted her up.
All right, let us attend to them. We have other matters to address, such as inspecting the entertainment equipment to ensure its functionality. Should any issues arise, replacements will be necessary. He casually concocted an excuse to persuade them.
Upon hearing Chen Zhuo summon her for other tasks, Zhang Qiuli did not decline. After a long wait, today has finally arrived. After a long wait, the dream has finally been realized. Just then, Chen Zhuo's phone rang.
Upon checking, he discovered it was Li Ye. Chapter 54, I am the expert.
Upon connecting the call, a sweet voice belonging to Li Ye resonated from the other end.
I've arrived at the villa area on my electric scooter, but the routes here are somewhat convoluted. Which villa is it? It's Villa 003, quite easy to find. Just go straight, and you'll see it. Alright, I'll be right over.
After ending the call, Chen Zhuo tucked his phone into his pocket, preparing to proceed further into the villa. However, upon turning around, he was met by the wide, inquisitive eyes of Zhang Qiuli, who was staring at him in a daze. My advisor, Li Ye, is coming over shortly to assist us with the inspection, he explained.
Oh, Zhang Qiuli nodded in understanding. Just then, a honking sound echoed from the entrance. Li Ye appeared, riding a charming pink electric scooter. After parking her vehicle, she entered with a puzzled expression and approached Chen Zhuo. I recall this area being the premier villa district of Zhongjiang. Is it common for anyone to rent a villa here for parties? Aren't such villas typically located in more secluded areas with relatively lower prices? Li Ye was quite observant, immediately noticing the inconsistency. Chen Zhuo pondered silently, realizing that any future complications could easily lead to exposure. Nevertheless, having such a prominent female presence would expedite the introductions among the ladies. He chuckled, offering an explanation.
This villa is indeed not available for public rental, however, I am acquainted with the owner, who is currently not using it, so I borrowed it. He refrained from disclosing the entire truth.
At present, Li Ye and Zhang Qiuli were only aware of his affluence, lacking any concrete concept.
If he were to claim ownership of the villa, it would rapidly establish a psychological divide in their minds.
Such is the dilemma of wealth.
Having riches can swiftly win over an ordinary girl, but when faced with extraordinary women, wealth can turn into a liability.
Oh, I see. Hey, Zhang Qiuli.
You're here too, Li Ye finally noticed Zhang Qiuli, who had been quietly standing behind Chen Zhuo.
Ah? You know me?
Zhang Jiuli exclaimed, her head snapping up at the sound of her name. Of course. Let me introduce myself. I am also an advisor at the School of Management, Li Yeye. If you ever need assistance and your advisor is unavailable, feel free to seek me out.
Thank you. Let's exchange QQ for easier communication. After a moment's thought, Li Yeye retrieved her phone.
Zhang Jiuli, who came from a challenging background yet maintained commendable grades, was a resilient and ambitious student, qualities that Li Yeye, as a responsible advisor,
couldn't overlook.
Sure, Zhang Jiuli agreed without hesitation as they added each other as friends. Standing nearby, Chen Zhuo observed the harmonious atmosphere with satisfaction. The more connections they made now, the better their relationships would be in the future.
Subsequently, Chen Zhuo guided the two women through a brief orientation of the villa's layout.
The villa boasted 5 levels, 3 above ground and 2 below. The initial design was conceived according to Chen Zhuo's vision, resulting in very few bedrooms but an abundance of entertainment facilities, including a billiard room, mahjong room, karaoke room, home theater, gym, game room, and music room, everything one might desire for recreation, except for an escape room. I'm going to use the restroom, Zhang Jiuli suddenly announced midway through the tour.
Go ahead.
It's over there, Chen Zhuo indicated a direction.
This house is truly lavish. If only I could have a place like this.
Being a university advisor and working every day is exhausting, Li Yeye remarked after Zhang Jiuli had left.
Why not find a wealthy boyfriend? Would you like me to introduce you to my handsome friend?
Chen Zhuo suggested nonchalantly.
Li Yeye shook her head. No. He is wealthy and handsome, why would someone like him be interested in me? I'm just an ordinary advisor.
After saying this, she sighed, feeling a hint of inferiority.
That is true, but what if he actually likes you?
Chen Zhuo mused, suppressing a smile.
Like me? Li Yeye hesitated for a moment before shaking her head firmly. No. What if I don't like him? I still desire love. Chen Zhuo countered, no. In this era, money is paramount. Even without love. Having money means you need to work. Li Yeye shot Chen Zhuo a disapproving glance. Everyone has their own perspective. Perhaps I might think that way in the future, but not now.
After pausing for 2 seconds, she continued, by the way.
A guy like you, wealthy and handsome, must already have a girlfriend, right?
I don't, but if you're interested in pursuing me, I could consider it.
Get lost. Li Yeye playfully punched Chen Zhuo in the chest, though the blow lacked force, feeling softer than a massage from a technician. However, Chen Zhuo noticed a faint blush on her face. Opportunity knocks. Seizing the moment, he pressed on, I'm serious.
In truth, we're not that far apart in age.
Back in the student council days, I even called you senior.
Li Yeye's gaze flickered, her expression complex. Ultimately, she shook her head and sighed. Some matters are intricate and beyond my control.
You're still a student, and your family is affluent, you wouldn't understand. A smirk crept onto Chen Zhuo's lips. You don't understand?
Knowing the original narrative, he was well aware of her feelings.
Her reluctance indicated an internal conflict.
Li Yeye's statement suggested that she wasn't entirely averse to the idea of being his girlfriend.
Moreover, Chen Zhuo was cognizant of her family arranging blind dates for her,
claiming that relatives had introduced a suitor from a wealthy family. He chose not to mention this directly.
Understanding that Li Yeye's resistance to the notion of dating him wasn't as formidable as he initially presumed was sufficient.
He had devised a brilliant plan, one he dubbed the switcheroo.
Wasn't it just a blind date?
If so, he could certainly participate. In the original storyline, Yi Fei had employed this strategy, and now it was his turn.
Ah.
I'm giving you an opportunity to pursue me, yet you fail to appreciate it. Very well, it seems I must extend this chance to other women.
I want to discuss this further. When are the classmates arriving?
Li Yeye rolled her eyes at Chen Zhuo, her tone nonchalant.
Li Yeye,
who had previously claimed she wouldn't dress up, was evidently sincere about her appearance. To project the image of a capable advisor, she donned a chic white blazer paired with a matching skirt and dazzling high-heeled boots.
This ensemble, along with her eye-rolling expression, created quite the impression.
Chen Zhuo took out his phone to check the group messages. The chat for Class 3 of Public Administration had reached a staggering 99 notifications.
Is everyone here?
For safety reasons, let us gather and prepare to depart, the vice class leader, Yi Huiqing, rallied the group. The girls are all present. We're still one short on the boys' side, a male life committee member reported.
Who is it?
The class leader, Yi Fei. Chapter 55, The Cure That Causes Salivation. At this moment, Yi Fei lay on his bed, drooling. Deep in slumber, he was lost in a splendid dream.
In this reverie,
Chen Zhuo was being ruthlessly beaten, kneeling on the ground and calling him grandfather. The ethereal school beauty, Jiang Qiuli, lay in his embrace, gazing at him with profound affection. Meanwhile, the sweet counselor, Li Yeye, held a plate of sliced fruits, feeding him tenderly.
Ha ha ha. Yi Fei let out an unusual laugh.
And the drool continued to flow from the corners of his mouth. Chen Zhuo's assessment was, this cure also causes salivation. Indeed, it seemed he had not arrived. And she could not reach him. Glancing at the message sent by the male class representative, vice class leader Yi Huiqing furrowed her brow. Just yesterday, Yi Fei had loudly insisted that everyone must attend the gathering, declaring that those who did not would be ineligible for awards.
Considering this, it seemed implausible that Yi Fei would miss it. Could it be that something had happened to him?
With this thought in mind, she quickly dialed Yi Fei's QQ number.
No answer. She tried WeChat. Still no response. After a lengthy search, she finally located Yi Fei's mobile number on the registration form. However, when she called, there was still no answer. This is bad. Could something have truly happened? Regardless, Yi Fei was the class leader of Public Administration Class 3, a life worth cherishing. Yi Huiqing hurriedly contacted the counselor. Teacher Wang, we can't reach class leader Yi Fei.
He said he would attend the team building event last night. But his roommate mentioned he went out to stay elsewhere.
Could you please try to contact him? All right, I'll find a way. You ask around among the classmates to see if anyone has any news, Wang replied.
After hanging up, Yi Huiqing opened the class group chat.
Everyone.
I tried calling class leader Yi Fei but still can't reach him. The counselor and I are concerned that something may have happened.
Does anyone have any leads on his activities last night? As soon as this message was sent, the class group erupted into chaos.
The girls,
though not particularly fond of Yi Fei, expressed their concern.
The boys, who were not his fans either, still recognized the gravity of the situation.
Everyone shared what they knew.
He rented a place, but he never told us the name of the complex.
I believe it's around the Jiangnan district.
He enjoys going to bars to meet girls. It's possible he said he was going back to sleep when he actually went to a bar.
There's also a club called Jiangnan Water's Edge.
He mentioned a new batch of masseurs there and even got a membership. Oh, and he once told me about a place called Cloud Story, which supposedly has internet celebrities performing. The boys expressed their concern through action, sharing all the information they had in the group.
These were crucial leads. If presented to the police, they could be written on a blackboard. However, the girls were taken aback.
Yi Fei had always maintained an image of a virtuous gentleman in front of them.
How could he be so indulgent in private? Reflecting on Yi Fei's usual flattery made them shiver. In the counselor's office, Counselor Wang, following procedure, eventually found the guardian's phone number left by Yi Fei. He dialed it. And the call was answered promptly by Steward Wang. You say you can't reach Yi Fei?
Upon hearing this, Steward Wang panicked.
If something happened to Yi Fei,
it would mean his own demise.
They resided in the same building.
After receiving the call, he quickly put on his shoes and rushed to Yi Fei's apartment. To maintain a low profile, they had to rent this very ordinary apartment, not even a spacious flat. Initially, they had planned to live together. But Yi Fei insisted on having his own space, leaving him with a spare key. Using the key, he opened the door and entered Yi Fei's bedroom. Suddenly, he heard Yi Fei's laughter. Approaching, he found Yi Fei lying in bed, drooling, and smiling broadly, seemingly lost in a delightful dream.
Steward Wang released a sigh of relief.
He exited the room, closed the door, and called Counselor Wang back. Yi Fei is fine, he's just sleeping soundly.
Good, Counselor Wang replied, relieved. Thank goodness he was all right.
After hanging up, he relayed the message to Vice Class Leader Yi Huiqing. Yi Fei is merely in a deep sleep, there is no issue. You all may proceed with your plans without concern for him. Upon reading this message, Yi Huiqing was exasperated. Why couldn't he just sleep in peace? I worried for so long for nothing. She copied the message and sent it to the group. Everyone, prepare to set off, no need to worry about him. She added a facepalm emoji. As the group was fervently discussing Yi Fei's daily activities, they received this message and felt a sense of being played. We were anxiously concerned for your well-being, and you are just sleeping soundly? This is absurd. The chat fell into silence. Breaking the silence was a male student with the nickname, still stirring despite being drenched in excrement. What the hell, this idiot is truly brainless. Dude. You sent that to the wrong group, this is the class group. I know, I'm venting about him, he replied. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo and Li Yeye were in the home theater, checking to ensure everything was functioning properly. Though it was labeled as a check, it was really just an excuse to watch a movie. Someone usually came to maintain it, so there was a 99% chance everything was fine. However, Li Yeye was filled with curiosity about the equipment, her smile unwavering since entering. It was clear she had a profound interest in watching films. This place has every resource, including the latest releases. You can choose for yourself, Chen Zhuo mentioned casually. If he recalled correctly, he had paid for this privilege. What? They have the latest films? Is that true? Li Yeye's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Of course, you can just search for it yourself, Chen Zhuo replied, raising his wrist to check the time. It had been 20 minutes since Jiang Qiuli mentioned needing to use the restroom. It wasn't like she was taking a shower, could something have happened? Furrowing his brows, Chen Zhuo continued, I'll check on Jiang Qiuli, you can explore the movie options here. Okay. Li Yeye was tempted to accompany Chen Zhuo but was reluctant to leave the home theater. For a movie enthusiast like her, it was akin to paradise. Chen Zhuo approached the restroom door he had just pointed Jiang Qiuli towards. The door was closed, indicating she had either entered and not yet exited or had left but closed the door behind her. He knocked gently on the bathroom door. Qiuli, are you in there? There was no response from behind the door. Chapter 56, Crying? Even crying counts as time. Chen Zhuo furrowed his brow and knocked on the bathroom door again. Jiang Qiuli. Jiang Qiuli, are you in there? Still, there was no response. He knocked twice more. If you don't say anything, I'm coming in. After uttering those words, he twisted the doorknob, which turned out to be unlocked. With a gentle push, the bathroom door swung open. No. I'm in here. Accompanying the sound of the opening door was a frantic female voice. Unfortunately, she was too late, Chen Zhuo had already entered. In the corner across from the door, Jiang Qiuli was squatting, tears streaming down her face like petals in the rain. Chen Zhuo frowned and walked over, casually grabbing a tissue from the sink. What's wrong? He asked, kneeling down to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Jiang Qiuli shook her head vigorously. It's nothing, really. Chen Zhuo reached out and grasped her hand, forcibly pulling her to her feet. If it's nothing, why are you crying? Do you take me for a fool? Speak up quickly, don't forget, you still have leverage in my hands. His tone was far from gentle. He knew Jiang Qiuli's character well. Employing a typical warm-hearted approach would yield no results. Thus, he resolved to pry open the door to her heart while she was in distress. Only then could he uncover the truth and heal her inner turmoil. As Chen Zhuo expected, upon hearing the word leverage, Jiang Qiuli immediately panicked. Didn't you say you wouldn't mention that matter? Chen Zhuo shook his head. That was under normal circumstances, I wouldn't bring it up, but you must understand. A mistake is a mistake, and it cannot simply be erased. It lingers on. If you don't cooperate, I could hold on to this forever. All right. I'll give you 5 minutes. Tell me why you're crying, or else. His tone was serious, devoid of any hint of jest. Jiang Qiuli burst into tears once again. Crying? Even crying counts as time. Watching Jiang Qiuli's sorrowful state tugged at Chen Zhuo's heartstrings. However, he believed that enduring a short pain was better than prolonged suffering. Some matters must be confronted.
Zhang Qiuli lifted her gaze to meet Chen Zhuo's stern expression. Realizing that if she did not cooperate, this man before her could indeed resort to any means necessary.
With a clenched jaw, she succinctly summarized, "It's nothing.
I just remembered that my family used to have a villa like this one when I was a child."
After saying this, her lips parted again, hesitating to continue.
"Feel free to say more, I'm listening. There is no one else here."
Chen Zhuo's voice softened as the door had already been pushed open.
Zhang Qiuli met his gaze, as if having made a decision, and continued, "Back then, every time my father came home, he would bring me different gifts, sometimes a doll. Sometimes a cake, or tickets to an exhibition.
My mother always dressed elegantly, her laughter never fading from her face. She would take me to various places to play. Although my father was often busy and couldn't spend much time with us, we were happy every day. Now, we can never return to those times."
At this point, Zhang Qiuli began to sob openly.
The higher you soar, the harder you fall.
For an ordinary child, encountering such events could be utterly despairing. Let alone for someone from Zhang Qiuli's background.
Once, she had been the cherished princess in her parents' eyes. With that, her tears flowed freely.
Chen Zhuo, witnessing her anguish, extended his arms, enveloping her in an embrace.
Zhang Qiuli made no effort to resist. This time, he refrained from wiping her tears away.
Some emotions were better expressed than suppressed.
Zhang Qiuli buried her head in his shoulder as he softly spoke in her ear, "Look, your mother is in the hospital now. Her appetite increasing every day, her face adorned with smiles, completely different from before, she is moving in a positive direction. And you're working at a supermarket. Earning a salary while managing your studies, and you can ride your bike to the hospital to bring meals to your aunt.
Everything is getting better, isn't it? One must always look forward."
Unlike the vague reassurances others might offer, Chen Zhuo's words were devoid of frivolity.
Each sentence resonated deeply with Zhang Qiuli.
It was as if his words constructed a dam at the corners of her eyes, intercepting every tear before it could fall.
Zhang Qiuli's sobs ceased as she clung to Chen Zhuo, affirming with a firm nod.
Chen Zhuo observed her response with a subtle smile. He had achieved his goal.
And exceeded it.
Their relationship had reached an entirely new height. Even if Yifei were to present photographs of himself with other women at that moment,
Zhang Qiuli would only dismiss them as fabricated. The bathroom fell into silence.
Chen Zhuo and Zhang Qiuli embraced, resembling a couple who had not seen each other in ages.
After a long while, Zhang Qiuli timidly spoke, "Could you let go?
I really need to use the restroom." Chen Zhuo released her, retrieving another tissue to help her dab at her tear-streaked face.
"You may go."
Zhang Qiuli glanced at the toilet behind her, then back at Chen Zhuo, a blush creeping onto her cheeks.
How can I go with you in here?"
Chen Zhuo scratched his head sheepishly.
"My apologies, I forgot." With that, he stepped out of the bathroom and closed the door behind him.
As Zhang Qiuli watched Chen Zhuo's retreating figure, an unfamiliar feeling welled up inside her. The things he had just said, her mother getting better, finding a job, being able to study while working, and caring for her mother, all these aspects of her life were gradually improving. It felt as if this man had brought her the light in her dark world. Not just a glimmer, but a complete warmth.
"Chen Zhuo, do you know what it means to be a child of light?" Half an hour later,
the students of Class 3 in Public Administration arrived at the villa's entrance.
The servants, following Chen Zhuo's arrangements, greeted them warmly.
"Wow, is this villa really this luxurious? After graduating from high school, I looked for a villa for a party, but that place felt nothing like this. There is indeed a gap between villas.
High-end villas like this one are generally not used for parties, right?" Hearing the students' discussions, one of the servants explained, "Yes.
We are in the highest-end villa district of Zhongjiang City. The annual management fee alone exceeds 100,000, not to mention other maintenance costs.
The operating expenses are exceedingly high. If used commercially, those costs would never be recouped."
Wow! I didn't expect this team-building event to be so upscale. This might be the only time in my life I come to such a place.
Truly, Chen Zhuo is amazing. Who cares about being a class assistant? He's my idol."
Half the girls in the class wore starry-eyed expressions. Just then, Chen Zhuo emerged from the main building.
"Has everyone arrived? I've prepared everything for you," he asked knowingly.
his earnest expression betraying no hint of pretense. Most of us are here, only one person is still absent.
Who? The class leader, Yi Fei. Chapter 57, A Convenient Matter. Indeed.
In the realm of performance, Chen Zhuo undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of his craft.
The astonishment etched upon his face is anything but feigned. Class monitor Yi Fei did not arrive? Surely, that cannot be. Just yesterday in the cafeteria, he declared he would certainly attend.
Pausing momentarily, Chen Zhuo continued, moreover. He mentioned in the group chat last night that anyone who fails to show up would be disregarding his esteem, and that in future evaluations,
he would not cast votes for those absent. How could he possibly not come? Yi Fei, when did I ever say that? Vice Monitor Yi Hui sighed, who knows?
We thought something might have happened to him, prompting the instructor to contact his parents. However, they informed us he is simply asleep, deeply so, and has yet to awaken. Chen Zhuo feigned contemplation, secretly reveling in the effectiveness of the system.
Ah, then let it be.
He has just been discharged from the hospital, his health still fragile.
And he has numerous matters to attend to.
It is only natural for him to require more rest.
Let us not disturb him. He will surely join us once he wakes. In the meantime, let us enjoy ourselves today. Chen Zhuo's empathy garnered admiration from his peers gathered around. What does it mean to have a gap? This is the very essence of disparity. Yi Fei? Even a decade of learning would not suffice. Meanwhile,
a few girls whispered amongst themselves.
The class assistant said Yi Fei is just exhausted. Do you think he might have visited one of those places last night? Surely not? How could that be? Did you not see the boys in the group chat?
He even purchased a membership card for such a place.
If he does not visit often, why would he buy a membership card?
I get my hair cut and have a membership card for that, and I go frequently.
Well, that seems valid. Regardless, let us be cautious of him in the future. Today, let us just have fun.
He has been overly attentive to me lately. I suspected he had ulterior motives.
It's quite unsettling. Thankfully, he did not come. I would worry about what he might do if he had. Come on, let us go.
The class assistant has been gracious enough to host us in such a lavish villa. Chen Zhuo's keen hearing picked up on the murmurs from the crowd. A smirk playing at the corners of his lips. If Yi Fei were to awaken and discover the current sentiments of his classmates, he would likely be furious enough to impose a 24-hour cooling-off period. At first, the students of Public Administration Class 3 were somewhat reserved in their revelry.
However, with the attentive service from the villa staff, they soon let loose.
Each individual found their preferred form of entertainment, and the gathering unfolded seamlessly. The two leading ladies,
Zhang Qiuli and Li Yeye, settled into the home theater to watch a film.
Li Yeye was utterly captivated by cinema, while Zhang Qiuli, preferring tranquility,
found solace in the quieter setting.
None of their classmates opted to join them. After all, there were countless activities to enjoy within the villa. And watching a movie that could be seen in theaters for a mere 30 yuan felt like a waste. Furthermore, with Li Yeye, the instructor, present, they felt awkward. And those who contemplated watching a movie quickly changed their minds upon seeing her. After greeting the students scattered around, Chen Zhuo made his way to the door of the home theater. He pushed the door open and entered. The film playing was Passing Through Your World. Li Yeye typically avoided such movies, but with Zhang Qiuli present, she arbitrarily selected a popular film she had yet to see.
The room was rectangular, covering over 20 square meters.
One side featured a large screen, while the opposite side housed the viewing sofas, equipped with sliding rails to accommodate varying numbers of viewers.
Currently, only Li Yeye and Zhang Qiuli occupied the space, thus only one row of sofas was drawn out.
Zhang Qiuli maintained a distance from anyone who had not penetrated her inner world, even with Li Yeye being her instructor.
A gap of about 30 centimeters separated the two. Upon entering, Chen Zhuo seized the opportunity and sat directly in the gap. Hey! Both Zhang Qiuli and Li Yeye exclaimed in unison. What is wrong?
Chen Zhuo feigned innocence.
Zhang Qiuli shifted slightly to the left, choosing silence. Li Yeye, however, bluntly admonished, "What are you doing sitting here?"
Chen Zhuo continued to feign confusion.
Isn't the spot saved for me? Li Yaya was speechless. A 30-centimeter gap is for you? Who saved it for you?
Chen Zhuo turned to Zhang Qiuli.
Qiuli saved it for me, didn't he you?
As he spoke, he reached out and grasped Zhang Qiuli's right hand, giving it a gentle squeeze.
Startled like a frightened rabbit,
she shivered but did not withdraw her hand, instead nodding affirmatively.
Aha! Li Yaya.
Chen Zhuo, pleased with Zhang Qiuli's understanding, suggested, "Let us watch the movie." Li Yaya, exasperated, muttered those 3 words before turning her gaze to the large screen ahead. A smile crept across Chen Zhuo's lips.
Notably, Li Yaya did not shift further to the right.
Indeed, women are often contradictory in their intentions. However, if she would not move, he would shift leftward.
Determined to cherish the understanding Zhang Qiuli.
Time passed swiftly, especially with his hand enveloping Zhang Qiuli's delicate one.
Before long, the film reached a poignant scene. Yan Zi.
Thank goodness we didn't get married. If we had, I would have ruined your life.
Yan Zi, without you, how could I possibly survive?
Chen Zhuo watched in bemusement, contemplating that a sequel to this film should be made, casting the fated one, Yi Fei, as the lead.
It would undoubtedly be a box office sensation. However, feeling the warmth of Zhang Qiuli's presence rendered all plotlines insignificant.
Even a film like Bears Are Coming would captivate him. Amid his musings, he heard a soft sobbing sound. Turning to investigate, he saw Zhang Qiuli in tears once more.
Could this film truly elicit such emotion?
Surely, the protagonist must be a romantic idealist. If that were the case, how splendid.
Without intruding,
he handed her a tissue and casually draped his arm around her shoulder. Zhang Qiuli wiped her tears and looked up at Chen Zhuo, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Zhuo smiled gently and waved his hand, as if to convey, just a casual gesture.
Seated beside them, Li Yaya remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding scene. Completely engrossed in the film.
It was not that the storyline resonated deeply with her, rather, the quality of the equipment was unparalleled.
Having visited every cinema in Zhongjiang City,
she was certain that none could rival the setup in this room.
Watching her favorite film with such equipment would be an unparalleled delight. Regrettably,
today was merely a fleeting visit, and she feared she might never return. How she wished this could be her home.
An involuntary thought crossed her mind: how could this ever be possible? Chapter 58, Awakening from a Dream, the prodigal son faces catastrophe.
The clock swiftly advanced to 3:30 in the afternoon. The film had concluded, prompting Zhang Qiuli to rise from her seat. "I must head to the hospital to deliver lunch to my mother," she announced. Chen Zhuo nodded in acknowledgement.
"However, there is another matter.
Although my friend has graciously lent me the villa for free, he requests that we capture some photographs during our leisure time for promotional purposes.
These images will serve as rent, thus this proposition left Zhang Qiuli and Li Yaya with no grounds to refuse. Given the splendid villa and the absence of any financial obligation, a mere few photographs seemed a trivial price to pay. Consequently,
the 2 ladies positioned themselves beside Chen Zhuo and took a group photo against the backdrop of the movie screen.
"Perfect!"
Chen Zhuo exclaimed, satisfied with the captured moment. One could only wonder how his friend Yi Fei would feel upon seeing it.
Subsequently,
Chen Zhuo instructed the villa's servant to procure a light meal and lent Zhang Qiuli an electric bike. "Charge it to my account," Zhang Qiuli stated before her departure. Chen Zhuo, foregoing any pretense of politeness, nodded in agreement. "Certainly, I shall record it all," he replied. A rare smile graced Zhang Qiuli's face at his words.
"Excellent."
She cheerfully twisted the throttle of the electric bike and departed the villa area. Chen Zhuo observed her retreating figure, muttering to himself, "All will be noted.
I wonder what you will require in the future."
Upon returning to the multimedia room, the lights had been switched on.
Li Yaya resembled a child, eagerly exploring and photographing the various equipment.
"Stop gawking, these devices and the decor amount to merely hundreds of thousands. The exceptional sound quality is thanks to the expertise of a top sound engineer," Chen Zhuo remarked.
"Just hundreds of thousands?" Li Yaya responded incredulously. "Is this how one speaks? Do you genuinely believe this world resembles those absurd novels where money has no value, where billions are tossed about carelessly? The only opportunity for an ordinary person to engage in a billion-dollar venture is through the PXX subsidy." Standing up, Li Yaya inquired, Could you ask your friend if I might rent this home theater for a private screening? Not possible, Chen Zhuo replied, noticing her disappointment. However, our relationship is quite amicable. And should the venue be unoccupied, just call me, and I can bring you without charge. Really? Li Yeye's face lit up with excitement, her breath quickening.
The white fabric of her attire fluttered with her rapid inhalations. Indeed, as long as I am available, just summon me, he assured her.
Great. She nodded emphatically, continuing. Next time, I shall treat you to a meal.
She understood that having Chen Zhuo specifically bring her here for a film was a favor difficult to repay,
far exceeding the value of a single dinner.
Yet, the allure of this place was too great to resist. Emotion triumphed over reason.
Indeed, enjoy it while you can. These matters are trifling, Chen Zhuo replied, amused by Li Yeye's enthusiasm. Isn't this a delightful opportunity?
That evening, after delivering the meal and spending time with her mother, Jiang Qiuli returned to the villa on her electric bike.
The time for entertainment was drawing to a close.
Although Chen Zhuo wished to suggest an all-night escapade,
he recognized the constraints of their university dormitory life. While one or two might evade curfew with a plausible excuse, an entire group would certainly attract the attention of the dormitory supervisor.
Having taken a group photo, Chen Zhuo, as the class assistant and organizer of the event, addressed everyone.
Our gathering has concluded successfully. I trust everyone enjoyed themselves.
In the future, I shall endeavor to take you all to even more exciting venues. Whether his words held truth was irrelevant, he merely painted a bright picture, an art of leadership. He continued, I assume many of you captured numerous joyous moments.
My friend,
who graciously lent the villa, has but one request, that I send him the photographs of our merriment for promotional use.
Certainly. The group responded enthusiastically, with not a single dissenting voice. For these university students, a few photographs were a negligible exchange for the privilege of enjoying such a lavish villa party. They would gladly provide identification if necessary.
Especially the boys, who would even consider sharing less modest photos if asked.
Chen Zhuo nodded. To simplify matters,
please share these images in our class group chat, there is no need to send them to me privately.
Until we meet again. After the gathering,
the villa was attended to by dedicated staff. Li Yeye rode the same electric bike back to school, while Jiang Qiuli, having learned from the morning's experience,
took a seat in the rear.
Chen Zhuo made no attempt to insist otherwise.
Today's achievements were considerable, such small favors were inconsequential. However,
the plan to alter Jiang Qiuli's wardrobe style must be prioritized. Meanwhile, Yi Fei awoke from his slumber, stretching languidly.
Ah, what a delightful sleep. He gazed out the window, where dusk met night.
The sun had set, yet remnants of light lingered, while the moon illuminated the sky. The mingling of these lights cast a gray hue outside,
allowing the details of the buildings to emerge. Why hasn't the sun risen?
Did I sleep for such a brief period?
Yi Fei pondered, perplexed,
as he reached for his phone.
Upon pressing the power button, the screen illuminated. 6:30. Only 6:30?
It's still early, I shall rest a while longer. He drowsily glanced at his phone before placing it back down, sinking back into slumber. This sleep was extraordinarily comfortable, perhaps the finest he had ever experienced. The thought of Chen Zhuo's impending misfortune only deepened his contentment. An hour later, the 24 hours of the system's wish had officially concluded. Yi Fei awoke once more,
this time feeling exceptionally alert.
A good night's sleep enhances one's sensitivity to the surrounding world, and he was experiencing just that. A sense of comfort washed over him.
Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. Why was it so dark? Could it be a solar eclipse? He wondered, fumbling for his phone.
Upon checking, he found it was 7:30.
Why is it so dark at 7:30?
He squinted again and noticed the words nighttime beneath the time. Looking at the date, he realized it was October 26th. Saturday, the very day of the scheduled gathering. This meant he had slept a full 24 hours.
Who on earth set my phone to a 12-hour format? After this realization,
Yi Fei recalled it was indeed his own doing.
Curse it, why did no one wake me? After feeling a wave of frustration,
He took 5 deep breaths to calm himself.
No matter, as long as Jiang Qiuli and Li Yeye attended, that suffices.
With a sardonic smile, Yi Fei resolved to see if anything noteworthy had transpired today. He picked up his phone once more and opened the class group chat.
Chapter 59, The Prodigy and the Fortunate One, here again?
At this moment, the group chat was abuzz with images and discussions. The day had been exceptionally delightful. All thanks to our new class assistant, Senior Chen Zhuo, the eternal deity. How wonderful it would be to date Senior Chen Zhuo. Yet here I am, lost in fantasies. My priority should be uninstalling the Tomato Novel app. A joyful atmosphere enveloped the group. Yi Fei felt somewhat bewildered. This was not the scene he had envisioned. Where were the juicy tidbits he longed for? What had become of the melodrama involving Chen Zhuo, Jiang Qiuli, and Li Yeye? He typed a message, preparing to inquire, but hesitated, recalling his absence that day. Instead, he browsed through the group album. Surely, amidst the multitude of photos, he would catch sight of the trio. He scrolled through the album, but apart from a group photo, he could find no trace of them. This was peculiar, with so many entertainment activities. Could it be that the three had not participated? What were they engaged in instead? With a sense of curiosity, he squinted and searched meticulously. After a considerable effort, he finally found it. There, in a photograph, 2 young women flanked Chen Zhuo, all 3 beaming with joy, exuding an aura of blissful camaraderie. Judging by the surroundings, it appeared to be a private home theater, a confined space occupied solely by Chen Zhuo, Jiang Qiuli, and Li Yeye. What was happening? With a sudden burst of energy, Yi Fei sprang upright from his bed. No, this cannot be. He felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath him. He had meticulously orchestrated the scenario for a showdown between the 2 leading ladies, yet they had all aligned themselves with Chen Zhuo? This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Yi Fei struggled to accept this reality, unwilling to believe it. Photos could be edited, they were mere illusions. He needed to confirm the truth for himself. With a glimmer of hope, he decided to inquire in the group chat. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he typed, I wasn't there today, did everyone have a good time? There were no conflicts, I hope? However, upon sending the message, a profound silence enveloped the class group. No one responded. Such is the nature of university students, they harbor strong feelings of affection and disdain. Yi Fei's absence had left his classmates unwilling to engage with him. He waited, clutching his phone for half a minute, yet still no messages appeared. My phone isn't malfunctioning, why is there no response? After a minute, he finally received a private message from the vice class monitor, Yi Huiqing. You weren't present today, and everyone is quite displeased. You should find a way to apologize next time, but don't mention that I told you. Yi Fei felt dejected. He had wanted to attend. Who could have predicted he would sleep for 24 hours? Patience waning, he messaged Yi Huiqing again. Understood. There was indeed a slight mishap today. Was there any conflict at the villa? If anything happened and I wasn't there, I would be gravely remiss. After sending the message, Yi Fei felt a surge of pride. This was what it meant to be subtly probing, to possess emotional intelligence. Not at all, under Chen Zhuo's arrangements, everyone had a splendid time. Yi Fei's momentary sense of triumph was extinguished in an instant. Truly, nothing had gone awry. Refusing to relent, he pressed further. What about the junior advisor, Li Yeye? Did she get along well with the classmates? Her? I hardly saw her, she seemed to have stayed in the home theater. Jiang Qiuli was there too. And Chen Zhuo went in after them, only emerging after more than 2 hours. Yi Huiqing recalled vividly. She had contemplated entering to watch a movie but reconsidered upon seeing Li Yeye inside. Yi Fei's frustration boiled over as he read the unfamiliar message. All his efforts to create a battleground for Chen Zhuo had culminated in a resounding victory for him instead. How infuriating. He deeply regretted not attending. Had he been there to stir the pot, the outcome would surely have been different. Even if a conflict hadn't ensued, the 3 would not have been so harmonious. Beep. Detecting that the fated one, Yi Fei, is seething with rage, your next wish cooldown time will be reduced by 12 hours. Beep. Your wishing opportunity has completed its cooldown, the 12-hour reduction will automatically apply to your next cooldown.
How could a normal person sleep for 24 hours?
He found himself pondering this question.
Wait, there must be something amiss.
As Yifei regained his composure, clarity washed over him.
Anomalies often conceal deeper truths.
He recalled Chen Zhuo's welcoming smile from the previous day in the cafeteria, sending chills down his spine.
Could it be that he had been drugged yesterday?
The moment this thought crossed his mind, it spiraled out of control. He opened his contacts, locating his sixth uncle, Yi Fengcheng's name, and dialed.
5 seconds later, the call connected. Yifei succinctly recounted the day's events. You mean to say you slept for 24 hours under completely normal circumstances? Yes. Are you suggesting I've been seeking too much pleasure? Kidney deficiency?
Yi Fengcheng pondered for a moment before articulating this medical inquiry.
Uncle, I'm still a virgin. Yi Fengcheng. Is there a possibility that someone drugged me?
I felt remarkably comfortable during those 24 hours, as if I hadn't been asleep at all.
That possibility cannot be dismissed. Here's what you should do: go to the first hospital for an examination. I have a contact there, we recently caught up. And I will send you the information. All right.
After hanging up, Yifei became increasingly convinced that his suspicions were accurate. It had to be Chen Zhuo. He drove to the first hospital of Zhongjiang City, locating Yi Fengcheng's acquaintance.
Hello, you must be the person you said would come for an examination?
As soon as he entered the hospital, a middle-aged man in a black suit approached him. The man was the vice president of the hospital.
Yes. Great, please follow me. I have arranged for a comprehensive health check for you.
The vice president was exceedingly respectful, indicating that his relationship with Yi Fengcheng was far from ordinary. Under the vice president's guidance, Yifei was granted access to emergency resources, and the green channel was activated.
He lay down on the emergency bed. This is more convenient, you aunties need to move around. Just lie here while we draw blood and await the test results for further diagnosis. Yifei nodded. He planned to report any issues immediately upon receiving the results, ensuring Chen Zhuo faced justice for his audacity. Meanwhile,
Chen Zhuo remained blissfully unaware of Yifei's hospital visit and his plans for retaliation.
After receiving the notification of a cooldown reduction, he lay in bed,
scrolling through his phone messages, preparing for sleep. Seeing that no one in the group had acknowledged Yifei, he couldn't help but chuckle.
Oh. Being a class leader is no easy feat.
Of course, being a class assistant is no walk in the park either.
As he sighed, he opened the chat with Jiang Qiuli, sending a simple message: "Good night, see you in our dreams afterward." He long pressed to copy the message. Then opened the chat with Li Yeye to paste and send it.
Having completed this, he summoned the system.
System, I wish to make a request.
My desire is to attain 8 hours of enforced high-quality sleep.
Chapter 60, A Role Reversal. Beep. Wish detection successful. This wish can be fulfilled.
The wish is being realized, please wait. Your opponent, the protagonist Yifei, will receive triple critical hit rewards and will enjoy 24 hours of enforced high-quality sleep.
Wow, another triple reward. Yifei is quite fortunate. Chen Zhuo sighed and promptly fell asleep.
This wish was somewhat different from the previous one, this time.
It involved enforced slumber.
Thus, the effects were particularly pronounced.
At the first hospital of Zhongjiang City, in the emergency department,
Yifei lay on the bed when suddenly his eyelids began to flutter, and an overwhelming wave of drowsiness surged over him.
What's happening? Didn't I just sleep for 24 hours?
This was the last thought flickering in Yifei's mind before he plunged into a deep slumber.
Wake up, wake up!
5 minutes later, a patrolling doctor sensed something was amiss and gently tapped Yifei's shoulder.
No response. Wake up, wake up!
The doctor then patted his face. Yet still, there was no reaction. The doctor extended his hand, briefly checking for signs of breathing and pulse, followed by a simple examination.
Upon initial observation, there appeared to be no issues. What's going on? Wake up, wake up!
He increased the force of his hands and delivered 2 slaps to Yifei.
Still,
there was no response. Realizing the situation was becoming complicated, he quickly summoned the on-duty doctors and nurses and notified the senior physician.
5 minutes later,
Yifei was connected to a series of monitoring devices, with nurses attaching various life sign detection instruments to him.
Once connected, the instruments emitted no alarms. All data appeared normal. The doctors present were left bewildered. This was a situation they had never encountered before. 10 minutes later, the vice president who had welcomed Yifei rushed in. Upon seeing him lying motionless, despair washed over him. Master Yi Fengcheng had personally called for this arrangement, and now there was a problem right from the onset. If they failed to revive him, he would be expelled from the medical community. You didn't find any issues?
President, his vital signs show no problems.
We conducted a more thorough examination and discovered what? Spit it out.
We found that his current state is indistinguishable from that of a person in deep sleep.
Are you suggesting he is simply asleep? This is absurd. He is not mentally impaired. If he were asleep, would he not awaken with all this fuss? But we genuinely cannot diagnose anything. The vice president, now flustered, could only utter harsh words.
Typically gentle and refined, he found himself berating others.
Afterward, he approached Yifei's bedside and conducted a personal examination. 5 minutes later, he awkwardly cleared his throat. Could he have been anesthetized? Anesthetized?
Just as everyone exchanged puzzled glances, one doctor accessed the computer to review Yifei's recent blood test results.
A few items still required time, but most results had been expedited.
President, the test reports show no issues, and no trace of any drugs was found.
This revelation left the vice president equally dumbfounded. It might be an exceedingly rare ailment unknown to humanity.
I will summon the chief physicians and senior doctors from the entire hospital for a consultation.
Exiting the emergency room,
he hastily called Yi Fengcheng to report Yifei's condition.
All right, I'll head over immediately.
Ensure his vital signs remain stable. After hanging up, Yi Fengcheng furrowed his brow.
Why did it feel like something was amiss?
Without hesitation, he began packing his belongings to depart. The following day, Chen Zhuo awoke from his slumber, stretching luxuriously.
This time, he felt even more refreshed.
Truly delightful, it seems he should make more wishes of this nature. Habitually, he picked up his phone for a glance.
There were 2 messages, one from Jiang Qiuli and another from Li Yeye.
Both were replies to a message he had sent before sleeping.
Jiang Qiuli, thank you for your hospitality today. Good night, sweet dreams. Accompanied by a cute goodnight emoji. Chen Zhuo was taken aback.
Jiang Qiuli, usually so reticent,
appeared quite endearing and polite while chatting on her phone. He then opened Li Yeye's message.
She had replied with a single word, MHM. Chen Zhuo frowned.
What does MHM even mean? Why does she always act so aloof?
Just as he was about to respond with a nonchalant message, his phone rang.
It was none other than Li Yeye calling. What's the matter? Planning to watch a movie today? Li Yeye coughed on the other end. Let us be serious. Is watching a movie so frivolous? I actually quite enjoy films. No, I have something important to discuss with you.
She sounded exasperated by Chen Zhuo's teasing. Although she was his counselor and had authority over his grades, in reality, Chen Zhuo hardly cared about academic credits.
Moreover, she currently needed something from him.
This was a role reversal. Forced into a corner, she could only strive to maintain a serious tone.
Speak, what is it?
Chen Zhuo ceased his playful banter. It's about the innovation and entrepreneurship competition. The VE revised the rules to enhance the competition's prestige. The organizing committee has invited leading figures from various fields to serve as judges. For the scientific and research categories, the VE enlisted industry experts, while for business entrepreneurship, the VE invited several entrepreneurs. These were trivial matters. Upon hearing Li Yeye mention this, Chen Zhuo instantly lost interest. It was merely an innovation and entrepreneurship competition. As long as one presented solid results, it mattered not who the judges were. Only those who relied on empty rhetoric would fret over the judges' identities.
Li Yeye,
sensing Chen Zhuo's disinterest, quickly reminded him, stay focused, don't forget our wager.
Chen Zhuo was taken aback. He hadn't even mentioned it, and yet Li Yeye brought it up herself.
It seemed she could hardly wait to don black stockings and become his secretary.
Why was this female lead so proactive? Understood. I'll remember.
Good, I'll send you the profiles of the new judges, they're all high-level executives or owners of major companies. Familiarizing yourself with them will benefit you after graduation.
Understood. After hanging up, Li Ye sent over a document.
Chen Zhuo didn't immediately read it, instead. He dressed and completed his morning routine. He found a noodle shop and ordered a large bowl of beef noodles before finally opening the document. Linghai Commerce, Jinpenjiu, Cloud E-commerce.
Zhao Zhigua, Hongfeng Technology, Shueqingya, Ziyuan Education, Wait, Hongfeng Technology, Shueqingya. Upon seeing this name, Chen Zhuo's interest was piqued.
He zoomed in for a closer look. The photo was poorly edited, she looked better in reality. The retoucher deserved criticism. Furthermore, the dress was too long, failing to accentuate her figure, the outfit choice was lacking.
Chapter 61. What a son of destiny. He is a thorn in the flesh of destiny.
Speaking of which, after adding Shueqingya as a friend last time, they had agreed to chat later. However, due to his aggressive approach, it seemed that Shueqingya was a bit upset.
Chen Zhuo opened the chat window with Shueqingya and casually sent a greeting emoji.
Then, he began to eat his noodles.
10 minutes later.
After finishing a bowl of beef noodles, Chen Zhuo checked his phone again.
Shueqingya had not replied. It seems she is still angry. I need to send a different message.
Chen Zhuo instinctively began to type a template that expressed indifference, but then remembered that Shueqingya was still upset. A straightforward threat would only exacerbate the situation. He decided to be more tactful. After deleting the initial message, he only sent 2 words, log in.
In less than 5 seconds, Shueqingya replied, what game?
Chen Zhuo genuinely couldn't recall, he used to enjoy gaming, starting with CF and GTA.
And later CSGO and Apex.
However, after traversing into this world, he became the strongest antagonist. The entire world resembled a real-life version of GTA, and with such entertainment available, who would still play games? Therefore, he hadn't played in quite some time.
Perhaps he could choose a shooting game with simpler mechanics. How about playing Peacekeeper Elite? He suggested.
Chen Zhuo had played Peacekeeper Elite before, or rather, it was still known as Battlefield of Fear back then. He wondered how much the game had changed now.
I'm currently at work and won't be able to play until after I finish this afternoon. I will message you then. You, a CEO. Can't sneak a little during work? I have a lot of work today and can't spare the time.
Besides, I don't play games while working.
After this, he added a hard-working emoji. Not playing games at work? Shueqingya must be joking.
Based on Chen Zhuo's understanding of the plot, Shueqingya frequently told her subordinates that she was busy and not to disturb her. Then she would lock the office door and play games by herself.
Fine. Do your work. Chen Zhuo chose not to expose Shueqingya's fib. However, lies come with a price. Locking the office door to play games, huh? Today is Sunday. And there are no classes scheduled.
He decided to go to Hongfeng Technology to catch Shueqingya in the act.
On the other side, Wang Yan,
the protagonist of My Against the Heaven entrepreneurial life, was currently practicing fortune-telling. After a recent blind date gathering, he had inexplicably gone mad. The videos filmed that day went viral across the internet. Later, the Shuo family worked tirelessly to quell the public outcry and suppress the incident. Yet the videos had circulated, and his reputation in high society was utterly ruined. Initially, he was furious. As someone who had been reborn, he was well aware that this incident was likely orchestrated by the formidable antagonist Chen Zhuo. He had wanted to confront Chen Zhuo, but the arrival of his master had calmed him down considerably. In his previous life, Chen Zhuo had sent Ning how to beat him mercilessly, leaving him powerless. In this life, he could not afford to be so impulsive. He needed to think strategically. After much deliberation, he set his sights on Shueqingya. All his conflicts with Chen Zhuo stemmed from her. Thus, his immediate priority was not to deal with Chen Zhuo but to win Shueqingya's favor. Realizing this, he decided to understand Shueqingya better before taking action. Coincidentally, his master had arrived at the Shuo family estate. So he asked his master to help him read Shueqingya's fortune. Rather than predicting her future, he wanted to know about her current situation. much like character profiles in games and novels. He aimed to comprehend Xueqingya thoroughly and then strike at the opportune moment to win her over.
In the room,
an elderly man with a long white beard let out a long sigh.
The wayward disciple, I have divined. Saying this,
the old man tossed a piece of paper onto the table in front of Wang Yan.
Wang Yan took the paper, his face beaming with joy. Old man, you truly are remarkable.
No matter how I calculate, I could never arrive at this, yet you did it so effortlessly. The old man glared at him.
Can you please speak properly?
That was not a casual calculation.
Do you know how much energy it took me?
It will take me at least 10 days to recover. Oh, in that case, I was planning to take you to the club for a foot massage.
Since it's like this, I want to go. Which saves me some money.
Before the old man could react, Wang Yan quickly slipped out of the room, leaving the elder fuming. This disciple is truly a waste. I had hoped he would support me in my old age, but it seems I must find another disciple. The old man sighed with a hint of jest.
Then,
his expression turned serious.
Who exactly is this Chen Zhuo? I cannot glean any information about him.
Could it be that he surpasses my disciple, a child of destiny?
Or perhaps an entity on par with destiny itself?
He was perplexed. Having seen through life's intricacies and effortlessly manipulating the fates of others, he found himself bewildered by such an individual. Little did he know, Chen Zhuo was not a child of destiny, he was a thorn in destiny's side.
Alas!
This wayward disciple, whether he brings fortune or calamity, depends on him. I shall not interfere further, it's time for a foot massage. With a sigh,
he opened the window and jumped down. After obtaining the slip of paper, Wang Yan scrutinized it in the adjacent room. Xueqingya, game. Flirtatious monkey of flower and fruit mountain? After reading, Wang Yan's fondness for Xueqingya diminished slightly. He preferred the aloof CEO Xueqingya, not one referred to as a flirtatious monkey. However, upon contemplating Xueqingya's stunning figure and beauty, he was reluctant to let go. Whatever, flirtatious monkey or not,
I'll take her.
After finishing the information, he deemed this game a splendid entry point. Since it was Xueqingya's little secret,
he could leverage it to step into her world. Having reached this conclusion, he compiled a list of the games Xueqingya played. Then, he purchased top-tier accounts in each game, searching for Xueqingya's username and clicking to add her. Women are often attracted to strength, and he aimed to become the strongest man in Xueqingya's gaming universe. 3 hours later, Chen Zhuo appeared at Xueqingya's office door with a box of fried chicken and 2 cups of cola. Originally, he shouldn't have been able to get up here. However, he had a good friend, Ning Hao. The Ning family maintained a close relationship with the Xue family, and Ning family members were responsible for much of Xue family's security. All the key figures in the Xue family knew Ning Hao. Thus, under Ning Hao's guidance, he was able to navigate smoothly to Xueqingya's office door.
Shan Gu. If the family finds out about this today, I will definitely face consequences. Hurry up.
Chen Zhuo glanced at him.
Can a man say hurry?
Rest assured,
it won't be a problem.
I'll handle it. You can go wherever you like and come back to find me in 5 hours. Ning Hao wanted to pull Chen Zhuo away, but remembering how Chen Zhuo had helped him escape from the perverted Wang Yan, brotherly loyalty surged within him.
He nodded, turning away without looking back.
Chen Zhuo gazed at the gray office door before him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
You claim you never play games at work?
Chapter 62, The multifaceted female CEO employing a subtle tactic. Chen Zhuo opened the office door with a click.
Inside, Xueqingya,
adorned in a crisp white office suit, delicate nude stockings, and elegant white stilettos, was perched with her legs crossed, absent-mindedly tapping on her tablet while humming a tune. The sudden sound of the door startled her, causing her to almost drop the tablet. It felt reminiscent of a clandestine moment in study hall, where one discreetly hides a phone beneath the desk, peering out the window only to find the stern gaze of a teacher fixed upon them. The sensation was one of impending doom. Xueqingya was engulfed by a similar anxiety. The thought of her little secret being discovered and disseminated was mortifying. She stood frozen, eyes wide, staring at the door as if time itself had halted. When the door swung fully open and she recognized Chen Zhuo, relief washed over her. Amused by her startled expression, Chen Zhuo felt a chuckle rise within him.
Who would have imagined that the aloof, commanding female CEO would exhibit such vulnerability in private?
After stepping inside, he casually closed and locked the door behind him.
How did you get in here?
Shui Qingya, regaining her composure, questioned with a hint of irritation. The fright she experienced was genuine. Chen Zhuo chose not to respond directly to her inquiry. As the most tender-hearted man in Zhongzheng City,
he understood that engaging a woman in a state of anger would only escalate her frustration.
In such scenarios, the best approach was to take the initiative.
Didn't you claim you never play games at work?
Chen Zhuo inquired, glancing at the tablet in her hands.
This tactic proved effective.
Shui Qingya instinctively clutched the tablet to her chest, her visage flustered, cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Under the sunlight streaming through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the contrast with her white attire accentuated her blush, akin to someone slightly intoxicated.
I am just taking a break from work.
Wait, you still haven't answered me.
How did you get in?
The tenacity of the female CEO was unwavering, as she clung to the crux of the matter, evading distraction. It seemed Chen Zhuo had no choice but to address her question.
He set the fried chicken and cola he had brought onto her desk. I apologize for what happened last time. To make amends, I brought you some fried chicken and cola. At his reminder, Shui Qingya's eyes sparkled upon noticing the snacks.
This was indeed her guilty pleasure. Regrettably, her public persona rarely allowed her the indulgence of such delights.
Well, I forgive you, she conceded, hunger gnawing at her. With lunchtime approaching, the temptation of the fried chicken and cola was irresistible.
Without hesitation, she opened the packaging and dived in.
Chen Zhuo observed Shui Qingya.
Dressed impeccably in her office attire, indulging in her guilty pleasure in such a formal setting, a smile creeping across his lips. This was the true essence of contrast. Yet, he was privy to an even deeper secret about her. Shui Qingya had a penchant for Lolita fashion. Imagining her in a frilly Lolita outfit, with twin tails in this office, made him momentarily lose focus. Some things, however, were best savored slowly.
Take your time eating, I'll bring you more next time,
Chen Zhuo suggested, pulling out a chair beside her.
Really? Shui Qingya's eyes gleamed with excitement.
The aroma of the fried chicken sparked a new thought in her mind. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if Chen Zhuo knew her secret. Of course it's true. I'm currently a junior, and aside from spending time with classmates and my advisor, I have little else to do. He paused for effect. Then continued, if you wish, you could consider hiring me as your personal male secretary. It would also serve as my internship reference. This time, Shui Qingya did not acquiesce. The thought of others discovering that the most beautiful CEO in Zhongzheng had enlisted a college student as her secretary, even if Chen Zhuo was the scion of the Chen family, would surely invite speculation.
Hasn't your family arranged a job for you? A male secretary is out of the question.
If you truly wish to come, I could arrange another position for you, Shui Qingya responded earnestly. Unable to resist the allure of fried chicken and burgers. Taking another bite of her chicken leg, she continued, by the way, aside from fried chicken, I also adore spicy hot pot, barbecue skewers, especially lamb skewers, stinky tofu, cumin potatoes. Her enthusiasm was boundless, listing her favorites with fervor, leaving even Chen Zhuo, a man of high emotional intelligence, speechless. You certainly have a variety of tastes, he finally replied, exasperated. After finishing her fried chicken, Shui Qingya downed the last remnants of her cola, satisfied. She patted her stomach, content.
Curious, Chen Zhuo asked, as the aloof female CEO.
Aren't you concerned that someone across the street might see you indulging in fried chicken through those large windows? She smiled faintly.
Not at all, these windows are custom-made. While they allow visibility from inside to out, they obscure the view from outside in.
Really?
Such fine glass,
Chen Zhuo remarked, nodding in approval, intrigued by her secretive assurance.
Indeed, my secrets remain undisclosed, Shui Qingya declared confidently, patting her chest.
Suddenly, she recalled something.
By the way, how did you come to know that? You mentioned you would tell me after going back.
Count it as a calculation, he said cryptically.
Calculation? What do you mean? Fortune-telling. You know.
The Wang Yan your family hired for divination is merely a novice in my presence, Chen Zhuo asserted with a serious expression.
Really?
Shui Qingya was astonished. She had witnessed Wang Yan's extraordinary skills firsthand, leaving everyone present in awe during his performance for the core members of her family. Now, to hear Chen Zhuo claim that Wang Yan was no more than an amateur was remarkable. Of course it's true, otherwise, how could I know your game ID? Realizing how cautious she had been, Shui Qingya understood that Chen Zhuo could not have acquired that information through conventional means. Suddenly, everything seemed to align. Then you must be a master, she exclaimed. Could you perhaps predict when I will marry and to whom? Certainly, Chen Zhuo replied, extending his hand to make a calculation. It appears you will soon be wed. As for the identity of your partner, it's a bit elusive. Though I can tell you he will share your passion for gaming. The prospect of a partner who enjoyed gaming thrilled Shui Qingya. She had always feared being arranged into an undesirable match by her family. If her partner enjoyed gaming, it would surely be someone she liked. With a smile creeping onto her face, she murmured, "That's wonderful." Chen Zhuo pulled out his phone and said nonchalantly, "All right, as agreed. You've eaten and drunk your fill, now it's time for us to play some games together." Chapter 63, The Sulking. Cold and distant female CEO like a little hamster, Shui Qingya gently nodded, her gaze drifting uneasily towards the office door. With the key in hand, she turned the lock multiple times, ensuring her solitude. Moments ago, she had been engaged in her game alone, but now, if someone were to enter and find a lone man and woman huddled together in the office, it would spell disaster for her. Hearing the reassuring clicks of the lock, she felt a measure of relief. "All right, let us form a team," she said as she returned to her desk, locking eyes with Chen Zhuo. Yet, she detected a strong disdain reflected in his gaze. "What's wrong?" she asked, perplexed. "Do you honestly believe what I just said? I'm beginning to question how you became a CEO in the first place." Chen Zhuo paused momentarily before adopting an expression of sudden realization. "Ah, I recall now. You were arranged into this position by your family. Youth can be quite naive." "What?" Shui Qingya was taken aback. "What's wrong with what you just said?" Chen Zhuo inched his chair closer, continuing earnestly, "Do you truly believe I was destined to be here through fortune-telling? A female CEO managing a colossal tech enterprise. And you actually place faith in divination? If this got out, the stock price of Hongfeng technology would plummet." As Shui Qingya's expression grew increasingly complex, Chen Zhuo recognized he had struck the right chord. His intention was clear, to challenge the high and mighty demeanor she had adopted as a CEO. While he was aware of her little secret, he could only subtly manipulate her perception without truly conquering her heart. Thus, he aimed to deflate her inner resolve with this tactic, a matter of psychological warfare. Moreover, he sought to tarnish Wang Yan's proud reputation as a fortune-teller in her mind, achieving two objectives at once. Unbeknownst to her, Shui Qingya had already fallen into Chen Zhuo's trap. She scrutinized him, her brows furrowed. Despite her discomfort with his accusations, she retorted, however, "I've indeed witnessed Wang Yan's remarkable fortune-telling skills within the Shui family. Not just me, everyone in my family has borne witness, none of us unimpressed." "And what does that prove?" Chen Zhuo replied nonchalantly. "It merely indicates Wang Yan's skills in deception are unparalleled." He took a sip from a nearby glass of chrysanthemum tea, continuing with a measured tone. "The accuracy of fortune-telling is simply a matter of information asymmetry, leveraging that to profit or gain something else. You see, when I claimed your gaming ID was divined, you believed me and even inquired about your romantic prospects. Wasn't that an invitation for me to reap the rewards?" Shui Qingya's eyes widened as realization dawned upon her. "It seems you may be right. Indeed, it's precisely as I said. Just observe Wang Yan's frantic antics during the matchmaking event. Does he resemble a master to you? Your family has merely been duped by him and his mentor." Chen Zhuo continued to deepen her conviction that Wang Yan was a charlatan. "Moreover, they have ingratiated themselves with your family through deception, crafting a facade of mastery, all in hopes that your family would arrange for you to marry him. Once you bear his child, even if the truth were to come to light, it would be too late. You would find yourself trapped between Wang Yan and your family. Utterly forsaken. Just envision how tragic that would be." Chen Zhuo understood the power of empathy. Initially, when he mentioned that her family had been deceived by Wang Yan, Xue Qingya was merely surprised. However, upon hearing Chen Zhuo paint a vivid picture of the potential consequences, panic seized her. If that were the case, she would rather perish.
Wait, how do you know all this?
Amid her panic, Xue Qingya managed to maintain her composure as a CEO, grasping for the source of his knowledge.
Chen Zhuo took another sip of chrysanthemum tea and replied, "It's quite simple, really.
I conducted some research on you prior to this."
Research?
Yes, research.
Chen Zhuo savored his tea, watching Xue Qingya with keen interest. What prompted you to investigate me?
Is it akin to the stories in novels where Xue Qingya's conflicted gaze fell upon the man who had forcibly claimed her first kiss and who seemed privy to all her secrets? A myriad of thoughts flooded her mind. This man was rather handsome, and after learning her secrets, he had even brought her fried chicken and cola. Perhaps he wasn't so bad after all. However, he was exceedingly domineering, no, far too assertive.
If they were to marry in the future, would she not be compelled to obey him? No, absolutely not. She was a renowned businesswoman in Zhongjiang City, the CEO of Hongfeng Technology.
You should abandon this notion.
There is no possibility between us.
After a moment of hesitation, Xue Qingya's tone grew resolute.
Chen Zhuo sighed inwardly, observing the fluctuations in Xue Qingya's expression.
He surmised she was but a step away from yielding.
This female CEO was indeed a challenge to navigate. He masked his disappointment and shot her an incredulous glance. Have you been reading too many novels?
What? I investigated you because I participated in the University Student Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition and reached the finals,
where you are a judge. Thus, I sought a preliminary understanding of you.
Little did I expect to uncover such significant findings from a casual inquiry, Chen Zhuo stated casually. Xue Qingya's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple.
She wished to sink into the ground in embarrassment.
What had she just said?
Alas!
The aloof beauty CEO of Hongfeng Technology turned out to be a novel-loving romantic at heart.
Xue Qingya felt utterly exposed before Chen Zhuo.
All her secrets, save for her final choice of attire, had been laid bare.
She felt utterly defeated.
I am a woman in my 20s who enjoys reading novels, playing games,
indulging in fried chicken, and sipping cola. What's wrong with that? And could you please stop drinking from my cup? Xue Qingya huffed, resembling a little hamster with its cheeks stuffed full.
The adorableness of her demeanor nearly made Chen Zhuo burst into laughter.
Ah, I'm done teasing you. Don't get too worked up, I merely offer a friendly warning. Don't you realize how perilous your situation is? Remember, I'm just a university student. Chen Zhuo skillfully shifted the dynamic once more. Wait, yes. How did you uncover this information? Xue Qingya's thoughts were in disarray as she faced Chen Zhuo, feeling utterly flustered.
Apart from her tailored office attire, nothing about her resembled a cold and distant female CEO. Chen Zhuo took another sip of chrysanthemum tea and replied nonchalantly. How I discovered it is inconsequential.
What matters is how to prevent others from discovering it. I can tell you that I found out through gaming. Your gaming account is quite precarious. My gaming account? I knew it. It must be due to the recent influx of friends. No, I need to change my accounts immediately.
Xue Qingya muttered to herself, her pace quickening as her panic escalated.
Indeed. How about we switch accounts?
You can use my identity to register a new account and let me take over your old one, Chen Zhuo suggested.
Xue Qingya's eyes sparkled with realization.
She had been fretting over her inability to find her identification. Though her financial resources made purchasing a gaming account as easy as drinking water, she desired one that wouldn't expose her identity, a challenging feat with Chen Zhuo aware of her secret. She had no reason to worry about the original account holder discovering her identity.
Everything became so much simpler. Really? Thank you. If you have any requests in the future, just let me know. I will do my utmost to accommodate them.
Chapter 64, Supreme Perspective. I recalled something delightful.
Striving to meet expectations? Quite intriguing.
Soon, Chen Zhuo registered accounts for all the games that Xue Qingya frequently played, using his own identification.
Xue Qingya, in turn, shared her account information with Chen Zhuo.
By the way, someone added me as a friend across all my accounts in various games.
It couldn't be you, right? Shui Qingya asked, puzzled. Of course not. Someone added you across all platforms?
You must be cautious, my information comes from your game friends, Chen Zhuo said with a serious expression.
Shui Qingya nodded solemnly. All right, I won't add any friends in the future.
Before Chen Zhuo arrived, she noticed that this person had impressive ranks and skills in all the games, and she was inclined to accept the request. Now, after hearing Chen Zhuo's words, she felt a wave of trepidation. Thankfully, she hadn't accepted. Adding them would have meant another potential threat.
Chen Zhuo nodded. Just add me. Soon.
Both accounts had mutually added each other as friends, with Chen Zhuo beside her.
Shui Qingya chose a more subtle username this time. Hot dry noodles dare to sell for 8. How does this nickname sound? Doesn't it resemble a male's? Now. No one can trace it back to me. Indeed.
Faced with Shui Qingya's playful demeanor, Chen Zhuo felt helpless.
With such a name, would he have to go by the moniker Flirtatious Great Monkey of Flower Fruit Mountain from now on? Shaking his head, he picked up his phone and glanced at the interface of Peace Elite. Currently, he was logged into Shui Qingya's account. On the Friends page, there was indeed a Super Ace Friend request.
The other party's name was Yendi Wentian. Upon seeing this game nickname, Chen Zhuo paused for a moment, recalling something, and asked,
You mean, this person added you as a friend in all your games?
Yes.
Shui Qingya confirmed with a nod. A name appeared in Chen Zhuo's mind.
The only one who could know all of Shui Qingya's game accounts seemed to be this person, Wang Yan. Chen Zhuo had no recollection of this plot. To be precise, in his past life, he had barely crossed paths with Wang Yan. The overly arrogant Wang Yan was easily beaten by Ning Hao, and Chen Zhuo hardly intervened.
He quickly checked the original storyline. Indeed, there it was. Yendi Wentian was Wang Yan. This was getting interesting. A smile crept onto Chen Zhuo's lips. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing.
Seizing the opportunity while Shui Qingya was busy adjusting various settings, Chen Zhuo directly accepted the friend request.
Within 5 seconds, a message arrived from the other side.
Yendi Wentian, hello Flirtatious Great Monkey of Flower Fruit Mountain, hello, I see your achievements are impressive.
Yendi Wentian, just playing around.
Flirtatious Great Monkey of Flower Fruit Mountain, truly remarkable.
Could you take me along to play sometime? Yendi Wentian, of course, I can help you rank up. Flirtatious Great Monkey of Flower Fruit Mountain, you're so kind, could you gift me some skins? At the Shui residence, Wang Yan lay on the sofa, laughing at his phone.
Truly worthy of being a master, his calculations were spot on. He never expected Shui Qingya to behave like this in the game.
If that's the case, wouldn't it be easy for him to handle her?
Yendi Wentian, I can only send them 3 days later.
I'll send them to you then.
Flirtatious Great Monkey of Flower Fruit Mountain, alright. I didn't expect you to not only be powerful in the game but also so generous to other players.
You must be quite wealthy. Yendi Wentian, wealth is but an external possession.
Flirtatious Great Monkey of Flower Fruit Mountain, you're truly impressive.
I've scheduled games with others, but I'll invite you next time.
Yendi Wentian, sure, I'll be waiting for you at the Shui residence. Wang Yan sprang to his feet.
He never anticipated things would go so smoothly.
What nonsense about Chen Zhuo and losing face, once I marry Shui Qingya and win over Ning Hao. I wonder what he'll have left to play with in this life. In the office, Chen Zhuo invited Shui Qingya into the room, commencing their first game together. I haven't played this game in a while, what should I be aware of now?
Chen Zhuo inquired. Haven't played in a long time? No worries. Just follow me closely.
There are many cheaters in this game now, be cautious of them, and if you can't win, run away, Shui Qingya said earnestly.
Once the game started, she transformed into a different persona. Cheaters? Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Could there be a cheat that grants wishes?
Soon, the first game commenced. Following the flight path, Shui Qingya led Chen Zhuo to jump into the heavily populated military base. Upon landing, they immediately engaged in combat. Although it had been a while since he played, Chen Zhuo still remembered the basic operations. Back in school, he had played daily and was quite skilled. After a brief warm-up, he got into the swing of things.
Utilizing the terrain, he swiftly eliminated 3 opponents.
Just then, he heard footsteps. A 4th opponent approached. He hid behind a wall, preparing to ambush. However, before he could make his move, an explosive grenade took him out.
Wait. How did he know I was here after I changed positions? While in confusion, Shui Qingya also fell victim.
Darn it, this person is definitely a cheater.
They must have wall hacks.
Shui Qingya, furious after being killed by the cheater, urged Chen Zhuo to report them.
Chen Zhuo casually clicked on the report button.
But his mind wandered to another matter.
Wait a moment, Shui Qingya just mentioned wall hacks? Could I wish for wall hacks? As soon as this thought emerged, it became uncontrollable. He silently chanted.
System, come forth.
Master, how may I assist you? I wish for wall hacks. Can I see enemies behind walls in-game? Report to the master.
It is possible. However, due to the broad nature of wall hacks, it cannot be determined which layer you wish to see through. Thus, the system categorizes wall hack abilities from levels 1 to 100.
If you wish to see enemies clearly in the game, the corresponding level is 10. Level 10?
Chen Zhuo contemplated and continued questioning.
Can level 10 see through clothing? Apologies, your region does not support answering this question. Chen Zhuo. What about level 20? Can it see through clothing?
Level 20 will directly see through skin, thus it can be considered as seeing through clothing.
What about level 5? Cannot.
After asking these 3 questions, a smile returned to Chen Zhuo's lips.
The answer to the first question was now quite clear. What is the method of using this skill? Can it be activated at any time?
Yes, but it is defaulted to be active if you do not need it.
You must deactivate it yourself. After some thought, Chen Zhuo ultimately decided to make a wish.
Alright, I wish to gain the ability of level 10 wall hacks.
Ding. Wish granted.
The wish is now taking effect.
Ding.
Your opponent, the protagonist Wang Yan, received a tenfold critical hit on the wish.
He will acquire a 100-fold wall hack skill. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Starting with tenfold? Directly maxed out?
Wang Yan's luck must surpass Yi Fei's.
What effect will a 100-fold wall hack have?
Report to the master. A 100-fold wall hack will allow you to see every detail within the human body, including nerves, tendons, fat,
and even capillary details.
With a 100-fold wall hack, you will become the strongest doctor in this world.
After hearing the system's explanation,
Chen Zhuo envisioned Wang Yan walking down the street, seeing ordinary passers-by as mere bones and blood vessels.
He couldn't help but chuckle.
The strongest doctor sounds splendid. The strongest doctor would indeed suit Wang Yan.
We just got killed by a cheater, and you're laughing? Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's laughter, Shui Qingya inquired with curiosity.
Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, I simply recalled something delightful.
Let us proceed with the second round. I have found my rhythm. This time, I shall unleash my prowess. Chapter 65. You wouldn't want this to be known by everyone, would you?
The second game commenced.
Chen Zhuo followed Shui Qingya as they parachuted down.
This time, Shui Qingya opted for a more secluded landing, choosing to start in the wilderness. With the prevalence of cheaters,
it would be prudent to play cautiously and survive until the final circle.
After scavenging for supplies, they proceeded to a villa. Shui Qingya approached the game with great seriousness. Chen Zhuo glanced towards the villa and gasped, "Goodness, there's someone flying in the sky." It was beyond absurd, using Peace Elite as if it were Crossfire. "Let us not go there, the villa is infested with cheaters," Chen Zhuo remarked nonchalantly.
Fine, Shui Qingya nodded instinctively. After a brief moment, realization struck her. Wait.
We're in K City, which is half a map away from the villa.
How could you possibly know there are cheaters there? Chen Zhuo replied. Because I have cheats too. I can hear them. You can hear them? You're not joking, are you? Shui Qingya, still puzzled. Open the map to confirm K City's location before continuing. From that distance, you can hear anything? I see, you must be teasing me.
A hint of a smile crept onto her lips as she maneuvered her character to a roadside vehicle. Listen, I'm not a child easily fooled by your antics.
I'm a female CEO, after all.
Well, you certainly are clever, Chen Zhuo said, feeling somewhat exasperated. He mused that despite his earlier fabrications, the female leads in his stories believed every word. Now that he spoke the truth, Xue Qingya was skeptical instead.
What do you mean? Xue Qingya sensed Chen Zhuo's sarcasm and felt indignant.
I'm telling the truth, there really is a cheater over there.
Why don't you trust my hearing? Is that even a matter of hearing? It sounds more like a question of sanity. Don't you think what you're saying is utterly ludicrous?
Xue Qingya, equally baffled, decided. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself.
By the way, he's heading towards Y City now. If you drive there, you should be able to spot him.
Chen Zhuo paused for a moment before adding, and you should look up more often. His words were so convincing that they almost seemed true.
Yet, the more he insisted,
the more Xue Qingya believed he was merely playing around.
Fine, I'll go. Get in the car. I'm not going, you can go if you want.
Chen Zhuo found a motorcycle by the roadside.
If you won't go, then I will.
I must see if you're telling the truth.
Xue Qingya, fueled by determination,
sped towards Y City.
4 minutes later, she was eliminated. What on earth? How is this person flying in the air? Is cheating really this outrageous now?
Without even seeing the cheater, she had already met her demise. When she finally spotted the figure dancing in the sky, she was already a goner.
Frustrated, she quickly penned a report about the incident.
Many others were in the same predicament, watching the game and clicking to report.
What the heck? How did a CF player get in here? Half a minute later, the cheater became stuck in mid-air, motionless.
It seemed he had been forcibly disconnected. Only then did Xue Qingya feel a sense of relief. Then it struck her a terrifying realization. What Chen Zhuo said was actually true.
Wait. You can really hear the enemies at the villa from K City?
Of course, it's true. I still don't believe you, you must be cheating.
Chen Zhuo replied. You're quite right, but do you have any evidence? I'm right here next to you. If I'm cheating, you can come see for yourself.
Xue Qingya nodded. Then stood up from the couch and walked to Chen Zhuo's office chair, bending down to peer closely at his screen, fearful of missing any details. This movement caused a few strands of her hair to fall onto his neck. Chen Zhuo could feel her warmth, and he inhaled deeply, finding her scent delightful.
Xue Qingya was fixated on the screen, oblivious to Chen Zhuo's subtle reactions. Riding the motorcycle, he maneuvered through various buildings, utilizing his cheats to evade any encounters with enemies.
He played cautiously, soon gathering top-tier equipment as he reached the final circle.
With only 9 players remaining, he had full control over their positions.
Coupled with his muscle memory from previous gaming experiences, he swiftly eliminated an entire squad and triumphantly claimed victory. Xue Qingya stood beside him, utterly astonished. She believed her skills were commendable, yet Chen Zhuo's gameplay utterly eclipsed hers.
How did you know he was hiding behind the wall? Naturally, it was from listening. Now do you believe me? Xue Qingya was reluctant to accept the truth, but the evidence was undeniable.
She had to concede Chen Zhuo was truly remarkable.
In the following rounds,
after witnessing Chen Zhuo's extraordinary prowess time and again, Xue Qingya gradually found herself utterly obedient to him.
If he instructed her to head east,
she wouldn't dare venture west. Under his guidance, they won 5 consecutive matches, leaving Xue Qingya in awe.
Playing games with you is exhilarating. Oh, master. Take me along next time.
In her excitement, Xue Qingya playfully pouted at Chen Zhuo. Seeing the admiration in her eyes, a faint smile spread across Chen Zhuo's face. Just like that, the second step is achieved, he said nonchalantly. But it depends on the circumstances, I'll be busy with the innovation and entrepreneurship competition soon. So I won't have much time for games.
Xue Qingya immediately stood up. Is it just the innovation and entrepreneurship competition?
I can discuss with the other judges to give your project high scores.
What's your project about? Opening a supermarket at school. A supermarket? That doesn't seem particularly innovative. No worries, just slap an internet label on it, and I'll help you out. You just need to take me gaming.
Xue Qingya assured him confidently. Chen Zhuo shook his head.
No. One thing is one thing, and another is another. We can't engage in any underhanded dealings. When I have some free time, I'll take you gaming. After a 3-second pause, he recalled something and added, by the way, I won't be playing on this account for a while. Don't worry about it, when I have time, I'll take you to new heights. All right. Shui Qingya nodded obediently, but then warned, just don't deceive me.
Observing her in a white blazer and high heels, exuding a commanding presence yet appearing so docile, Chen Zhuo could not help but reach out and pinch her cheek.
Rest assured, I won't deceive you. Shui Qingya felt a jolt as if electrified.
Her mind suddenly clear. She recalled their current situation and felt a tinge of annoyance.
Don't touch me like that. I don't need you to take me. I have plenty of gaming friends who can help me rank up. Is that so?
Chen Zhuo's question made her realize that, in fact, her only gaming friend at the moment was Chen Zhuo himself. Besides, you can't just go touching me. I haven't forgiven you for that time you forcibly kissed me. Unbeknownst to her, her anger felt more like playful banter between a couple rather than genuine frustration. Chen Zhuo stood up, his tone casual.
Is that so? Then you wouldn't want others to know that you're playing games with me in the office, would you? Chapter 66, allow me to introduce a wealthier alternative. Shui Qingya was momentarily taken aback.
She suddenly realized an alarming truth: the leverage Chen Zhuo held over her was increasing by the day.
Observing Shui Qingya's flustered demeanor,
a smile of delight crept across Chen Zhuo's face, one that was more difficult to suppress than the sound of an AK-47.
Well, I must take my leave now.
If you wish to indulge in spicy hot pot or barbecue next time, do inform me in advance, Chen Zhuo remarked, lifting the trash bag containing the remnants of the fried chicken and making his way towards the office exit.
The door to the office clicked shut once more, the sound startling Shui Qingya, causing her to shudder. She gazed towards the door, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within her. Meanwhile,
Ning Hao had been waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Upon seeing Chen Zhuo descend, a breath of relief escaped him as he approached.
Brother Chen, are you all right? You've been in there for quite a while. What were you up to? Oh, nothing much.
I merely discussed my entrepreneurial plans with her. I am participating in an innovation and entrepreneurship competition, and she is one of the judges.
I see, that explains the delay, Ning Hao remarked,
accepting Chen Zhuo's words without suspicion.
So where to next? To Zhongjiang University, I have a few matters to attend to.
Chen Zhuo glanced at Ning Hao, recognizing that his good friend had been of great assistance today. Thus, he felt compelled to reciprocate.
Perfect. I need to handle my onboarding procedures at Zhongjiang University as well. So let's go together.
Upon returning to Zhongjiang University, Ning Hao headed to the administrative building, while Chen Zhuo made his way to Building 31 of Meiyuan,
the dormitory for the female students of Class 3 in Public Administration. He retrieved his phone, opened the class group chat,
and found a familiar name among the members: Zhang Lingling, Ning Hao's online love interest.
Are you in your dorm? Zhang Lingling, busy vacuum sealing her socks in her dormitory, couldn't conceal her joy upon reading the message. She quickly replied, yes.
I'll be down, I'm waiting for you at the dorm entrance.
Chen Zhuo's message nearly made Zhang Lingling burst into laughter.
To avoid alarming her roommates, she stifled her amusement, glanced in the mirror to check her makeup, and donned her knee-high boots before hastily descending the dormitory stairs. Upon exiting the building, her heart raced with excitement upon seeing Chen Zhuo waiting at the entrance.
Class assistant,
she exclaimed, running up to him, breathless.
Take it easy, there's no rush.
I need your assistance, Chen Zhuo stated calmly.
Ha? Zhang Lingling was momentarily taken aback.
The phrasing felt oddly familiar, as she often used it with her admirers.
Was fate turning the tables, and was she now to play the role of the admirer?
Despite her thoughts, she readily agreed, all right, just tell me what you need. Chen Zhuo scanned the surroundings, no one was in sight. The dormitory supervisor was busy in the duty room, engrossed in her logbook.
He began, let's speak frankly, is your admirer named Ning Hao? Zhang Lingling was rendered speechless.
She hadn't anticipated that Chen Zhuo would seek her out for this reason. With his precise mention of the name, she found it hard to deny and could only nod in affirmation.
Has he been giving you less money lately, claiming he has exhausted his funds and taken on loans? He said he would send you a red envelope once his family provides him with money. Zhang Lingling's astonishment was beyond description. How did Chen Zhuo know everything? This was information that only she and Ning Hao were privy to. She had not shared it with anyone, leaving only Ning Hao as the source. Did Chen Zhuo and Ning Hao share a close friendship, with Ning Hao confiding in him? If that were the case, her plan to pursue Chen Zhuo would be jeopardized. Furthermore, given Chen Zhuo's demeanor, it seemed likely he had come to confront her. Steeling herself, she composed her voice to suppress any tremor. Yes, what of it? We are in a normal relationship. Chen Zhuo chuckled heartily. Relax, I am not here to cause trouble. I understand you are in a normal relationship. But with him currently broke and unable to provide you with any financial support, you still have to put in the effort to appease him. That sounds exhausting. Zhang Lingling was even more bewildered. Wait, why is every word you say so unexpected? Nevertheless, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as he wasn't there to cause trouble, everything would be fine. She was not in a position to repay the money Ning Hao had given her lately. Chen Zhuo continued, my suggestion is that you need not wait for him to regain his financial footing, simply move on. I can introduce you to someone wealthier. Excuse me? Zhang Lingling felt her previously chaotic worldview as a bad girl suddenly seemed almost innocent in Chen Zhuo's presence. What was even happening? Are you interested? I can assure you that if you manage to win him over, the rewards will far exceed what you could ever receive from Ning Hao. You may even achieve financial independence for life. Chen Zhuo painted an enticing picture for Zhang Lingling. Such a self-proclaimed bad girl as she was quite astute. Though she felt intrigued, she still questioned, why are you telling me all this? Why? Because my friend is lacking in affection, has some physical shortcomings. And is also a bit of a sycophant. His goddess has left him for another man, leaving him heartbroken. Therefore, I wish to find someone to fill the void in his heart. Zhang Lingling shot Chen Zhuo a skeptical glance. I say, class assistant. I am not like ordinary female university students. Could you please refrain from using such flimsy excuses to deceive me? I have no reason to deceive you. In the face of her doubts, Chen Zhuo maintained his serious faade. A few days ago. Did you come across a video of a man showcasing an extravagant dance at an upscale cocktail party? Zhang Lingling nodded. I did see that. But I can't find it now. The individual I wish to introduce you to is him. Just look at how he lost control while intoxicated. And you can infer the depth of his sorrow. Moreover, his family possesses the means to suppress such trending topics, they are not financially lacking. Am I right? Zhang Lingling contemplated, ultimately nodding in agreement. Indeed. Now, if you connect the dots, doesn't everything make sense? A top-tier wealthy heir, a sycophant, wounded by love. Zhang Lingling had long aspired to infiltrate high society. She was acutely aware that the offspring of affluent families were typically intelligent, yet there were exceptions, such as sycophants. Ning Hao was her target. Thus, what Chen Zhuo said seemed plausible. If that is the case, what do you want me to do? I need you to take the place of the goddess in his heart. Do you play Peace Elite? A little. Good. I will provide you with an account that contains his friends. Whenever you have the time, you can invite him to play games together. Remember to maintain a cool demeanor. He thrives on adoration and cannot experience romance without it. Alright, I shall give it a try. Zhang Lingling considered that this endeavor did not seem to pose any risk to her. Aside from a bit of time, there was little to lose. Thus, she agreed. Subsequently, Chen Zhuo logged into the account known as Feng Sa Damo Monkey on Zhang Lingling's phone. This is Yen Di Fan Tian. Remember, do not engage in voice or video calls. He currently believes this account belongs to his previous goddess. You must maintain the charade. Also, he is quite wealthy, his greatest pleasure is spending lavishly on his goddess. Do not hesitate to ask him for money, his family is substantial, and a few million is merely pocket change for them. If anyone else invites you to play, just say it is not you. Chapter 67, The Self-Cultivation of a Heartbreaker. Chen Zhuo observed Zhang Lingling's departing figure, silently deactivating his perceptive abilities. The friction caused by its constant use was proving cumbersome to his movements.
Upon returning to her dormitory, Zhang Lingling meticulously recorded Chen Zhuo's instructions in her memo,
memorizing each one without omission. This was the self-cultivation of a heartbreaker.
Once she was confident she had retained every detail, she launched the game Peace Elite on her tablet.
Yan Di Fantian was still online.
Zhang Lingling opened the message box and sent her first message.
Wagwashan Fengsa Damo Monkey, hello, handsome. I've just finished playing. Wang Yan had been waiting for Xue Qingya to conclude her game before sending an invitation.
However, once Xue Qingya finished, she logged off. Bored. He played a few rounds himself to practice.
Yet, upon entering, he noticed skeletons moving in every direction. After repeatedly exiting and re-entering, the bizarre phenomenon persisted. Sigh. Has this game encountered a bug?
After providing feedback, he resumed playing, discovering that despite the oddity of battling skeletons,
he could clearly see the actions of enemies on the map. This was nothing short of a gaming boon.
If this bug remained while playing with Xue Qingya,
achieving victory would be a breeze.
The thought of Xue Qingya adoringly fawning over him filled him with pride.
After waiting for an extended period, Xue Qingya still had not logged in.
It seemed he wouldn't be able to assist her in ranking up today, which was indeed regrettable. Just as he was about to exit the game, a red dot appeared in the message box. It was Xue Qingya. Excitedly, he clicked on the message box. And upon reading her words, his smile was wider than the AK itself. Indeed, he had chosen the right path.
Yan Di Fantian, I'm here. Want to play together now? Did you see my rank? I'm quite impressive. Wang Yan brimmed with confidence.
With the perceptive bug at his disposal, winning a chicken dinner was a mere formality.
Zhang Lingling, glancing at Wang Yan's message, couldn't help but smile.
As a seasoned heartbreaker, managing such individuals was second nature to her.
After pondering for a moment,
she composed a response.
Wagwashan Fengsa Damo Monkey, sure, but I'm quite formidable too. My opponents are tough, can you really lead me to victory? Yan Di Fantian, of course. As long as you can hold your ground, just stay behind me. Wagwashan Fengsa Damo Monkey, really? I'm not so sure. How about we place a bet?
If you lead me to victory, I'll give you my social media account, if not, you'll send me a red envelope.
What do you say? As an adept heartbreaker, Zhang Lingling had successfully lured Wang Yan.
Upon receiving such a message from Xue Qingya, Wang Yan's grin widened.
What was this talk of a cold, aloof female CEO?
She was merely a dish at his table. Winning a chicken dinner was a simple task, this was merely the first step in conquering Xue Qingya.
Yan Di Fantian, then I'll consider your social media account a sure thing. But could you change your ID? It's a bit awkward to look at. Wagwashan Fengsa Damo Monkey, of course. I chose this name because those obnoxious men kept bothering me. Since you requested it, I will change it. 1 minute later.
Wagwashan Fengsa Damo Monkey became Not Eating Cilantro, Chicken Dinner Edition.
Yan Di Fantian, this name is much better, let us start the game. Wang Yan typically did not play such games.
He perceived mobile games and AAA titles as frivolous. To him, nothing could compare to real-life games. Thus, his skills were rather lackluster. Even with the perceptive skill enhancement, he found it challenging. He could only survive, and sometimes, upon spotting someone behind a wall,
he would rush in to engage, only to be met with defeat.
After 6 matches, he finally secured a chicken dinner.
Yan Di Fantian, my phone is a bit laggy, I couldn't kill anyone. Now, can you send me your WeChat ID? Not Eating Cilantro, Chicken Dinner Edition, sure, handsome.
Zhang Lingling had 3 WeChat accounts, one for school and home, one for outings, and one exclusively for romance.
Each account had a distinct style and its moments shared.
She sent her dedicated romantic WeChat ID.
Wang Yan, upon receiving Xue Qingya's WeChat ID, felt an overwhelming sense of triumph.
I knew it, as long as I have hands,
I'm good to go.
He hastily searched for her and sent a friend request. Wang Yan requests to add you as a friend. Zhang Lingling opted to restrict his access to her moments before approving the friend request.
Hua Can't Wake Up has accepted your friend request. Wang Yan, hello. I'm thrilled to add you as a friend. Hua Can't Wake Up, hee hee. You're really skilled at gaming, handsome. If it weren't for my phone lagging, we could VE16 chicken dinners.
Wang Yan, close enough,
We had 5, at least. Hua can't wake up, but we did make a bet. I gave you my WeChat ID, so where are my 5 red envelopes?
Hua can't wake up,
Just send whatever you feel is right, handsome. The amount doesn't matter, I just want your acknowledgement. She followed this with a heart emoji.
As a high-ranking heartbreaker, Zhang Lingling had Wang Yan completely charmed. The thought of the aloof CEO, Xue Qingya, speaking to him in such a manner made him chuckle. Xue Qingya surely wasn't lacking in wealth, it seemed she genuinely sought some acknowledgement, there was potential here. Although Xue Qingya was not short on money. He didn't want to appear stingy. If he sent too little, it would surely tarnish his image in her eyes.
After a moment of contemplation,
he decided to transfer 5 amounts of 18,888 directly to her. Zhang Lingling stared at the sum sent to her phone in disbelief. Though she was an experienced heartbreaker and frequently swindled wealthy heirs, receiving a nearly 100,000 red envelope from a wealthy heir during their first conversation was quite astonishing.
Truly, Chen Zhuo had not misled her. What a fantastic class president! This was indeed a divine class president.
Having not pursued Chen Zhuo and still being aware of her heartbreaker status, the shadow of that realization was instantly lifted at this moment. Zhang Lingling felt as though she could wake up smiling from a dream today. She adjusted her mood and sent a message.
Hua can't wake up, wow. I see your acknowledgement now. Next time you play, you must invite me. Wang Yan, consider it pocket money for you, if it's insufficient, just ask for more. Wang Yan sent this message with a smile. This was what it meant to be favored by fortune, to embody the domineering CEO.
Zhang Lingling responded with a thank you emoji made from her own photo. She then transferred the funds to her main WeChat account.
Remembering those who helped her,
she searched for Chen Zhuo among her WeChat friends. After all, this game account belonged to him, and he had full leverage over her. Therefore, she sent Chen Zhuo 50,000 yuan with a follow-up message.
Thank you for helping me find true love.
Chapter 68, Top-notch perspective. At this moment, Chen Zhuo was seated at the supermarket's cash register, simulating the newly launched membership system, while Jiang Qiuli obediently sat beside him, observing. Chen Zhuo had previously entrusted Jiang Qiuli with the operation of the supermarket's new membership system.
Thus, she was diligently studying the process.
In recent days, several students from Class 3 of Public Administration had already come to shop using their membership cards. Ding dong. As Chen Zhuo was reviewing the membership sales data, his phone vibrated. He had adjusted his phone's notification settings, so he usually did not receive alerts for ordinary messages. Puzzled, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and opened it. Zhang Lingling has initiated a transfer to you. Please check your account. What could this mean? He clicked on the chat with Zhang Lingling and saw her message. Thank you, class assistant, for helping me find true love.
He immediately understood.
Truly, she was a master of manipulation, her efficiency was remarkable.
Without hesitation,
he accepted the 50,000 yuan transferred by Zhang Lingling and replied, no need to thank me, keep up the good work.
Jiang Qiuli,
who had been looking at the computer screen, subconsciously shifted her gaze toward Chen Zhuo's phone as he began playing with it.
Upon seeing the string of zeros following the 5, she was taken aback.
Realizing that this transfer came from the very same Zhang Lingling, whom she had previously warned Chen Zhuo to avoid, her astonishment intensified. Her eyes widened like ping-pong balls.
What is going on? Driven by curiosity, she couldn't help but ask. Chen Zhuo chuckled and explained, do you know what a matchmaker is?
I introduced Zhang Lingling to someone, and this is her token of appreciation.
Ah?
Jiang Qiuli's mouth fell open, wide enough to fit a large duck egg.
Each word was familiar to her, yet when combined, they felt utterly foreign. Introducing someone. A 50,000 yuan gratitude fee. The key point was, they were merely university students.
Stunned for a moment, she finally managed to utter.
Does this line of work really pay so well? What's this? Are you interested in it?
Chen Zhuo asked with keen interest, observing Jiang Qiuli.
Given her character,
she typically would not inquire so deeply about mundane matters. Clearly, this time, the figure of 50,000 had truly struck a chord within her.
Jiang Qiuli nodded,
then shook her head.
What does this mean? Do you want to pursue it or not?
I do want to, but I don't know how, she admitted,
casting a glance at Chen Zhuo before looking down again. You wish to pursue it? That's simple.
The most important aspect of this line of work is networking. Next time, I'll take you along to mingle, Chen Zhuo suggested, stroking his chin.
This rationale was excellent. He could use this excuse to entice Jiang Qiuli back home during the next family gathering. He could also reap a bounty of red envelopes,
potentially amounting to several 100,000.
All right. Jiang Qiuli nodded obediently.
50,000 was far too much. She did not have such lofty ambitions. Earning 500 yuan in one go would suffice for her, enabling her and her mother to improve their living conditions significantly.
Meanwhile, Wang Yan,
having concluded his conversation with Xue Qingya, could hardly conceal the joy radiating from his face.
Humming a tune, he exited his room, feeling elated.
He resolved to seek some amusement, determined to sweep away the gloom of recent days. Now that everyone believed he was engaged in same-sex relationships,
he aimed to win over Xue Qingya to rectify his reputation.
At the Xue family residence, due to the arrival of Wang Yan's master, the head of the Xue family summoned all core family members and key figures from various branches.
Prior to divining for Xue Qingya,
Wang Yan's master had already read the fortunes of many present. They gathered in the hall on the first floor, discussing the family's future plans based on the master's predictions. As Wang Yan descended the stairs, humming, he cast a glance at the center of the hall and was rendered speechless.
To his horror,
he beheld a grotesque scene of white bones, bloody flesh, and ghastly, writhing blood vessels.
It was not just one, it was a multitude. This was a sight only seen in hell. As a feng shui master, Wang Yan had studied such knowledge. Could it be that his life was at stake? The thought sent his legs trembling, and he collapsed onto the ground.
The wooden stairs creaked loudly as his body collided with the floor,
drawing the attention of those in the hall. Isn't that Wang Yan's master? What's wrong with him? Wait, Wang Yan's master is in distress, hurry, help him down.
Several members of the Xue family rushed towards the stairs at once. In Wang Yan's eyes, the myriad bones and flesh were rapidly advancing toward him.
Ah! No!
I'm not ready to die, you've got the wrong person.
The terrifying visual onslaught overwhelmed him, and he could not hold back, urinating in his pants.
Quick! He has lost control, this is serious. Call the family doctor, and dial 120. Before he could even register this command, he lost consciousness.
Moments later, Wang Yan was loaded onto an ambulance.
At the supermarket, after reviewing the sales data, Chen Zhuo noted that with the support from Class 3 of Public Administration, sales figures improved daily. Moreover, information spread rapidly among university students. Many female students from Class 3 shared their experiences shopping at Qingning's supermarket using their membership cards on their social media platforms, crafting guide-like posts with photos and commentary. The male students, however, took a more straightforward approach, snapping a photo of their purchases and sharing it in their chat groups with exclamations like, "Wow! I bought this instant noodle for only 3 yuan with my membership card."
Meanwhile, it's selling for 3 yuan and 20 cents at the snack shop on the back street. What a steal!
As this information circulated within the university, many students inquired about the supermarket's membership program, but the staff deflected their questions with a response about internal testing, urging them to stay tuned.
However,
university students were often too embarrassed to leave empty-handed after inquiring, leading them to make purchases of varying sizes.
Consequently, the supermarket sales data continued to soar.
If this trend persisted, the official launch of the membership system, coupled with delivery services, promised significant potential. However, this also meant that the supermarket's layout required a comprehensive upgrade,
including staffing and uniforms. Uniforms?
Chen Zhuo paused, struck with inspiration. He suddenly recalled the uniforms from a certain cake shop. Turning to Jiang Qiuli, he pondered how to have her don stockings. It could be simply justified with 4 words: supermarket requirements. Clearing his throat, he stated, "The sales data over the past few days has been quite promising, but to formally launch the membership system, I plan to undertake a significant upgrade of the supermarket.
Inside and out. An upgrade?
Jiang Qiuli surveyed the supermarket, noting the disorganized arrangement of products, especially everyday items that sold well yet had no proper display space,
leading to clutter on the floor. She nodded in agreement. An upgrade was indeed necessary. All right, I will draft a plan immediately. As the person in charge of the membership program, you must lead the way in this effort.
Sure. Jiang Qiuli readily agreed without further thought.
Chapter 69, Exciting, Truly Exciting.
I'll reiterate the preliminary plan, please take note, Chen Zhuo said with utmost seriousness.
All right.
Jiang Qiuli was quick to get to work,
swiftly retrieving a notebook from the side and attentively gazing at Chen Zhuo. The first point concerns the supermarket's renovation and the arrangement of goods. We need to eliminate the current disarray and ideally infuse it with artistic flair. The second point is that since this is my major innovation project, we must incorporate some creative gimmicks. I intend to introduce an AI product recommendation system.
The third point involves upgrading the supermarket's brand. We also need to replace the existing staff and enhance their compensation. I plan to participate in the autumn recruitment at the university to hire a few recent graduates.
Additionally,
the uniforms for the supermarket employees must be standardized. Though these plans were spontaneously conceived by Chen Zhuo, they were not made haphazardly. His ambition was to outshine the other 3 supermarkets within Zhongjiang University, not to mention the large supermarket and snack shops on the street behind the school. He aimed to leverage existing resources to expand and strengthen the business. The Chen family was well versed in operating large-scale supermarkets, and acquiring resources that others found difficult to obtain was second nature to him. However, to gain greater support from his family, he might need to bring Jiang Qiuli back to visit.
All right, Jiang Qiuli earnestly noted everything Chen Zhuo said. A pen danced in her hand,
the nib gliding across the paper with a soft rustle. Her dark hair cascaded down, perfectly complementing her earnest expression.
In a coming-of-age romance film,
she would undoubtedly capture the heart of the male lead.
Upon finishing the last word, she looked up and inquired, "Is there anything I can do now?" I have plenty of free time."
Chen Zhuo glanced at her.
"Have you learned to lie?"
"You have classes to attend, a job at the supermarket.
And you need to care for your aunt at the hospital. How do you have so much free time?"
Jiang Qiuli awkwardly touched her nose, offering a weak explanation. "I do have some time. I've already completed many of my courses on my own, and at the hospital, I also have quite a bit of free time." "Those hours don't," Chen Zhuo began to say that they were not spent at the supermarket, but he suddenly recalled something and retracted his statement.
"Can you help me write a business plan?" he asked.
"The finals for the innovation and entrepreneurship competition are approaching, and the supermarket needs to upgrade its plans."
Previously,
he had always hired a specialized company for such tasks, but now, with Jiang Qiuli at hand, it was perfect to delegate this responsibility to her.
Besides, he could also increase her pay.
"All right." Jiang Qiuli nodded vigorously, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes.
"Very well, this task is entrusted to you," Chen Zhuo said, patting her shoulder earnestly. Meanwhile, at Zhongjiang City First Hospital, under the influence of Yi Fengqing's medication, Yi Fei was forcibly awakened. Strange, quite strange. There seems to be no issue, yet how did I fall into a coma?
Yi Fengqing gazed at the awakening Yi Fei, his expression bewildered. He had not discerned the cause of Yi Fei's condition. The medication he administered merely heightened the excitement of Yi Fei's nervous system, compelling him to awaken.
"Why did I fall asleep again?" Yi Fei groggily asked, rubbing his temples against the overwhelming drowsiness. "We're not sure. Your examination reports reveal no abnormalities.
And my pulse examination also indicated nothing unusual.
To be precise, your current state is simply sleep." "Am I truly sleeping?" "Impossible. How could a normal person sleep for 24 hours straight?"
The doctor beside him glanced at Yi Fei and muttered.
"Is it possible that you are not a normal person?" Yi Fei's nervous system was currently in a heightened state of excitement.
Thus, despite the whisper, he heard it clearly.
"What did you say?" Yi Fei retorted, feeling irritated as memories of Chen Zhuo, Jiang Qiuli,
and Li Yeye taking pictures together in a private home theater flashed through his mind. Why was Chen Zhuo living so freely while he spent his days either sleeping or in slumber? Now, he was even labeled as not a normal person in the hospital.
"I don't understand."
Cough, Shaoli, you may leave, as well as all of you. Step outside, the vice president, observing the situation, instructed the medical personnel to exit, leaving only Yi Fei, Yi Fengcheng, and the vice president in the room. The vice president then shifted the topic. Yi Fei. After our examinations, we can confirm you have no medical issues. Thus, we believe your symptoms may not be explainable by conventional medicine. Yi Fei was at a loss. With his sixth uncle present, the vice president had no reason to lie. This meant Chen Zhuo had not drugged him. If not through medical means, then how could it be explained? The vice president remained silent, and Yi Fengcheng coughed lightly, stating, "Perhaps your condition requires a more esoteric approach." Esoteric? Yes, esoteric. A master has recently arrived in Zhongjiang. Although I cannot locate him, I have heard that his disciple is at the Shui family. Once you feel better, I'll take you to meet his disciple, Yi Fengcheng said slowly. As a renowned medical expert, he was reluctant to utter these words. Yet he truly had no clue regarding Yi Fei's condition. There were absolutely no issues to identify. Other than the esoteric, he could not conceive another explanation. Let us not wait, let's go now. Yi Fei got out of bed. Although he still felt drowsy, his thirst for the truth propelled him forward. Very well. 10 minutes later, the vice president drove, with Yi Fei and Yi Fengcheng seated inside, exiting the underground parking lot and heading towards the entrance. Just as they were about to leave the hospital, an ambulance with flashing lights approached head-on. The two vehicles passed each other closely. Master Yi. It's not that we wish to deny you the opportunity to meet Master Wang Yan. He has unfortunately encountered a slight mishap and is currently unavailable for visitors. The head of the Shui family conveyed half an hour later to Yi Fengcheng and the others. Once Master Wang Yan returns, I will inform you immediately so you can come back, the Shui family had assured them, not disclosing the incident involving Wang Yan's breakdown. Such serious matters must remain confidential. He had already issued orders that everyone present must not utter a word. His sincerity was evident, leaving Yi Fengcheng no choice but to refrain from further inquiries. Reluctantly, he led Yi Fei away. We can only continue to observe for now. I will be in Zhongjiang for the next few days. If your condition persists, I will report back to the family, Yi Fengcheng said, feeling helpless regarding Yi Fei's situation. Ding! The son of fortune Yi Fei is extremely distressed. Your next wish time will be shortened by 8 hours. Upon returning home, Yi Fei could no longer withstand the intense drowsiness and collapsed into sleep. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo sat in a chair, tablet in hand, selecting the supermarket uniforms. Jiang Xiuli sat beside him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Xiuli, what do you think of this maid outfit? It embodies our supermarket's commitment to customer service. Chapter 70, A Serious Deception as Night Fell. Yi Fei finally awoke from his slumber, feeling quite comfortable. However, he had not eaten for over 40 hours, and his stomach growled with hunger. The pressing concern was whether he would unexpectedly fall back into a deep sleep again. After awakening, he indulged in a hearty meal and then sat on his bed, awaiting the onset of drowsiness. Unexpectedly, that overwhelming fatigue did not arrive. Instead, after sleeping for over 40 hours, he felt invigorated. Unable to find rest, he turned his mind to the class team building event and opened the class group to peruse the messages. Following the previous lively discussions, the group had fallen silent once more, with few new notifications. He scoured the group album repeatedly, uncovering only a large group photo and a snapshot of Chen Zhuo with the two female leads, without any trace of the three of them together. The events of that day remained a mystery to him, but one thing was clear: due to this missed engagement, his reputation and image within the class had plummeted. All his previous efforts had been in vain. If he could uncover who had caused his unconsciousness, he would strike back decisively. With his image tarnished in everyone's eyes, it would be even more challenging to regain the favor of Jiang Xiuli and Li Yaya. What should he do next? Yi Fei fell into deep contemplation. The last time he delivered fruit to the dormitory matrons, Chen Zhuo had promised to promote him. Now he had fallen silent. This rascal was clearly toying with him. A sudden recollection struck him: Chen Zhuo intended to promote him as one of the top 10 influential figures on campus. An idea began to form in his mind. It was high time to restore his image.
This promotion would serve as an excellent opportunity for redemption.
Once the promotion concluded, he would, like Chen Zhuo,
invite the entire class to partake in a new team-building event, thus counteracting the negative impact of the previous incident. Yes, that was the plan.
Yifei spent 6 hours reflecting on everything that had transpired before and after his rebirth. Finally, he managed to untangle the events.
He resolved to adopt a new strategy to deal with Chen Zhuo.
That night, he could not find sleep. The following morning, he returned to school, making his way to Chen Zhuo's supermarket. Inside the supermarket, after multiple discussions over the past couple of days, the autumn and winter work uniform plan had finally been finalized. It consisted of a rather conservative JK autumn uniform, a white shirt, a deep blue bow tie, a deep blue JK skirt, black tights, and black leather shoes.
An outer coat of dark blue wool would complement the ensemble, transitioning into a long dark blue down jacket for winter. From a distance, it resembled a bank uniform.
Although it was regrettable that he could not persuade Jiang Qiuli to choose stockings, her height and well-proportioned figure, especially her legs, were commendable.
Due to long-term nutritional deficiencies,
they were quite slender but still within a normal range, resembling the idealized legs of a comic character. Wearing this uniform, she would undoubtedly look stunning.
Let's settle on this, Chen Zhuo declared, indicating the uniform on the tablet.
Jiang Qiuli, seated beside him, shook her head.
What is it?
I changed your outfit from bare legs to tights.
You wouldn't still consider it revealing, would you?
No, it's just that this outfit must be quite expensive. I can't afford it, Jiang Qiuli replied, lowering her gaze. 5 years ago, her family had been quite affluent, and she had been one of the most fashionable among her peers. Over the years, her attire had simplified, becoming utilitarian. She even felt apprehensive about appearing too well dressed in front of others. Yet, fear did not equate to a lack of desire.
What girl does not cherish beauty or wish to receive compliments? Jiang Qiuli was no different.
She longed for the outfit displayed on the tablet. But with a coat and down jacket, it was undoubtedly beyond her means. Even if she were to receive a salary, she would hesitate to spend it on such luxuries.
Wait, when did I say you had to buy it?
This is the supermarket's employee uniform, and of course, I will cover the cost, Chen Zhuo asserted.
Noticing Jiang Qiuli's yearning for the outfit, he was also eager to see her in it.
However, Jiang Qiuli remained hesitant.
Enough of the hesitation.
Let me make it clear, this is the supermarket's uniform, and if you ever leave your position, I will reclaim it, Chen Zhuo said with earnest intent.
Moreover,
this is part of the supermarket's upgrade. You must cooperate well so as not to hinder the progress. All right, Jiang Qiuli replied obediently, nodding her head.
Chen Zhuo,
I must apologize for the last class team building event. I truly do not know what happened.
I accidentally overslept.
Just then, a male voice approached from the supermarket entrance.
Growing nearer,
Chen Zhuo looked up, astonished to see Yifei, the fortunate one, whom he had not seen in 2 days.
Isn't that Yifei, the class monitor? Chen Zhuo exclaimed, standing up enthusiastically.
You see, you needn't worry about the last event. I know exactly what happened.
Surely, it was due to your recent accident.
Having just been discharged from the hospital, you must be recuperating, hence needing ample rest. As for the class team building, your absence was inconsequential. Everyone had a great time. Your primary focus now should be on restoring your health. Faced with Chen Zhuo's sardonic remarks, Yifei found no opportunity to counter. He had no choice but to redirect the conversation to his purpose for the day. Well, after these 2 days of sleep, my health has improved considerably.
This is what we discussed last time, the promotion of notable achievements.
I have prepared the materials. Here, take a look. Chen Zhuo paused, momentarily taken aback, as he realized he had almost forgotten about the task in light of their recent revelry. However, given the fallout from the class event, Yifei's reputation had plummeted to an all-time low. If this promotion were to proceed, Yifei might as well resign from the class.
Oh, that matter?
The counselor Wang has already arranged everything. We are simply awaiting your materials, Chen Zhuo said, his smile genuine and radiant. Then I shall deliver the prepared materials directly to Counselor Wang, Yifei stated, feeling uneasy under Chen Zhuo's cheerful demeanor.
He resolved to circumvent Chen Zhuo and prevent any interference, curious to see what he might concoct.
Very well, proceed to deliver the materials. He should be in his office at this hour, Chen Zhuo replied without hesitation.
Yi Fei took his leave, which conveniently relieved Chen Zhuo of any responsibility. Afterward,
he turned to Jiang Qiuli. Let us go. According to yesterday's plan, we will visit various supermarkets outside the campus today to conduct market research.
Jiang Qiuli nodded in agreement.
Okay. Her mother had been in particularly good spirits recently, already able to walk about. The doctor had advised her to engage in more physical activity to prevent further muscle atrophy. After Chen Zhuo had spoken with her yesterday, she had asked a nurse at the hospital to assist with delivering a meal. She planned to visit the hospital again that evening. Just as Yi Fei prepared to turn toward the administration building, he caught wind of Chen Zhuo's words, halting in his tracks.
Wait. Where did you just say you were going? Chapter 71, Being the Villain is Truly Sinister.
My supermarket is due for an upgrade. I must venture out to survey other supermarkets and small shops.
What's the matter?
Chen Zhuo feigned a look of confusion. In truth, he had asked this on purpose, with a rather simple motive, to make Yi Fei a third wheel, observing the affection between himself and Jiang Qiuli, which would surely infuriate Yi Fei.
In the end,
he would relish the benefits of the cooling down period, feeling quite pleased with himself.
Can I come along? Yi Fei asked awkwardly. Bring you along? Why?
Chen Zhuo anticipated Yi Fei's reaction but still maintained a facade of curiosity. Well, I've been thinking about opening a supermarket for my father back in our hometown.
But I've been unsure about the process.
So, I'd like to accompany you to see how it's done, Yi Fei hastily concocted an excuse.
I see. That's fine then.
Let us go together, Chen Zhuo replied, taking Jiang Qiuli's hand as he spoke.
Hey! Jiang Qiuli attempted to pull away.
But Chen Zhuo's grip was too strong for her to escape. She had no choice but to let him lead her outside the supermarket. Yi Fei watched the scene unfold,
his teeth grinding in frustration.
It had only been 2 days since he last witnessed such a scene, back when the female lead had been Li Yeye. As he observed their departing figures, a wave of self-doubt washed over him.
Was it true that women preferred such direct approaches? Had his previous methods been flawed?
He resolved that next time he had the chance, he would test this theory with a girl, to see if it held any truth. Chen Zhuo arrived at the back door of the supermarket with Jiang Qiuli.
Since our destination is rather scattered today and some places are inaccessible by car, we'll be riding electric bikes. Will you lead, or shall I? He casually suggested to Jiang Qiuli.
I'll lead then, Jiang Qiuli hesitated before answering.
Yi Fei, who had been trailing behind, was taken aback. Wait, aren't you going to drive?
Chen Zhuo shot him a glance.
I never said we were driving. Apologies.
But this electric bike can only accommodate 2 people, so Yi Fei couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Chen Zhuo, as the villain, was truly devious. However, if he thought to use this excuse to prevent Yi Fei from joining them, he had miscalculated.
Never mind, I can borrow an electric bike. Ah. Then hurry and borrow one. Jiang Qiuli and I will wait here for you.
You can ride over and join us soon. Chen Zhuo's smile was more pronounced than ever,
as if he were struggling to contain his amusement.
Yi Fei had held back his frustration long enough and finally confronted them. Why does Jiang Qiuli have to ride with you?
Wait, when did Jiang Qiuli ride with me?
I am the one riding with Jiang Qiuli, Chen Zhuo countered,
effortlessly dismantling Yi Fei's arguments.
Yi Fei was left speechless.
What could he say?
To voice a complaint about riding with Jiang Qiuli would be tantamount to revealing his own foolishness.
Enough, hurry and borrow the bike.
We're pressed for time. We're about to leave, Chen Zhuo urged. Jiang Qiuli shared his impatience. She already disliked Yi Fei and was annoyed by his presence. The added weight for him only soured her mood further. Yi Fei understood that if he continued to question them, he might lose his chance to go altogether. If that happened, Chen Zhuo and Jiang Qiuli could ride off on their electric bike, who knows where, possibly into some romantic escapade. He already regretted the class outing. If he missed this chance, he would surely be consumed by regret.
Fine, I'll just ride along. Resolving this in his mind, he quickly set off to borrow a bike.
Once Yi Fei vanished from sight, Chen Zhuo turned to Jiang Qiuli.
Let us go. Ha! Zhang Qiuli was taken aback. Weren't we supposed to wait for him?
I only said that casually. Who would waste their time waiting for him? Zhang Qiuli was left speechless as she mounted the electric bike, pulling out the key and inserting it into the ignition.
Zhang Qiuli, you've gone astray.
Chen Zhuo chuckled as he settled onto the back seat, wrapping his arms around her slender waist to ensure he wouldn't fall off.
Let us go. Zhang Qiuli laughed as she revved the electric bike, heading towards the school. The gentle autumn sun poured down upon them,
casting a warm glow over the expansive asphalt road beside the school's protective river, creating a picturesque scene of youthful romance. Meanwhile, after leaving the supermarket,
Yifei pulled out his phone and inquired among several male classmates about borrowing an electric bike.
The responses he received were all negative.
One even mockingly replying with a red exclamation mark. With no other options, he began to ask the female classmates. They all responded, but none agreed, politely declining his requests.
Fine, so this is how you choose to play it, Yifei seethed as he glared at his phone.
Ultimately, he managed to borrow a motorcycle from a wealthy classmate in the student council.
Half an hour later, as he rode up to the back of the supermarket, he found it deserted, with no sign of Chen Zhuo or Zhang Qiuli. He dialed Chen Zhuo's WeChat number.
At that moment,
Chen Zhuo was leisurely browsing inside a Today convenience store with Zhang Qiuli. His family owned a supermarket, so upgrading their own was simply a matter of borrowing a professional from the family. He had brought Zhang Qiuli out under the pretense of a survey, but in reality,
he intended to enjoy a delightful outing, perhaps sampling some treats from the nearby snack street.
Ah, just as I expected, you called, he remarked as he answered the phone.
Yifei's voice ringing through.
Wait, you guys left already? I thought you weren't coming since I hadn't heard from you in half an hour.
Okay. Where are you now? I'll come find you. We're at the Today convenience store on the back street of the school.
Hurry over.
5 minutes later, the roar of the motorcycle echoed at the entrance of the convenience store.
This modified machine produced a notably loud sound, drawing curious glances from the crowd around the store.
Who is this ridiculous yellow-haired fool?
Zhang Qiuli flinched at the sudden noise and instinctively stepped behind Chen Zhuo, clutching the fabric of his shirt.
Don't worry.
That's just Yifei, Chen Zhuo reassured her, patting her hand gently.
Zhang Qiuli finally relaxed.
This was a psychological response stemming from a past trauma. She reacted with fear to any sudden, strange noises.
As Yifei entered, removing his helmet,
he was relieved to see Chen Zhuo and Zhang Qiuli merely browsing the convenience store. Sorry, I ran into a little trouble and arrived late.
Upon spotting Yifei, Zhang Qiuli retreated behind Chen Zhuo once more.
The earlier noise had deepened her disdain for him.
It's fine, we're just taking a look.
If you want to see, just follow us, Chen Zhuo offered casually before turning to Zhang Qiuli.
Look at these breakfast options at the entrance.
We can optimize them for our supermarket so that our classmates can also enjoy delicious breakfasts.
Take a good look, and if it's feasible,
you can take charge of the breakfast task. Alright, Zhang Qiuli nodded obediently, her eyes fixed on the array of breakfast items in the display case.
A new idea blooming in her mind.
Continuing his exploration, Chen Zhuo stumbled upon a new frontier. He inquired of the store attendant.
Have you always had these scratch-off lottery tickets?
Indeed, sir.
Would you like to try your luck?
Absolutely, I must give it a go.
A brilliant wishful scheme began to take shape in Chen Zhuo's mind.
Chapter 72, Yifei, the fool is actually myself.
Do you wish to scratch off a lottery ticket?
Chen Zhuo inquired of Zhang Qiuli.
No, I wouldn't.
It's too expensive, Zhang Qiuli replied,
glancing at the amount in the corner of the scratch-off ticket, which cost 50.
Well then, I'll take a chance. I have an itch to scratch. So cheer me on from the sidelines, Chen Zhuo declared, casually selecting a ticket from the 50 yuan batch.
Generally speaking,
if one were to scratch an entire book of tickets without any significant prizes, one might recover half the cost. It serves as mere entertainment.
Relying on this for profit is akin to gambling, or rather, it is gambling.
Chen Zhuo had dabbled in this pastime before, often indulging after a session at the internet CAF, purchasing a 10 yuan ticket to test his luck, yet seldom winning.
Most wins were merely breaking even. providing a bit of amusement.
He retrieved a small card designed for scratching from a nearby box.
Alright, I'm about to begin. If I win, I shall treat you to a feast at the snack street afterward. Jiang Qiuli hesitated, wanting to decline, but eventually nodded.
She did not wish to dampen Chen Zhuo's enthusiasm, and she was aware that winning such scratch-offs was exceedingly rare.
Yi Fei observed from the side,
looking at Chen Zhuo as if he were a simpleton.
Is this truly the ruthless villain he once knew? How could he be here, engaged in such frivolity? Even a fool understands that the odds of winning are minuscule.
Watch closely, I'm about to scratch, Chen Zhuo said, drawing Jiang Qiuli's attention.
He began to scratch slowly, one by one.
His intention was straightforward, winning was secondary. He aimed to immerse Jiang Qiuli in the atmosphere through this first ticket.
Many professional casinos are designed meticulously to create an environment that compels gamblers to continue wagering.
The first game yielded no win.
On to the second, he continued. The second also bore no fruit, leaving only the final ticket, which must be a winner. What a shame. The winning number is 27.
And the grand prize is 26, just one number off. Chen Zhuo mused aloud, his speech rhythmic, akin to guiding a child, controlling the ambience. If he were a dealer, he would undoubtedly be a master. Jiang Qiuli stood beside him, absorbed in his rhythm. Yi Fei, standing in the back, could not suppress a chuckle.
He was bewildered. How could such a fool have bested him in his past life? Just one number away from winning, wasn't this the behavior of a lowly gambler lacking common sense? Ignoring Yi Fei's laughter, Chen Zhuo turned to the clerk.
Please give me another ticket, I am certain I will win.
Don't bother, the chances are slim,
she cautioned as he picked up another ticket. At that moment, Jiang Qiuli grasped his sleeve. A smile crept onto Chen Zhuo's lips, she had taken the bait.
I've already taken this one. What if someone else wins if I don't scratch it? He offered as a rationale. But the odds are very low.
Jiang Qiuli insisted earnestly. I read that the odds are around 30 to 40%, which isn't low. Besides, we were close just now. It must be my luck that faltered, he continued, pausing for a moment. How about this? I watched a video online where two people intertwined their fingers, effectively combining their luck, significantly increasing the chances of winning. Let us scratch this one together, if we don't win, I'll stop.
Jiang Qiuli pondered.
Before she could respond, Chen Zhuo intertwined his left hand with her left, then extended his right hand to grasp the scratching card, preparing to begin. Jiang Qiuli hesitated but did not resist. Yi Fei, standing behind, was infuriated. He had thought Chen Zhuo a jester, yet it turned out the true fool was he himself. Alright, I'm about to start scratching, Chen Zhuo announced, simultaneously calling upon the system within his mind.
System, I wish to make a wish.
My desire is to attain tenfold fortune.
Ding. The system detects that this wish is within the realm of possibility. Ding.
The wish is in the process of being fulfilled, please wait.
Ding. You have obtained tenfold luck.
The system detects that your current opponent, the protagonist, is the child of fortune, Yi Fei. Yi Fei gains tenfold critical hits, and he will receive 100-fold fortune. The fulfillment of his wish might require some time. Therefore, Chen Zhuo refrained from immediately scratching off the coating and spoke to Jiang Qiuli. This ticket is for both of us, if we win, I shall share half the prize with you.
Jiang Qiuli shook her head. No, this is your ticket. I cannot accept any of it.
Even though I purchased it, I borrowed your luck. If we win, sharing half is only fair, he insisted earnestly. Jiang Qiuli contemplated his reasoning, glancing at their intertwined fingers, and eventually nodded.
All right. I shall begin.
With the small card in hand, Chen Zhuo scratched off the first game's coating.
300 symbols appeared on the ticket. Congratulations! You've won 100 on the first game. The female clerk exclaimed. Ha ha! I knew it. Our intertwined fingers would surely bring us luck. Chen Zhuo beamed. Really? We actually won? Jiang Qiuli's eyes sparkled with surprise. They had indeed won. Indeed.
The power of your love is truly formidable, you've won 300 on the first game. It seems there may be more wins to come. The clerk congratulated them again.
Jiang Qiuli's cheeks flushed crimson.
She sought to retort, but Chen Zhuo, as if oblivious, had already begun scratching the second game.
Yi Fei,
standing at the back, was seething with rage. He felt as though he could spit blood. Had it not been for the psychological trauma inflicted by Chen Zhuo in his previous life, he would have already confronted him. Unfortunately, he dared not face Chen Zhuo directly. What further infuriated him was that Jiang Qiuli offered no resistance. She hadn't even uttered a word of refusal.
What could this mean? As he hesitated,
Chen Zhuo scratched off the second game.
Congratulations!
You have 2 matching symbols.
The prize is 200, bringing your total to 500. Chen Zhuo smiled slightly.
This scratch-off was indeed a scam. Even with tenfold luck, they had only won a paltry sum.
At that moment,
Jiang Qiuli's gaze was fixed on the third game as coding, unmoving. Logic dictated that winning was a rare occurrence, yet emotions often prevailed. She was eager to discover just how much this scratch-off could yield.
Chapter 73, Am I also a part of your game?
The third scratch-off game was unveiled by Chen Zhuo. This game involved matching numbers. If the numbers below matched the winning number, a corresponding prize could be claimed. Chen Zhuo scratched off the winning number, which was 08, and the entire reveal area displayed 08 as well.
A complete win.
The third game was a total success. Jiang Qiuli, held by Chen Zhuo's left hand, covered her mouth with her right hand in astonishment. The thrill of winning was truly exhilarating.
Congratulations!
This scratch-off ticket has won a total of 800, the female attendant exclaimed. While the numbers in the third game were all winners. The prize amounts beneath each number were modest 10, 20, and at most 50. With her keen eye, the attendant quickly calculated the total win of 800. The second scratch-off ticket won 800. The power of your love is truly remarkable. May your affection blossom, and may fortune grace you every day. The attendant's words were sweet, yet some statements, much like chocolate, can be harmless to one but fatal to another.
Chen Zhuo beamed,
while Jiang Qiuli shyly lowered her gaze, neither confirming nor denying the compliment. Meanwhile, Yi Fei, standing behind them, felt his heart rate spike, nearly choking on his irritation.
However,
Jiang Qiuli offered no objections, leaving him at a loss on how to intervene. It was a situation where neither advancing nor retreating seemed feasible.
Chen Zhuo picked up the winning ticket and turned to Jiang Qiuli, inquiring, "Shall we continue scratching?"
Jiang Qiuli shook her head. "No, let us not."
"Can you please let go of my hand? It's too tight."
Chen Zhuo laughed heartily and released her grip.
Remarkably,
Jiang Qiuli refrained from directly demanding he release her hand, instead opting for a gentler approach, citing discomfort. This added an intriguing layer to their interaction.
"All right," Chen Zhuo said,
handing the ticket to the attendant to claim his prize. After scanning it, she returned a few bills.
Chen Zhuo took 4 of them and tucked them into Jiang Qiuli's pocket.
"Here, your luck earned this." "No, I can't accept this, you purchased it," she protested, retrieving the 400 from her pocket.
Didn't we agree that if you were untrustworthy, I might have to visit the hospital?"
Chen Zhuo jested, pushing the 400 back towards her. This time, Jiang Qiuli did not dare refuse. She merely extracted 2 bills. "For the cafeteria, fruits, and the packed meal," she murmured. Chen Zhuo momentarily paused, realizing he had forgotten those details, while Jiang Qiuli remembered them vividly.
However, he was resolute in not returning the money. "I don't want it. This is prize money. If you take it, our fortune will diminish.
Just repay me when you get your salary," he casually fabricated a mystical rationale. Although it was rather far-fetched, it proved effective. Most rational individuals would avoid tempting fate. Ultimately, Jiang Qiuli contemplated and accepted the money. With the remaining cash in hand, Chen Zhuo wore a grin that was almost impossible to suppress. Those familiar with him understood that such a smile often indicated impending misfortune for someone deemed unlucky. He turned to Yi Fei, "Class leader Yi, would you like to try your luck at scratch-off tickets? I accidentally won 800, why not give it a shot?" Yi Fei was seething with frustration. Faced with Chen Zhuo's invitation, his smile was insincere. "No thanks, I'm not lucky." After uttering this, he internally cursed himself for being foolish. Winning 800 was already a stroke of good fortune. The odds of winning again were minuscule, essentially zero.
Why would he waste money on another ticket? Observing Yifei's vivid expression, Chen Zhuo nodded, I see.
He then turned back to Jiang Qiuli.
It's been ages since I won a significant prize. With you here, my luck is exceptional. I'll buy a few more tickets. This time, you choose for me. As he spoke, he handed the remaining money to the attendant. No, don't buy any more.
Jiang Qiuli urged, witnessing Chen Zhuo's exuberance.
It's fine. It's all profit. Besides, you still have 400. If I lose everything, you can treat me to a meal later. All right, Jiang Qiuli relented. Stepping forward to select two $20 tickets and one $10 ticket from the display.
Done, Chen Zhuo said as he accepted the 3 scratch-offs from the attendant, ready to begin. The first ticket was the $10 one, which also involved matching numbers.
The winning number was 01.
As Chen Zhuo scratched, a matching 01 appeared, revealing a prize of 100.
Wow! Your luck is phenomenal. Another 100. I'm starting to believe in love again. The attendant exclaimed, clearly relishing her role in creating an uplifting atmosphere. Jiang Qiuli's eyes widened in amazement, sparkling with excitement. Is it really this easy to win with scratch-offs? Continuing with the two $20 tickets.
One yielded a mere 20, just enough to break even, while the other brought in a staggering $200.
Wow, Qiuli, you truly are my lucky star. Next time something like this happens, I'll definitely bring you along.
Chen Zhuo exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. Jiang Qiuli wanted to caution him that such games were unreliable for making money, but the evidence before her was irrefutable. Meanwhile, Yifei stood in the background, on the verge of exploding with frustration. Was this truly the scratch-off experience he understood? The speed at which Chen Zhuo was winning felt almost charitable. To him, even a couple of hundred was insignificant. If he found it on the ground, he wouldn't even bother to pick it up. What irked him most was Jiang Qiuli's ever-brightening smile, her gaze toward Chen Zhuo sparkling with admiration.
Just as he contemplated his next move,
he heard Chen Zhuo addressing him again.
Class leader Yi, would you like to help me pick a few more tickets? I mean, since we still have 250 left.
Feeling the sting of being called a fool, Yifei's fists clenched tightly,
teetering on the edge of losing his last shred of composure to deliver a punch. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of Chen Zhuo's sentence, he relaxed his grip.
Wait a moment, Chen Zhuo was asking him to help choose scratch-offs.
What a fortunate turn of events.
He smiled, a genuine smile, not a forced one.
Absolutely.
He approached the counter,
eyeing the displayed scratch-offs. How many should I select?
Chen Zhuo, stifling a laugh at Yifei's eagerness, replied, choose as you wish, you can select all of them.
With this encouragement, Yifei's spirits soared. ISNT 250 a bit low? I'd like to select a few more.
Chen Zhuo nodded in agreement.
It is a bit low.
With that, he took out his phone and scanned 1,000.
Now, this should suffice. Feel free to pick as many as you want. Chapter 74, Why Are You Silent? Do you not like it?
As Chen Zhuo tossed another 1,000 yuan, Yifei's grin widened.
Excellent, excellent. So, we're free to buy at will?
His gaze fell upon a stack of 50 yuan scratch cards. Just moments ago, Chen Zhuo had purchased one that yielded an 800 yuan prize. Based on his understanding, if such a substantial reward had been claimed from that stack, the remaining cards were unlikely to contain any significant prizes.
Not to mention, even minor wins would be hard to come by. With over 1,000 yuan at stake, he was confident he could afford to lose it all.
Pointing to the stack of 50 yuan scratch cards, he instructed the clerk, let's start with one of these. The clerk retrieved a card and placed it on the counter.
Chen Zhuo smiled and said, since you chose it, go ahead and scratch it. Let us see how lucky you are today. Yifei made no objections,
picking up the plastic scraper to begin.
How lucky could he possibly be?
His luck had been abysmal lately.
Moreover, even if fortune smiled upon him,
this stack of scratch cards would not yield a grand prize. Before long, he had scratched the first card clean.
Glancing at the game rules,
he discovered he had 150.
What on earth? How is it possible to break even?
My luck shouldn't be this favorable.
Confounded.
He asked the clerk for another card. I'll take another of these, I'll cough if I scratch something else. He was convinced that since 1,800 yuan prize had already been claimed from this batch, the remaining cards would surely be devoid of any rewards.
Upon receiving the second card,
he hastily scratched it open. None of the numbers matched, but there was a symbol in the center.
Good fortune.
It was a hidden prize.
By revealing this symbol, he could claim 1,000 yuan.
The clerk glanced over, astonished.
This is incredible.
Yi Fei felt his teeth grind in disbelief.
How could there be so many prizes in this scratch card game? Was this even normal?
I'll take 5 more of these,
he exclaimed through clenched teeth.
Chen Zhuo observed Yi Fei's exasperation, which he struggled to suppress. He reached out and gently tapped the counter with his finger. Let us get 10 cards.
5 isn't enough for my classmate.
Thus, the clerk brought out 10 more cards.
Yi Fei remained silent, focused solely on scratching. Oh wow, another win. This one is worth 80. This one is 200. This one is 50. This one is 2,000.
The more he scratched, the more exhilarated he became, and the quicker he scratched. The clerk, equally excited, matched his pace, announcing the winnings with increasing fervor.
Customers gathered around, drawn in by the electrifying atmosphere.
Yi Fei's eyes glistened with disbelief. He suspected he had been unknowingly fed some sort of luck potion while he was unconscious.
Otherwise, how could his luck be so extraordinary today?
Every single card he scratched was yielding at least a break-even result. As he reached the final card, his hands began to tremble.
Could it be that every single scratch card was a winner?
Fueled by a potent mix of anticipation and reluctance, he peeled back the coating of the last card. The winning number was 12, with a multiplier of 38.
In the prize area, he found a 38,
beneath which lay the astonishing number of 40,000.
This meant he had won 80,000. Third prize, and 80,000 yuan third prize.
The clerk exclaimed. She had worked at this convenience store for 5 years, selling scratch cards, yet this was her first encounter with such an extraordinary situation.
Not just her,
but all lottery retailers across the nation had likely never witnessed such a method of winning.
Wow! Yi Fei, it's all you.
While Jiang Qiuli and I combined only won 800, you alone have won 80,000.
You are 100 times luckier than us, truly remarkable. Chen Zhuo beamed,
patting Yi Fei on the shoulder while reclaiming the scratch cards Yi Fei had just revealed.
Yi Fei felt utterly numb.
His anger was beyond words. His expression mirrored that of Tom Cat, holding a book, visibly perturbed. With every scratch card yielding a prize, and the highest being 80,000 for third prize.
He was convinced these must be counterfeit tickets. Thank you, thank you. If I ever have another opportunity like this, I'll invite you to help me scratch. Chen Zhuo, seizing the moment, continued, why are you so quiet? Is it too overwhelming to win such a grand prize?
The clerk chimed in, you need not be overly excited. It's merely a third prize.
Our 50 yuan scratch cards have a first prize of 1 million.
Chen Zhuo patted Yi Fei's shoulder again, following the clerk's words. Indeed, class leader Yi Fei, if you wish to challenge the first prize, I'll continue buying, and you can keep scratching.
We'll have a delightful collaboration. A collaboration with you? If it weren't for the innate restraint of the child of fortune, I would have lost it by now. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he forced a smile.
I won't scratch anymore, having won a third prize is quite satisfactory.
Not scratching anymore?
Very well,
Chen Zhuo nodded, feigning disappointment as he addressed the clerk. Let us redeem the prize. After deducting the costs, the total came to 8,700 yuan.
This 80,000 yuan ticket cannot be redeemed here, you'll need to go to the central office.
Understood.
Alipay notification, 8,700 yuan, Yi Fei seethed at the sound of Chen Zhuo's phone notification. All that money was rightfully his. Chen Zhuo then turned to Jiang Qiuli beside him.
Thus concludes our excursion for today. Let us head out. Class leader Yi Fei, weren't you here to inspect the supermarket? You can continue your inspection, we're leaving now.
With that, they walked towards the exit.
with Jiang Qiuli trailing behind Chen Zhuo like a little kitten, never falling behind.
Excuse me, sir, please wait a moment. Just as Chen Zhuo was about to exit the convenience store, the clerk called out to him.
What is it? Chen Zhuo turned around. Given the rarity of today's winning situation, we'd like to take a photo for promotional purposes. If you agree, we'll give you 2 additional 50 yuan scratch cards. Chen Zhuo glanced at Jiang Qiuli, asking nonchalantly, what do you think? Jiang Qiuli nodded.
Under the manager's direction, Chen Zhuo held the scratch card with the 80,000 yuan prize. While Jiang Qiuli clutched the stack of redeemed cards, and Yifei stood by with his hands in his pockets. The trio posed for a photo alongside the store's sign.
Classmate, smile. Smile. The staff member in charge of photography urged Yifei. Chen Zhuo turned to Yifei, whose expression resembled that of a sour lemon, and curiously asked, Class leader Yifei, why aren't you smiling? Yifei. Ultimately,
Yifei managed to muster a radiant smile akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. The shutter clicked, capturing the first photo of the child of fortune, the antagonist,
and the heroine together. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, Yifei appeared to be the villain,
while Chen Zhuo and Jiang Qiuli resembled the quintessential male and female leads.
Thank you.
We shall return to your store for more scratch cards next time. Chen Zhuo politely accepted 2 new scratch cards from the manager. He then turned to Yifei, class leader Yifei, we're off.
Next time we buy lottery tickets, you must come along, your luck is unparalleled. Chapter 75, a humor that can kill without compensation. Wait. Where are you all going?
Yifei was nearly choked with rage at Chen Zhuo's nonchalance. Yet, the innate forbearance of the fated one resurfaced. A moment's anger could ruin a grand scheme.
He could not allow Jiang Qiuli to be taken away by Chen Zhuo.
Chen Zhuo glanced at him casually and replied, at this hour, of course.
We are heading out for a meal. Why? Am I not entitled to dine as well?
You can go eat if you wish, I'm not a food vendor.
Chen Zhuo's dark humor provoked a chuckle from Jiang Qiuli, who couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Yifei, infuriated, managed to suppress his emotions and asked.
What I meant was, may I join you for your meal?
Chen Zhuo shook his head. No, we're on a work-related lunch. You aren't an employee of the supermarket, so you won't have your meal covered.
Perhaps next time. With that, he took Jiang Qiuli by the hand and hopped onto an electric scooter.
Jiang Qiuli had been eager to leave, and with a twist of the throttle, they vanished down the street.
Damn it.
Yifei returned to the shop, donned his helmet, and contemplated chasing after them. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was besieged by the group of onlookers from earlier.
Hey, brother, buy me a ticket too. Yifei coldly retorted, no. He had no interest in the lottery.
The first prize was merely 1 million, hardly enough to purchase a vehicle. Had it not been for Chen Zhuo suggesting the scratch-off tickets, he wouldn't have glanced at them at all.
Don't be so hasty in your refusal. Help me buy one, and if I win, I'll treat you to a meal.
Exactly, if you win 80,000, they won't treat you, but I will.
Just help me scratch the ticket, and I'll take you out. Get lost.
These words only fueled his anger further. In a fit of rage, he shoved the crowd away.
Hey! If you want to help us scratch, why resort to violence? It's not like they took the girl away from you. Isn't it said that guys with yellow hair are surrounded by girls? Why is this one just a sycophant? Beep.
The system detects that the fated one, Yifei, is infuriated to the point of smoke coming from his 7 orifices. The intensity of his emotions has reached its zenith. Your next wish will be directly refreshed. Afterward, Jiang Qiuli and Chen Zhuo arrived at the snack street behind the school. In the evening, the place buzzed with stalls and throngs of people.
However, at noon,
the primary businesses were the shops lining the street.
When Chen Zhuo heard the system's prompt, he was taken aback. Could it be that this fated one was truly on the brink of exploding from anger?
Chen Zhuo and Jiang Qiuli settled at a fast food restaurant. While waiting for their meals, Chen Zhuo slipped the 2 scratch-off tickets from the convenience store, along with the one that had won 80,000, into Jiang Qiuli's pocket. He didn't need the 80,000, but she certainly did.
I don't want it.
Jiang Qiuli, seeing the winning ticket stuffed in her pocket,
stood up in a panic, shaking her head vigorously. Sit down, who said I was giving you the winning ticket? I'm asking you to help me claim the prize. The 2 scratch-off tickets are yours. Chen Zhuo replied calmly.
Jiang Qiuli hesitated, then sat back down, stating earnestly, that's not fair, we should each have 1 scratch-off. With a sigh, Chen Zhuo mused about how seriously she took everything.
Alright, then you scratch one of mine first and see if it's a winner.
He randomly picked one of the unscratched tickets and handed it to her. Nodding, Jiang Qiuli began to scratch with her nail.
No win? Chen Zhuo was briefly taken aback.
Even with his tenfold luck boost, it hadn't won.
Could it be that only he would receive the benefit of his luck? Still no win. Jiang Qiuli confirmed after checking again. Let me scratch yours then, Chen Zhuo suggested, eager to test his hypothesis.
Okay. He moved beside her. Took her right hand in his left. Jiang Qiuli instinctively tried to pull away, but Chen Zhuo said, we just held hands and won a prize. Let us see if what that clerk said holds true, the power of love increases our chances of winning.
Jiang Qiuli's face flushed a shade of red. However,
upon hearing Chen Zhuo's words, she ceased her struggle. Chen Zhuo began to scratch with his right hand.
08, below 08 is 3,000. Qiuli, you've won 3,000. Before Jiang Qiuli could comprehend, Chen Zhuo had already declared the outcome. Another win? She was flabbergasted. Was winning the lottery this easy?
This was nothing like what she had seen online. She gazed incredulously at their clasped hands.
Was there truly a power of love? Releasing her hand, Chen Zhuo placed the winning ticket into Jiang Qiuli's palm. This time, you cannot refuse. We agreed from the start that this is your ticket. Okay. Jiang Qiuli nodded slightly.
Then suddenly looked up, her expression serious.
Should we change our location for lunch? I'll treat. Unable to contain his laughter at her earnestness, he chuckled. No need, we've already ordered. You can pay next time.
Alright, Jiang Qiuli affirmed seriously, then added, thank you. Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively.
No need for thanks, your mother already knows I'm your boyfriend. Jiang Qiuli, at around 4 in the afternoon, upon returning to school.
Chen Zhuo received a message from Li Yeye.
Urgent, come quickly. He pushed open the door to Li Yeye's office and walked in.
Li Yeye, startled from watching Chibi Maruko-chan, quickly closed the web page on her computer, her body trembling slightly.
She glared at Chen Zhuo. Why didn't you knock before entering?
Chen Zhuo scratched his head.
You said it was urgent. I got flustered and forgot. Li Yeye was left speechless. Chen Zhuo shifted the conversation, asking, what was so urgent that I had to rush?
I was in the middle of dinner, and you owe me for that.
Rolling her eyes, Li Yeye replied. Do you look like someone who is in need of a meal?
Stop teasing me, or I'll deduct your credits.
I have serious business. Though she knew Chen Zhuo didn't care about credits, she couldn't help but say it. What's the serious matter?
Chen Zhuo casually settled into the chair at her desk.
Li Yeye handed him an A4 sheet printed with an announcement. You remember I sent you the information about the new judges for the Innovation and Entrepreneurship competition?
There is a female president from Hongfeng Technology Group named Shueqingya. Hongfeng Technology Group is a well-known enterprise in Zhongjiang, regularly recruiting a significant number of graduates from our school. The school has a collaboration project to discuss.
And she will be visiting us for a day of inspection.
I managed to secure you the opportunity to host her visit, which is in 2 days. Prepare yourself.
Chapter 76. How intriguing, increasingly so. Shueqingya is coming to the school for an inspection? This is his forte. No problem, leave it to me.
I assure you she will be entertained. No, I mean, the inspection will be thoroughly enjoyable. Chen Zhuo's grin was almost crooked.
How could there be so many fortunate events?
They are unstoppable, utterly uncontainable.
What do you mean leave it to you?
I'm merely vouching for you to get in and do some menial tasks.
You need to be a bit more clever about it.
Li Yeye rolled her eyes at Chen Zhuo in exasperation.
Seriously, Director Li, I invited you to a movie. And you've given me a position as a mere errand runner?
Chen Zhuo was just as perplexed. He had intended to discuss the entrepreneurial competition with Xue Qingya further. But it seemed he was relegated to being a mere lackey.
Could this be the role befitting a villain like him?
Don't worry. I'll make sure you won't just be a regular worker.
Although it's a menial task, you'll be an essential member, and you'll definitely become familiar to President Xue.
When the competition comes, she might give you a higher score, Li Yeye countered, facing Chen Zhuo's disbelief.
Well, if that's the case, then it's acceptable, Chen Zhuo mused, conceding.
He then shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, Director Li, let me know when you want to catch that movie, so I can schedule with my buddies in advance. We wouldn't want others in the villa at that time.
Li Yeye's mind conjured up images of Chen Zhuo's villa and its home theater, stirring a flutter in her heart.
After some hesitation, she regretfully replied, I've been too busy lately, but I promise to go when I find the time.
And, thank you.
No need to be so courteous with your friends.
It's fine if there are others, I just need that theater room.
Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively, it's nothing.
My friend and I are quite close.
As long as I'm there, even if you don't show up, he will clear the room.
Oh? You're going too?
Of course.
Who else will let you in?
Ah, that makes sense, Li Yeye replied softly, recalling the day when Chen Zhuo had sat between her and Jiang Qiuli. A twinge of nervousness washed over her.
She then thought of Jiang Qiuli. They seem to be quite the pair, surely he wouldn't pursue me, right?
Just as her thoughts spiraled, Chen Zhuo interjected, by the way, when are you going to give me those old clothes you mentioned last time?
Oh.
I've got the clothes ready, I just forgot.
I'll bring them next time we go to the movies.
All right.
I'll drive over to the faculty apartments to pick you up next time. With that, Chen Zhuo exited the office without a backward glance.
Li Yeye realized she wanted to say something, but Chen Zhuo had already vanished from her sight.
Forget it, back to watching TV. She clicked play.
And the screen resumed the episode of Chibi Maruko-chan.
Time flew by, and soon the day of Xue Qingya's inspection arrived. In the preceding days,
Chen Zhuo had made arrangements with the supermarket staff. Aside from the student part-timers, all other employees were to be let go, with standard severance pay. He had directly approached the design department of Chen Ji for a complete redesign of his supermarket, followed by renovations.
Hurry, set up the banners. The female CEO of Hongfeng Technology is here for an inspection, and the leaders are taking it very seriously.
Damn, Hongfeng Technology is a tech company, even if they're hiring.
They wouldn't want us civil engineering students here. Why am I called to do this trivial task? Am I to be a mere laborer?
That's where your lack of ambition shows. You haven't seen the photo of this beautiful CEO, and once you see her in person,
you'll realize this visit is absolutely worth it.
Her looks don't matter to me, she won't agree to be my wife. I'd rather head back to the dorm and earn some credits.
Could you stop complaining?
I heard from the counselor that there is a chance of earning extra credits.
Which is why I called you to help. I wouldn't ask just anyone.
Oh, extra credits?
Then it's fine. As a student of Zhongjiang University, the school is my home. If they need help, I should be here.
Chen Zhuo found himself among these students, all lured by the promise of credits. Only he had managed to secure his position through connections. Upon seeing his assigned tasks, he finally understood what Li Yeye meant by close contact. His job was to serve tea and water, always ready to assist, trailing behind like a personal assistant.
All right, Li Yeye, Xue Qingya. You two think you can team up to bully me? Just wait and see who the real boss is.
Before long, the convoy arrived.
Stopping at the Department of Information Science,
the junior leaders approached to greet the higher-ups, who stood waiting for Xue Qingya to disembark. Soon, Xue Qingya emerged, surrounded by the school's leaders and the main leaders of the department, exchanging greetings. Today, Xue Qingya donned a loose gray suit jacket, wide-legged gray trousers,
and light-colored high heels.
Compared to her previous styles, she exuded a sharper aura of a female CEO.
Hello, President Xue, you look even younger than rumored, truly remarkable.
Oh. No, it's just family arrangements for training, I still have much to learn and grow from all of you.
More perfunctory pleasantries ensued, quite meaningless. Amidst the crowd,
Chen Zhuo's gaze sharpened.
He recognized a familiar figure among Xue Qingya's entourage, our protagonist, Wang Yan. How interesting, increasingly so.
Wang Yan had fainted last time after Chen Zhuo granted him the ability to see through things.
At the hospital, the doctors found nothing amiss. Eventually,
the Xue family summoned Wang Yan's master, who attempted to divine the situation. Despite exerting all his energy, he could not ascertain the cause.
He sensed an immovable wall standing before him, akin to the will of the heavens.
Considering Wang Yan's symptoms, he concluded that this was a divine revelation guiding Wang Yan, enabling him to perceive the truth of existence, leading him toward enlightenment.
The heavens had chosen the exceptionally gifted Wang Yan. Upon hearing this explanation,
the gloom in Wang Yan's heart dissipated entirely.
Indeed, the child of destiny is formidable. What villain Chen Zhuo? What can he do?
The favor of the heavens determines who prevails. With his spirits lifted, he invited Xue Qingya to play a few games. Under his persistent charm, Xue Qingya became increasingly considerate. Yet, the Xue Qingya he encountered at the Xue family was cold and aloof. This stark contrast thrilled him.
She is quite the actress, enjoying role-playing games, is she? I'll indulge her in some fun.
Thus, at his fervent insistence, the Xue family arranged for him to join Xue Qingya's inspection team at Zhongjian University.
However, upon disembarking, he immediately spotted Chen Zhuo standing among the welcoming crew.
I wanted to find you earlier, but I didn't expect to run into you here.
Just right, today.
I'll show you what true love between the leads looks like.
Chapter 77. No, is this right? This cannot be right.
After a brief exchange of pleasantries,
the welcome meeting commenced, primarily outlining the schedule for today's visit.
Under the guidance of the school leadership, Xue Qingya proceeded to the conference room,
unaware of Chen Zhuo concealed among the crowd.
As Wang Yan brushed past Chen Zhuo, he murmured, "Don't get too proud, Xue Qingya is mine, you should give up. I can share a little tidbit with you, my relationship with her is progressing rapidly, and you have no chance."
With that, Wang Yan departed with a smug air.
Chen Zhuo, observing Wang Yan's retreating figure, felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth.
This Lingling is quite adept at misleading Wang Yan, who genuinely believes he is playing a game with Xue Qingya.
Chen Zhuo followed suit, as he was required to serve tea during the welcome meeting.
Now, let us skip the trivialities and directly introduce the projects we will be visiting today. For instance, the student serving tea, quickly pour tea for everyone. The vice dean of the Computer Science College was speaking on stage.
Mid-sentence, he gestured for tea to be served.
At that moment,
Chen Zhuo appeared with the tea leaves and hot water kettle.
He approached Xue Qingya and softly inquired, "Xiao Xue, would you prefer Westlake Dragon Well or Chrysanthemum tea?"
Xue Qingya, absorbed in the materials prepared for her, furrowed her brow at the familiar voice.
It felt oddly reminiscent. Turning her head,
she was met with Chen Zhuo's familiar face, causing her to nearly drop the documents in her hand.
Wait, how could the school invite this fellow? And to serve me tea, this cannot be allowed.
She hastily stood up, snatching the kettle and tea leaves from Chen Zhuo. I'll manage this myself.
At this point, the entire gathering was left dumbfounded.
Xue, these students volunteered to assist with the meeting, you need not be so courteous, the vice dean commented.
Xue Qingya retorted. How could I not be courteous? I have quite a few pieces of leverage over your student.
Clearing her throat, she added, I am familiar with this student.
He is quite outstanding. Let him sit beside me during the meeting. Everyone, including Wang Yan, was left with expressions of disbelief. Is this right? This cannot be right. However,
given Xue Qingya's position at the event, no one dared to question her decision.
Students promptly brought a chair for Chen Zhuo, who settled into his seat. The meeting resumed.
Wang Yan, seated opposite, watched as Chen Zhuo took his place beside Xue Qingya, utterly stupefied.
What on earth is happening? He discreetly pulled out his phone and sent Xue Qingya a message. What is going on? There was no reply. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingling, in her dormitory,
noticed Wang Yan's message but deliberately chose not to respond. The reasoning was simple, based on her experience with manipulative relationships. When someone sends such a questioning message, it is crucial not to reply immediately. Waiting a while creates urgency, making subsequent discussions easier.
After sending the message, Wang Yan glanced at Xue Qingya,
who remained oblivious to her phone.
Damn, I'll ask her later, Wang Yan muttered under his breath. At that moment,
Chen Zhuo found himself growing bored after sitting for a while. The vice dean was droning on about future prospects, making him increasingly drowsy. It felt akin to a lecture. And soon he began to doze off. In his stupor, he accidentally knocked his signature pen off the table, causing it to clatter to the floor.
He attempted to remain quiet as he bent down to retrieve it.
The tablecloth concealed the view beneath, and as he picked up the pen,
he unexpectedly caught sight of Xueqingya's ankle.
Her wide-legged trousers were long, partially obscuring her high heels upon exiting the vehicle, rendering them nearly invisible.
Now seated,
the hem of her pants had lifted slightly, revealing a glimpse of her bare ankle.
The so-called silk beneath the trousers, how intriguing. He marveled silently before returning to his seat and whispering in Xueqingya's ear, "Your outfit today is quite lovely. Who taught you to dress this way?"
Xueqingya's face flushed slightly.
"I learned it from watching videos." "I see, it's one of those little tips for meeting your boyfriend, isn't it?"
Chen Zhuo observed her blushing demeanor and continued speaking.
Xueqingya's situation was unique, distinct from Zhang Jiuli and Li Yeye.
Gaining leverage over her preferences was merely the first step, the next was to break the ice, helping her overcome her inner barriers.
Thus, Chen Zhuo acted with audacity.
Xueqingya, observing the vice dean at the podium and then glancing at Chen Zhuo beside her, felt a wave of complex emotions.
She quietly told Chen Zhuo,
"I'll explain later," before returning to her serious demeanor for the meeting. Wang Yan, across the table, was oblivious to the meeting's content. His attention solely fixated on Chen Zhuo and Xueqingya.
Witnessing their whispered exchanges and Xueqingya's increasingly flushed cheeks ignited his fury.
Tom Cat holding a book with a red thermometer expression, he longed to stand up and confront them. But considering the significance of this meeting for Hongfeng technology and Xueqingya, he restrained himself, opting for patience.
The initial segment of the meeting was merely an overview and concluded swiftly. Soon, they transitioned to the next segment, the tour.
"All right, Xue, our preliminary introduction ends here.
Next,
we shall proceed to the adjacent building to visit the specific projects." As they prepared to move, everyone stood up, including Xueqingya, who nodded in agreement. She then called for her secretary. "I'll just step out for a moment, you all go ahead, and I'll join you shortly." However, Xueqingya's gaze sharpened.
"But what?"
"Yes, President." Several school leaders approached her, eager to walk and converse simultaneously, but Xueqingya deflected them with a similar excuse. All right, Xue. We'll wait for you to join us, it's a perfect time for everyone to sit and enjoy some tea."
As Xueqingya exited the conference room,
Chen Zhuo cast a glance and slipped out through the back door. Wang Yan watched Xueqingya leave, and as her figure vanished, he suddenly sensed something amiss,
though he couldn't quite pinpoint it.
After Xueqingya exited the room, instead of heading to the restroom, she ascended the stairs to the rooftop. Chen Zhuo followed closely behind.
"What are you doing here?"
Xueqingya exclaimed, her gaze evasive.
Chen Zhuo, hands in pockets, replied nonchalantly, "Didn't I mention I'm a junior at Zhongjiang University? It's quite normal for me to be here."
After a brief pause, he continued, "But I even brought fried chicken to the company for you."
"Knowing I'm at Zhongjiang University, you didn't even bother to greet me?"
Xueqingya found herself at a loss for words. The urgency of her company matters had indeed made her forget.
"It's my fault." Acknowledging her mistake was one of Xueqingya's admirable qualities. Realizing your mistake is good. But it's quite disheartening. Consider how you might make it up to me. Chapter 78, A Breach of Honor. Wang Yan pondered for quite some time before recalling that it was Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo had vanished.
No, it was Chen Zhuo and Xueqingya who had both disappeared.
What on earth was happening?
He greeted the person next to him and said, "I need to use the restroom." He then dashed outside with remarkable speed,
reaching the restroom door in just 20 seconds. Wait a moment, with both Xueqingya and Chen Zhuo missing, should they be in the men's or women's restroom?
Gazing at the signs on either side, Wang Yan first rushed into the men's restroom.
It was completely empty. Could they be in the women's restroom? He hesitated,
contemplating the direction of the women's restroom. Forget it, let's consult the fates and see where they are.
To be safe, Wang Yan refrained from barging in. He began to calculate with his fingers. Tension, shyness, helplessness. Undressing?
His abilities were insufficient to discern specific images, only to glean related keywords.
When he arrived at the notion of undressing, he was taken aback. What was going on? What on earth? What were Shueqingya and Chen Zhuo doing? Damn you! Chen Zhuo.
Based on the keywords he had gleaned, Wang Yan's imagination conjured a vivid scene. An overwhelming tide of rage surged within him. The villain, Chen Zhuo, was truly shameless. Wait a moment, such actions from a villain were quite typical, in a standard narrative. This would be the perfect moment for a hero to make an entrance and rescue the damsel in distress.
Realizing this, Wang Yan's anger subsided somewhat. He focused, preparing to ascertain the exact location of Shueqingya and Chen Zhuo. Ah!
Just then, a piercing scream emanated from the women's restroom.
Damn it! The despicable villain disregards all principles of honor.
Wang Yan dropped his fingers and dashed toward the women's restroom.
Qingya, don't be afraid, I'm coming. In a mere
0.8 seconds, he burst into the women's restroom.
Ah!
Another scream greeted him. A woman was hurriedly fastening her jeans, cursing, "Pervert." The two screams from the women's restroom startled those waiting in the conference room nearby.
What was happening?
It sounded like a commotion from the women's restroom.
The presence of all the school leaders became frantic. Shueqingya had merely gone to the restroom. What if something had happened to her? If there were any trouble, this collaboration would be jeopardized, potentially tarnishing the reputation of Zhongjian University.
The school leaders dared not delay, rising in unison and rushing toward the restroom. Upon reaching the restroom door, they spotted a man's silhouette inside the women's restroom.
Ladies, please go in and check. The vice dean instructed the nearby female leaders for safety's sake.
A few female faculty members, along with Shueqingya's secretary, entered.
Inside the women's restroom,
Wang Yan ignored the unfamiliar woman before him and frantically searched each stall. The woman initially intended to scold the intruder, but upon witnessing Wang Yan's frantic search, her fear silenced her. This man was not simply a pervert.
What is going on? One of the female staff members inquired upon bursting in. Seeing a group enter,
the woman felt as if she had grasped a lifeline and hurried over.
Director Zhao, there's a pervert in the women's restroom.
She pointed at Wang Yan, who was opening the stall doors.
What are you doing? Don't you know this is the women's restroom?
The leading middle-aged woman, Director Zhao, scolded loudly.
At that moment, having checked the final stall with no one inside, Wang Yan was bewildered. What was happening? What do you mean by this?
This is the women's restroom.
What are you doing here?
Director Zhao's brow furrowed, her expression one of anger.
You're accusing me? Well, you see,
I heard a scream coming from the restroom and thought something was amiss, so I rushed in, Wang Yan stammered, quickly realizing the awkwardness of his situation.
A scream?
Director Zhao turned to the woman beside her.
Teacher's son, is that correct?
The woman recalled something and awkwardly scratched her head. I did scream when I saw a cockroach.
She then turned to Wang Yan, taking a moral high ground by saying, even so, you shouldn't enter the women's restroom.
Before Wang Yan could respond, Director Zhao pulled the woman back. If Wang Yan were a student, she might have scolded him further. But she remembered clearly that this man was from Hongfeng Technology. Regardless of his position, she could not afford to clash with him. She turned to the female secretary beside her.
He should be an employee from your company, right?
The secretary shook her head, then nodded.
As Shueqingya's personal secretary, she was privy to more information than the average employee.
For instance, this man, who had been dancing wildly at the gathering and now was rummaging in the women's restroom, was not merely gay, he was displaying a serious psychological disturbance. Upon returning to the office, she would certainly have to discreetly warn Shui about him.
In the public setting,
she replied, to be precise, he is a guest of Hongfeng Technology. She had intended to say he was a guest of the Shui family. But since she had learned this information through special channels, she refrained from revealing it and chose her words carefully. Mr. Wang Yan, we sincerely apologize. We also heard the scream from the restroom and came running, the secretary said with a smile. Step aside, let me out, Wang Yan urged urgently. He had no time to linger over such matters.
Xue Qingya was waiting for him. If his blunder resulted in Xue Qingya becoming Chen Zhuo's woman once more, he would regret it immensely. He pushed through the crowd and dashed outside. If Xue Qingya and Chen Zhuo were not in the restroom, where could they possibly be? As he ran, he calculated with his fingers once more. Finally, a single word emerged in his mind: rooftop. So, they were on the rooftop. He pivoted and dashed toward the stairwell. 1 minute later, he burst out onto the rooftop, gasping for breath. Before him stood a man and a woman, both staring at him. It was none other than Chen Zhuo and Xue Qingya. At that moment, Xue Qingya's face was as red as a ripe apple. While Chen Zhuo stood with his hands in his pockets, humming a tune, greeting him enthusiastically, "Wang Yan, right? I remember you. You asked me to drink at the last social gathering." As Chen Zhuo approached, feigning ignorance, Wang Yan was tempted to punch him, but considering Xue Qingya was standing nearby, he restrained himself to maintain his image in her eyes. Ignoring Chen Zhuo, Wang Yan turned to Xue Qingya with genuine concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Xue Qingya ignored him. This man, sent by her family, was not only psychologically disturbed but also clingy. Were it not for her family's coercive demands, she would never have brought Wang Yan along. She followed Chen Zhuo's lead, brushing past Wang Yan. Chapter 79, The Wisdom of the Protagonist, the Devoted Admirer. Xue Qingya surprisingly chose to ignore him. She must have been deeply wronged earlier, feeling quite distressed, which explained her indifference. It had to be so. Damn Chen Zhuo. Wang Yan's mind churned briefly, crafting a justification for Xue Qingya's behavior. Watching the departing figures of Chen Zhuo and Xue Qingya, he muttered a curse under his breath. Could it really be? In his fury, he began to calculate again, fingers moving deftly. Thankfully, Xue Qingya remained untouched in her virtue. Hatred surged within him. "Chen Zhuo, you better watch out." He took out his phone, opened WeChat, clicked on Xue Qingya's profile, and sent a message. "Darling, why are you ignoring me?" In the girls' dormitory. Zhang Lingling noticed her phone light up again, a smile creeping across her lips. She knew everything was under her control. After a moment's thought, she replied. "Sleepy flower, alas. I'm a bit down today, I don't feel like replying to anyone's messages." Wang Yan, upon reading Xue Qingya's response, felt his conviction solidify. Indeed, Xue Qingya had been wronged by Chen Zhuo. Fortunately, the omens suggested that her chastity had not yet been compromised. He still had a chance to pursue her, not to flatter, but to compete. "Wang Yan, don't be unhappy, darling. I'm here for you. Once we return, I'll take you to play games again. For now, focus on your tasks and don't let other men distract you." Zhang Lingling read Wang Yan's lengthy message, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. This man truly lacked charm. She continued typing. "Sleepy flower, no, I'm unhappy, not in the mood for games." In this age, making money is indeed a challenge. Wang Yan has initiated a transfer of 18,888 yuan. Wang Yan, just a little financial support, no need to overexert yourself. I've calculated it for you. Your path to wealth will be smooth sailing. Sleepy flower confirmed receipt. Zhang Lingling stared at the string of numbers, feeling compelled to exclaim. "You truly are accurate." She typed back. "Sleepy flower, really? Brother, you've given me hope again. Let us play games together later. I feel hopeful about life again." Wang Yan, that's great. Sending love. Zhang Lingling glanced at the emoji Wang Yan sent, feeling a wave of nausea. Ah. Being a heartless woman while trying to earn a little money is indeed difficult. This must count as compensation for emotional distress. However, who exactly is this woman I'm pretending to be, as assigned by Chen Zhuo? And who is this wealthy devoted admirer? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. But she quickly dismissed it. She was too apathetic to care as long as the money flowed. She switched to a different WeChat account, clicked on Chen Zhuo's profile, and transferred 10,000 yuan. "Chen Zhuo, thank you." At that moment, Chen Zhuo was reveling in the silky smoothness of the stockings in his pocket, humming a tune. His phone suddenly vibrated, interrupting him. He pulled out his phone and saw it was a transfer notification from Zhang Lingling. Another 10,000? Could this be the result of Xue Qingya ignoring Wang Yan? He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. He clicked on the details page and selected to refuse the transfer.
The previous 50,000 was merely an introduction fee, it didn't matter.
However,
if he continued to accept Zhang Lingling's money, and Wang Yan discovered this, his wrath would be formidable, potentially involving the authorities. Thus, he could not accept it. Even if discovered, it would merely be a typical romantic entanglement, and it wouldn't concern him.
Why have you stopped? Xue Qingya asked.
Noticing Chen Zhuo had halted behind her. Chen Zhuo shook his head. Nothing, your stockings are incredibly smooth.
What brand are they?
I'd like to stock them in my supermarket.
Xue Qingya's face flushed crimson.
She clenched her teeth.
You better truly want to stock them.
Chen Zhuo shrugged.
Of course, what else could I be doing?
Regaining her composure, Xue Qingya returned to the meeting room.
President Xue, you have finally arrived.
There was a scream from the ladies' restroom earlier, and we thought something had happened to you.
If anything were to happen at our school, we would owe you an apology.
Upon seeing Xue Qingya enter, the school leaders hurriedly approached with smiles.
Xue Qingya smiled gracefully, restoring her poise as the female CEO. No, I thought there was no restroom on this floor. But everything is fine, right? It's all good.
One of our teachers merely spotted a cockroach in the restroom.
Thank goodness. Then let us commence with today's tour. As they spoke, everyone began to exit the room. Just then, Wang Yan descended from the rooftop, beaming with joy.
After conversing with Xue Qingya, his mood had significantly improved. Seeing her emerge from the meeting room, he rushed over.
Relax and enjoy the tour, I'm here for you. Xue Qingya momentarily froze. The demeanor of a female CEO urged her to maintain her composure.
She pretended not to hear and quickened her pace.
As she walked, she mentally criticized, this Wang Yan truly has a few screws loose. No matter the family's demands, I must not bring him along next time. Wang Yan watched Xue Qingya's retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips.
No wonder she caught his eye, her aura was undeniably powerful. Just as he prepared to follow,
a hand landed on his shoulder.
Turning to see Chen Zhuo smiling at him, his expression immediately soured.
What's up? Seeing it was Chen Zhuo, his demeanor fell.
Brother Wang Yan, last time you and my brother Ning how had drinks, now that you're at Zhongjiang University. I have another friend named Ji Fei who would like to share a drink with you. At the mention of drinking, memories of his dancing flashed in Wang Yan's mind.
And he instantly blushed. Get lost! He exclaimed, turning to leave. Watching Wang Yan's retreating figure, Chen Zhuo sighed.
Such a lack of appreciation for goodwill. Introducing you to the son of fortune to deal with me, how disrespectful.
Being the antagonist is truly challenging.
Let us hope, considering my status as the antagonist. You'll go easy on Yi Fei when you meet him. The tour itinerary was prearranged, with time meticulously calculated.
However,
due to several projects that piqued Xue Qingya's interest, they engaged in discussions for an additional 2 hours, completely derailing the original schedule. Chen Zhuo was seated in the meeting room, engrossed in a game when a figure clad in a black OL suit appeared before him.
It was Li Yaya. Stop playing games, we have a work task.
Chen Zhuo looked up at Li Yaya, who was one of the school staff members assigned for the day. Although he had not seen her initially.
Director Li, your outfit today is very formal.
It has a unique style, quite appealing.
Li Yaya shot him a glance. Enough flattery. We have an urgent matter.
The tour has been delayed, and the reception meal we prepared went unused. Initially, we planned to postpone the meal.
But President Xue said it wasn't necessary.
Just get some box lunches, she has pressed for time. Chen Zhuo paused.
Are you suggesting I go buy box lunches? Not necessarily box lunches, you have the means and experience, so think about what would be suitable. Remember, it should be from President Xue's perspective.
It doesn't matter if others don't like it.
Li Yaya paused briefly before continuing. Since President Xue doesn't drink.
The maximum budget for this meal is 300, for a total of 48 people.
It's up to you to decide.
Chen Zhuo stroked his chin.
Having him handle lunch arrangements was indeed the right choice. Chapter 80, such a move, capitalized at 6. Hurry up and make arrangements, keep the invoice safe for reimbursement later. You should have enough money to cover it, right?
Chen Zhuo shook his head.
Alright, I'm off then. Just as Li Yeye took her first step,
Chen Zhuo grasped her hand.
Wait a moment. Li Yeye turned her head in confusion. What? Is there any point I haven't made clear? No. I'm merely informing you that your stockings have snagged. Chen Zhuo pointed at Li Yeye's calf. Li Yeye looked down.
The stockings encasing her shapely legs were indeed snagged.
With unsightly pulls. I intentionally swapped for a new pair. How could they snag so easily? If someone sees this, it would be so embarrassing.
I will never buy this brand of stockings again.
Li Yeye muttered under her breath. She then looked up, ready to leave.
Chen Zhuo pulled her back once more.
Where are you going? Li Yeye shot him a glare.
My stockings are snagged, of course, I need to take them off and throw them away.
Otherwise, it would be awkward if others see. Don't rush,
Chen Zhuo said as he pulled out a pair of stockings from his pocket.
Here, these are good. Change into these. Huh? Li Yeye's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chen Zhuo.
She recalled the scene in the office when Chen Zhuo had snatched her stockings.
Why do you carry stockings with you? Are you really a bit twisted? Li Yeye retreated a couple of steps.
Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes at her.
You think too much.
I'm upgrading my supermarket, and I plan to expand this product category, so I got a few pairs for testing.
Today was so hectic that I forgot I had them in my pocket.
It's perfect, you can try them on and help me evaluate their quality and comfort. Chen Zhuo's talent for spinning tales without preparation was still impressively stable, making it sound entirely plausible.
Li Yeye frowned at the stockings Chen Zhuo offered. Why do they look like someone has worn them?
I told you I need them for testing, so they must simulate actual wear.
Do you want them or not?
If not, then fine, don't recognize a good intention.
Li Yeye looked at Chen Zhuo's expression, which didn't seem feigned.
She indeed needed a new pair of stockings. Autumn had arrived, and her leg skin was quite dry, requiring some embellishment. She gritted her teeth, took the pair of Shueqingya's stockings from Chen Zhuo,
and prepared to leave.
Then, Chen Zhuo stopped her again. Change here, I'll keep watch by the door to ensure no one comes in.
Li Yeye glanced at her watch.
They were waiting for her to report back on the lunch arrangements, and she was indeed pressed for time.
Besides,
she was wearing safety shorts today.
Okay, just keep an eye out for me, don't let anyone barge in. Chen Zhuo gave an okay sign. Rest assured, I will not let any ill-intentioned individuals in. 3 minutes later, Li Yeye was done changing. Alright, you can turn around now. Chen Zhuo turned away.
His face filled with disappointment. He really wanted to punch the person who invented safety shorts.
These stockings feel quite nice, very much like stockings. I just don't know if they will snag. I'll let you know after wearing them for a few days. Li Yeye looked at her legs and said seriously. Is that so? As long as they're comfortable, that's what matters. Chen Zhuo nodded.
Shueqingya wouldn't be one to buy cheap stockings.
Alright, go prepare lunch. I need to head over.
Li Yeye put on her high heels and dashed toward the meeting room.
Halfway there, she turned back to Chen Zhuo. Please throw away that ruined stocking on the table.
After saying that, she vanished like the wind, leaving behind only the rapid sound of her heels striking the tiled floor.
Alright then.
Chen Zhuo approached the table and smoothly tucked the stockings Li Yeye had changed out of into his pocket. He hummed a tune as he descended the stairs.
Heading towards the cafeteria, Li Yeye said to prepare lunch from Shueqingya's perspective. He was indeed the right person for the task. He knew better than anyone what Shueqingya liked to eat.
10 minutes later, he appeared in front of the most popular snail noodle stall at Zhongjiang University.
Boss,
pack me 48 servings of snail noodles, and make sure to add the stinky stuff. The stinkier, the better, I love strong flavors.
Alright. After settling the payment,
he told the boss, please start making them, I'll step out for a moment and return to pick them up. Chen Zhuo headed to his supermarket. The regular employees had already left, and the design plans for the supermarket were complete. Renovations would officially start the day after tomorrow.
Chen Zhuo intended to close the store for the next couple of days.
However, Jiang Qiuli insisted on staying open. arguing that closing for a day meant losing a day's earnings.
Moreover, the longer they stayed closed, the more customers would be snatched away by other supermarkets.
With no employees, she decided to take on the responsibility herself. Recently, her mother's condition in the hospital had been improving.
After some discussion,
her mother agreed with her decision. Unable to persuade Zhang Qiuli otherwise, Chen Zhuo reluctantly allowed her to manage the store alone.
At this hour,
business was slow in the supermarket.
As he walked through the entrance, Zhang Qiuli was sitting at the cash register,
vigorously typing on a notebook that had paint chipped off the corners. "Qiuli, you'd be better off visiting your mother in the hospital rather than sitting here. I won't pay you extra for this,"
Chen Zhuo teased, observing Zhang Qiuli's serious demeanor.
Zhang Qiuli looked up. Upon seeing Chen Zhuo, she pondered and asked, "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be helping the school with?" Before she could finish, Zhang Qiuli suddenly halted. After 5 seconds of silence, she weakly asked, "What's that in your pocket?" Chen Zhuo glanced down. One corner of the stockings was dangling out, though he wasn't sure when he had pulled them out of his pocket. Chen Zhuo looked at Zhang Qiuli. Her gaze betrayed her. She must have realized what he had in his pocket but chose not to state it directly. Chen Zhuo replied nonchalantly,
"Oh? You mean these?"
"I'm helping the school with some reception duties. Li Ya's stockings accidentally got snagged, and she asked me to help throw them away.
I was busy and forgot."
Chen Zhuo spun his tale with such conviction that it could easily be mistaken for the truth. This time, everything he said was indeed true.
So true it couldn't be more so.
Zhang Qiuli stood up from her chair, softly exclaiming, "Oh." She then stepped out from behind the cash register and gently said to Chen Zhuo, "Let me help you throw those away." Chen Zhuo decisively handed the stockings in his pocket to Zhang Qiuli.
"Thank you."
Watching Zhang Qiuli take the stockings out of the supermarket and toss them in a nearby trash bin, Chen Zhuo sighed internally.
What a pity. Li Ya's stockings not only had aesthetic appeal and professional enhancement but were also battle damaged.
They were worth at least 1,000 yuan. Just like that, they were discarded. It was all his fault for being careless. Shaking his head, he walked back into the supermarket. He brought out 3 boxes of cola from the warehouse. Then grabbed a box of traditional ointment for skin application from the shelf, along with a few masks. That's right, he was about to make another wish.
Chapter 81, The effect of the system is remarkable.
Chen Zhuo instructed the owner of the snail rice noodle stall to deliver the packaged noodles to the meeting room of the administrative building at the Computer Science College, along with several boxes of cola, for which he offered to pay a delivery fee. The plump vendor chuckled, recognizing Chen Zhuo as the university student who owned the neighboring supermarket.
"With such a large order, how could I possibly accept your delivery fee?"
"Rest assured,
I will ensure it arrives." "Thank you.
In return, you can enjoy a 20% discount on snacks and fruits at my supermarket anytime you visit." Chen Zhuo was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned back.
"Oh, could you provide me with an invoice?" After receiving the invoice,
he returned to the supermarket where Zhang Qiuli was still diligently typing away at the cash register. Pushing the chair from the monitoring room, he seated himself beside her.
"What are you working on?" he inquired curiously.
"Your business plan," she replied, her fingers flying across the keyboard, her focus unwavering.
In her dedication,
all her usual pretense and timidity vanished completely. Perhaps this was the true Zhang Qiuli. "You needn't be so serious, just jot down a few notes." "With my capabilities, I am certain to win first prize," he jested.
Zhang Qiuli shook her head. "No, it's not that simple. I have researched extensively in student entrepreneurship competitions.
Aside from the business content, judges place great emphasis on the brilliance of the plan itself." Chen Zhuo sighed, pondering how mature she was for her age. Reflecting on how earnestly she had assisted him earlier, he felt a pang of guilt. He wondered how she would react if she knew the nature of his relationships with other women. However, this thought flitted away in 0.01 seconds. After all, even the favored ones are not paragons of pure love, and as the villain in this narrative, he was even less likely to be so. Besides, if it were not for him, Zhang Qiuli's mother would have already taken her own life, leaving Zhang Qiuli forever deprived of joy, a fate steeped in despair.
In a way,
He had saved her. Go ahead, write your plan, he encouraged, glancing at the time. He would wait another 15 minutes before making his wish.
Seizing the moment, he retrieved the invoice to account for the 3 boxes of soon-to-expire cola. In the administrative building's meeting room, Shui Qingya and the school leaders had just concluded their project tour. Director Shui, we have reserved a place for lunch, let us dine together. The vice dean proposed with a smile. There's no need for that, a simple meal will suffice. I place more value on technology than superficialities. And I am quite satisfied with today's visit, Shui Qingya replied. Ah, your words are a testament to your success. No wonder you have become such a prominent young CEO. Came the flattery. I apologize for the oversight, next time we meet, we shall treat you to a proper meal. The group entered the meeting room, laughter echoing behind them. Accompanied by several attendants. Li Yaya, where are you? I'm here, Dean. Li Yaya responded. How is the lunch arrangement coming along? Li Yaya hesitated. Feeling slightly awkward. She had entrusted the task to Chen Zhuo, confident in his abilities and background. However, she found herself unable to contact him. What could be the reason? Surely he wasn't planning to let her down? Here it comes, here it comes. The lunch has arrived. Just as she pondered how to respond tactfully, a cheerful voice rang out from the staircase. Several men clad in cafeteria uniforms emerged, each carrying a thermal box. Dining at the cafeteria? Li Yaya was taken aback. She had specifically instructed Chen Zhuo that the budget per person was 300. How could they possibly be eating from the cafeteria, where a meal barely cost 30? Oh no, oh no. Chen Zhuo, it's not like I asked you to pay. Li Yaya felt her future crumbling in front of her eyes. Just as despair washed over her, 2 more individuals appeared at the staircase, but they were not carrying thermal boxes. Instead, they bore black colas. Li Yaya's vision blurred, nearly causing her to faint. The room fell silent. At the forefront was the owner of the snail rice noodle stall, bewildered by the scene before him. What on earth was happening? Despite his confusion, he maintained professionalism and entered the meeting room, placing the thermal boxes on the conference table. He then opened one, revealing a serving of snail rice noodles. Here are the noodles, made from the finest ingredients. Please enjoy them while they're hot. The vice dean's expression darkened. The chairman of Hongfeng Technology had come to inspect the school, and they were serving her snail rice noodles? He turned to Li Yaya, speaking sternly, this is not appropriate. Is it? Li Yaya, feeling the pressure, attempted to defend herself. Well, time was tight, and I thought I would go for something quick. The vice dean shot her a more serious look. Be honest. All right, fine. I entrusted this task to a student, and he arranged this, she confessed. The vice dean nearly fainted from frustration. Fortunately, at that moment, Shui Qingya interjected. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the noodles. She had not anticipated such a delightful surprise during her visit to Zhongjiang University. A smile spread across her face. Dean, please don't be upset. As the autumn chill sets in, sharing a bowl of regional delicacies in the meeting room is quite a treat. What? The vice dean was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. Shui Qingya then turned to Li Yaya, inquiring, which student arranged this? What is his name? Li Yaya quickly reviewed the situation in her mind before revealing Chen Zhuo's name. Oh, it's Chen Zhuo, the one sitting beside me. He knows I enjoy snail rice noodles, so he prepared this. Well, let's not dwell on it, let us dig in. Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's name, Shui Qingya deliberately emphasized their connection, subtly signaling that they had a closer relationship. This would undoubtedly benefit Chen Zhuo in the future at school. It was her way of compensating for not informing him about her visit today. Li Yaya, however, was bewildered by Shui Qingya's remarks. She had brought Chen Zhuo in for the reception to ensure he made a favorable impression on the judge, Shui Qingya. But it seemed they were already well acquainted? Meanwhile, Wang Yan, standing behind Shui Qingya, felt a surge of irritation. This was not right. Chen Zhuo had done something scandalous to Shui Qingya earlier that morning. She should despise him. Why did it appear otherwise?
Before he could fully grasp the situation, under Shueqingya's lead, everyone happily slurped their snail rice noodles. The meeting room filled with the pungent aroma of the dish. Shueqingya savored her meal, delighting in the cola. This was truly blissful.
In less than 8 minutes,
her bowl was emptied. To maintain her image in front of others, she refrained from indulging in the sour bamboo shoots and tofu skin, feeling a twinge of regret.
Under Shueqingya's influence, everyone relished their meal.
Although the snail rice noodles clashed with the formal setting, the 2-hour delay had left everyone genuinely hungry.
Meanwhile,
within the confines of the Lime supermarket, Chen Zhuo glanced at the time. It was nearly the appointed hour.
System, activate.
My wish is to enhance my olfactory sensitivity by 50-fold, no, make that tenfold.
Ding.
This wish falls within the realm of possibility.
For the next 3 hours, your olfactory sensitivity will be amplified tenfold. Ding. It has been detected that your current adversary is Wang Yan, who will receive a tenfold critical hit. For the next 3 hours, his olfactory sensitivity will be augmented 100-fold. What a cruel twist! Chen Zhuo breathed out in astonishment, his nostrils flaring. The fragrant aroma emanating from Jiang Qiuli, seated beside him, became ever more pronounced. Indeed, the efficacy of this system is remarkable. Chapter 82, A Return to Social Death.
The poor child of destiny. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the administrative building, Wang Yan had just finished the last bite of his snail rice noodles.
Yet he felt unsatisfied.
As he sipped his soup, he couldn't help but acknowledge the distinct flavor of the dish, particularly its pungent aroma, which was quite pronounced. Just as he was enjoying his soup, an unbearable stench invaded his nostrils, reminiscent of falling into a filthy sewer. It felt as though a tide of murky water surged into his nose.
Everything must adhere to a certain balance, a principle of moderation. For instance, the odorous nature of snail rice noodles can reach a delightful equilibrium, transforming into a pleasant scent.
However, exceeding this threshold results only in nausea.
Moreover, Wang Yan's sense of smell was heightened 100-fold at that moment. Initially, he thought he was merely drinking sewer water, yet, upon realization, the stench was akin to something far more repulsive.
Unable to contain himself, he erupted violently, as if in an animated scene,
expelling the contents of his stomach until there was nothing left to purge. Gasping for breath, he lamented, it stinks terribly. Yet, the retching did not cease.
Once his stomach was emptied, he began to heave up nothing but clear water.
The odor was intolerable.
So foul that he felt as though he might expel his very insides. Meanwhile, the others, who had been savoring their noodles, were now disgusted by Wang Yan's distress.
The once appetizing dish lost its allure, and they cast disapproving glances at him.
Despite the pitiable state in which Wang Yan found himself, the sight of a fellow diner vomiting amidst their meal was undeniably repulsive. Shueqingya, observing Wang Yan's plight, furrowed her brow, feeling a wave of nausea herself. She cursed her family's elders in her mind for compelling Wang Yan to join them. She vowed never to bring him along again, declaring that if she did,
she would be a fool. Director Shui, may I ask about this situation? The vice president approached Shueqingya, concerned, as Wang Yan was her guest.
We should contact the hospital, he may be unwell.
All right, we'll reach out immediately.
At that moment, Wang Yan continued to retch uncontrollably.
Half an hour later, at the first hospital of Zhongjiang City, the emergency room doctors exchanged bewildered glances. Didn't this patient come in a few days ago?
Chen Zhuo sat beside Jiang Qiuli, having enjoyed the fragrant aroma for 3 hours.
What are you smelling? Do I have an odor?
Jiang Qiuli, having completed her tasks,
noticed Chen Zhuo's unusual behavior and inquired. Yes, there is a scent. She lifted her sleeve to sniff. But there's nothing here. It's quite fragrant. Haven tea, you noticed? You rogue. It truly is delightful. I can even tell you used osmanthus-scented soap yesterday. Jiang Qiuli was taken aback. You can really discern that?
Of course.
I can also tell you used. Before he could finish, Jiang Qiuli covered his mouth with her hand. I believe you. All right then.
Chen Zhuo hummed a tune as he returned the unused perfume and mask to the shelf. He mused about Wang Yan's heightened sense of smell,
while he found his own tenfold sensitivity quite enjoyable.
As Chen Zhuo pondered Wang Yan, he recalled another child of destiny.
I haven't seen Yifei around lately. Did he win $1 million and go on vacation?
The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it.
Anyone could be in need of money. Yifei certainly isn't lacking. He was too indifferent to bother claiming the prize. What could he possibly be up to?
Chen Zhuo began to investigate the original plot. Despite the changes brought by 2 alterations, the fundamental narrative and relationships remained intact, allowing him to uncover some clues. Soon, he stumbled upon useful information.
I nearly forgot about Li Yeye's blind date.
This child of destiny, Yifei, is rather impressive. After upsetting the system, he seamlessly transitioned to focusing on Li Yeye.
A true scoundrel. What he did not realize was that Yifei's interest in Li Yeye stemmed from his despair over Zhang Qiuli.
After witnessing the bond between Zhang Qiuli and Chen Zhuo, he was not surprised when Zhang Qiuli later revealed she was pregnant with Chen Zhuo's child. Thus, though he felt heartbroken, the wisdom of a child of destiny advised him against fixating on one tree, for there was an entire forest awaiting him.
For instance, the beautiful counselor, Li Yeye.
Chen Zhuo meticulously examined the plot. Yifei was likely devising a plan to replace the man originally scheduled to meet Li Yeye. When Li Yeye arrived at the designated location, she would discover that her date was, in fact, Yifei.
Thus, a new romantic development would commence.
Everything seemed flawless,
except for the presence of Chen Zhuo. After some contemplation, Chen Zhuo took out his phone and called Li Yeye. The call was answered almost instantly.
"Director Li,
how was the lunch I prepared?" Li Yeye's voice was laced with complexity. It was fine, or perhaps not.
At first, it was great, but then someone vomited. That's odd, the snail rice noodles I chose are among the best in the school.
There shouldn't be any issue.
Chen Zhuo suppressed a laugh, confirming his suspicions. Changing the subject, he asked, "By the way, I need to ask you something."
"What is it?"
"On the 4th, do you have time?"
"My friend's cinema is available. And I'd love to take you to a movie."
Li Yeye hesitated, recalling that her family had arranged a blind date for that day.
"I have something that afternoon." "Something in the afternoon?" "We could go in the morning, and I can drop you off afterward."
"That might not be appropriate." Li Yeye felt torn, having dreamt of watching films in that private cinema for days, yet she knew the blind date was significant.
"There's nothing inappropriate about it. I'm free as well. It'll be delightful."
"All right then."
Ultimately, Li Yeye acquiesced, unable to resist the allure of the movie.
Chapter 83, Visually Appealing. Worthy of appreciation. After ending the call, Chen Zhuo glanced at the time and approached Zhang Qiuli at the front desk.
"Let us close up. We should pay a visit to your mother."
It had been a considerable while since he last saw Zhang Qiuli's mother. And this was the perfect opportunity to check in on her, as well as to witness Wang Yan's unfortunate circumstances. Zhang Qiuli was still engrossed in organizing her entrepreneurial proposal. She looked up, her eyes shimmering with clarity. "All right, but you mustn't speak carelessly when we're there."
This marked the first time Zhang Qiuli had made a request of Chen Zhuo.
To be precise, it was the first instance Chen Zhuo had observed Zhang Qiuli asking anything of another. It seemed she was genuinely intimidated by his audacious behavior.
"Rest assured. Do I strike you as someone who speaks recklessly?"
Chen Zhuo reassured her. Zhang Qiuli nodded before shaking her head. In a voice as faint as a whisper, she quipped, "You're not just like that, you are that."
"What did you say?"
he inquired. "I meant to say that I couldn't dare to redeem that scratch card you gifted me worth 80,000 on my own." Zhang Qiuli was incapable of lying.
Her face flushed the moment she attempted to.
Her speech was stammered.
Chen Zhuo chose not to press further, responding instead, "Oh, really? 80,000 isn't a trivial sum.
You could manage it by yourself." His voice exuded a magnetic charm, brimming with reassurance.
In truth,
Chen Zhuo was well aware that asking Zhang Qiuli to redeem the winning scratch card would be futile. She would never accept such a substantial sum. His true intent was to encourage her to gradually reclaim her former self, as a significant part of her current demeanor stemmed from financial concerns. He aimed to help her overcome her aversion to money.
No, what if someone snatches it from me? How would I repay that? Jiang Qiuli shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattle. Repay it?
That's simple enough, Chen Zhuo remarked, reaching out to stroke her head.
Don't think that way, money is important. But people are far more valuable. If it gets stolen, we'll retrieve it.
I am too scared to go alone, Jiang Qiuli replied timidly. Chen Zhuo contemplated for a moment, acknowledging that one cannot achieve substantial goals all at once, it requires a step-by-step approach. He replied calmly, then I shall accompany you.
Jiang Qiuli blinked in confusion, remaining silent for 5 seconds before asking, then why don't you go alone? Chen Zhuo was momentarily taken aback.
This female protagonist was astute, far more so than the so-called favored children of fortune.
What if I were to be robbed? If we go together. There's safety in numbers. He spoke earnestly. Jiang Qiuli nodded. All right then.
After closing the supermarket's doors, Chen Zhuo drove Jiang Qiuli to the hospital. The weather was far from pleasant, growing increasingly cold. A significant drop in temperature had begun to unfold. Chen Zhuo gazed out the window and asked, "Have you obtained your driver's license?"
Jiang Qiuli shook her head. Are you planning to get one?
Jiang Qiuli again shook her head.
It's too expensive, and besides,
I don't own a car, it wouldn't be of any use.
It would be useful.
Since all the supermarket employees have left.
I need to find someone to handle deliveries.
If you get your license, you could help me with that, and I'd raise your salary.
What do you think?
Chen Zhuo spoke with conviction. He had no intention of making Jiang Qiuli deliver goods, yet he understood that this was the only way she might consider it.
This time, Jiang Qiuli hesitated.
Earning a bit more each month would certainly improve her and her mother's quality of life. Additionally, with her scratch card winning 3,000. Along with last month's salary, though it was only for a few days, she believed it might be sufficient for her to obtain a license.
All right. I'll find time to take the test, Jiang Qiuli agreed.
Chen Zhuo parked his Audi A6 in the hospital parking lot.
All right, let us get out. Wait.
Jiang Qiuli unbuckled her seatbelt, preparing to exit, but suddenly remembered something. She extended her right hand, reaching beneath her coat.
3 seconds later, 2 warm scratch cards emerged as if by magic. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Where did you pull those from?
Jiang Qiuli whispered, I was afraid of losing them. So, you can't just stash them there, scratch cards are sizable, that must be quite uncomfortable.
Jiang
Qiuli blinked in surprise, her cheeks instantly flushed.
What are you saying?
I sewed a pocket into my coat to keep them safe.
Chen Zhuo stroked his chin, realizing it wasn't as he initially presumed. Jiang Qiuli, in a flurry, unzipped her jacket, exposing the pocket to Chen Zhuo. See, this is the pocket.
Chen Zhuo was left speechless.
That's quite a large pocket. Jiang Qiuli nodded.
How could it possibly hold such a large scratch card if it weren't? The $50 scratch card, with its 3 games, was indeed lengthy. Jiang Qiuli had sewn the pocket to match the dimensions of the card, and it appeared quite charming, made from pure white fabric adorned with a small yellow flower. One could only wonder where she had procured such fabric.
Very well.
Chen Zhuo accepted the scratch card worth 80,000.
Observing Jiang Qiuli's serious demeanor,
he surmised she likely hadn't slept well the previous night, troubled by the card.
Indeed, once Chen Zhuo took the card, Jiang Qiuli visibly relaxed.
Let us go to the cafeteria and grab something to eat before visiting your mother. Chen Zhuo casually tucked the scratch card into his pocket as they exited the car.
Jiang Qiuli followed suit.
Wait, I wish to redeem my scratch card from that lottery store outside the hospital.
Now. Jiang Qiuli nodded emphatically.
Why the rush? We're here to visit your mother, 3001 T vanish.
You could just hand it over to me, and I'll keep it safe. Jiang Qiuli shook her head.
No, that's not it. I want my mother to see this 3000, she has been worried about my finances.
Quite considerate.
Chen Zhuo nodded, realizing Jiang Qiuli's intentions. This girl was indeed thoughtful, demonstrating a remarkable sensitivity to others' feelings.
20 minutes later,
Jiang Qiuli emerged once more at the hospital's inpatient building, cash in hand, $3,000 neatly tucked away. This was Chen Zhuo's suggestion. compared to the cold, sterile figure of 3 zeros on a mobile screen, a stack of vibrant cash conveyed a far more potent sense of financial security.
This would also provide Zhang Qiuli's mother with greater peace of mind. A positive disposition would better equip her to confront her illness.
Chen Zhuo had not redeemed the scratch card worth 80,000. Although regulations dictated that such a sum must be claimed at the lottery center.
Many stores would purchase unregistered tickets for other uses, allowing them to bypass tax obligations.
Chen Zhuo dismissed this minor profit. His purchase of the scratch card was solely for Zhang Qiuli and to vex Yifei.
Moreover, he prided himself on being a law-abiding villain. Unlike those hypocritical children of fortune. Chapter 84, Sin, perhaps a truck next time.
Chen Zhuo purchased another meal and brought Zhang Qiuli to her mother's hospital room. Zhang Qiuli's mother sat in a wheelchair, gazing vacantly out of the window at the scenery beyond.
Upon hearing someone enter,
she exerted all her strength to maneuver her wheelchair, attempting to turn around. Observing this, Chen Zhuo hurried over to assist her.
"Auntie, it's me, Chen Zhuo. I'm here with Zhang Qiuli to see you today," he said with a smile.
As Zhang Qiuli's mother turned to see them, her face, previously marked by fatigue,
instantly brightened upon recognizing Chen Zhuo. "It's little Chen. Come, sit down. I've missed you these past few days. Qiuli mentioned that your supermarket has been quite busy. How is it going?"
Chen Zhuo glanced at Zhang Qiuli, realizing that she had revealed to her mother about his ownership of the supermarket, as well as her employment there. Initially, Zhang Qiuli had refrained from mentioning it, fearing her mother might see Chen Zhuo as a bad influence. However, over time, that concern had dissipated.
And there was no longer anything to conceal between mother and daughter.
It's all going smoothly, and whenever there are challenges, Qiuli is always there to help. Chen Zhuo praised.
Zhang Qiuli's mother nodded appreciatively. "Little Chen, consider us family. Do you think I wouldn't know what kind of person Qiuli is?"
You don't need to flatter her unnecessarily. However, she can be quite stubborn at times, so I hope you'll be patient with her. She has had her share of struggles over the years.
Of course, if she oversteps, I expect you to give her some constructive criticism.
She fixed her gaze seriously on Chen Zhuo's face. Certain words were meant to be spoken at the time of marriage. But Zhang Qiuli's mother feared she might not live to see that day. For now, she could only hope that she had not misjudged him.
"Auntie,
you need not worry. Qiuli is such a wonderful girl, I promise to cherish her," Chen Zhuo assured her.
While promises are often deemed worthless,
it must be acknowledged that well-timed assurances are among the most delightful words to hear.
Zhang Qiuli's mother beamed at Chen Zhuo's promise and turned to Qiuli. "Qiuli, did you hear that?
You must listen and help little Chen with his work." Zhang Qiuli opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but upon seeing her mother's smile, she simply nodded in agreement.
"By the way, Auntie, I have some good news to share with you.
Yesterday, I took Qiuli to a convenience store event,
and they gave us 2 scratch-off tickets. Qiuli was lucky enough to win 3,000 yuan.
As he spoke, Chen Zhuo exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Qiuli. She promptly retrieved the 3,000 yuan from her pocket, grinning as she waved it in front of her mother.
3,000 yuan? Really? It seems fortune is smiling upon us. Little Chen is truly our family's lucky star. Zhang Qiuli's mother exclaimed with delight. Standing nearby,
Chen Zhuo could easily discern that the surprise in Zhang Qiuli's mother's eyes was feigned.
Truly, she was a former strong-willed woman. Despite her illness,
she maintained high emotional intelligence and looked after those around her. He pondered what Zhang Qiuli's mother would think if she knew his true nature.
After some contemplation,
he concluded that the benefits of revealing his true self outweighed the drawbacks. Rational individuals are more capable of making sound decisions than emotional ones. As long as he could touch the points that mattered to her, everything would be manageable. Zhang Qiuli's mother paused before continuing, however. This stroke of luck does not guarantee future wins. It's fine to indulge in a ticket occasionally, but one must not rely on this for substantial earnings.
Zhang Qiuli nodded obediently. Understood, Mom. As they exited the hospital room, night had already fallen.
Wait here, I need to stop by the emergency room. Please wait for me in the car, Chen Zhuo instructed as he prepared to return to school. Suddenly, he remembered he had yet to check on Wang Yan's condition.
After all, as the main antagonist, how could he neglect the well-being of the fated protagonist?
At the emergency room, he inquired about Wang Yen.
You mean the one named Wang Yen?
We're not sure what happened, no abnormalities were detected, but he arrived vomiting bile. Fortunately, he hasn't continued to vomit.
Though he is severely dehydrated and currently in the ICU for treatment and observation. The prognosis is uncertain.
Chen Zhuo visited the ICU but was unable to gain access. He sighed, reflecting on how the power of the snail noodles was more formidable than Yi Fei's pickup truck. Clearly, he should refrain from making such wishes in the future. Perhaps it would be better if the protagonist were struck by a truck instead. Such a sin, such a sin. Humming a tune, he returned to the car. Glancing at the time, it was 8:30, with 3 hours remaining before the dormitory closed.
He sighed inwardly, lamenting the fleeting time.
Minutes later, the car parked behind the supermarket.
They exited the vehicle.
"Let me walk you to your dormitory," Chen Zhuo said as they strolled.
"Wait."
Jiang Qiuli whispered softly from behind him.
Chen Zhuo halted and turned around. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy with me walking you to your dorm?"
Jiang Qiuli remained silent,
merely gazing into his eyes.
After 5 seconds, Chen Zhuo felt a soft sensation on his lips, and then Jiang Qiuli darted away like the wind.
"Ha!"
Chen Zhuo watched her retreating figure, rubbing his chin.
"Wait a minute. I'm the antagonist, how did I end up getting kissed by the heroine? If this gets out, where will I save face?"
"No, I must regain control of the situation."
The following day, Li Yeye summoned Chen Zhuo to her office. "Chen Zhuo, what is your relationship with Shui Qingya?"
"I initially considered introducing you to her, but it seems you're already acquainted." Chen Zhuo scratched his nose and replied nonchalantly. "There is nothing significant, it was an introduction arranged by my family, but the relationship isn't strong."
Li Yeye rolled her eyes. "I know your family isn't lacking.
But the Shui family is a prominent clan, and Shui Qingya is among their most outstanding young talents."
"What kind of feelings could you possibly share?" "Last night,
while lying in bed feeling bored, she had researched their social standings and familial connections, concluding that while Chen Zhuo's family was formidable, the Shui family was on an entirely different level, akin to comparing a university student to a third grader. There was simply no comparison."
Chen Zhuo nodded and jested, "Indeed.
If she were to take a liking to me, I could consider myself fortunate. She could give me pocket money, and I might even share some with you."
"Stop joking. Let us focus on serious matters." Li Yeye sighed in exasperation.
She couldn't comprehend how Chen Zhuo always transformed the atmosphere of her office into one resembling a recreational venue, yet she felt powerless against him.
Being a counselor was indeed challenging.
As she spoke, she opened a document on her computer. "Take a look at this, it's the promotional material prepared by the school.
Primarily about yesterday's project assessment.
Due to Shui's request, they even included a section on your entrepreneurial venture with the supermarket." Chen Zhuo glanced at the screen and was pleasantly surprised. While he didn't mind the publicity, he noticed a familiar name among the materials. Yi Fei's charitable act of delivering fruits to the dormitory staff and cleaners was featured as well.
The promotional effort was quite significant. I wonder what thoughts my classmates will have upon seeing this.
"It is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequity, Yi Fei. Oh Yi Fei, this is the first lesson I impart to you. In the pond, there are 10 lotus flowers, I shall pick but one, while you shall gather 9.
Chapter 85, What a Loss of Face.
This could also be considered a subtle promotion for your upcoming supermarket upgrade, potentially attracting a wave of new customers." Chen Zhuo nodded in agreement.
"Indeed." Li Yeye continued, "Manager Shui has asked the school leaders to look out for you, and they take it very seriously. Consequently,
the school has arranged an entrepreneurial presentation for you this afternoon, allowing you to share your entrepreneurial experiences with the younger students."
Li Yeye envied the resources provided to Chen Zhuo.
If only she could have such arrangements, her chances of securing a permanent position would be guaranteed.
Unfortunately, while Chen Zhuo knew Shui Qingya, she did not.
If only she had a close friend like Shui Qingya, then she could navigate the school with ease. Those leaders she disdained would be forced to smile at her.
She would not lift a finger for any superficial tasks.
Upon hearing arrangements that displeased her during meetings, she would immediately stand up to voice her objections. The mere thought of such scenarios made her lips curl into a faint smile, her face adorned with a silly grin. The author diagnoses this as a typical symptom of excessive consumption of tomato novels.
I'm sharing entrepreneurial experiences, and you're laughing. What's so funny?
Chen Zhuo asked, puzzled. His voice pulled Li Yaya from her daydream.
Ha!
She said, awkwardly touching her nose.
It's nothing, I'm just happy for you. Is that so?
Then no, wait, I have something else. Chen Zhuo had stepped halfway out the door but turned back.
What is it?
Li Yaya inquired with curiosity. How was the quality of the stockings I gave you yesterday?
Chen Zhuo asked earnestly, and Li Yaya responded with equal seriousness.
The evenness is excellent, the patterns are intricate,
giving a genuine appearance.
The color is soft and closely resembles skin tone, making them feel light and comfortable, perfectly adhering to the skin, with no snags whatsoever.
It's all around impressive.
That's what professionalism looks like.
Chen Zhuo was taken aback.
He had intended to tease Li Yaya with this topic, but she had genuinely delved into a detailed review. Truly, she was a woman of grace. All right, once the supermarket upgrade is complete, I'll stock up on more of these stockings, Chen Zhuo said.
Li Yaya pondered, but in school, the sales of stockings shouldn't be that high, right? Even if the quality is good, you might incur losses.
Chen Zhuo shrugged.
No, Director Li, it's not your era anymore.
Today's female students love to wear stockings.
Li Yaya retorted, what do you mean by your era? I'm only 2 years older than you.
Besides, I'm in school every day in Haven T seeing many girls wearing stockings. Most are in long pants. Chen Zhuo replied nonchalantly, that's just what you've observed.
How do you know they aren't wearing stockings underneath their pants? Ha! Li Yaya was momentarily stumped by Chen Zhuo's question. Then, she quietly replied, wearing stockings under pants? Isn't that a bit odd?
Shueqingya.
I'm leaving, Director Li. I'll pick you up at the teacher's dormitory tomorrow morning. Also, since you're so knowledgeable, I'll come to you the next time I need to test stockings.
Li Yaya nodded after considering. Being able to wear stockings for free would save her quite a bit over the year, which seemed rather advantageous. She looked at Chen Zhuo and said, the promotional materials will be disseminated across all school platforms in half an hour, including today's midday broadcast.
Furthermore,
I'll send you the materials for the afternoon presentation shortly. Meanwhile, Yifei was lounging in his dormitory, humming a tune, feeling quite cheerful. Although it appeared that Zhang Qiuli had been taken by Chen Zhuo, he had found a new point of attack. Upon learning that Li Yaya had been set up for a blind date by her family, he swiftly took action to seize the opportunity before Chen Zhuo could. The situation unfolded smoothly.
Originally, Li Yaya's parents had arranged for her to meet a civil service employee.
However, in the face of the Yi family, even those in higher positions paled in comparison. Those who could be likened to Yifei were practically grandparents themselves. Thus, with minimal effort, Yifei persuaded Li Yaya's original blind date to back off, replacing him seamlessly.
Perfection.
When Li Yaya arrived at the blind date venue and discovered her date was actually a sophomore, it was already too late. He intended to use this opportunity to break the ice with Li Yaya, and thereafter, everything would follow smoothly. What could Chen Zhuo possibly compete with? Without Zhang Qiuli, there were countless other female leads waiting for him. Just as he was basking in his own triumph, his phone lit up with a notification. It was a news push. Shueqingya, the female CEO of Hongfeng Technology Group, is visiting our school. Junior Chen Zhuo is launching a supermarket at school, representing student entrepreneurship. Sophomore Yifei gifts fruits to all dormitory supervisors and cleaning staff, showcasing campus warmth. Initially, Yifei planned to dismiss it, but upon seeing his name mentioned last, he became intrigued and clicked in. The first photo showed Shueqingya inquiring during her visit. Her elegant and aloof demeanor instantly captivated his attention. This woman was intriguing. He rubbed his temples. In the previous narrative, this woman named Shueqingya was not his lead. Something felt amiss. Never mind, this time I will secure her for myself, and let Chen Zhuo play around in school. I am a man destined to conquer the world. Upon discovering that Shueqingya was the eldest daughter of the Xue family, he felt even more confident. Compared to the Zhongjiang Xue family, The Yi family was practically begging for scraps.
He then glanced at the second article, which featured Chen Zhuo.
This kid could get media coverage for opening a supermarket.
Clearly a result of financial backing.
After skimming through it, he clicked back to his own article. Every word, image, and layout had been meticulously crafted at a high cost. From the very first glance, it was evident that it was eye-catching. He read it thoroughly. It was identical to the draft he submitted, untouched.
It was time to turn the tables,
he thought, as he opened his contacts and found a familiar avatar. He forwarded his article. Please share this in the class group.
But don't mention that I asked you to do so.
Then he sent a red envelope containing 100 yuan.
A minute later, in the class group, a message popped up. Everyone, come look.
Our class leader is featured in the school's news. The group was silent, with no one responding. In such groups,
aside from receiving notifications, students typically ignored other messages. Meanwhile, in the neighboring dormitory, a classmate saw the group message. Holding his phone, he wore an expression akin to that of someone witnessing a train wreck. What the hell? This dog Yifei is not only fawning over girls but now he's even trying to curry favor with the dorm supervisors? Does he have no shame?
Just as he was about to exit, he noticed Chen Zhuo's assistant was also mentioned.
Upon seeing Chen Zhuo's name, his interest was piqued. He scrolled up and, after reading through, he quickly posted 3 thumbs-up emojis in the class group, even with the worst luck.
I still want to stir things up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. At that moment, Yifei was fixated on his phone screen, eagerly awaiting praise from his classmates.
He planned to emerge modestly and feign humility. However, he was met with silence, leaving him puzzled. Were they all resting? Just as he was lost in thought,
a new message appeared in the group, once again 3 thumbs-up emojis. Instantly, he felt invigorated and sent out his pre-prepared message.
Class leader Yifei, you flatter me.
These are merely trivial matters. Students, if you have the time, do take a moment to pay attention to the ordinary staff members who serve us.
However,
just as his finger made contact with the send button, another message appeared on the screen.
A message from a user. Chen Zhuo is indeed formidable.
Once the supermarket upgrades, I shall be the first to make a purchase. By the time Yifei realized the nature of this message, it was already too late.
Chapter 86, Old Tricks Revisited. Do I resemble my former self?
His message was dispatched.
The silence in the class group did not imply a lack of viewers.
On the contrary, the boys were engrossed in games, with few paying attention. However, on the girls' side, thanks to Yifei's covert promotion, apart from a handful engaged in gaming, most were engrossed in the content of the article. Particularly, upon seeing the message from class assistant Chen Zhuo, they eagerly prepared to express their appreciation in the group.
They were ready to applaud Chen Zhuo. Yet, just as they were about to send their messages, Yifei's meticulously crafted award speech appeared. Was this class leader attempting to be humorous? How could he dare to say such things? Look at the date inscribed above. It was the very day Chen Zhuo delivered apples to us. Indeed, it was.
While Chen Zhuo was distributing apples, drinks, and membership cards,
Yifei was delivering cherries to the dormitory matron. How could one even consider him human? On the boys' side,
they affectionately called the matron mom and requested her to let them in at midnight, maintaining a harmonious relationship. Conversely, for most girls, their rapport with the matron resembled that of a strained mother-in-law relationship. The thought of Chen Zhuo delivering apples while Yifei was bestowing cherries upon the matron ignited their indignation. What sort of foolish class leader is he? Does he think that gifting strawberries and cherries makes him appear wealthy?
Disgusting. Moreover, there was a particular trait among the girls' dormitory: when they liked someone,
4 individuals in a room often held 8 differing opinions.
However, when they despised someone, they could easily unite and reach a consensus. Quickly,
all the girls in Class 3 of Public Administration formed a unanimous agreement, including the one who had accepted money from Yifei.
Yifei, class leader. Who would have thought your popularity is quite high?
Cherries and strawberries are so expensive now, and you treated the matron.
One girl remarked. Exactly.
I hesitated for so long before buying them, and yet Yifei casually purchased so many.
Wealth indeed makes a difference. Chen Zhuo, on the other hand, isn't as affluent, busy managing his supermarket, and utterly exhausted. Well, at least Chen Zhuo treated us to apples and drinks, didn't he? He. Now that you mention it, we ought to express our gratitude to Chen Zhuo. These girls excelled at sarcasm. After several exchanges, Yi Fei, who had been reveling in his triumph, finally sensed something amiss. He hurriedly sent a message to clarify. Class leader Yi Fei, there seems to be a misunderstanding. The cherries and strawberries were meant for the girls' dormitory, but the matron wouldn't allow me upstairs, so I shared them with her instead. His explanation, however, only incited a backlash from the boys. What a joke! You're trying to stir things up? They no longer held back. Are you a man or a woman? A lovesick puppy who hasn't even managed to win her over and is now making excuses. This absurdity left Yi Fei nearly fuming. He watched the messages flooding in, his blood pressure skyrocketing. His mind raced, and he concocted another excuse. Class leader Yi Fei, it's a misunderstanding. The class assistant was also in the girls' dormitory at the time, so I thought to deliver to the girls first before heading to the boys. This hastily devised reasoning was far from flawless, it was rather nonsensical. Soon, a boy retorted, so, the matron wouldn't let you up to the girls' dormitory. But the boys' matron also wouldn't let you up? Yi Fei felt a pang of realization. How had he overlooked this? Damn it! At that moment, he understood why Chen Zhuo had delegated all promotional tasks to him. It was a blunder from the outset. That scheming Chen Zhuo was playing tricks on him. Wasn't he? Ding! Detection of the fuming fortune child Yi Fei, your next wish cooldown has been shortened by 3 hours. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo was at the supermarket, assisting Jiang Qiuli with her mock exam questions. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, he understood that the promotional effort was yielding results. He took out his phone and, sure enough, the class group was flooded with messages. After skimming through them, he nearly burst into laughter. This generation of college students may not have advanced in their academic skills, but their talent for sarcasm was unparalleled. He contemplated for a moment. Then opened the message input field and wrote, regardless of the situation, class leader Yi Fei did a good deed. The cherries and strawberries he bought for the matron were later shared among all the dormitory staff and cleaners, such a thoughtful gesture. He clicked send. Observing his own message, a smile crept across Chen Zhuo's face. How delightful it was to play the role of the green tea girl. Yi Fei, holding his phone, nearly spat blood upon seeing Chen Zhuo's message. Wasn't it you who said my influence was insufficient, urging me to buy those? And yet, they were purchased from your supermarket at a marked-up price. Fuming, Yi Fei disregarded any semblance of dignity. He had already given up on Jiang Qiuli. What his classmates thought mattered little to him. He began typing a furious response but suddenly had an epiphany. If he were to curse now, with Chen Zhuo's cunning nature, it might find its way to Li Ye. Wouldn't that ruin his reputation in her eyes? With that thought, he deleted everything he had typed and sent a new message instead. Class leader Yi Fei, it seems that only class assistant Chen Zhuo understands me. Upon reading Yi Fei's message, Chen Zhuo paused for a moment. This fellow, much like a dog that learns through punishment, had become clever. Yet it was of little consequence. One plan had failed, but he had plenty of other tricks up his sleeve. Ding dong! Just then, his phone chimed again. Having muted group messages, this notification was from a friend. Opening it, he found a document sent by his counselor, Li Ye. It detailed the time and location for the afternoon's presentation. At 2:30, in the large classroom of Building 34. Chen Zhuo glanced over it, a thought blossoming in his mind. A presentation, is it? The system is active. I wish to make a wish. My desire is to be surrounded by fervent female admirers at the age of 20 at 2:30 this afternoon. A smile graced Chen Zhuo's lips. This tactic is an old one, revisited. Ding! The system confirms that your wish can be fulfilled. The fulfillment will require some time. Please be patient. Ding! It has been detected that your current rival is the fortune child Yi Fei, who has received a threefold critical hit. At 2:30, he will be besieged by 60-year-old fervent female admirers. At that moment, an infuriated Yi Fei received a message from Counselor Wang.
The retired staff at the school were quite optimistic about his achievements, and the school had decided that at 2:30, he would present his accomplishments at the Academic Report Center.
Chapter 87, Is There Still Justice in the World?
Upon reading the message, Yi Fei instantly regained his composure. Calmness was essential, he could not afford to act recklessly.
His current objective was Li Yaya, not Jiang Qiuli.
While his reputation in class might be tarnished, maintaining a respectable standing within the school was paramount.
The academic lecture hall was of great importance to the institution.
Surely, Li Yaya would notice him there, and perhaps she would even attend the event herself. The thought of this eased Yi Fei's troubled spirit. Though he had been deceived by Chen Zhuo, it seemed that fortune had arisen from misfortune.
At 2:30 in the afternoon, Chen Zhuo made his entrance into the large classroom on the first floor of Building 34.
Meanwhile, Yi Fei stood outside the academic lecture hall adjacent to it.
As he gazed at the entrance of Building 34, he furrowed his brow. Why were there so many girls entering and leaving today?
Building 34 primarily housed engineering classrooms.
This seemed quite unusual.
After a moment of confusion, he stepped into the grand hall of the lecture room. Regardless, he resolved to perform admirably, embodying the image of an elegant, aloof protagonist. Establishing a solid persona within the school was crucial, as it would undoubtedly leave a favorable first impression on Li Yaya during their blind date the following day. As he entered the academic lecture hall, thunderous applause erupted within. This young man is Yi Fei, is he not handsome?
Quite impressive. He appears cultured and refined.
If I were younger, I would surely pursue him.
Zhang Jie.
It's not too late, I recently saw a news story about an 80-year-old who found a partner in their 20s.
In this day and age is merely a number as long as there is mutual affection. To be honest, I am not quite sure why,
but I find myself somewhat enamored with this young man upon our first meeting.
Lu Jia, didn't your spouse pass away last year? Your children are all abroad now, so you have fewer concerns than us. That is true.
Yi Fei glanced around but found no sign of Li Yaya.
In fact,
he saw no woman under 50. More than half of the attendees had gray hair. He understood that he was there to present his achievements.
To an outsider,
it might have seemed he was peddling health products.
This is absurd, Yi Fei silently lamented.
Nevertheless, he maintained a smile on his face and humbly addressed the audience, "Good afternoon,
everyone. I am Yi Fei from the School of Management."
Today in the adjacent building, Chen Zhuo entered the large classroom, which was already filled to capacity. A quick glance revealed over 100 individuals, with only 5 or 6 boys seated at the back, likely there to earn credits. The rest were earnest, innocent female students. Among them, seated in the front row, was a familiar figure, Li Yaya. Upon Chen Zhuo's arrival, the room erupted with cheers.
"Senior, you are so handsome." "Woo-woo, senior. I love you." "Senior, I am the most obedient little puppy." "Get out if you're playing abstract." "How did you know I was playing abstract?" In the classroom, a microphone was set up on the podium.
Li Yaya stood up, approached the front, adjusted the microphone, and shot Chen Zhuo an encouraging glance. He nodded in acknowledgement.
Regarding entrepreneurship, everyone has their own perspectives. There is no standard answer, hence, I have not prepared a conventional PowerPoint presentation today. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask, and I will address them one by one. Of course, if anything remains unclear, you are welcome to come up and discuss it with me. An hour later,
Yi Fei finally escaped from the throng of exuberant admirers. His face was adorned with lipstick stains, and several buttons on his shirt had popped off. The rumors circulating online about older individuals being more open than the young turned out to be true. This was not merely openness, it was akin to a primitive society. He fled the academic lecture hall, questioning whether another half-hour there would leave him without a complete outfit.
Wow, Senior Chen Zhuo is truly handsome. Let us hurry inside. His promotional event will conclude soon. As Yi Fei passed by the adjacent building, he overheard 2 girls clad in JK uniforms rushing into Building 34.
Wait. What did they just say?
Yi Fei paused. Chen Zhuo?
It seemed they were discussing Chen Zhuo.
Was he conducting a promotional event inside? Driven by intense curiosity, he entered Building 34.
It was the weekend, and few classes were scheduled, yet the students in one large classroom were unusually numerous. Yi Fei quickly spotted the classroom and approached it. As he entered, his world crumbled. There stood Chen Zhuo at the podium, surrounded by a throng of girls, layers upon layers of innocent female students. What the hell? Where is the justice in this? How could fate be so cruel? If it were any other day, he might have dismissed this scene as a mere provocation from a rival. However, having just escaped the clutches of older women, his spirit was deeply wounded. The stark contrast between his situation and Chen Zhuo's left him despondent. Deep. The system has detected that the protagonist Yi Fei's mental state has collapsed. Your next wish cooldown will now be reduced by 12 hours. A wave of profound self-doubt washed over him. Why did it seem that Chen Zhuo was the true protagonist while he played the role of the villain? This was utterly incomprehensible. Boom! Suddenly, a loud thunderclap echoed from outside. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear, yet now it rumbled ominously. Heavenly Tao, a bunch of useless beings. At the sound of the thunder, Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly offered an explanation in his mind. Grandfather Heavenly Tao, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. After 2 minutes of silence, he sighed in relief, peering back into the classroom. To his astonishment, there stood Li Yaya, beaming with joy. What on earth is happening? Yi Fei felt even more frustrated. The very person he had hoped to see at the academic lecture hall was instead with Chen Zhuo. Cough, cough, cough. He cleared his throat a couple of times at the door, but the enthusiastic female students surrounding Chen Zhuo paid him no mind. Cough, cough, cough. He increased the force of his coughs, feeling as though his lungs might give out. Finally, Chen Zhuo turned to face him. Oh, isn't this Yi Fei? The class monitor? Are you here to learn about entrepreneurship as well? Learn? Not at all. I heard that you were holding a promotional event, so I rushed right over. Although 1,000 curses raced through his mind, Yi Fei maintained a smile on his face. He attempted to inch closer to Chen Zhuo, eager to experience a change of atmosphere after being surrounded by a crowd of older women. All right, everyone, please return to your seats. I believe time is running short. If you have any questions, feel free to add me on social media, and we can discuss privately. Chen Zhuo gestured for everyone to settle down. Okay. Just as Yi Fei prepared to weave his way inside, the circle of female students surrounding Chen Zhuo suddenly parted, leaving him standing alone. Li Yaya approached from below and took the microphone. Thus, today's sharing session concludes here. We shall convene again when the opportunity arises. Li Yaya felt a sense of joy. The atmosphere on site was vibrant. She had just taken numerous photographs from the audience. Once she returns to the academy, she will promote the event, which will serve as her achievement. Hello, Director Li Yaya. After the crowd began to disperse, Yi Fei greeted Li Yaya. Zhang Qiuli had already been whisked away by Chen Zhuo, and Li Yaya was determined to safeguard her position. Chapter 88, A Day as a Girlfriend? Quite interesting. Thus, he must consistently cultivate a favorable image before Li Yaya. Tomorrow's blind date must be a resounding success. Hello, class leader Yi Fei, Li Yaya responded politely. Standing nearby, Chen Zhuo observed the unmistakable lipstick mark on Yi Fei's face, envisioning the scene in the academic lecture hall. How blissful. He turned off the microphone and approached Li Yaya, saying, Our esteemed class leader Yi Fei has been commended by the entire school for distributing fruits, and just now, he held a meeting in the academic lecture hall, far surpassing my own status. Is that so? Class leader Yi Fei must indeed be exceptional and a good person, Li Yaya remarked. Chen Zhuo nodded in agreement. Indeed. He is quite a good person. Yi Fei was pondering how to subtly convey his achievements in the academic lecture hall when unexpectedly, his rival Chen Zhuo facilitated his intent. This thought tightened his chest. Based on previous experiences, such occurrences indicated that Chen Zhuo was about to ensnare him again. Yet, he could not fathom Chen Zhuo's motives and could only respond courteously, not at all, merely providing some fruits. It hardly cost anything, it was the least I could do. He feigned humility, oblivious to the conspicuous lipstick mark adorning his face. Chen Zhuo continued, with such excellence, class leader Yi Fei must have many female admirers. Just look at that lipstick mark, it unmistakably signifies taken. His tone was genuinely appreciative. Li Yeye nodded in agreement, admonishing, "University love is the purest and most precious."
Classmate Yifei, you must not disappoint the female classmates who adore you.
Indeed, indeed.
Director Li, you are absolutely right. Next time,
please dedicate a session to teaching me about love. I could certainly use some wisdom in that regard, Chen Zhuo added. Yifei found himself somewhat bewildered. He reached up to touch his face and then opened the camera on his phone, switching to the front-facing lens. The screen revealed his face, along with the conspicuously prominent lipstick marks. He was taken aback. There was no doubt these were imprints from the group of boundaryless women in the academic lecture hall. The earlier scene replayed vividly in his mind, causing a wave of nausea. Covering his mouth, he dashed outside.
Li Yeye watched Yifei's sudden departure with confusion. What is wrong with classmate Yifei? Why did he leave when I mentioned not disappointing the female classmates?
Chen Zhuo replied nonchalantly. Perhaps he was reminded of his girlfriend and was moved. Look at him covering his face, he likely does not want us to see him cry.
Li Yeye retorted. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Regardless, it is his private matter, and it does not concern us.
Let's go. Today's presentation was quite successful.
Chen Zhuo nodded.
With you in charge, success is guaranteed.
By the way, when are you going to give me that love lesson you mentioned? As they walked, Li Yeye's face turned crimson. When did I ever mention a love lesson? It was you who said that.
Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively.
Is that so? It's all the same. The meaning is what matters.
I'm just troubled about finding a girlfriend and need to learn properly.
Wait a moment, isn't Jiang Qiuli your girlfriend?
Chen Zhuo shook his head. No, she hasn't agreed to be my girlfriend.
Is that so? From the way you two interact, I thought you were a couple.
I want to pursue her, but she hasn't consented yet. On the road beside the teaching building, Chen Zhuo walked with his hands in his pockets.
Is that so? Li Yeye nodded thoughtfully.
Chen Zhuo continued, therefore, I seek your guidance on how to pursue women. I am rather inept with words and struggle to express myself.
Li Yeye couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Zhuo.
If you can't speak, then no one in this world can.
It's different. I mean, in matters of love, I feel like a fool. Are you certain?
Of course. Otherwise, Jiang Qiuli would have already agreed to be my girlfriend. Just look at me, handsome, wealthy, and running a supermarket in school. If I were adept at romance, I wouldn't still be single in my 3rd year. Chen Zhuo continued to embellish.
Li Yeye pondered for a few seconds and nodded.
That does seem plausible. Hey, Director Li, you seem knowledgeable about love. Why not truly teach me? Teach you? Li Yeye yearned to disclose that she had never been in a relationship, with all her knowledge stemming from novels and films. However, considering her status and age, she hesitated to voice it. If Chen Zhuo were to discover this, she would be ridiculed for at least a year. She feigned experience,
nodding in affirmation.
No problem, for the sake of your lifelong happiness, I shall teach you. Then, Director, if I wish to pursue a girl,
what should be my first step?
Chen Zhuo asked, suppressing laughter.
This female lead is truly amusing. Li Yeye contemplated for a moment and began to analyze seriously. The first step is to understand what the girl enjoys.
For instance, some girls love escape rooms, others enjoy singing, and some prefer watching movies. What you need to do is to engage her interests and invite her to join you.
Chen Zhuo nodded. I see.
So, Director, what do you like? I love watching movies.
Li Yeye blurted out.
Chen Zhuo pondered for 5 seconds before responding, tomorrow, I'll take you to watch a movie.
Why don't you simulate being my romantic interest, and we can conduct a practical exercise? Consider it my treat for the movie. Ah. Li Yeye was taken aback by Chen Zhuo's proposal.
Her first reaction was to refuse. Yet, Chen Zhuo framed it as a favor for the movie. There was no one else who could take her to the cinema, she could not afford it herself. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately agreed. It was merely a simulated girlfriend, after all, not a genuine relationship. Many companion services offered similar arrangements nowadays. She could only comfort herself with this rationale. Inside the teaching building, Yifei finally managed to wash away the lipstick marks from his face in the restroom. When he returned to the lecture hall, both Chen Zhuo and Li Yeye had vanished, leaving only a cleaning lady tidying up.
Damn! He couldn't help but curse. What kind of situation had he created?
He had sent money to Chen Zhuo's supermarket, Jiang Qiuli had been taken by Chen Zhuo, and now Li Yeye had left with him. All while he was mistakenly perceived as having a girlfriend. His opportunity for promotion had been squandered, and he had been overwhelmed by a gaggle of women.
At that moment,
he was engulfed in profound self-doubt.
Am I truly the child of destiny?
Chapter 89. Indeed, I learned fashion through videos daily the following day. The renovation of the supermarket officially commenced. The previous decor was relatively new, requiring only simple upgrades. With the dispersal of odors, completion was anticipated within 10 days. Chen Zhuo granted Jiang Qiuli a paid leave of 10 days, encouraging her to spend quality time with her mother. Meanwhile, he drove to the teacher's apartment building.
Halting beneath Block 8.
Li Yeye had sent her apartment details to Chen Zhuo the day before. Admiring his handsome reflection in the car mirror, Chen Zhuo whistled.
This morning,
upon weighing himself, he was astonished to find he had dropped to merely 90 pounds. Standing at 185 centimeters. A weight of only 130 pounds was exceedingly slender for a male. Thus, he made a wish for an additional 20 pounds of muscle,
desiring to fill out those seemingly fragile areas.
Dressed in a suit, he envisioned himself looking quite dapper, with an aura of confidence.
Ascending to the 3rd floor, he knocked on the door.
10 seconds later, it swung open to reveal Li Yeye, clad in fitted jeans, a white snug t-shirt, and pink cartoon slippers.
Why are you so dressed up? It's just a movie, Chen Zhuo remarked, somewhat bemused.
Although Li Yeye's outfit accentuated her curvaceous figure, it was hardly convenient for his intentions.
What do you mean dressed up? I just threw this on, it's casual. Li Yeye retorted, biting her lip, aware she was being a bit coy. Really?
I find that hard to believe, Chen Zhuo replied, shaking his head dismissively. Fine, the truth is, I have a blind date this afternoon and wanted to look somewhat casual. I'll change into a loose blazer and sneakers later to appear younger, Li Yeye admitted, glancing at her reflection with a hint of self-doubt.
Absolutely not. You cannot present yourself this way, it does not showcase your charm.
Luckily, I have a modicum of fashion sense, allow me to assist you, Chen Zhuo declared with earnestness.
You have a modicum of fashion sense?
Li Yeye questioned skeptically.
Of course. Haven't you noticed how dashing I look today? Chen Zhuo responded. And it dawned on Li Yeye that he indeed appeared more attractive than usual. Wow, you really have. Teach me how to style myself,
she exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. As if she had stumbled upon a new world. Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. Calm down, I merely study fashion through videos daily.
I can tailor outfits to suit each individual's physique and temperament.
Oh, then please help me.
Li Yeye was momentarily flabbergasted.
In truth, Chen Zhuo was not speaking in vain. His primary task each day was indeed to learn about fashion, encompassing both male and female styles.
Yet, there was a commonality, the fashion bloggers were invariably female.
Casting a discerning glance at Li Yeye, Chen Zhuo's eyes lit up.
I know exactly what would suit you. So soon? What should I wear? Do you possess black stockings? He inquired nonchalantly.
Li Yeye's cheeks flushed. Of course I do, but I seldom wear them due to my profession.
Why do you ask? She inquired,
her voice shrinking in volume.
Well, I'm coordinating your outfit, I need to know why you have those.
Chen Zhuo clarified.
Ah. I meant to ask if the outfit you are suggesting involves black stockings?
Indeed, Chen Zhuo replied with a serious nod. Those stockings are the smallest garment. They can set the tone for the entire ensemble.
Your figure is well suited for them. Is that so? Li Yeye acknowledged, a flicker of comprehension lighting her expression. I possess black stockings, what else do I need?
Let me see, she said as her mind raced.
Additionally, you will require black knee-high boots, a black bodycon mini dress, and a dark gray woolen coat.
Well, I only have a black woolen coat, the others are readily available, Li Yeye responded after reflection.
That works, let's proceed.
I'll observe the effect from here.
What? I mean, hurry and change, I want to see how it looks. All right. After a moment's hesitation,
Li Yeye retreated into her bedroom, closing the door behind her to change.
Chen Zhuo settled onto the sofa, scrutinizing her teacher's apartment.
It was a compact two-bedroom space.
Yet Li Yeye occupied it alone.
The living room was tidy, defying the stereotype of messy female dwellings.
The overall atmosphere was warm, with several plush toys adorning the sofa.
Adjacent to the living area was a balcony, through which sunlight streamed, illuminating the garments drying outside.
This place is delightful, situated within the school.
It would be convenient for classes if I could reside here, Chen Zhuo pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully.
With a gentle creak, the white door opened again.
And Li Yeye emerged, now donning black knee-high boots that hugged her calves, paired with a black bodycon skirt.
Compared to her earlier denim,
this outfit not only accentuated her figure but also exuded an alluring charm. The stockings peeking between the skirt and the boots elongated her legs,
while the coat provided warmth and an air of mystery. Splendid.
I truly am a fashion genius, Chen Zhuo proclaimed, admiring the transformation.
Li Yeye twirled before the mirror,
marveling at her enhanced appearance.
It seems I have indeed changed for the better. But is this style appropriate for a blind date? What if my date perceives me as overly provocative?
Chen Zhuo waved dismissively. Not at all, contemporary female university students dress this way.
In this era,
young women aspire to project maturity, while older women strive to appear youthful.
Li Yeye pondered this insight, recognizing its truth. Yet,
Chen Zhuo had an additional thought unspoken. Her blind date had already been supplanted by Yi Fei.
As for Yi Fei,
one could only speculate how he would fare with his wish for an additional 20 pounds after receiving an eightfold boost.
Thank you for your fashion guidance.
Li Yeye admired her reflection once more, feeling transformed by the sunlight. Think nothing of it, I have a request of my own to make, Chen Zhuo stated.
What is it?
Speak freely, I shall assist you as best as I can. Clearing his throat gently, Chen Zhuo began, you see, my rental outside the school is expiring. And with the supermarket upgrades underway, my responsibilities at the school are increasing. I wish to rent an apartment here in the teachers' quarters.
I believe you have an available room, what do you think? Chapter 90, The Overweight Strongman, is that not Yi Fei?
While Chen Zhuo and Li Yeye were engaged in an intimate interaction, on the other side, Yi Fei gazed at his reflection in the mirror, astonished by his own corpulent figure. He could not comprehend how, after merely a slumber, he had awoken to such a weighty form.
Was he still in a dream?
He slapped himself, the sound echoing painfully. This was no dream. He retrieved the weighing scale from beside him and stepped onto it, no weight displayed. Such an occurrence indicated he had surpassed the scale's measuring capacity. My goodness, the scale I purchased can measure up to 250 gene.
Yi Fei was bewildered.
This meant his weight had indeed exceeded 250 gene.
What did this signify? Was this even normal? This could not be right.
He then brought out a heavy-duty electronic scale from the storage room, plugged it in, and stood upon it.
This time, a number appeared, 288 gene. Strangely enough,
that figure seemed rather auspicious. Yi Fei had transformed into an over 200 gene strongman. Yet, his mental state was shattered.
He had done nothing.
He merely slept and had gained over 100 gene.
Was this some sort of jest? Regardless of any illness, how could one gain such weight overnight without any intake?
He had indulged a bit during dinner the previous evening, but it was impossible to have consumed over 100 genes worth of food, was it?
In a panic,
Yi Fei hastily called Butler Wang. 10 minutes later, Butler Wang arrived with a doctor at Yi Fei's rented residence.
Yi Fei's former attire was utterly unwearable,
and his pajamas had burst apart, leading him to wrap himself in a bed sheet. The doctor examined Yi Fei, whose visage was obscured by layers of fat, his expression rife with skepticism.
Are you implying that his weight has more than doubled overnight? Not exactly. Just check his basic health data for any anomalies. I may have misspoken, Butler Wang responded swiftly. Observing Yi Fei's condition, it was evident this was no mere medical issue, something far more profound lay beneath.
It seemed imperative to consult the master named Wang Yan. All right, let me take a look. The doctor began a basic examination. Other than his temperature. Every other parameter was abnormal. You should take him to a top-tier hospital immediately, I cannot assist further. The doctor, after glancing at the alarming blood sugar and blood pressure readings, made a hasty exit.
Sir, should we go to the hospital?
Butler Wang inquired after the doctor's departure.
Yi Fei, with a darkened expression, replied, "What would be the point of visiting a hospital? Does this look like a medical issue to you? Has there been any news from Master Wang Yan, whom we sought out at the Shui family?"
Butler Wang nodded.
Yes, however. The head of the Shui family mentioned that Master Wang is rather busy at the moment. We will be informed when he is available. Yi Fei's voice,
now strained from the pressure of fat, was barely audible.
Butler Wang promptly pulled out his phone to contact the head of the Shui family. 3 minutes later, he received the disheartening news: Master Wang Yan is currently hospitalized. Yi Fei was infuriated. What the hell? He is in the hospital himself and still referred to as a master?
Family names from small towns are truly unreliable, they label anyone as a master without due diligence. Butler Wang explained, I have looked into it, whether he is a master or not is uncertain, but his mentor is indeed a master.
Is it possible he was outmaneuvered by a rival of equal strength in the hospital? That could be a possibility. For now, please procure me a suitable outfit, as I have matters to attend to. Once I finish, I shall visit Wang Yan at the hospital.
Yi Fei's command was clear, and Butler Wang complied without question.
However,
drawing from past experiences, he reported this information up the chain.
Do you truly wish to live with me? Li Yeye, seated in the passenger seat, appeared conflicted. Is it not quite normal nowadays for boys and girls to share a rental? Besides, given our relationship, you could assist me with my studies, it would be quite beneficial.
Chen Zhuo argued, his talent for persuasion evident.
Li Yeye pondered briefly before nodding. Chen Zhuo's reasoning held merit. In the realm of working individuals, who even considers the gender of one's roommate?
It's merely about the compatibility of personalities. Chen Zhuo, noticing her agreement, continued, moreover,
you have just commenced your role as a counselor, surely this apartment is not provided by the school but rather rented by you?
Indeed, she confirmed with a nod. As a contract worker, she had no chance of being allocated accommodation. However, she did receive a housing allowance. Therefore, she rented a 2-bedroom apartment by herself, as she was reluctant to share space with strangers. The monthly rent was 2,200, while her subsidy was only 900. The burden of rent weighed heavily upon her.
Look, you alone must shoulder the rent for a 2-bedroom apartment. If I move in and contribute half,
the savings could be spent on clothes, outings, or even a delightful barbecue. How splendid! Were Chen Zhuo to pursue sales, he would undoubtedly excel. Guided by his logic, vivid images of her enjoying leisure time flooded Li Yeye's mind. If they split the rent, she could save over 1,000 a month, allowing for a day of delightful adventures. However, I have a blind date today. If my date finds out I share a rental with a male student. Then, before she could finish, Chen Zhuo interrupted, why worry about that now?
The success of your date this afternoon is a whole different story. In his mind, the image of Yi Fei, weighing over 200 jin, surfaced.
Whether Yi Fei would even attend the blind date was in question.
Even if he did, he would likely be sent home. Good point, Li Yeye conceded.
Alright, we VE agreed. After this, you shall teach me how to pursue a girl.
And I will instruct you on fashion. A fair exchange.
As the Audi A6 entered the villa district, the vehicle slowed to a crawl. Chen Zhuo, while driving, spoke nonchalantly.
Very well.
As Li Yeye reflected on the favor she owed Chen Zhuo, particularly for today's extravagant outing, she realized she had accumulated quite a debt.
Rejecting his offer would seem lacking in emotional intelligence.
Yet, she was still apprehensive, not about Chen Zhuo's intentions, but rather her own inexperience in matters of romance.
How could she possibly teach?
Perhaps she could simply pretend to be his girlfriend, treating it as a real relationship and relying on her instincts.
Yes, that would suffice. Li Yeye could not help but marvel at her own cleverness. Chapter 91, The Guide. As simple as drinking water, Chen Zhuo led Li Yeye to the entrance of the main building. He unlocked the door with his fingerprint. Since their last visit, A professional cleaning crew had tidied up the interior, leaving it spotless.
As Chen Zhuo surveyed the pristine villa, a sudden idea struck him. Wait. Let us take off our shoes and change into slippers. He took off his own shoes while retrieving 2 pairs of slippers from the nearby shoe cabinet.
Ha! Didn't we keep our shoes on last time? Li Yeye asked, momentarily taken aback.
If she were wearing ordinary sneakers today, she would have removed her shoes without hesitation. However, she was dressed in black stockings, which felt rather awkward to her. Chen Zhuo explained earnestly, last time, there were too many people. So we didn't take off our shoes. Later, a specialized team will come to clean, but cleaning costs money. Since it's just the 2 of us today, I wouldn't want to impose that expense on my friend.
Li Yeye was momentarily mesmerized by his reasoning. She nodded.
Right, I've already troubled your friend enough.
I'll ensure everything is clean before we leave.
As she spoke, she unzipped her long boots, revealing her feet clad in sheer stockings as she slipped them into the slippers. Chen Zhuo squatted nearby, covering his nose with an expression of disdain.
Why do your feet smell like smoke? Li Yeye, having just unzipped her other boot, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson.
She stammered, feeling exceedingly embarrassed. It was a hot day, and wearing long boots would naturally lead to sweating. Clearing his throat, Chen Zhuo continued, I see, you're feeling weak.
Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's offer of assistance, Li Yeye eagerly responded, am I really weak? No wonder I've felt so drained lately. Do you really understand these things? Chen Zhuo nodded. Of course, I know a little about everything. I also know how you can restore your vitality. Really? Li Yeye's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Absolutely.
Let us go upstairs where I can explain it to you in detail.
After changing into slippers, Chen Zhuo led Li Yeye to the cinema room.
The layout was the same as last time, and Chen Zhuo casually settled into the middle seat while Li Yeye took the farthest seat on the right.
He glanced at her and said, wait, didn't you say you'd teach me about dating today? Sitting so far apart doesn't resemble a romantic scenario at all. Li Yeye hesitated before shifting closer to Chen Zhuo.
That's more like it, he remarked. Chen Zhuo took out his phone and discreetly adjusted the room's temperature. The villa's climate control system worked wonders, and within half a minute, it reached his desired warmth.
Aren't you hot wearing that wool coat?
Chen Zhuo asked as he removed his own jacket.
Very, Li Yeye admitted, feeling increasingly warm since her arrival, and a light sheen of sweat was forming. If it's hot, why don't you take off your coat?
All right, she conceded, removing her woolen outer garment and revealing a fitted, body-hugging dress underneath.
Cough, all right. Extend your hand, Chen Zhuo instructed. What? Li Yeye's face turned an even deeper shade of red.
Having been single for over 20 years, she had never encountered such an intimate atmosphere.
Moreover, she was wearing such revealing attire today. What do you mean what? You said you were feeling weak. Let me check your pulse.
Oh. Li Yeye gritted her teeth and obediently extended her hand, deciding to go along with it.
After all,
she had agreed to simulate being Chen Zhuo's girlfriend today. Her hand was pleasantly soft, with fingers of just the right length. Chen Zhuo placed his hand on her wrist. Her heart raced.
Cough, indeed a bit weak. I'll help you restore your vitality. I happen to have something here that can assist with that. Here? Oh, not here. At my friend's place. He also feels weak, and I brought him something that you can use too. Okay, fine. Li Yeye's eyes flickered with suspicion.
But she understood that some matters were beyond her concern. One must learn to mind their own business.
Surely it's not some kind of medication?
She recalled the crime movies she had seen in the past. Chen Zhuo shook his head.
Of course not.
Your condition isn't severe enough to require medication for restoration.
Then what is it?
A foot soak package. Just soaking your feet can alleviate fatigue and help restore your vitality.
Thank you.
No need for thanks, after all. I'm your boyfriend now. Li Yeye wanted to say something but held her tongue. Boyfriend it is then. Reflecting on their time together, she thought perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if Chen Zhuo were indeed her boyfriend. However, there were certain realities she had to acknowledge.
Whether Chen Zhuo liked her was one thing, but considering his family's circumstances, she felt unworthy.
In her eyes, even if Chen Zhuo were to impulsively date her,
their relationship would ultimately fizzle out.
She did not wish for that. Thus, she resolved to bury her romantic fantasies deep within her heart.
All right. What movie do you want to watch?
Chen Zhuo released her hand, subtly shifting closer to her. Let us watch an old film, The Horse Whisperer.
This time, Li Yeye did not shift to the right.
After a moment of contemplation, she replied, then let us watch The Horse Whisperer.
After making their selection,
the screen began to play the classic film.
Chen Zhuo naturally wrapped his arm around Li Ye's shoulders.
We're officially a couple now. In Yi Fei's rented apartment, Butler Wang finally brought in the oversized clothing.
What took you so long?
Yi Fei was in a frantic state, his frustration palpable. Butler Wang, equally distressed, replied, Young master, you have no idea how difficult it is to find clothes in your size.
From now on, you might need to have your clothes custom made by the family. Damn it!
Yi Fei cursed profusely. If he were to remain in this state,
he might as well give up on life.
My apologies, young master.
You'll be back to normal in no time. Here, change into these clothes.
He handed over a set of loose, casual attire, large and elastic enough that several people could fit into them. Yi Fei quickly changed and caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He felt as if he had stepped into a comedic role designed for a foolish character in a movie. His face was round and comical, radiating absurdity.
Damn it! If I find out who turned me into this, I'll make them wish they were never born. Butler Wang, prepare a car for me.
I'm heading to the village by the river in the suburbs.
Chapter 92. Alas, Li Yeye has become infatuated. Xiao Yeye, shall we soak our feet while watching? Ha!
What did you call me? Li Yeye leaned against Chen Zhuo, her voice barely a whisper.
Xiao Yeye, this isn't school, and besides, you are still my pretend girlfriend.
Chen Zhuo slightly lowered his head, observing the faint blush on Li Ye's delicate face, her sparkling eyes peeking from beneath her bangs. Coupled with her outfit, she appeared both adorable and alluring.
Li Yeye hesitated, pulling away from Chen Zhuo's embrace. Please, don't do this. I have a blind date this afternoon. And it wouldn't be appropriate.
Conflicted emotions swirled within her. It felt as though she had grasped the essence of true love, yet guilt weighed heavily upon her. Thoughts of her parents, who had prepared for her return to the blind date, deepened her remorse.
Weren't you the one who agreed to let me teach you about romance? Why do you look at me as if I have ulterior motives?
Chen Zhuo spread his hands, feigning innocence.
At that moment, Li Yeye felt an additional pang of guilt towards Chen Zhuo.
Indeed, it was she who had initially agreed.
Moreover, Chen Zhuo had not overstepped any boundaries.
He merely had his arm around her shoulder, unlike couples in love who might share kisses.
Alright, I won't tease you anymore.
You're just worried about your blind date, right? I won't hold you anymore, Chen Zhuo replied nonchalantly.
As the antagonist,
his choice of the female lead was not merely based on looks.
If Li Yeye felt no guilt, she would be a true heartbreaker, one he would soon discard.
Her reactions indicated that she was a woman worthy of his affection.
Thank you for understanding me.
Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's heartfelt words, Li Yeye felt a wave of relief wash over her. She smiled brightly, revealing a joy Chen Zhuo had never witnessed before.
She looked utterly charming. It's nothing. We don't need to thank each other, Chen Zhuo said, reaching out to gently pinch Li Yeye's resilient cheek. I am.
Li Yeye nodded vigorously. Her gaze fixed on Chen Zhuo's face, momentarily lost in thought. She discovered a newfound ease when in his company. If only she had made a move on him during her junior year, how delightful it would have been. This handsome junior would have held her hand, strolled with her under the stars, taken her to splendid places for movies, and gifted her exquisite stockings. A sudden giggle escaped her lips at the thought.
What are you laughing at?
Chen Zhuo inquired, puzzled by her adorably infatuated expression. Li Yeye often found herself lost in thought and smiling. A phenomenon Chen Zhuo had only observed in friends who were avid novel readers.
I wish we could really be a couple. Li Yeye finally voiced her thoughts after a brief contemplation. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Was it truly that simple? He cleared his throat. You're still single. And I am too. If you wish, we could indeed date.
This is university, not high school. You're merely 2 years my senior, a mentor.
Free love is not prohibited here. Li Yaya hesitated before shaking her head. If only we had said this half a month ago. Unfortunately, I've already agreed to the blind date arranged by my parents. If I don't go, they will surely think I have lost my mind. She was visibly torn. After a brief silence, she continued, I don't want to go, but I fear worrying my parents. They raised me with such care. Chen Zhuo nodded.
Choosing not to pursue the topic further, understanding that her parents would undoubtedly disapprove of a suitor like Yifei, who weighed over 200 pounds.
It's all right. I will take you there this afternoon.
Let us soak our feet first, Chen Zhuo suggested gently.
Li Yaya remained silent. After 5 seconds, she spoke again. Were you joking earlier?
I knew it. Men prefer younger women, especially wealthy ones like you.
How could you genuinely like me?
Her voice dwindled. And tears glistened in her eyes.
Why do you think that?
Chen Zhuo was bewildered.
If I truly liked you, why would I send you off to a blind date?
Chen Zhuo was astounded by her perspective.
Women were indeed perplexing creatures.
They could be utterly naive about many matters yet possess an uncanny knack for uncovering a man's intentions.
Don't overthink it. I simply don't want your parents to worry. Besides, with me waiting for you, who could possibly succeed in dating you?
Chen Zhuo reached out,
caressing Li Yaya's soft cheek. Okay, I understand. Li Yaya nodded obediently. Thank you. Is thank you all you can say? What about a more substantial expression of gratitude?
Chen Zhuo playfully tapped his lips.
Li Yaya paused, comprehending his implication but feeling unprepared.
After a moment of hesitation, she steeled herself,
leaning in to press her lips against his.
Her movements were awkward, yet Chen Zhuo was experienced. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer.
Li Yaya instinctively closed her eyes. No, not yet.
Suddenly, she opened her eyes, grasping Chen Zhuo's hand.
He sighed internally, realizing they were so close yet still too hasty. Today's developments were already quite remarkable. All right, Chen Zhuo nodded, releasing her from his embrace. You're wonderful. Li Yaya beamed with that sweet smile once more. Is this really all it takes to make you happy? Chen Zhuo mused,
marveling at how easily a woman in love could be satisfied.
It confirmed that Li Yaya was indeed inexperienced in romantic affairs. Could you take me back now? I've made up my mind.
I want to bring you home to meet my parents and clarify everything, so that the blind date doesn't show up.
With her thoughts finally organized, she was resolute in her next steps.
All right, I will take you home, Chen Zhuo replied. Initially wishing to have her remove her stockings for a foot soak and perhaps even a massage, but he understood that would have to wait for another occasion.
Meanwhile,
Yifei sat in the long wheelbase Range Rover that Butler Wang had rented for him.
The trunk was filled with gifts arranged by Butler Wang. Yifei sent the location provided by the matchmaker to Butler Wang.
This is the place. Butler Wang surveyed the map, a look of dismay crossing his face.
Young master, as the heir apparent of the Yi family, is it appropriate to seek a match with a woman from a rural area? Do as I say. Stop complaining. Yifei snapped. Understood, young master. I'll head over immediately. Butler Wang decided to discreetly report this matter later.
Sensing that young master Yifei was not only struggling physically but perhaps mentally as well.
Chapter 93, Zhang Qiuli's hidden savings come in handy. Heqiao village is the home of Li Yaya.
Today, the arranged meeting is also taking place at her residence. Initially, the plan was for a man from a nearby village.
But Yifei intervened and bribed the matchmaker. Under the persuasive tongue of the matchmaker, Li Yaya's parents changed the prospective partner to Yifei, the original suitor. Upon witnessing Yifei's financial prowess, wisely withdrew from the competition.
While he could still vie for love, in an arranged meeting, facing an opponent of such caliber, he had no choice but to concede. Upon learning of Yifei's wealth, Li Yaya's parents felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Yet, persuaded by the matchmaker, They resolved to meet him today to assess the kind of person he truly is.
If he proves unreliable, then so be it. Is this the place? Number 24. Group 8 of Huqiao Village? Chen Zhuo pointed at the marked location on the map. Yes. Li Yeye, seated in the passenger seat, nodded obediently. All right, let's go.
Chen Zhuo said, pressing the accelerator as they drove toward the outskirts of the city. The main road gradually became less crowded, and the flow of vehicles diminished. Without any congestion or traffic lights, Chen Zhuo drove comfortably, humming along to the music, his hand unconsciously moving from the gear lever to Li Yeye's thigh. The last time the passenger seat was occupied by Jiang Qiuli, it felt quite different. The experience was not as smooth.
Could you please focus on driving and refrain from touching?
It's quite dangerous, Li Yeye remarked, glancing at her nearly worn-out black stockings, feeling exasperated.
Don't worry. I'm an experienced driver. Li Yeye's home is a two-story building with a spacious front yard. Yi Fei's Range Rover arrived first. The matchmaker, sitting in the yard sipping tea, noticed the conspicuous vehicle and quickly stood up, calling out, Yeye's mother, Yeye's father, the male guest has arrived. No sooner had she spoken than a man and woman emerged from the kitchen, both adorned in aprons, as they prepared the day's meals. Hearing the matchmaker's announcement, they walked outside, removing their aprons as they went. See? Isn't this car impressive?
I told you I found a great match for Yeye. The matchmaker's sentence was cut short by the sound of brakes as another vehicle pulled up.
While the Range Rover appeared grand, the matchmaker lacked knowledge of its brand and price.
However, Chen Zhuo's Audi A6L was etched in her memory, in her matchmaking notes. Anyone driving an Audi A6L was a top-tier candidate, often leaving others in the dust.
Wait, which one is here for the blind date? Li Yeye's parents exchanged puzzled glances,
unsure if one of the cars belonged to their daughter.
However, neither vehicle resembled a ride-hailing service. Inside the Range Rover, Yi Fei cursed. Whose Audi is parked so carelessly next to mine?
Peering through the window, he furrowed his brow, recognizing the vehicle from somewhere.
Never mind, I'll go greet them. He instructed his butler, Wang, bring the items from the trunk, I'll head over.
With that, he exited the vehicle, the suspension noticeably lifting as he stepped out.
Li Yeye's parents, standing in the yard, watched as a hefty figure emerged from the vehicle, their smiles fading instantly. Is this the match you introduced to us for our Yeye? Li Yeye's father whispered, his concern palpable.
The matchmaker, known for her eloquence,
fell silent upon seeing Yi Fei's physique.
She longed to deny it, but the man before her bore a striking resemblance to the photo.
This is a disaster. My career is on the line. Yeye's father, let me explain.
Although the man appears a bit overweight, he is genuinely kind and comes from a wealthy family.
Yeye would undoubtedly benefit from marrying him. Get lost. Li Yeye's father, typically a mild-mannered rural man, couldn't contain his anger this time.
We may not have much money, but Yeye is in college and even works as a counselor. She's far better than this.
He trembled as he pointed at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, blissfully unaware of the brewing storm, was busy retrieving items from the trunk, planning to explain his sudden transformation to Li Yeye's parents, hoping for a quick resolution.
As he busied himself, the doors of the Audi A6 opened simultaneously, and Chen Zhuo and Li Yeye stepped out.
Mom, Dad, I'm back,
Chen Zhuo exclaimed, realizing he had forgotten to bring gifts in his focus on the smooth driving experience.
This was quite unbecoming. He dove back into the car,
rummaging through the storage compartment until he found a stack of cash, 3,000 yuan, which Jiang Qiuli had won from a scratch-off ticket during her last hospital visit. She had intended to deposit it but, due to the late hour, entrusted it to Chen Zhuo for safekeeping.
3,000 yuan was a trivial sum,
and Chen Zhuo hadn't thought much of it, but now it proved fortuitous. As he emerged from the car once more, he encountered Yi Fei, who was holding a gift box, his body quivering with excess weight.
Who are you? Chen Zhuo feigned ignorance,
his expression filled with confusion as he scrutinized Yi Fei's portly figure.
Yi Fei's temper flared upon seeing Chen Zhuo's face, quickly followed by a more terrifying realization: how had Chen Zhuo arrived at this location at such a time?
When he recognized the woman stepping down from Chen Zhuo's car, his heart skipped a beat.
No, this cannot be right. You resemble an old acquaintance of mine named Yi Fei. Surely, you cannot be related to him?
Yifei longed to strike Chen Zhuo but recalled the latter's formidable prowess from a previous life, causing him to hesitate.
Moreover, given his current weight,
he could hardly manage to leap.
Yeah, so it's you who has returned. We were just wondering who it was. In the yard, seeing the handsome,
charismatic young man alongside Li Yeye brought smiles back to her parents' faces.
Yet, the matchmaker remained perplexed.
I have never encountered this man before.
She trailed behind Li Yeye's parents, stealthily approaching Yifei, whispering, "What is happening? The photo you sent me didn't look like this."
Yifei felt a wave of frustration wash over him.
Why did the problem have to arise at such a critical moment? Chapter 94, The Speedy Blind Date. Yifei's blood pressure soars. An unforeseen occurrence transpired.
Yifei murmured an explanation, evoking the ire of the matchmaker, who wished to express her frustration.
Do you truly consider a 200-pound difference to be a mere incident?
You should return home, let today's blind date be forgotten. With a heavy sigh, she attempted to preserve her esteemed reputation from the debacle that was Yifei.
Step aside, you've overstayed your welcome.
Yifei, already brimming with indignation, disregarded the matchmaker's words, forcefully pushing her aside.
He approached the parents of Li Yeye, casting a glance at Butler Wang before presenting the gift box he held. "Uncle, Auntie, I am Yifei, here for the blind date." He then greeted Li Yeye. "Counselor Li, what a coincidence to find you as my blind date." Li Yeye was momentarily taken aback. Yifei? The enormous figure before me is Yifei? How can this be? I saw him just yesterday with Chen Zhuo. How could anyone possibly gain such weight overnight? You are the sophomore Yifei? We met in the lecture hall yesterday?
Yifei nodded, his neck fat compressing against his head, creating an illusion of a singular mass devoid of any neck.
Indeed. That is me, isn't it a twist of fate?
He articulated, his voice strained by the excess weight.
Fate? Li Yeye thought to herself, incredulous. You gained all this weight overnight, yet instead of seeking medical attention, you come out for a blind date? This is absurd.
Maintaining her composure as a counselor, she advised. Yifei, you should promptly visit a hospital rather than engage in this blind date.
Counselor, allow me to clarify. This is beyond scientific explanation.
You simply need to trust that I will soon return to normal, and it will not affect today's meeting, Yifei hastily defended himself.
Chen Zhuo,
observing from the sidelines, was bemused.
How had Yifei become the fabled child of fortune?
In such a state, he had the audacity to appear here.
Lacking any semblance of shame. Oh, fate, what kind of rival have you bestowed upon me? Even if I were to restart 100 times, victory would elude me. Li Yeye's judgment of Yifei could be summed up in a single word, incomprehensible.
Yifei, you are a student of Zhongjiang University, even the class monitor.
If we dismiss scientific rationale, what should we use to explain this?
She resumed her authoritative demeanor, challenging him.
Enough of this, you must go to the hospital.
If your health deteriorates, it will be too late for regrets.
Yifei was rendered speechless. The day's events felt increasingly amiss. Let us go. Our Yeye will not entertain this blind date with you, no matter your wealth. At that moment, Li Yeye's father stepped forward. Despite Yifei's apparent affluence, his excessive weight coupled with his wealth would only serve to brand him as a man who prioritized money over family. Uncle, please allow me to explain.
These gifts I brought are sincere, you should accept them. I am not as you perceive me now, perhaps by tomorrow, I shall revert to my former self.
Yesterday,
I was normal, Yifei attempted to justify himself, leaving Li Yeye's father bewildered.
Normal? You call this normal? Are you filming a science fiction movie? He retorted. No matter when you consider yourself normal, I will not permit this blind date. With that, he ignored Yifei and grasped Chen Zhuo's hand enthusiastically. Come, young man. Thank you for bringing my Yeye home. We have prepared a feast, let us dine together.
Chen Zhuo stifled laughter as he glanced at Li Yeye, feigning innocence.
Is this appropriate? Li Yeye shot him a glare.
Chen Zhuo, so audacious at the villa, now performed for her parents.
Absolutely delightful, she responded with sarcasm.
I shall not hold back, uncle, you may call me Xiaochen.
Very well, Xiaochen, come along. Li Ye's father declared, leading Chen Zhuo toward the courtyard. Strangely,
he found Chen Zhuo increasingly agreeable, perhaps due to the contrast with Yi Fei.
Ding!
The system detects that the child of fortune, Yi Fei, is experiencing a mental breakdown.
Your next wish cooldown will be reduced by 10 hours. The system's notification brought Chen Zhuo immense joy. So this is what a blind date feels like. Meanwhile,
Yi Fei stood outside, his countenance darkened. This was not merely different from his expectations, it was a complete reversal.
Was it possible that not only dreams could be inverted, but fantasies as well? What now, young Master Yi?
Butler Wang, having observed the unfolding drama, surmised that his young master had stumbled into a romantic entanglement. This matter warranted careful reporting to the higher-ups, as it concerned the family's future lineage.
What to do? What to do?
Yi Fei's blood pressure surged. His face flushed with fury. He longed to burst in and reclaim Li Ye, yet reason cautioned him that such actions would only tarnish his image further. His only recourse was to adapt and seek an opportunity to restore his standing in Li Ye and her parents' eyes, biding his time for the right moment. Unbeknownst to him, just an hour prior, Li Ye had already agreed to become Chen Zhuo's girlfriend. Any hope of reconciliation was futile.
Drive the car away to a more distant spot and procure a pair of binoculars for me.
I must observe the situation. In the countryside, unlike the city, one could see through open doors. As the entrance remained unbarred, allowing visibility into the first-floor living room,
Butler Wang parked the vehicle 800 meters away and arranged for binoculars to be delivered. Yi Fei's orders were executed with utmost efficiency.
Half an hour later, he received the binoculars and peered through the window toward Li Ye's home.
Adjusting the magnification, he clearly observed the scene within. They were dining. Chen Zhuo and Li Ye's father were engaged in jovial conversation, while Li Ye sat beside Chen Zhuo. A picture of shyness. Suddenly, he noticed a detail that sent him reeling. Beneath the table, Chen Zhuo's left hand entwined with Li Ye's right hand. Yi Fei felt darkness descend upon him as he lost consciousness. Chapter 95. So, this is the real Li Ye.
Dad, actually, Chen Zhuo is already my boyfriend.
Li Ye said softly as she observed the two men engaged in lively conversation. Really?
Yeah, why didn't you mention it earlier?
We must drink a couple more glasses now.
Li Ye's father, typically reserved, became particularly talkative after a few drinks. Sitting beside him, Li Ye's mother playfully pinched his thigh,
admonishing him, all you think about is drinking.
After reproaching her husband, she turned to Chen Zhuo with a smile. Young Chen, you should try this chicken. I had it freshly prepared this morning.